Mo Su is a retired Special Forces soldier. While waiting for job assignment during his idle time, he visits an antique street, where he encounters police arresting a tomb raiding gang. While helping the police, he picks up a storage ring and is subsequently transported to the realm of cultivation by a falling Hongmeng Pearl, ultimately embarking on the path of cultivation. Chapter 1 in the autumn of 2039, Beijing. Panjian Antique Market. Mo Su walks through the crowded streets, occasionally squeezing out of the crowd to squat down and look at various small trinkets on the roadside stalls. After retiring from the Special Forces, he returned to his hometown in Beijing, burdened with injuries. His father passed away from lung cancer 2 years ago, and his mother divorced when he was in elementary school due to marital discord with his father, and has since formed another family. Mo Su did not attend university, as his academic performance would not allow him to enroll, and mainly because he did not want to stay at home, subjected to his father's daily smoking habit of 2 to 3 packs. He feared that if he lingered in the smoke-filled environment, he might end up like his father, becoming a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person, which would be unfilial of him. Therefore, he chose to join the army. He enlisted at 18, and at 20, he was fortunate to be selected for the Special Forces. 9 years have passed since then, during which he has undertaken countless missions, big and small. By the time of his discharge, he had 2 second-class merit medals and 6 third-class merit medals, all of which were earned through blood and countless scars on his body. Chapter 2. Zhao Dongyu, the captain of the undercover police team, has been monitoring this tomb raiding gang for over half a year, and today, they finally caught them in the act. These tomb raiders are very cunning. They chose to deal in a bustling area to facilitate their escape amidst the chaos, but ultimately, 2 of them still managed to flee. Alright then, here's my contact number. Call me if you need anything. Zhao Dongyu, eager to return and interrogate the tomb raiders, noticed that Mo Su's complexion had improved, took out a plain business card with just a phone number on it, and stuffed it into Mo Su's pants pocket. After lying on the ground for a few minutes, Mo Su felt much better in his waist and slowly sat up. Suddenly he felt something under him, causing a bit of discomfort, thinking it was a small stone. He shifted slightly, trying to brush it aside. Reaching down, he touched a circular ring and picked it up to take a look, discovering it was a dark circular ring made of an unknown material. He didn't pay much attention and casually put it in his pants pocket. After sitting for a few more minutes and feeling the pain in his waist subside, he slowly got up from the ground, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and walked out of the Panjian Antique Market, wanting to avoid being watched. Chapter 3. How long have I been unconscious? Mo Su turned his head and saw a nurse, casually asking, "You've been unconscious for over a day. Mainly, you lost too much blood and need a transfusion. Also, how come you have so many scars? Are you a police officer? Being a cop is too dangerous." The young nurse was quite chatty, and after Mo Su asked her a question, she bombarded him with many questions in return. "I'm not a police officer. I used to be a soldier, and now I'm retired." Mo Su thought about sending this chatty nurse away quickly. He wanted to see what was inside the ring. "A soldier? Then how come you have so many scars? I haven't heard of any wars going on recently." The nurse continued to pry. "Do you have other business? If not, could you please go out? I want to rest." Mo Su, seeing her endless questioning, felt impatient and urged her to leave. "Oh, here's your medicine. Take it 3 times a day, 2 pills each time. You can take it in a little over an hour." The nurse took a small medicine bottle from the tray, placed it on the bedside table, and walked out with an unhappy expression. "Liar. How could a soldier have so many scars? There's no fighting going on now, hum?" The nurse murmured as she walked out, not caring if Mo Su could hear her. Chapter 4. Mo Su opened his eyes and saw that the sky outside the window had turned clear, with faint sounds of street cleaners sweeping the streets. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a greasy, sour smell and noticed a layer of grime on his body. He quickly got off the bed and ran to the bathroom to wash up. "Hey, where is everyone? What happened to the patient in bed 3? Who's in the bathroom?" Nurse Xiao Lu, who worked the night shift yesterday, came to Mo Su's room after her shift this morning. After learning that this patient was a Special Forces soldier, she became concerned about him. "I'm taking a shower. Is there something you need?" Mo Su responded quickly when he heard someone speaking in the room. "Ah, your wounds haven't healed yet? How about you take a shower? What if you get infected? Hurry up and come out so I can check your wounds." Nurse Xiao Lu was startled by Mo Su's words. This patient was too careless. Even if he was a Special Forces soldier, he shouldn't be showering right now. After washing up, Mo Su looked in the mirror and saw that the wound on his waist had healed. After breaking through to the first level of qi refinement, the spiritual energy in his body had repaired his injuries. He also noticed that the scars on his body had faded significantly, and his skin had become fairer, no longer the wheatish color it used to be. Chapter 5. Lu Yixue stared blankly at the place where Mo Su had disappeared for a long time before coming to her senses. She shouted loudly at the already closed void, "Mo Su, where are you? Hurry up and come out. I'm so worried about you." No matter how much Lu Yixue shouted until her throat was hoarse, she still did not see Mo Su appear. She seemed to be going insane, her voice hoarse as her hands continuously grabbed at the air, hoping to catch Mo Su's body. But in the end, she was still disappointed. Staff from the Xiangshan management office quickly arrived at the mountaintop after hearing that someone had gone missing in Xiangshan. On the ground, there was only a half-meter wide, more than 1 foot deep pit, and nothing else. Oh. There was also a very beautiful woman shouting loudly at the sky, calling out the name Mo Su. With a muffled sound, Mo Su felt like he had been thrown down from mid-air, his whole body aching terribly. But fortunately, there were no fractures. He sat cross-legged and began to cultivate his technique, as streams of spiritual energy from all directions surged towards him and entered his body. Crack! A light sound echoed from within him. He had broken through to the second layer of qi refining. Mo Su was overjoyed. How long had he been cultivating? Probably not even an hour, and he had already broken through. What kind of place was this? How could there be such dense spiritual energy? Chapter 6. Tsang Yuan instructed the people from Tsang family fort to first treat the injured Tsang Shan and then carried away the corpse of the deceased Tsang Qing on a stretcher. The remaining people lifted the tiger with thick wooden sticks, preparing to leave the valley. After arranging everything, Tsang Yuan came to Mo Su's side, said a few words, and pointed in a direction, indicating for him to come along. Mo Su was just about to find a place to inquire about the situation here when he saw Tsang Yuan's gesture and immediately nodded in agreement. Tsang Yuan was very happy to see Mo Su agree to go with them. He noticed Mo Su's agility and boldness, recognizing him as a good hunter, which is why he invited him, hoping he could settle in the village and take him along for future hunts. The two followed the crowd out of the valley, and Mo Su began to secretly learn their language. Even if he couldn't speak it, at least he could understand what others were saying. Otherwise, he might be sold and still help count money for others. After walking for more than an hour, Mo Su saw a flat plain ahead, with only a few small hills. However, there was not much greenery on this plain. Everywhere was a dull yellow color, and even the green plants, including weeds, were sparse. Only near the mountains could some green plants be seen. Chapter 7. Mo Su returned to the entrance of the assigned thatched hut and saw only a wooden door that was about to fall apart. Inside, there was only some thatch. There wasn't even a table or a stool, and the walls smeared with mud were also pockmarked, with some areas having the mud peeling off to reveal a mix of mud and grass. Mo Su didn't mind these things during his missions. He had slept in all kinds of places and endured all sorts of hardships. He swept the thatch into a pile with his feet, then sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. The spiritual energy in this place was thin, not as rich as that in the mountains. Mo Su had felt the thin spiritual energy as soon as he entered the village, but compared to the energy on his home planet, Yuan star, this place was still decent. After absorbing the spiritual energy for more than 2 hours, Mo Su stopped cultivating and directly laid down on the thatch and fell asleep. The next morning, Mo Su heard voices outside, followed by the laughter and cries of children, the coughs of the elderly, and the conversations of women. Mo Su did not go out, but sat on the thatch bed, listening to their conversations and quietly memorizing them. Since he started cultivating, Mo Su found that his memory had greatly improved, and his brain capacity had increased significantly. His mind was clearer, and his perception had improved several times. Chapter 8. Yuan Star, Capital City Hospital. Since Mo Su disappeared, Lu Yixue had become much more haggard. She did not go home, but continued to live in Mo Su's house, cleaning the room thoroughly every day. Seeing Mo Su's clothes and the things he had used brought back memories, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Zhao Dongyu brought Mo Su his bonus, and was still unaware of Mo Su's disappearance in Xiangshan. He had been waiting for Mo Su to collect his bonus. But who knew that this guy had only stayed in the hospital for 2 days before getting involved with the head of surgery? They were now living together, completely forgetting about the bonus. He tried calling Mo Su's phone several times but couldn't get through. After waiting for a few days and still not seeing Mo Su to collect the bonus, and with the department needing to settle accounts, he had no choice but to bring the bonus over. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao Dongyu knocked on the door. May I ask who you're looking for? Ah, it's Captain Zhao. When the door opened, Lu Yixue's exquisite face appeared. Upon seeing Zhao Dongyu, she quickly recognized him, as it was Zhao Dongyu who had brought Mo Su to the hospital when he was injured. Oh, Dr. Lu is here too. Where is Mo Su? This kid has a girlfriend now and even forgot about his bonus. Zhao Dongyu was not surprised at all to see Lu Yixue living here and even joked with her. Chapter 9. A few days later, while Mo Su was cultivating in his room, he heard loud voices outside. He had now learned the local language. We were robbed by bandits on the road. Song Hua and Song Mu were killed, and only Song Bao managed to escape back. Everyone, hurry out to the walls to prevent the bandits from attacking our village. Hearing the shouts outside, the villagers all came out, and the cries of several women and children could be heard. Mo Su opened the door and stepped outside, seeing the streets already filled with villagers, with some villagers hurrying over. The white-haired elder was the clan leader of Song family fort, named Song Qiao, leaning on a cane, standing among the crowd without showing any signs of panic. We have lived here for generations and have encountered bandits before, but we have always chased them away and protected our Song family fort. Now that the bandits are back, we will chase them away again. Song Yuan, go open the granary and distribute weapons to everyone to defend our home. The clan leader Song Qiao's passionate speech calmed the frightened people. The village's able-bodied men followed Song Yuan to the granary and brought out a pile of bows, arrows, shields, and a few pieces of broken armor. Chapter 10. Outside the walls, the bandit leader, seeing that Mo Su had not been shot, realized that this person was on guard. Meanwhile, seeing that their side had suffered heavy losses, he ordered a retreat. The villagers on the walls cheered loudly upon seeing the bandits retreat. In this attack, only a few people were injured and no one was killed. Instead, they had killed more than 20 bandits, marking a great victory. However, Song Yuan's expression was grave. After seeing the skills of these bandits, he felt that this group was not ordinary bandits. Every one of them seemed to know martial arts, something he had never seen before, especially the leading bandit, who had a higher level of skill. His archery strength seemed to be that of a skilled general in the army. He hurried down from a wall and found the old clan leader, informing him of what he had seen, hoping the old clan leader could come up with a plan. When night falls, you should take some people and escape. Leave some seeds for the village. Otherwise, our Song family fort will be finished. I suspect these bandits are either soldiers or from some gang, and possibly both. After the old patriarch finished listening to Song Yuan's narration, he immediately made a decision. He had lived enough but couldn't bear to see the Song family fortress being exterminated. Chapter 11. Upon seeing the firelight, everyone realized that danger was approaching, and they couldn't help but quicken their pace. Mo Su, ahead of them, also started to jog. He didn't want to be caught by bandits when dawn broke. In this barren plain, there was nowhere to hide, and a person's running speed couldn't outrun a horse's chase. After jogging for more than an hour, Mo Su vaguely saw the outline of distant mountains, knowing that if he ran for another half hour, he would reach the foot of the mountains. Looking back at the fleeing villagers, they had already widened the distance, with only a few young men following him, all panting heavily. These few were quite young and had no burdens, so they hadn't been left behind. Let's hurry. We're almost at the foot of the mountains. One of the young men pointed at the mountain outline ahead. Mo Su didn't know what time it was or how long it would be until dawn. As soon as it got light, the bandits would definitely come after them. They had horses and could catch up quickly. The bandits hadn't pursued them at night, mainly because riding horses in the dark limited their speed and made it easy for horses to stumble. They must have known this and were waiting to rest up just as dawn broke, ready to chase them down. Chapter 12. Just as Mo Su reached the foot of the mountains, he heard a sudden rush of hooves in the distance. By now, it was bright enough to see further, and a dozen galloping horses were racing towards him. Leading this group of bandits was Lien Yilu, the leader of the Four Seas gang. He had initially sent 4 captains with a dozen subordinates to chase the villagers, but after the 4 captains left, he thought of that short-haired young man and felt that the 4 captains might not be able to deal with him. So he left a few bandits to guard the Song family fortress and brought the remaining captains and subordinates to chase after them. When he arrived at the place where the 4 captains were killed, he saw that his guess was indeed correct. The 4 captains and their subordinates had all been slain. He was furious. Originally, he still had over 30 subordinates, but now he had lost a dozen more. His Four Seas gang was about to be wiped out from the martial world. How could he endure this? Imosu saw the bandits chasing after them again and stabbed the leading horse in the rear with a spear. The horse neighed in pain and immediately ran towards the mountains, with the other horses following closely behind. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow cutting through the air came. Imosu quickly crouched down as a feathered arrow flew over his head. Chapter 13. Lien Ilu finally waited for a few of his gang's captains to arrive, all of whom came panting before him. The leader truly has profound skills. We couldn't wait any longer. We need to cultivate more with the leader in the future. The captains flattered Lien Ilu, and upon seeing a slight smile on his face, they felt relieved. That short-haired youth was hit by 2 arrows and is now hiding behind that big tree. You guys spread out and encircle him. After enjoying his subordinates' flattery, Lien Ilu commanded them to act. The leader is indeed formidable. This time he can't escape. He has killed so many of our brothers. I want to eat his flesh and drink his blood. For revenge. Yes, for revenge. Upon hearing that the short-haired youth was injured, the captain's morale surged, and they charged forward with their large sabers and spears. Huh, where is he? Leader, we can't find that person. After the captains rushed up, they saw that there was no one behind the big tree and shouted. No one. I was clearly monitoring him from here. He couldn't have escaped. Hearing his subordinates' shouts, Lien Ilu quickly ran over and saw only some blood behind the tree, but the person was gone, not knowing when he had escaped. Chapter 14. The Hongmeng cultivation method was definitely more powerful than the Xianyan formula he was currently practicing. Thinking this, he quickly entered the Hongmeng Pearl. After learning to refine spiritual artifacts, he didn't hesitate and directly cut his finger, dripping a few drops of blood onto the stone tablet. As the blood fell onto the stone tablet, it was instantly absorbed clean, and as he pressed his hand on the tablet, just as he was about to operate the technique to refine it, a message entered his consciousness. The stone tablet had absorbed his blood without needing him to refine it. Recognizing him as its master, the Hongmeng cultivation method has 9 major realms in every plane, and the cultivation world is divided into Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation, void return, refining void, integration, and tribulation crossing. The Qi refinement stage is divided into 9 levels, and after breaking through the Qi refinement stage, one enters the foundation establishment stage. The realms after foundation establishment are divided into early, middle, late, and great perfection. Refining essence into Qi, refining Qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and returning to void to integrate into the Tao are the principles of the Hongmeng Great Tao. After digesting the Hongmeng cultivation method, Imosu was overjoyed. This method was indeed many times more powerful than the Xianyan formula. The Xianyan formula only covered the golden core stage, and after reaching that stage, one would still need to switch methods. The Hongmeng cultivation method had techniques even beyond the golden core stage and didn't require switching methods. He immediately decided to start cultivating this Hongmeng method from now on. Chapter 15. At Song Family Fortress, there were still 5 bandits left behind. When Lien Ilu left, he instructed them to guard the place, thinking the leader would return soon, but who knew he would never come back. The 5 bandits initially hoped for the leader's return, but the longer they waited, the less hope they had. They were starving and searched the village, finally finding some food that the villagers hadn't taken. The 5 bandits felt that this couldn't go on. They didn't dare to look for the leader, fearing that they would be killed. After such a long time, they estimated that the leader and the captains were likely in grave danger. Seeing the crops planted by the Tsang family villagers, with nowhere else to go, and since these bandits knew how to farm, they decided to tend to the land, weeding and watering, waiting for the harvest to fill their stomachs. Fortunately, the crops were nearly ripe, and the food they scavenged could last until then. This was their only hope. When Imosu arrived outside Tsang family fortress, he saw smoke rising, feeling puzzled. Were the old villagers still alive? Had the bandits not killed them? Expanding his consciousness, he saw several bandits eating. Each was thin, just skin and bones, each holding a bowl of watery porridge that could reflect their shadows, as if they were pouring water into their stomachs. Chapter 16. Imosu overheard someone at a nearby table talking about the Four Seas gang. After listening for a while, he heard about a few other gangs. Imosu wasn't interested in these gang members. As long as they didn't provoke him, they could do whatever they wanted. He then stopped listening to this group and turned his attention to another table, wanted to hear their conversation for more understanding of the area. If one wanted to gather information, inns and taverns were the easiest places. He heard that a celestial phenomenon had appeared in Shihing County, attracting the attention of the authorities, and the Dalian Kingdom had sent the Iron Blood Guards to investigate. That news is outdated. Not only Dalian, but also the Dawei Kingdom, Dayue Kingdom, and Dei Kingdom have sent national masters along with some heavenly-level experts. However, there is an invisible barrier at the site of the celestial phenomenon blocking their progress. Now, all countries are trying to find ways to break the barrier and enter the celestial phenomenon site to investigate. This celestial phenomenon could have been orchestrated by someone with ulterior motives. The purpose is to incite disputes among the nations, provoke war, and profit from it. Hasn't this kind of thing happened before? Old Xing is right. I suspect it's some business association behind it. Once the war breaks out, those associations will benefit, taking the opportunity to raise prices, hoard goods, and make a fortune. These business associations often engage in such activities for profit. Chapter 17, the next morning. Su left first. Last night, he asked the shop assistant and learned that this main road leads directly to the capital of Beihua Prefecture. Upon reaching the capital, there will be several main roads leading to various cities of the Dalian Kingdom. As for where Shihing Prefecture is, the shop assistant didn't know. The only reason he knew where the capital was from hearing past merchants talk about it. Knowing the route, Su decided to inquire about the direction of Shihing Prefecture in the capital. Following Brother Luo and his group for too long would definitely raise their suspicions. Su didn't want to get into trouble for himself. He just wanted to find that place of heavenly auspiciousness as soon as possible to see what it truly was and whether it could help him. After several months of eating the spiritual leaves and grass in the mountains, this black horse grew stronger. Its jet black coat shining like a streak of black light when it ran. Su didn't control its speed, letting it run freely. After missing the opportunity to stay overnight, Su rested by the roadside. Without feed for the horse, he used a few water ball techniques to let the black horse drink the spiritual water to replenish its lost moisture, intending to let it have a hearty meal the next day after finding an inn. Chapter 18. Su noticed the change in the expressions of those around him and felt puzzled. Who was this old woman? Why were these people so afraid of her? With this thought, Su scanned the old woman and the young boy with his spiritual sense. So she was a poison granny who practiced corpse refining. And that little boy was not alive. He was a soulless body. There was a brown-red mist in the boy's head that swayed whenever the old woman's cane moved, clearly indicating she was controlling him. As Su was examining them with his spiritual sense, the old woman suddenly became alert, sensing someone was watching her. She was startled. She knew the people in front of her were a bunch of useless individuals, or she would have gone upstairs. The old woman abruptly turned her head towards Su. Apart from this group of useless people, this young man was the only one who was suspicious. However, she saw this young man staring blankly at the old landlord and the others, with the wine cup in his hand frozen in midair, clearly intimidated by the scene he was witnessing. Chapter 19. Su passed through Pear Tree Bay Town and indeed saw a big road on the right, with several inns by the roadside. A few carriages transporting pears were parked in the courtyard of an inn, seemingly preparing to set off the next morning. His black horse also needed water and feed, and he needed to eat as well, so he chose a relatively clean inn to stay for the night, planning to leave after resting. He didn't pay attention to what the head of the guards had said about following the caravan. After practicing cultivation for a night, the next day he had some food at the inn and asked the shop assistant to prepare some fodder for the black horse, then rode off towards the main road. After leaving the capital of Beihua Prefecture, greenery began to appear on both sides of the road. After passing through Pear Tree Bay Town, the vegetation increased. The soil turned into black earth, sandstorms were rare, and the dust on the road lessened significantly, with occasional light rain in the sky. After riding hard for 10 consecutive days, he was getting closer to Shihing Prefecture, encountering traveling merchant caravans along the way. While resting at an inn, Su inquired with the shop assistant and learned that from the inn to the capital of Shihing Prefecture, it would take about 3 to 4 more days of travel. One day, while riding on the road, Su saw a caravan ahead that had stopped. A giant log blocked the way of the caravan, but pedestrians and horseback travelers could pass through on either side of the road. Chapter 20. Manlong Beach was about a day and a half away from the capital of Shihing Prefecture. Since the heavenly auspiciousness fell 6 months ago, several large tents have been set up here, and not far from the big tents, there was a cluster of various straw huts. As more and more people came to see the auspiciousness, some clever individuals began selling food here. and others saw business opportunities and built a few straw huts with wood to open restaurants. Later, more people opened clothing shops, open-air tea houses, and large inns. As the increasing number of visitors needed food, drink, and lodging, gradually forming a small market. When Emosu arrived here, he saw about a few thousand wandering guests storing their mounts in several stables. He also entrusted his black horse to a stable and then followed these wandering guests towards the distant crowd. As he got closer, he saw they were gathered around a glowing entity. This glowing entity was about 100 zhang long and several zhang wide, resting at the dragon's position in Manlong Beach. The surrounding grass and tree branches had turned yellow and withered, clearly scorched by the high temperature emitted by this glowing entity. Chapter 21, feeling that he was about to break through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Emosu took out a dozen spirit stones from his ring and placed them on his lap, accelerating his cultivation. He knew that in this unfamiliar place, only by improving his own strength could he have more means to protect his life, so he never dared to stop cultivating. Crack! A light sound came from within him, and a massive aura radiated from his body, spreading outwards. He had broken through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Emosu felt delighted, but did not stop circulating his technique. Instead, he accelerated it to solidify his cultivation and prevent any drop in his realm. Just before dawn, Emosu finally opened his eyes, having stabilized his cultivation. It was time to leave, otherwise, it would be easy for him to be discovered during the day, bringing trouble. Once someone discovered he could approach the glowing entity, it would soon be known to many. Even a national master had to wear armor to approach it. How could an unknown wandering guest like him get close without any secrets? He would definitely be surrounded and forced to reveal his secrets. He didn't even clean the dirt off his body. Someone like him, a down-and-out wandering guest, was not uncommon here. The wandering heroes often slept outdoors, and none were clean, all carrying unpleasant odors. Chapter 22, looking at the expressions on these people's faces, none were normal. They all had blank looks. Checking their hearts, their beats were very slow, nowhere near as fast as when they were riding on the road. Emosu's spiritual sense followed them until he could no longer perceive them. Then he withdrew his sense. It seemed something was about to happen here. If the 5 national masters saw these people, they would definitely recognize at a glance that they were being controlled mentally. Emosu wondered how that old woman would deal with the 5 national masters. With this thought, he stopped cultivating and lay down on a fur blanket to sleep, preparing to regain his energy for whatever would happen the next day. The next morning, Emosu took out 2 warm meat buns and a half-pound piece of braised beef from his ring. After filling his stomach, he walked forward. After the injuries of the 5 great masters healed, they came to the luminous entity every day to check on it. However, they noticed that since the explosion that day, the temperature here had dropped somewhat, and even when using their energy to resist the temperature, it was no longer necessary to exert themselves as fully as before. The people here, upon seeing the 5 great masters, also came to this place, but this time they kept their distance, ready to flee at any moment. Unlike the previous chaos. Chapter 23, the next day, Emosu was awakened by the sound of hooves and quickly opened his eyes, realizing that he had fallen asleep on the ground the previous night. He was startled. How did he fall asleep? Looking at the fragments of spirit stones on the ground and sensing his consciousness, he found that he had fully recovered and guessed that he must have exhausted his spiritual consciousness yesterday and unknowingly fallen asleep. Looking around the tent, there was a bed, a tea table, and several chairs, and in the corner were 3 wooden boxes. After scanning the boxes with his spiritual consciousness, he saw some purple fruits the size of walnuts inside. What kind of fruit is this? Why is it stored in wooden boxes? At that moment, a commotion arose outside, and he didn't have time to think more. He raised his hand and stored the 3 wooden boxes in his ring before stepping out of the tent. There were dozens of people gathered around the spaceship, and dozens of horses had already dispersed. Emosu walked to the back of these people and quickly blended into the crowd. They dared not approach the spaceship, as it was the first time they had seen such a technological product and were guessing what it was, hesitant to get too close. What is this thing? It looks like it's made of iron. How many weapons could be forged from all this iron? Could this be the auspicious omen that fell from the sky? Chapter 24, with the spiritual consciousness technique. Emosu immediately followed the instructions in the technique to refine his spiritual consciousness. It turned out that the small lake in the sea of consciousness was the place for storing spiritual consciousness. Now, He just needed to refine the mist from this small lake into substance to condense it into spiritual consciousness threads or even spiritual consciousness blades. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he immediately began to cultivate. As he operated the technique, the mist from the small lake gradually disappeared, turning into drops of lake water stored in the sea of consciousness. News of the disappearance of the 5 great masters quickly spread out, first from the great Liang kingdom, then extending to several neighboring countries. Upon receiving the news, the rulers of the 5 nations immediately sent people to investigate. Soon, the news was confirmed, and the ruler of the great Liang kingdom dispatched troops to seal off the area and sent skilled craftsmen from within the country to study this heavenly, auspicious object, seeking a way to unlock it. After the rulers of the other 4 countries received the news, they immediately sent envoys to negotiate with the great Liang kingdom, hoping to involve their nations in the joint research of this heavenly, auspicious object. The ruler of the great Liang kingdom initially did not want other countries to interfere, wishing to monopolize the auspicious object, but under pressure from the 4 nations, he had no choice but to agree. Chapter 25. As Mo-Su witnessed the alien creature screaming in agony, his heartbeat quickened further, reaching the normal heartbeat rate of a person on Earth. Now tell me, why did you come to this planet? Mo-Su gestured as he spoke, believing that the alien creature was intelligent enough to quickly understand his meaning. Upon hearing him speak and seeing his gestures, the alien creature promptly raised its left hand and pointed outside the cabin. Mo-Su grabbed its neck and pulled it into the control cabin. The alien creature then pointed at a button on another screen inside the control cabin. Mo-Su pressed the button, and the screen immediately lit up, displaying various strange characters. The alien creature was clearly intimidated by his display of strength, and Mo-Su sensed its heartbeat accelerating. Noticing that it was looking at him, the creature quickly gestured a few times towards the screen, causing the characters on the screen to begin moving. Mo-Su observed the characters on the screen, reading them line by line. When he recognized a particular character, it was the same language he had seen in the jade slip inside his ring. He pointed at that line of text, and the alien creature, seeing what he was pointing at, revealed a look of fear in its eyes. It hastily tapped the screen again and began to speak in that language. Chapter 26. Let's go to the Milky Way. Check how many spirit stones are needed to get there. How long will it take to arrive? Once we reach the Milky Way, I'll give you spirit stones to go home. Mo-Su decided to head to the Milky Way. He had already examined the spaceship countless times, and in the lower compartment of the spaceship, there were 2 flying saucers, presumably for emergency escape. But their spaceship had lost its power source, and the hatch could not be opened. Upon hearing Mo-Su's words, the alien creature quickly raised its hand and spoke a few words in their language towards the large screen. The icons on the large screen immediately began to shrink, displaying the distance from here to the Milky Way. Mo-Su also fixed his gaze on the large screen and discovered that the distance to the Milky Way was surprisingly short, as if it were just 1 planet away, with only a void chasm separating this planet from the one in the Milky Way. Stop! Mo-Su shouted, but the alien creature did not heed his words and was about to speak again. Mo-Su's spiritual consciousness continuously observed it, and upon noticing its heartbeat suddenly accelerate, he knew the alien creature was about to take some action. He raised his hand and unleashed a wind blade, slicing off the alien creature's head. Fearing that its head might grow back, he shot a fireball, turning the alien creature to ashes. Chapter 27. After Mo-Su exited the spaceship, he did not linger, as there was no more value in staying here. He wanted to quickly find a place to study the flying saucer in his ring and then pilot the saucer away. Seeing the horses in the stable reminded him of his reckless black horse. Having killed that old woman, he felt he had avenged it. Better to die early and be reborn. He chose another black horse and rode away from Manlong Beach. Now, the people here had all gone to check out the spaceship, and even the guarding soldiers had left, so no one was watching the area, allowing him to leave without any hindrance. A day later, Mo-Su entered the capital city of Shiheng Prefecture, observing the bustling scene without any signs of panic, likely because the capital had not yet received news of the spaceship. He found a decent-looking restaurant, as he had been eating the cooked food from his ring for some time and was nearly out. He had a hearty meal at the restaurant, bought some cooked food, and then found an inn to stay in. When the innkeeper opened the door for him, Mo-Su instructed him not to enter his room without a summons, or he would bear the consequences. The innkeeper, receiving a reward of several copper coins, nodded repeatedly in agreement and retreated. After closing the door and bolting it, Imosu slipped into the Hongmeng Pearl. Chapter 28 in the Void. There was no concept of time, and Imosu had no idea how long the flying saucer had been flying. He only noticed that the spirit stone powder beside him had accumulated to the size of a watermelon. Once the flying saucer entered autopilot mode, it would automatically avoid small void meteors, and when encountering larger void meteors, the weapons on the saucer would automatically attack, shattering the meteors to pass through. Seeing this situation, Imosu no longer worried about collisions with meteors and simply continued to add spirit stones to the resource slot. The weapon system on this flying saucer used spirit stones along with another type of resource to provide power. Imosu didn't understand what resources the flying saucer needed to fly. He only knew that spirit stones could provide power for the saucer. Now, he had about 60 to 70,000 spirit stones in his ring, which he felt could sustain the saucer for a long time. Boom! The saucer emitted several beams of light, shattering a huge meteorite on the track ahead. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, an alarm sounded from the control panel. Imosu looked up and noticed that there weren't many spirit stones left in the resource tank, so he hurriedly added 100 spirit stones. This won't do. At this rate, the weapon system is powerful, but it consumes too many spirit stones. If this continues, I won't have enough spirit stones. The autopilot mode is convenient, but it doesn't know how to avoid large meteorites. I'm wasting so many spirit stones for nothing. Chapter 29. After breaking through to the 8th level of Qi refining, Imosu was overjoyed, feeling that the spiritual energy in the spirit stone mine was still erupting. He didn't stop his cultivation, checking his cultivation level and continuing to operate his techniques. He basked in the enveloping spiritual energy, operating his techniques faster and faster. The spiritual energy erupting from the spirit stone mine was almost entirely absorbed by him without waste. He didn't know how long he had been enjoying this smooth cultivation. But just as he felt that the spiritual power within him was about to touch the barrier of the 9th level of Qi refining, the erupting spiritual energy in the mine finally stopped. Imosu opened his eyes, very satisfied, feeling that his spiritual power was several times stronger than before. And his consciousness had also expanded a circle. It had gone from the size of a pond to a real lake. Grabbing the discarded hoe, he dug through the covering meteorite, revealing the spirit stone mine underneath. Imosu was overjoyed, transforming into a miner, swinging the hoe as he unearthed irregular spirit stones, storing them in his ring. Seeing his harvest, he worked even harder, swinging the hoe faster, and the spirit stones in his ring increased, making him feel even better. Chapter 30. Now that he had plenty of spirit stones, he no longer felt pained over the few he had. He filled the resource tank with spirit stones and directly activated the autopilot mode of the saucer, flying towards the designated coordinates. After ensuring the saucer was flying safely, he slipped into the Hongmeng Pearl, raising his hand to summon a spirit tool flying sword for refinement. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, he could fly with the sword. Since learning about the origin of this ring, and after reviewing all the jade slips inside, he guessed that the owner of the ring was likely at the foundation establishment or golden core stage. This was based on his conjectures after seeing the jade slips. And from the ring's space and techniques, he speculated that the ring's owner might be a disciple of a sect, possibly of the Xinyan sect. Of course, these were just speculations based on what the alien being had said. The specifics needed verification to be accurate. After breaking through to foundation establishment and refining a spirit tool flying sword, he completed the refinement in just over an hour. Using his true essence to activate the flying sword, he found that it was similar to the spirit tool long knife, just with a different shape. Looking at the flying sword floating in the air, Imosu felt excitement rising within him. Flying with a sword. Such scenes could only be seen in TV shows or movies, and now he was going to fly with a sword. How could he not be excited? Chapter 31. After Lu Yixue gave birth, she had a nanny to help her during her confinement, and she didn't suffer much. She only thought about raising the child to continue the Mo family line. As time passed, with no news from Imosu, Lu Yixue initially went to the police station to inquire about his disappearance, but after giving birth, she stopped asking. In her heart, she believed Imosu was dead. Days went by, and the child grew day by day. During this time, Lu Yixue received several calls looking for Imosu. After inquiring, she learned that these callers were Imosu's comrades, who, upon hearing of his disappearance, contacted Lu Yixue through Zhao Dongyu. Imosu's comrades told Lu Yixue to call them if she encountered any difficulties and not to hesitate. Although Mo Su was gone, the bond between brothers remained. Lu Yixue was very touched by Mo Su's good comrades, who still cared for him. Such people are too rare in real life. After giving birth, Lu Yixue often received deliveries, which included baby formula, diapers, various toys, clothes for all seasons, strollers, and other baby necessities, so she hardly had to spend any money. Chapter 32. Lu Yixue looked at her son, who was just over 4 years old, speaking seriously with strong determination in his eyes, and tears flowed down her cheeks. Your father is not dead. He went far away to carry out a mission. Don't listen to what they say. Your father is a hero, a soldier. Didn't you see his military medals? The more Lu Yixue spoke, the more excited she became, but she never said that Mo Su was dead, wanting her son to hold on to hope. Otherwise, knowing at such a young age that his father, Mo Su, was dead would be too much of a blow. She planned to wait until her son grew up before telling him. Mom, don't cry. If that old lady comes to our house again and bullies you, I'll take a knife and kill her. Mo Xiaodong's character had Mo Su's resilience and Lu Yixue's decisiveness. Otherwise, how could he, at such a young age, say such things? Good son, don't worry about Mom. No one dares to bully Mom. Don't forget, Mom knows martial arts. When you grow up a bit more, I'll teach you martial arts. After Lu Wanrong took her son back, she became increasingly angry, refusing to believe she couldn't deal with this woman. Regarding the house matter, she planned to resolve it through legal means and first consulted a lawyer to inquire about her inheritance rights. Chapter 33. After dinner, Lu Yixue tidied up and told Mo Xiaodong to take a bath. Since he was 4 years old, Lu Yixue had let him bathe alone. After Mo Su saw his son go to take a bath, he hugged Lu Yixue tightly and kissed her sexy lips. After not seeing her for several years, he was bursting with pent-up feelings, and Lu Yixue missed him dearly as well. In their 30s, they were in their prime and immediately responded passionately. Ah, how embarrassing. Mo Xiaodong came out of the bathroom and saw his parents kissing. He quickly covered his eyes, but his fingers were spread wide, peeking through the gaps. Lu Yixue's face turned red, and she hurriedly pushed Mo Su away. In front of her son, she had always been a serious and gentle mother, but being caught kissing made her shy, and she ran to the kitchen to wash the dishes. What's there to be shy about? I'm kissing my wife. Isn't that normal? Here, have a pear. Mo Su took out a snow pear and handed it to his son, who was covering his eyes and peeking. Wow, what a big pear. Dad, where did you get this? Can you do magic? Mo Xiaodong was quite familiar with Mo Su, as Lu Yixue often showed him Mo Su's photos and talked about him. However, she and Mo Su had not been together for long, so the stories she shared were mostly about their time together. Chapter 34. The family sat on the sofa, with Lu Yixue and her son, Mo Xiaodong, each holding a big snow pear to munch on. Having just broken through to the first level of qi, refining, and taken a bath, they were both hungry, and it was just the right time to eat a big snow pear. Mo Su looked at the furnishings in the room, which were already somewhat outdated. The house was also in an old community, so he thought about selling this place and buying a new one, allowing Lu Yixue and her son to have a better life. He also noticed that Lu Yixue's car was old, so he wanted to buy her a new one. He himself wouldn't be leaving the UN Star for now. He would wait until his son grew up before leaving. After all, there were so many spiritual stones in the ring that would be enough for their family. As for where the money would come from, he didn't worry about it. He could go abroad to get it, especially from those countries that were unfriendly to Longua. Not taking their money would be a disservice to his own cultivation. Wow, I'm so full. My belly is bulging. This snow pear is so delicious. Dad, do you have any more snow pears? Mo Xiaodong patted his little belly with a small hand. There are plenty more. If you want to eat, I'll get you some tomorrow. Now go to sleep. I'll take you to kindergarten tomorrow. Mo Su thought to himself, you little brat, why aren't you going to sleep? I'm almost unable to wait. Can you consider my feelings? Chapter 35. Lu Yixue looked at Mo Su in shock after listening to his story, even forgetting to put on her clothes, sitting there bare on the bed with a dazed expression. Wife, what's wrong? Mo Su waved his hand in front of her eyes, and when he lowered it, it landed on their son's food storage. So you're saying that you recovered while taking a shower at the hospital? You naughty boy. When I came to find you for a spine check, you took the opportunity to have your way with me and made me give birth to our son. You big bad guy. I want revenge. Lu Yixue suddenly pushed Mo Su down, straddled him, pulled down his clothes, and began to shake. Her way of seeking revenge was quite unique. She wanted Mo Su to pay a hefty price. After the storm passed, Lu Yixue, with a flushed face, lay in Mo Su's arms. Darling, let's buy a house. Otherwise, if we keep doing this, it will affect our son. Let's first go get our marriage certificate. As for buying a house, don't worry about it. I'll buy it within 3 days. Get up. Emosa helped Lu Yixue up, and the two put on their clothes and went out with their ID cards. It was now 2046, and getting a marriage certificate only required showing their IDs, unlike before, when they also needed to bring their household registration book. Therefore, obtaining a marriage or divorce certificate was very convenient. Chapter 36. What big bad guy? Xiao Xue. Did someone bully you? Tell Sister Lu, and I'll help you get back at them. Lu Yixue, feeling happy, started talking to herself. Sister Lu, sitting at another desk, didn't hear her clearly and thought someone was bullying Lu Yixue. No, Sister Lu, no one bullied me. Mo Su is back, he shouted on his dad. He came back yesterday afternoon. Lu Yixue had a good relationship with Sister Lu. Sister Lu often helped her when she was alone with a child, sometimes even helping her with her class. Xiaodong's dad is back. The guy was gone for 6 or 7 years. You should give him a good lesson. You've suffered for so many years. You need to get it back from him. Sister Lu was happy to hear Mo Su was back. After enduring for so many years, Lu Yixue had finally seen the light. She knew Lu Yixue had become pregnant before marriage, and after Mo Su left, Lu Yixue didn't say where he had gone. Sister Lu thought Mo Su had gone on a mission, but what kind of mission could keep someone away for 6 or 7 years? We want to get our marriage certificate this morning. He said he would buy a new house in a few days and then hold a wedding. Lu Yixue smiled happily, knowing Mo Su's words would surely come true. After all, they were both cultivators. What couldn't they achieve? Chapter 37. That night, after another storm, Lu Yixue lay in Mo Su's arms like a well-behaved little kitten, finding a comfortable position, pulling Mo Su's hand to rest on her slender waist. She felt safe under his protection. Darling, was what happened this afternoon you're doing? Lu Yixue's little head rested against Mo Su's chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. It was me. Tomorrow I'll go buy a house. I'm back to ensure a good life for you and our son, and you 1T have to work overtime anymore. We don't need that extra pay. Really, you did it? How did you manage? There wasn't enough time. Lu Yixue asked incredulously. I'll take you to see it. I'll also bring back some things for my dear wife. Mo Su raised his hand and gently waved, opening the window, and flew out with Lu Yixue. Lu Yixue was startled. They were on the 20th floor. Although she knew Mo Su was a cultivator, she was still worried. She opened her mouth to scream, but was quickly silenced by Mo Su's kiss. Mo Su anticipated her scream and blocked her mouth in advance, invoking a flying sword and casting a protective barrier, activating the flying sword beneath them, and they instantly disappeared into the sky. Chapter 38. After finishing the snow pair, Zhao Dongyu felt that many of the small ailments in his body had improved significantly. Previously, due to overwork and some injuries sustained while on duty in his youth, the discomfort had lessened considerably. He believed most of what Mo Su said, especially since Mo Su was going to take him to see a real flying saucer. An hour and a half later, they stopped the car at the foot of the mountain and walked deeper into the mountains. After receiving Mo Su's call, General Lu immediately notified Deputy Captain Li Guohai, instructing him to take a special forces team and some military helicopters to fly to the Yanshan mountain range. Li Guohai was naturally familiar with Mo Su. General Lu was merely a nominal commander of the special forces. The actual responsibility rested with him as the deputy captain. The special forces team had 120 members, and Li Guohai knew each soldier well. He was also familiar with Mo Su's family. He had originally thought about finding a wife for Mo Su after he was injured and retired to take care of him. Otherwise, how would Mo Su spend the second half of his life? Later, when he heard that Mo Su was missing, he grew anxious and often pressured local authorities to search for Mo Su, insisting that if he was alive, he should be found, and if he was dead, he should be recovered. If it weren't for the strict discipline of the military, many of Mo Su's close comrades would have left the army to look for him. Chapter 39 attacked the satellites with the stars and stripes and the Union Jack. Mo Su saw several satellites from different countries flying rapidly in outer space and immediately issued orders to the flying saucer. Received, attacking the satellites with the stars and stripes and the Union Jack. A mechanical voice came from the flying saucer screen, and then everyone saw the flying saucer emit several beams of light that accurately hit the satellites of these two countries. The satellites, which were flying at high speed, vanished silently like fireworks. What a powerful laser weapon. By the way, is this a laser weapon? Li Guohai saw Mo Su ordering the flying saucer to attack these two country satellites and had no objections. After all, other countries wouldn't guess it was them. At most, they would suspect the satellites were destroyed by meteorite impacts. He was more interested in the weapon on the flying saucer. I don't know what this weapon is, just that it's very powerful. When I was flying in the void, even meteorites the size of mountains would be shattered by the weapons on the flying saucer. Mo Su couldn't really describe the weapons on the flying saucer. He only knew that these weapons required spiritual stones or the energy provided by the flying saucer to fire beams. Let's go back. Leave professional matters to professionals. However, I estimate those aerospace engineers will find it difficult to understand. After all, their technology is far superior to ours. Chapter 40. When Mo Su returned home, Liu Yixue was still awake, while their son, Mo Xiaodong, had already fallen asleep. The little child, exhausted from playing all day, was too sleepy to wait for Mo Su to come back. "You're back. Our son was waiting for you." And he started dozing off while sitting, Liu Yixue said, visibly relieved to see him. She had been worried that Mo Su might not return again. "I'll take him to school tomorrow. You should get some rest too." After Mo Su got into bed, Liu Yixue nestled into his arms, holding him tightly to sleep. Only then could she truly relax. The next morning, Mo Xiaodong opened his eyes and immediately saw his father, his face breaking into a big smile. He had been worried that his dad wouldn't come home. "Dad, when did you come back last night? I fell asleep waiting for you. You had just fallen asleep when I got home. I didn't wake you. Hurry up. Go wash up, and after breakfast, I'll take you to kindergarten." "Dad, what's in this box? Can I open it and take a look?" Mo Xiaodong asked as he came out of the bathroom and spotted the box Mo Su had brought back, thinking it was a gift for him. "It's clothes I brought back. You can look, but don't mess with the stuff inside," Mo Su replied while heating milk for the two of them in the kitchen, recalling that there was a handgun in the box and hurriedly reminding Mo Xiaodong not to touch it. Chapter 41. After manager Zhu finished his phone call, the owner of the villa arrived quickly. He was also a middle-aged man who had heard someone was buying the villa with pounds and rushed over. The villa had been on the market for over 2 months, and he hadn't been able to sell it because he only wanted pounds. After introductions by manager Zhu, they began discussing the price of the villa. Perhaps seeing that Mo Su was a soldier or due to the fact that he had pounds, they quickly settled on a price of 6 million pounds, which was nearly 60 million yuan. Although housing prices in the capital had dropped somewhat, location still mattered, especially since this villa was luxuriously decorated and had never been lived in, with all kinds of facilities intact. And Mo Su didn't care much about the decoration. He just wanted a better place for Liu Yixue and their son to live. Buying a newly built villa would mean waiting for months to move in after renovations, which he found troublesome, especially since it would be inconvenient for sleeping at night. "Mr. Mo, could you give me some cash? The rest can be transferred later." The middle-aged man, the villa's owner, proposed after finalizing the price. "Sure, I can give you all cash. I have it in my car. Let us go handle the transfer procedures now." Mo Su readily agreed to this request, as the pounds in his ring were enough to buy the villa. Chapter 42. When the mother and son entered the living room and turned on the lights, they were thrilled to see the luxurious decoration inside, with rosewood furniture and Persian carpets. Liu Yixue excitedly hugged Mo Su and kissed him. She originally thought buying a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house would suffice, but she was pleasantly surprised that Mo Su had bought her a fully furnished villa. Since Mo Su returned, their home had been changing daily. A family truly needed a man to support it. No matter how capable she was still a woman with a child, and only those who had experienced the struggles could understand them. Feeling the strong heartbeat of Mo Su, she realized this was her safe haven. In times of fatigue, injury, unhappiness, or work troubles, this was the place she could rely on. As she savored this beautiful moment, Liu Yixue looked at Mo Su with eyes filled with happiness and love. Watching her son Mo Xiaodong excitedly running around the villa, she felt fulfilled. With a well-behaved son and a husband who cherished her, what more could she ask for? "Dad, I want to sleep in this little bed tonight. I've grown up and won't sleep with you guys anymore." Chapter 43. Panjiayuan was busier than ever, with street vendors, shop owners, people carrying packages, and those holding long boxes looking around for opportunities to deceive others, bargaining, and crowds bustling about, creating a scene of prosperity. Mo Su changed his clothes in the car before stepping out and walking towards the Panjiayuan market, using his spiritual sense to search for items useful for his cultivation. Scanning through the antiques and paintings, he found that 99 of what was here were crafts, with a few genuine items locked away in store safes as treasures. There are tomb raiders trading here. These people really aren't afraid to risk their lives for money. Mose used his spiritual sense to see two men conducting business in a private room of a tea house, while three others in the tea hall were drinking tea, their eyes occasionally darting towards the private room and the staircase, prepared to escape if the police came upstairs. Mose didn't pay attention to this. It was the police's job. Besides, even if these antiques were confiscated, he didn't know who they would end up with. He was just using his spiritual sense to check what was in the bags of these people. Chapter 44. Mose was busy in the underground parking lot until after 4 in the afternoon, when he finally crafted 2 storage rings. The spaces in these 2 rings were not large, each about the size of 2 rooms. This was his first time crafting, and he had to learn both the basics of array formations and crafting knowledge. Thanks to the help of the Hongmeng Pearl, he succeeded. When he first began studying the crafting jade slips, the Hongmeng Pearl transmitted a complete set of crafting methods to him, while learning to inscribe array formations. It also taught him various methods of inscribing. Although the time was short, having the Hongmeng Pearl as a miraculous treasure continually corrected his crafting techniques, allowing him to successfully create the storage rings. As for the knowledge of array formations, it was too complex. He only learned the stable and defensive formations that he needed. He inscribed these 2 formations onto the storage rings. The stable formation prevented the ring's space from collapsing, while the defensive formation protected the ring from being shattered during attacks. Mose learned these 2 skills, which weren't even considered beginner level, but he was satisfied. As he continued to deepen his understanding of crafting and array formations, he would improve these 2 skills, just like when he first started cultivating. He knew nothing at first and gradually learned. Chapter 45. The next morning, Mose Xiaodong got up early. He went outside the villa area to buy breakfast and, taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, stored it in his ring before happily returning home. Once home, he took out 2 plates, retrieved several small buns and 2 fried dough sticks from the ring, and then went to the kitchen to fry 2 crispy eggs and heat 2 cups of milk before going upstairs to call his mom for breakfast. Lu Yixue had been practicing until midnight and then got busy, finally falling asleep around 3 in the morning. Hearing her son's call, she quickly got up to respond. After circulating her energy a few times, she felt refreshed and came out from her bedroom. Wow, did you buy this breakfast? And these fried eggs and hot milk? Good, good. My son has grown up and can help Mom make breakfast now. Mom is so happy. Mose had been following his son with his spiritual sense ever since he went out. He smiled silently when he saw him using the ring to pack breakfast. Children's hearts are indeed different from adults. Fortunately, he had specifically reminded him several times last night not to reveal his ring and not to mention anything about it to anyone. After Lu Yixue and her son went out, Mose went to the district police station. Zhao Dongyu had called him, asking him to come to the station to pick up the license plate and driving permit. In Chapter 46, Sister Lu in the office saw the mother and daughter arguing. She didn't know how to persuade them, as this was their family matter. She couldn't stand Du Xiumai's treatment of Lu Yixue, ignoring her own daughter as childbirth. If it were other parents, they would have arrived at the hospital early, comforting and caring for their daughter, fearing that something might happen to her. When Lu Yixue gave birth, she had no relatives by her side. Sister Lu knew Lu Yixue's mother was cold-hearted, and she even called Lu Yixue's father to inform him that Lu Yixue was giving birth, but he never showed up at the hospital. She felt heartbroken for Lu Yixue to have such parents. That is why when she heard Lu Yixue's words today, she didn't try to persuade her. She wanted to see what Lu Yixue's father would say when he finally came to the hospital. What kind of father would be so indifferent toward his own daughter? Lu Yixue saw her mother making a phone call and also took out her phone to send a message to Mose. Then the mother and daughter exchanged glances, with Lu Yixue looking somewhat smug at her mother, Du Xiumai, as if to say, you have someone to call, and so do I. Did you think I was alone? My man has returned too. In Chapter 47, after Lu's father and mother left, the people in the office and corridor turned around and left as well. As for Du Xiumai's words, they all had a doubtful mindset. It was the first time they had seen a couple testing their child like this. Mose, this is Sister Lu. Over the years you have been away from home, Sister Lu has helped me a lot. After Lu Yixue saw that her parents and outsiders had left, she introduced Mose to Sister Lu in the office. Sister Lu, thank you for helping Xiaoxue all these years. Please accept these 2 fruits. Emosa took out 2 snow pears from his travel bag and placed them on Sister Lu's desk. No need to be so polite. Xiao Xue and I are in the same department and office. It's only right to help a little. Wow, such big fruits. Thank you, Emosu. Sister Lu waved her hand, somewhat surprised to see such large snow pears, and quickly put them away in her desk to avoid being seen by others. After chatting for a while in Lu Yishua's office, Mosa said goodbye and left, as this was Lu Yishua's workplace, and it wasn't appropriate for him to stay. Oh, Xiao Xue, has Mosa returned and been promoted to general? You must have suffered long enough waiting for him. You'll be a general SY from now on. In Chapter 48, is this the isolation formation? What a magical formation. Our house won't need air conditioning anymore, and the flowers are blooming. It's simply beautiful. Lu Yishua looked in amazement at the changes in the courtyard. This is the formation path I want to learn. Today, I discovered another thing. Using spiritual water to nourish plants can increase their growth speed. I plan to plant a few tea trees or fruit trees in the yard. Then we won't need to buy fruits anymore. We can just pick them from the trees. How convenient. Great. I want to eat apples, bananas, oranges, and peaches. Dad, hurry up and plant them. Mo Xiaodong quickly named several fruits upon hearing about planting fruit trees. No rush. Bananas can't be planted here. They need a higher temperature than we have. If we reach the temperature bananas need, it would be summer in our house. Too hot. Let's plant other trees instead. I'll buy you bananas to eat later. Emosa knew the growth environment of bananas from his mission in the south. If his son wanted bananas, he could go to those southern countries and bring back a batch, and he didn't have to worry about them going bad with the storage ring. The 3 of them started a barbecue in the warm, spring-like courtyard, and Lu Yishue and her son Mo Xiaodong were eating happily. In Chapter 49, Emosu drove to the Special Forces base, where Li Guohai had been waiting for him outside the base building. Captain, Emosu lifted a large travel bag with his left hand and saluted with his right hand. All right, no need for so many formalities. You want me to return the salute too? Li Guohai returned the salute and then punched him playfully. Emosu chuckled, and after the 2 of them sat down in Li Guohai's office, Li Guohai took out a box of cigarettes, tossed one to him, and slowly began to speak. After Lu Yuejuan's mother heard that he had sacrificed himself, she fell seriously ill and passed away within 6 months. His father is also in poor health. Lu Yuejun has a younger brother and sister. They should have taken turns caring for the elderly, but after taking the old man's money, which was Lu Yuejuan's compensation, they stopped caring for him. When the old man looked for them, they started pushing each other away, neither wanting to take care of him. Last year, when I visited the old man, I saw him living off scavenging in a ramshackle house. Fortunately, it wasn't too cold in their rural area. Otherwise, he would have frozen to death if it were in the north. Li Guohai said this with a puff of smoke, his eyes carrying a hint of murderous intent. In Chapter 50, after the hatch opened, it immediately closed. After Mo Su finished speaking, he raised his hand to summon his flying sword, and the hatch of the flying saucer opened silently. Mo Su swiftly moved into outer space, and the hatch closed immediately, taking no more than 2 seconds, without affecting the interior of the spacecraft. What is going on? Old Lu, has your unit become this powerful? Elder Zhong was shocked to see Mo Su going into outer space without wearing any protective gear, looking at General Lu for an explanation. Look outside. My God, he can actually fly. Is there really a celestial being, as the legends say? Elder Sun suddenly shouted, and everyone looked at the screen of the flying saucer, where a probe channel had been established between the flying saucer and an outer planet. Many scientists could see Mo Su's movements on the screen. They saw Mo Su flying towards that planet on his flying sword, quickly appearing at the planet's edge and then stepping onto the planet. After that, his figure disappeared from the screen. He probably entered the planet's interior. As soon as Mo Su stepped onto the planet, he felt a rich aura, and just inhaling it felt like his cultivation was improving. Just as he was about to walk deeper into the planet, the Hongming Pearl in his consciousness began to shake, and then a message entered his mind. In Chapter 51, Mo Su shared his thoughts with General Lu and the scientists, quickly gaining their approval. They had 3 days left, enough time for other countries to reach outer space and attack the planet. As long as they could slow down the planet's speed, the country would have time to evacuate the coastal cities' residents inland. After returning to the secret base, General Lu went to report to the higher-ups, while Mo Su drove away from the secret base to pick up Lu Yishue and their son. Along the way, there were armed soldiers everywhere, special police, traffic police, and armed police officers. Civilian vehicles were all pulled to the side of the road, while tanks and armored vehicles patrolled back and forth on highways. And helicopters continuously circled above, trying to help citizens get home sooner. Every intersection had military fortifications, as if war was about to break out. After the citizens received the notification, they hurried home to wait for further instructions regarding travel. The streets began to descend into chaos, with people feeling anxious and fearful. Fortunately, soldiers and special police were maintaining order, preventing any major issues. Those who attempted to take advantage of the situation by spreading rumors were promptly arrested and thrown into prison, which soon became overcrowded. Chapter 52. When Lu Yixue saw Mo Su returning, her expression visibly relaxed. She wrapped her arms around his, rubbing against his big headlights. Mo Su didn't need to look to know that her headlights were deformed because she was holding on too tightly, as if afraid he would run away again. If she squeezed any harder, would they explode? Mo Su reached out and pinched the big headlights. "You rascal, what are you thinking at a time like this?" Lu Yixue blushed, loosening her grip slightly, but still holding on, leaning against his shoulder and enjoying his presence. That evening, the family of three boarded a flying sword and flew into outer space. It was Mo Xiaodong's first flight, and he was so scared he clung tightly to Mo Su's neck, too afraid to even open his eyes and look outside. Mo Su cast a protective shield around his family. In the distance, they saw dozens of aircraft launching missiles to bombard a planet, with bursts of light from missile explosions lighting up the sky, though the sound of the explosions could not be heard. Mo Su didn't disturb them and flew in another direction, observing the planet continuously emitting beams of light, knowing that this was the planet's defense system automatically responding to the attack. He found a spot without explosions and deftly guided the flying sword into the planet's interior. Chapter 53. After 3 days of continuous cultivation, Mo Su's cultivation level did not visibly improve, but Lu Yixue and Mo Xiaodong made significant progress. Lu Yixue broke through to the 5th level of qi refinement, and Mo Xiaodong reached the 6th level, making rapid advancements in their training. This morning, after returning home, Mo Su was just about to head to the bedroom for a showdown with Lu Yixue when General Lu's call came in, urging him to hurry to the secret base. Under Lu Yixue's dissatisfied gaze, Mo Su drove away from the villa. The entire city had been under martial law for 3 days, and residents of the coastal cities were mostly evacuated by now. Mo Su understood that General Lu called him regarding the alien planet issue and needed him to pilot a spaceship to outer space to investigate whether the weapons on the spaceship could prevent a collision with the Earth star. There were few vehicles on the road, aside from police cars and armored vehicles. Only some government vehicles were driving. His license plate was military, registered in the traffic police's internal system, indicating he was driving a vehicle from a special national department. So he had a clear path and quickly arrived at the secret base. "Captain, any updates in the past few days?" Mo Su saluted General Lu upon seeing him. Chapter 54. As they emerged from the Hongmeng Pearl, they heard Mo Xiaodong knocking on the door. "Dad, Mom, where have you been?" Lu Yixue and Mo Su quickly put on their clothes and opened the door. Mo Xiaodong's face relaxed when he saw his dad open the door. "Where did you and Mom go? You didn't answer when I knocked. Don't leave me behind." Mo Xiaodong was almost in tears, running over to hug Mo Su's leg tightly. "We just want a great place. We'll take you next time. How about we go ride the spaceship now?" Mo Su quickly reassured his son, who was only 6 years old and had never been away from his mother. He must have been very anxious when he couldn't see them. A spaceship? An alien spaceship? Mo Xiaodong forgot about his earlier concerns instantly, looking at Mo Su with excitement. Yes, an alien spaceship. Dad went to the alien planet to bring the spaceship back. Mo Su picked up his son and took Lu Yixue to the underground garage. With so few people on the road and hardly any cars in sight, there was no traffic this time. Lu Yixue sat in the car and noticed that there were soldiers and special police on duty outside, but very few pedestrians. Chapter 55. The leaders of other countries in outer space cheered excitedly as they saw a giant hand falling from the void, swatting away the planet that was about to collide with the Earth star. "Oh, God bless. Jesus, you saved humanity." Someone remarked. That voice sounded like Chinese. What did it say? When someone asked if there was anyone who understood Chinese, those who had been cheering for God and Jesus fell silent, having also heard the voice. The voice spoke in Chinese, saying boldly, "How dare you collide with my mother planet? I suspect this is a deity from the Dragon Kingdom saving us." Soon, someone translated it. It seems God and Jesus are too busy to save us. Maybe they have other matters to attend to. Some people even made excuses for God and Jesus. Bullshit. Let that damn God and Jesus go to hell. The planet is about to be destroyed, and they're busy with other things? By the time they finish their business, we'll all be dead. Who will they save then? Some skeptics immediately retorted, Emosu, let's go back. We need to see if there are any damages at home. General Liu and the big shots discussed and decided to return to the Earth star. Although the two planets had not collided, they were too close, and the terrifying airflow would surely cause vibrations on the Earth star. Chapter 56. Emosu was not interested in the affairs of the villa area. He did not think about socializing with others, believing that knowing more people would bring more trouble. He only focused on improving his cultivation. Since seeing the giant hand falling from the void, he became even more eager to cultivate, dreaming of one day reaching that realm where he could protect his mother planet in similar situations. Liu Ishiwaya resigned from her job at the hospital and said goodbye to Liu Jia and several nurses in her department before driving home. As she entered the courtyard, she saw a middle-aged woman walking towards her house, carrying a bag that looked like it contained high-end cosmetics. She had never seen this woman before, but judging by her attire, it was clear she was wealthy. "Hello, are you Dr. Liu?" the woman asked. "My name is He Jingwei." "Dr. Liu, you are truly beautiful. How do you maintain your skin?" "I'm Yushuan's mother. My daughter is in school with your son, so we're neighbors. I happen to have some free time today and came to visit and get acquainted." He Jingwei was quite charming, starting with compliments before introducing herself. "Hello, Ms. He. I'm Mo Xiaodong's mother. Please come in. Would you like tea or coffee?" Chapter 57. Mo Su stepped onto the planet and first sensed the spiritual energy here, discovering that there was little spiritual energy in the edge areas. After flying for over half an hour, he finally sensed a rich concentration of spiritual energy. Scanning with his divine sense, he found a collapsed mountain range and various debris from buildings. He hurried over to check and soon discovered a pile of scattered jade slips. Picking one up, he scanned it with his divine sense, finding it was a technique jade slip for the golden flame technique, a fire attribute technique. Useless. He picked up another jade slip, this one for spell cultivation. Useful, so he stored away. He then examined other jade slips, finding those for alchemy, weapon forging, spiritual plants, talismans, formations, attack spells, maps, and finally, he found an introductory jade slip. After reading the introduction of the jade slip, Mo Su realized that this mountain range was occupied by a cultivation family, and the highest cultivation level among them was only that of a golden core ancestor. It seemed to be a low-level cultivation realm, but the spiritual energy here was still relatively rich. Mo Su was currently at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and the jade slip left by this cultivation family was just right for him to reference and learn from, giving him a general understanding of the cultivation world. Chapter 58. Due to the magical legends surrounding these rare medicinal herbs, Mo Su couldn't help but pick a few Tian Shan snow lotuses, as well as dig up several Tian Shan red peonies and yirchinglan. These rare herbs grew on steep cliffs, making it difficult for ordinary people to climb up. But it posed no challenge for Mo Su. Under a collapsed mountain wall, Mo Su found a jade stone vein. He took out his spiritual weapon long knife, infused it with true essence, and transformed it into a spiritual hoe to start digging again. Digging for jade stones was much easier than digging for spirit stones. The density of spirit stones was dozens of times higher than that of jade stones, and without using true essence, one wouldn't be able to dig them at all. Mo Su quickly dug up a large pile of jade stones. He didn't put them into a storage ring, but left them aside. Once he felt he had dug enough, he used a long knife to cut the jade stones into the shape of jade boxes, then carve formations on them. After placing the spiritual herbs into the jade boxes and applying several protective restrictions, he could preserve the herbs for a long time. After crafting several hundred jade boxes, he also made jade bottles, carving formations on them as well. Once he felt he had made enough, he stood up, took out his phone to check the time, and realized it was already the next morning. Chapter 59. After listening to Mo Su, Li Guohai fell into deep thought, silently smoking a cigarette. Mo Su didn't disturb him and casually picked up a cigarette from the table to smoke as well. After a while, Li Guohai took a deep drag from his cigarette and made a decision. "I plan to first use a drone for reconnaissance. Then you will take the UFO up to occupy a territory and transport heavy weapons to establish a military base, and then gradually expand. What do you think? Captain, have you considered what would happen if this planet suddenly disappeared? What would happen to the people in the base? Could they come back? Emosu was unwilling to proceed like this. He could secretly take his family to cultivate, as the three of them had a small target and could hide with the Hongmeng Pearl, but with more people, where could they hide? He couldn't expose his Hongmeng Pearl to save these people. Everyone has their own selfishness. Although he was a soldier, he also had his own interests. Well, I hadn't thought of that, but other countries are already going up to seize territory. We can't fall behind. If there are any scarce resources on that planet, they might be taken by others. We can't just watch, right? That would be a disservice to the nation's cultivation and the people's expectations. Chapter 60. Throughout the night, Emosu didn't cultivate. He was busy refining formation flags until he had completely refined all the low-level mineral materials. Not only did he produce hundreds of formation flags, but he also specially crafted a spiritual hoe for future use in digging spiritual herbs or mining. After completing the formation flags, Emosu took out the flags to reinforce the defense formation of the cultivation family before taking his wife and child back home on his flying sword. He was quite satisfied with his harvest that night, mainly because his current realm was still low, and he was easily content with small gains. Once back home, Emosu set up a formation in the bedroom to block divine sense, or else Mo Xiaodong, that kid, would use his divine sense to scan around. He was still young and didn't understand the taboos of adults. Moreover, if he and Lu Yixue were to do something inappropriate for children, it would be seen by his divine sense. To avoid embarrassment, he set up the formation. Emosu and Lu Yixue understood the principle of sons avoiding mothers and daughters avoiding fathers. The formations he set up were all first-level formations, but they could still block Mo Xiaodong's divine sense during the qi refining stage. After the wind stopped and the rain ceased, Lu Yixue found a comfortable position in Emosu's arms and fell asleep with him holding her. Chapter 61. While waiting for the arrival of the aerospace aircraft, Emosu set up a defensive formation outside. Although he hadn't yet reached the level of a second-level formation master, there were no first-level monsters in the outskirts of the extraterrestrial planet, ensuring the safety of his comrades. He hadn't ventured deep into the planet in the last 2 days. Although he had a defensive formation, he didn't dare to guarantee that monsters wouldn't come here. Instead, he found a nearby location to continue studying formations. So, if any monsters approached, he could respond in time. Guo Mingtao and his special forces team had come to this unfamiliar planet for the first time and were curious about everything. There were flowers, plants, and trees they had never seen before, and the air was exceptionally fresh. Just taking a breath made them feel invigorated. This 10-person team quickly explored the terrain of the entire base, and after confirming there were no dangers, they felt relieved. The engineers who had come with them were also amazed, praising the fresh air here. When the aerospace aircraft arrived, Emosu's understanding of formations finally broke through to the level of a second-level formation master. He immediately took out more formation flags and set up a defensive formation covering several hundred miles, then established a base within that formation, adding an extra layer of security. Chapter 62. After retreating to the base, Emosu saw that the monsters were attacking, and everyone was engaged in fierce battles. He felt something was off. Why hadn't the defensive formation activated? He quickly used his divine sense to scan the defensive formation and soon found the formation flags he had set up, discovering that several flags were missing. He then noticed signs of bulldozers at work, realizing they had been pushed away by the bulldozers. He quickly took out several formation flags to repair the defensive formation. As the last formation flag was driven into the ground, a beam of light flashed around the base, isolating the monsters that were bombarding the laser protection wall. Bang, bang, bang. Blades of light and arcs of lightning struck the invisible barrier, and the defensive formation exploded with beams of light, neutralizing these attacks. Finally, they managed to block the monsters' assault. These monsters had very strong armor. If it were ordinary body armor, it would have been shredded by so many attacks. These monsters only suffered minor injuries and none were killed. Captain Guo was right. Even when I shot them with an anti-material sniper rifle, the bullets were deflected by their fur. Thanks to Comrade Emosu, we made it back. Otherwise, we would have been completely wiped out. Chapter 63. After resolving the issues with the defensive formation, Emosu was overjoyed, realizing that he had made a mistake by directly using one formation flag as the core. Fortunately, the monster attack didn't last long. If they had attacked for 2 or 3 hours, the formation flag at the core would have completely collapsed, allowing the monsters to break through the laser protection wall and storm into the base. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Thinking of this, Emos silently breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he was still inexperienced with formations and couldn't be careless in the future. The next day, Emos inserted a dozen spirit stones into the formation core to provide spiritual energy support for the defensive formations operation before piloting the UFO back to the secret base. Captain, the base has been established, but there is currently no main leader. The two Special Forces teams don't know whom to listen to. They're all fighting their own battles. This won't do. Su went to General Liu's office and directly reported the situation in the base to him in detail. Now we're preparing to send more people up. Just the two Special Forces teams won't be enough. We need to deploy a large number of elite troops. Su, I recommend you to be the overall leader. What do you think? Chapter 64. After Su and his son returned home, they saw Liu Yixue cooking in the kitchen. He remembered that there was a unicorn bull in the ring, and the meat of this low-level demon beast was just right to satisfy their family's cravings. Wife, stop cooking. I have a piece of demon beast meat here. Let's grill it. It's good for cultivation. Okay, I've never eaten demon beast meat before. I want to try how it tastes. Liu Yixue dropped the vegetables in her hand, took a kitchen knife and a cutting board, and went to the pavilion in the courtyard, where there was a grill, charcoal, and some seasonings for barbecuing. However, with the spirit fire available now, charcoal was no longer needed. Su took out a piece of unicorn bull meat weighing about 10 pounds, placed the demon beast on the cutting board, and Liu Yixue took it, cutting it into strips and then skewering it with iron sticks. Second-level demon beasts are equivalent to a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. Their flesh and blood contain almost no impurities, so there's no need to wash it. Moreover, the flesh of the demon beast contains a lot of spiritual energy. After a demon beast is killed, some of the spiritual energy in its blood and flesh will be released. But the remaining spiritual energy is enough for a chi refining stage cultivator to have a hearty meal without the risk of being overwhelmed by it. The aroma of grilled demon beast meat quickly spread through the courtyard, and Mo Xiaodong immediately ran out from the house. Wow, it smells so good. Mom, what kind of meat is this? It smells delicious. Chapter 65. Since they started cultivating, both Su and Liu Yixue not only grew taller, but also their figures gradually became perfect. With each breakthrough in their realms, the spiritual power not only forced impurities out of their bodies, but also shaped them into more suitable physiques for cultivation. Now Su is 183 meters tall, and Liu Yixue is over 170 meters. When they stand together, people of all ages can't help but envy them. As for their son, Mo Xiaodong, who is just over 6 years old, he is almost 5 meters tall. Su is worried that his rapid growth might not allow his meridians to handle the flow of spiritual power, and he fears that if his cultivation improves too quickly, it might affect his future development. So he decided not to let him cultivate for now, allowing him to solidify his foundation first and continue in a few years. After all, Mo Xiaodong is still a child with a pure heart. At first, he was very interested in meditating and cultivating, but after doing the monotonous training every day, he lost patience. Now that he heard his dad say he could stop cultivating, he was delighted and jumped out to find friends to play with. A few days later, Mo left Liu Yixue's soft embrace and returned to the secret base, where several military big shots had appeared. Chapter 66. Wu Jin's question was also what Niu Yufeng and Shun Jinbao wanted to ask, and they all turned to look at Su. The demon beast that attacked the base that day was a second-level demon beast. If it were just one-on-one, I could kill a demon beast. But against so many demon beasts, I could only escape. Also, I don't know if there are third-level demon beasts on this planet. If there are, none of US will escape. So you all need to be careful when carrying out missions in the future. Damn, if second-level demon beasts are so powerful, wouldn't third-level demon beasts be even stronger? By the way, can the weapons on your flying saucer kill third-level demon beasts? If they can kill third-level demon beasts, we can use the weapons on the flying saucer to deal with them once we find them. Liu Haoyan exclaimed, and the others' expressions changed drastically. However, when they heard Liu Haoyan ask about the weapons on the flying saucer, they all regained hope. After all, alien technology is much stronger than that of the Earth origin star, so it should be able to deal with third-level demon beasts, right? I don't know either, but based on how we previously used the weapons on the flying saucer to attack this planet's defense array, the weapons on the flying saucer might have some gap in dealing with third-level demon beasts, but we'd have to see in person and know for sure. Chapter 67. The giant eagle demon bird saw the attacking flying sword rapidly shrink and stopped attacking the flying sword. It immediately let out an eagle cry and turned to fly away, leaving a trail of blood in the air. Seeing the demon bird fly away, Su immediately sat cross-legged and used his consciousness technique to repair the injured lake of his sea of consciousness. He had been controlling the flying sword to strike the demon bird and was pleased when he successfully wounded it. But he didn't expect the demon bird to suddenly counterattack the flying sword, causing his sea of consciousness to be hurt immediately. Chen Jihua saw the drone being destroyed on the big screen and finally felt relieved. When he saw the demon bird injured and a flying sword fighting it in midair, he realized that Su had first taken out the drone before intercepting the giant eagle demon bird. The officer controlling the drone also realized he had made a big mistake. He was still following the tactics used on the Earth Origin Star to fight the demon bird, forgetting that this was not the Earth Origin Star and that the enemies were not humans but demon beasts much stronger than humans. Shut it down. Wait until the aerospace plane leaves before escorting it back. General Chen Jihua didn't get angry anymore. This incident served as a reminder to him, and he immediately notified officers above the battalion level to gather in the conference room. Chapter 68. Su didn't dare to let the flying saucer attack the demon bird anymore. A head-on confrontation like this would likely result in the flying saucer being shattered by the razor-like attacks from the demon bird. He immediately piloted the flying saucer to escape, intending to use its speed to draw the demon bird away and then engage in guerrilla warfare in the air. He was also worried that the demon bird might not chase after them, allowing the flying saucer to attack the demon bird while escaping. The demon birds, having lost a few companions, were eager to tear the flying saucer apart, and even without the flying saucer attacking, they would still pursue it. Although the speed of the demon birds was not slow, they were still second-level demon birds, which fell short compared to the speed of the flying saucer. Additionally, since they had limited demon essence, if they were ninth-level demon birds, the flying saucer wouldn't have been able to escape and would have been shattered. As the demon birds chased, they gradually fell behind. Seeing this, Su began to attack the nearest demon bird. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of beams shattered one demon bird, feathers and flesh flying in the air. The other demon birds saw their companion being killed again and sped up their pursuit while unleashing razor-like attacks. Unfortunately, the flying saucer was too fast and all the razor-like attacks were shaken off, with none landing on the flying saucer. When flying in another direction, Su saw a newly established base, and there was a star-striped flag on the flagpole. Knowing it was a base of the star-striped flag country, he immediately piloted the flying saucer to fly over the base. Chapter 69. Su used the loudspeakers in the base to inform everyone about the defense array. At this point, whether it was the soldiers, scientists, engineers, construction teams, or military officers, they all cheered in unison. After arriving on this unfamiliar planet, everyone had been on edge. They weren't afraid of death. When they volunteered to come to this planet, they had already put life and death aside. Otherwise, they wouldn't have volunteered, but they feared dying for no reason, without any value. Now that safety was ensured, everyone was naturally overjoyed. Being able to survive and also achieve merit. Who would want to die? After Su finished the announcement, he took out more than a dozen jade plaques, inscribed with array patterns, and then reforged these jade plaques to ensure that the array patterns wouldn't dissipate under attack before leaving the loudspeaker room. Chief, these jade plaques are for entering the defense array, equivalent to our community's access cards. Without the jade plaques, the defense array cannot be opened. Please make arrangements accordingly. I will go back to continue studying formations. Su arrived at General Chen Jihua's room, took out a dozen jade tokens, and placed them on his desk. Through his observations over the past few days, Su realized that General Chen Jihua was a true soldier, fearless in the face of danger, with the demeanor of a great general. More importantly, his concern for the lives of the soldiers made Su feel at ease in giving him the jade tokens. Chapter 70. During this time, Lu Yixue often spent the nights with Su, and when he wasn't home, she would practice alone. During the day, He Jingwei would sometimes come to have tea and chat with her, often enjoying some fruit as well. Gradually, through He Jingwei, she got to know two women from the villa area, Lu Haixia, Yang Zixuan's mother, and Li Yueling, Jin Yuhing's mother. They originally didn't know each other, but since their children were classmates in the same kindergarten, they began to chat more often. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and after Su returns, it will be the first time he spends a new year with his family. Thinking back to the previous years when he wasn't home, Lu Yixue had been alone with the child during the new year, while others celebrated joyfully, leaving them feeling quite lonely. He felt a sense of guilt towards Lu Yixue and her child. Su went to the kitchen, took out some monster meat from his ring, as well as some chicken, duck, beef, lamb, and seafood, cooking up 12 elaborate dishes. The dining table was filled with a sumptuous spread, and he decided to personally cook for the next few days to make up for his shortcomings towards Lu Yixue and her child. His cooking skills weren't exceptional, but they were decent. With the infusion of true essence and monster meat, the taste and cooking were comparable to that of a master chef. Some dishes even included spiritual water, making the feast even more appealing in flavor and appearance. Chapter 71. The next morning, Su opened his eyes to find Lu Yixue already awake, lying in his arms deep in thought, her long black hair cascading over his shoulder. Dear, today I invited Jie, Lu Jie, and Li Jie, along with their families, to our house for a gathering. Their children are classmates with our son, and since it's New Year, it will be livelier if we all get together. Sure, we still have plenty of ingredients. I need to go to the Special Forces base to find Captain Lee for something, but I'll be back soon. We can prepare once I return. Su thought about giving some money to Li Guohai for his comrades' families, as the bank was still open in the morning, allowing him to send money for them to have a good New Year. It was the least he could do. Okay, you go ahead. They won't come until the afternoon. I'll take our son to buy him a new pair of shoes since his old ones won't fit anymore. Move this over first, Su said, patting Lu Yixue's back to ask her to shift the large lamp so as not to hurt her accidentally. Before Lu Yixue could finish her sentence, her full lips were sealed again, and she immediately responded, climbing on top of him. In just a moment, the two large lamps swayed and pressed down on Su. Chapter 72. After lunch, Lu Yixue and her son Mo Xiaodong enjoyed some fruit in the courtyard. Su picked tender buds from the tea trees to make tea leaves, then used a few spells of spiritual rain to encourage the tea trees to continue growing. He had gathered quite a bit of tea recently, and there were now dozens of pounds in his ring. Under the nourishment of his spiritual rain, the fruit trees in the courtyard were also laden with fruit. Mo Xiaodong, Happy New Year! A clear, sweet voice came from the entrance of the villa. Mo Xiaodong, Happy New Year! Mo Xiaodong, Happy New Year! Two more children's voices chimed in as 3 kids, 2 boys and 1 girl, walked in. Jin Yuheng, Yang Zixuan, Yi Yuxuan, Happy New Year! Thank you, come over. Mo Xiaodong waved happily at his 3 classmates. Not long after the 3 children entered, several middle-aged men and women came through the villa door, each carrying items. Yixue, Happy New Year! Sorry to intrude. Yixue, Happy New Year! We're here. 3 elegantly dressed women greeted Lu Yixue. Sisters, Happy New Year! We're neighbors. No need to be so polite. Please have a seat. Chapter 73. After the Yi Xiangdong family returned home, the wife said, What do you think about arranging a betrothal between our family and Mo Su? Mo Xiaodong is smart and sensible, and he gets along well with our daughter. I think it would be great to have him as a son-in-law. Betrothal? Why did you suddenly think of that? Besides, what era is it now? Why are you still suggesting such things? But Xiaodong is indeed a good kid, and I like him. Still, let's forget about the betrothal. Can't you see the reality? When the kids grow up, the good ones are all taken early, leaving behind the ones that aren't loved by their grandparents or uncles. Moreover, Mo Su is a good match for our family. He's only in his 30s and already a major general. In a few years, he'll likely be promoted to general, gaining even more power, and many people will want to befriend him. While you chat with Lu Yixue, try to subtly gauge her thoughts. See what she means? Yi Yuxuan, the little girl, was watching TV and eating fruit, smiling contentedly, unaware that her parents were planning to sell her for a good price. The next morning, Mo Su got up early, and even Lu Yixue, who often lingered in bed since resigning, got up early as well. They took their son Mo Xiaodong to the cemetery to pay respects to Mo Su's father. Chapter 74. After returning to the base on the Outer Star, General Chun listened to reports from Brigade Commander Meng, Jianzhong, and others. The base was in good condition, and during the new year, they had given the soldiers time off to relax, although they could not leave the base unless there was a special situation. The soldiers knew the outside world was fraught with danger, so they naturally wouldn't take risks going out. With food, drink, and entertainment available in the base, who would think of going out to face danger? Mo Su then went to the rooms of Guo Mingtai and the others, whom he hadn't seen for over a month, wondering if they had been practicing. When he last saw them before the Spring Festival, he hadn't noticed any signs of spiritual energy. Happy New Year, guys! Mo Su pushed the door open to find only Wu Jinhua and Lu Haoyan in Guo Mingtai's room, cleaning weapon parts. You may be happy, but we're not. We've been practicing for several days and haven't felt any of that energy you mentioned. We don't know if we're doing it right. The three of them set upon seeing him, with Lu Haoyan extending his middle finger while the other two remained silent, but mirrored his gesture. Oh, tell me about your practice methods, and see if there were any mistakes. I hope your methods are incorrect, because I wish for all five of you to feel that energy. Chapter 75. Mo Su found a few low-level refining materials and some fragments of spiritual weapons in the shop selling spiritual artifacts, but he couldn't find anything else useful. After leaving that shop, he stumbled upon what seemed to be a pill shop. Inside, there were some broken jade bottles, and, judging by the scattered pills around, he guessed it was a store selling pills. As he was about to pick up a pill from the ruins, it disintegrated into powder, clearly having been exposed to the elements for too long, leaving only the shape of the pill that turned to dust with a slight touch. Letting his consciousness sweep across the ruined shop, he quickly discovered 3 storage bags and a broken alchemy furnace buried beneath the rubble. After collecting the 3 storage bags, Mo Su eagerly broke the restrictions on them. Inside, he found not only a pile of jade bottles but also dozens of jade slips. He didn't check the jade bottles first, but scanned the jade slips with his consciousness, discovering that they recorded various formulas for pills, along with a few slips detailing the shapes and properties of different spiritual herbs. He was overjoyed. His Hongmeng Pearl contained a spiritual herb garden about 5 to 6 acres in size, and with these pill formulas and the slips recording the shapes of spiritual herbs, he could start learning to refine pills. Chapter 76. 2 days later, Mo Su, full of energy, began refining the second array flag. After the experience of refining the first array flag, his refining skills had risen to a level 2 refiner, and he significantly improved his speed. In just a little over a day and a half, he produced the second array flag. The speed of refining the third array flag increased again. In less than a day, he completed it. As he became more familiar with refining, the time required to produce array flags decreased rapidly, ultimately reaching half an hour for each flag. 12 days later, Mo Su looked at the pile of over 1,000 level 3 array flags beside him, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. Not only had his speed improved during these 12 days of refining array flags, but his refining level had also smoothly advanced to level 3 refiner, yielding impressive results. Additionally, his cultivation was nearing the peak of the late foundation establishment stage. He estimated that, with a few more days of cultivation, he would reach that pinnacle. The next step would be to compress the true essence within his body, and once solidified, he could attempt to break into the golden core stage. His reasoning for this somewhat naive thought stemmed from a lack of breakthrough pills for the golden core stage. He also had an idea to start learning alchemy, hoping to refine a pill for forming the golden core when the time came. Chapter 77. Mo Su sat in the tank, releasing his consciousness to sweep the area, finding no traces of monsters. This area was likely on the fringe of the planet, where monsters rarely appeared, especially since the spiritual energy here was not very dense. Just like human cultivators, monsters needed spiritual energy to cultivate. The tank moved much faster than a person could walk, able to navigate through the fallen trees and tangled vines, clearing a wide path. After a few passes, the road was fully opened. In less than 2 hours, he arrived at his destination. Mo Su saw that this area was originally a mountain range, which had collapsed, revealing the Metal India mine beneath. After scanning with his consciousness, he found that the Metal India mine was quite large, covering an area of about 50 to 60 miles. He could establish a runway here for aerial vehicles to land, facilitating the transport of mined ore. Now that Mo Su had enough array flags, he planned to set up a level 3 defensive array to protect the entire mining area, ensuring its safety. Chapter 78. Mo Su didn't know how many times he had cast the soul imprint, yet he still couldn't maintain it. The soul imprint couldn't form a hand seal, and even if it entered the monster's sea of consciousness, it would be ineffective and could potentially cause the monster's sea of consciousness to collapse, resulting in a failed imprint. After a busy half-day, the construction team finished their meals and came to watch the monster. Seeing so many people gather, Mo Su stood up and walked beside the tank, noticing that the tank commander's gaze was fixed on him. "Have you eaten?" Mo Su asked, having noticed that the guy had been staring at him since he started casting the imprint, with several cigarette butts accumulated near the tank's tracks. "Report, sir. I haven't eaten yet." I was waiting for you to eat together. He chuckled. Go eat. Don't mind me. Imosu felt that the tank commander was a bit of an idiot, waiting here to watch his embarrassment while cleverly finding excuses to wait for a meal together. Yes, the tank commander replied and ran off to eat, thinking to himself, after fiddling for so long, I still don't know what you're doing? You've delayed my meal. I'm starving. Chapter 79. After more than 2 hours of stormy weather, Lu Ishua's complexion improved and feeling satisfied. She finally asked why he had been gone for so long. Darling, you didn't come home for a long time. I thought something had happened again. I went to an abandoned city. Imosu recounted the events. Lu Ishua felt relieved, finding a comfortable position in his embrace, and fell asleep with a sense of security. The next morning, Lu Ishua went wild once again before falling asleep again. The kindergarten had already started, and their son, Imo Xiaodong, got up without disturbing his mother. After eating 2 fruits in the courtyard, he slung his backpack and went to school. It wasn't until noon that Lu Ishua woke up, seeing Imo still holding her while sleeping. She smiled happily and gently brushed a strand of her hair across his face. After a good sleep, Imosu felt revitalized. It had been over half a month since he last slept, and waking up from this rest, he sensed a slight increase in his sea of consciousness. Wife, get up. I have to leave soon. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease with that monster in the base. I'll come back tomorrow night. Imosu fiddled with the headlights while admiring Lu Ishua's figure. Chapter 80. Imosu picked up the jade plate and carefully examined a pill. This snow-white pill had a pill pattern on it, which surprised him. He hadn't expected to refine a top-quality pill. According to the records in the alchemy jade slip, top-quality pills were extremely rare, and even level 3 alchemists seldom produce top-quality pills when refining level 1 pills, with only 1 or 2 occasionally appearing. It was even rarer for someone like him to refine 12 top-quality pills. The alchemical inheritance given by the Hongmeng Pearl was indeed incredibly powerful. After checking the pill, Imosu concluded that his alchemical inheritance was formidable. He didn't dare to take the level 1 chi condensation pill immediately. He wanted to try it on something first to see the effect. He thought of the monster. Opening the door, he saw that aside from the guards on duty, everyone else in the base was resting. Imosu checked his watch and realized it was already past 3 in the morning. He had spent over 10 hours refining pills. Walking to the monster's habitat warehouse, he saw that the creature had already woken up, glaring around with its eagle-like eyes. As soon as Imosu entered, it noticed him, and its eyes showed a hint of flattery. Here, try this pill. Chapter 81. More than 2 hours later, after stabilizing her cultivation, Lu Ishua opened her eyes and saw Imosu staring at her anxiously. She felt very gratified and sensed that the spiritual energy in her body had increased several times compared to before. Darling, I've broken through to the 8th layer of chi condensation. I'm going to take a shower first. I'll serve you when I get back. After saying this, Lu Ishua jumped up and ran to the bathroom. After breaking through to the 8th layer of chi refinement, Lu Ishua still expelled some impurities from her body. But these impurities became less and less. Only after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage would these impurities be completely expelled from her body. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, she could practice fasting, no longer needing to consume worldly food. Just having spiritual energy each day would fully meet her bodily needs. Once she broke through to the mid-foundation establishment realm, there would be no more impurities in her body. After cleansing her body, Lu Ishua admired her perfect figure for a moment before leaving the bathroom. Dear, this time I definitely won't lose. I will defeat you. Lu Ishua confidently pounced onto Imosu. The time for this battle was indeed longer than before. But in the end, Lu Ishua still lost, collapsing weakly and not wanting to move at all. Chapter 82. More than half a month later, Imosu came out of his room with a slight smile. After half a month of continuous alchemy and repeated failures, he finally succeeded in refining 12 top-grade Mingyi pills the day before yesterday. Imosu didn't rest. He continued refining pills for another 2 days, reducing the time required to refine a furnace of Mingyi pills from 1.5 days to half a day. As he had more opportunities to refine pills in the future, his alchemy speed would continue to improve. The reason he came out today was that he was going back to the UN Star. He hadn't been home for over half a month and wanted to see his wife and child. This time, General Qin Jihua didn't return, so Imosu was able to move faster alone. A few minutes later, Imosu landed at his villa. Considering the time, it was already the end of March, the season of blooming flowers. Oh no, you bad guy. You startled me. Lu Ishue was practicing in the house. She knew her son was about to come home from school and hadn't fully entered deep meditation. Upon seeing Su return, she immediately stopped her practice and pounced on him like a hungry wolf, kissing him on the lips. After a passionate kiss, they finally separated. Seeing a bit of drool at the corner of Su's mouth, Lu Ishue raised her hand to wipe it off, then wiped her own hand to avoid being seen by their son. Chapter 83. Ching Ching, is this general really your brother? Wow, you hit it well. Don't forget your good sister when you get rich. The waitresses all looked at Ching Ching with envy. Having a brother who was a major, what more could she want? Wouldn't she be set for life? He's my cousin. We didn't keep in touch before. He just came back. Go ahead. Have a good chat with your cousin. You don't need to come to work for the next few days. Ching Ching had a good relationship with her colleagues and had not encountered any of the dramatic plots aimed at her. You don't need me to introduce my sister-in-law. You've all met her before. Su brought them to a nearby tea house, chatting over tea while waiting for his cousin Jangwo to arrive. My sister-in-law is really beautiful. She looks much younger than me. Upon seeing Lu Ishue for the first time, Ching Ching admired her cousin's taste, proving that being in the military allowed him to find such a beautiful wife. Su shared his experiences after returning from military service with his cousin Ching Ching, including his wife and child. Chapter 84. Ching Ching turned her head, shocked, looking at Su, wanting to confirm if he was speaking nonsense. Buying a mall costs several hundred million. How could her cousin have so much money? Even if he was a general, he couldn't make that much salary. At the same time, Jangwo, who was drinking tea, and his wife, Shin Yinping, looked up at Su, both stunned by his words. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm serious. Now, besides my wife and child, this is all the money I have left. Don't worry. This money was brought back from abroad, and the government is aware of it. Really? That's great. Why not let my sister-in-law be the chairman? I could be the manager. Just pay me a little more salary. Ching Ching wasn't greedy. She just wanted a higher salary so that life at home could improve. Later, when she earned more, she could buy her husband a taxi, so he wouldn't have to pay the taxi company every day. My sister-in-law doesn't have time. She has other things to do. Big brother, you should inquire which large mall is suitable. It should be in a good location with high foot traffic. Money is not an issue. It's almost noon. Let's go eat. Chapter 85. After Jangwo and his wife parted ways with his sister at the intersection, they returned to their respective homes. Both families lived in different directions, in houses provided as compensation after demolition, and they were both in old neighborhoods, even older than Su's previous home. Suddenly, a luxury car appeared in the neighborhood, attracting the attention of the residents. Whose house did it come to? Or did someone's child become successful and come to visit the elders? Jangwo and his wife got out of the car, and the idlers in the neighborhood all noticed. Some familiar with Jangwo looked on in disbelief. Isn't Jangwo working at the street office? How can he afford such a nice car? Is he borrowing someone else's? With their salaries, they couldn't possibly buy such an expensive car. This car looks brand new. Who would lend out a new car? Use your brains. Do you think it's possible? The street office doesn't have anything to embezzle from, and if he were embezzling that much money to buy a car, he would have been reported long ago. These idle people couldn't stand to see others doing well. As soon as they saw someone better off, they began to speculate and gossip, finding joy in others' misfortunes while throwing in a few sarcastic remarks. Chapter 86. Ching Ching and Li Quan stared at the items on the coffee table, dumbfounded and shocked. If your cousin treats you well, that's fine. But your sister-in-law gave you so many gifts. Isn't that a bit too much? Did she give you the wrong gift? Li Quan looked at the many valuable items, feeling it was somewhat unbelievable, and began to speculate wildly. His words made Ching Ching feel a bit insecure. So she quickly took out her phone to call her big brother, wanting to discuss the gifts and see what he thought. The call was quickly answered, and after a few exchanges with her brother, she hung up the phone with a happy smile. My sister-in-law didn't make a mistake with the gifts. The gifts for my brother and sister-in-law are the same. Now I'm relieved. After Su and Lu Ishue returned to the villa area, their son Xiaodong split off from them halfway, saying he was going to play with classmates. Lu Ishue didn't care about the few things Su sent. She already had many like that in her ring, all brought back from Japan by the couple. As for Su's mention of buying them all, Lu Ishue did offer him an opinion. Dear, why don't you invite Yi Xiangdong and Yang Yunzhong out tonight? I think you can ask for their opinions on buying them all, since they're more in touch with social matters. Chapter 87. Who are you? Everyone in the conference room was taken aback. Johnson asked tremulously, "What is this person? An alien? A deity from the legends of the Dragon Country? Or some kind of monster? Don't ask me who I am. I bought this mall in the capital, and this is my money. Accept it." Su used a little trick and indeed scared these foreigners. He also learned the secret of high-ranking officials in Longhua accepting bribes. He took out a coin and threw it to Johnson. No. How could Johnson accept this coin? Once he took it, this mall would no longer belong to him. So he quickly stood up to avoid the coin. But the coin followed him. Wherever he tried to hide, the coin chased after him. Johnson hurried to the conference room's door, but the coin arrived at the door first. Then it turned and stuck to his forehead. "Since you don't want the money, then go die." Su stretched out his hand, and several shareholders in the conference room saw an arm several meters long extend from the young man's body. Grabbing Johnson by the neck and lifting him to the conference table, Johnson struggled like a chick in that big hand, but no matter how wildly he struggled, he couldn't break free from that grip. His face turned whiter and whiter, due to the blood not flowing properly, his tongue sticking out of his mouth, and it looked like he was about to be crushed to death. Chapter 88. Su saw Lu issue a break through to the 9th layer of chi refining, and her aura was still rising. The spirit stones used to arrange the gathering spirit array were quickly absorbed by her. He reached out and rolled up Lu Ishue, then flashed into the Hongmeng Pearl. The place here was vast, so no matter how strong the aura Lu Ishue emitted was, it would dissipate with the expansion of the area. After seeing Lu Ishue's aura being emitted, Su took her out of the Hongmeng Pearl again, took out the spirit stones, and rearranged a gathering spirit array to stabilize her cultivation, while he turned and went to the bathroom. Su felt he had fallen asleep, and a smooth body climbed up. Without looking, he knew it was Lu Ishue who had stabilized her cultivation and then took a shower before coming to find him. The next morning, Su moved away Lu Ishue, deliberately dressed in plain clothes, and walked out of the villa while calling Yi Xiangdong. Yi Xiangdong was in the entertainment business, often signing contracts with some stars, so he definitely knew more lawyers. He decided to take Yi Xiangdong to the mall. After Yi Xiangdong hung up the phone with Su, he quickly dialed the lawyer's number and arranged to meet in the conference room on the 8th floor of the Longting Mall. After finishing the call with Yi Xiangdong, Su also called Jin Jinshan and Yang Yunji, telling them the mall had been acquired and asking them to find a few experienced managers to run it. Chapter 89. Su noticed the fluctuations in General Lu's aura and realized that he had not participated in this matter, but his words made Su ponder silently. If the comrades and family members he sacrificed for would turn out like this, would he also be partial and let them go? The answer was obvious. He certainly wouldn't let the descendants of his comrades suffer in prison. This was human nature. He wasn't that great and wouldn't abandon his relatives. Forget it. I want to pursue this matter any further. Let us arrange a trivial position for him. Although Su felt uneasy, he softened at the pleading look in General Lu's eyes. "I have lived my life asking if I have done right by the country and the people, but I have only let down the law of the country." After Lu finished speaking, his demeanor aged significantly. "Take care." Su saw the turmoil in Lu's heart. Knowing he couldn't get past this hurdle, and raised his hand to inject a strand of true energy into his body. He couldn't bear to see this old man, who had worked hard for the country all his life, end up with no face to see the victorious elders because of a promise. After leaving the base, Su used his divine sense to find that deputy secretary, the one who caused General Lu to suffer for a lifetime, who sought mercy for him and made hypocritical statements, causing his thoughts to be obstructed. A strand of divine sense shot out, and he silently said, "I'm sorry, Captain, because I am a cultivator." Chapter 90. Su collected enough spirit herbs to refine foundation establishment pills for 3 batches. The first batch did not yield full pills, and the refining process took more than 2 days. For other alchemists, this was already quite good, but since Su had never seen other alchemists refine pills, he didn't know their standards. He always believed that other alchemists produced top-grade pills, so he thought he should meet that standard as well. Another 10 days passed before Su finally refined the last batch of foundation establishment pills, producing 12 top-grade pills. In the second refining, 2 superior foundation establishment pills also appeared, and after several days of repeated deduction, he finally identified his mistakes during the refining process. And only then did he refine a batch of full foundation establishment pills. Mo Su exhaled a breath of turbid air, waved his hand to collect the pill furnace, jade bottles, and then used spirit stones and array flags. He had been at the base for almost a month and should go back to see his family. The DUN star had now entered early summer, and people on the streets were wearing cooler clothes. Some girls wore outfits that revealed more and more, almost want to make their clothes into two pieces to show how fashionable they were. Chapter 91. After hearing the transmission from the demon bird, Mo Su was shocked. A peak-level second-tier demon beast, the snow-striped tiger, had actually appeared on this planet. It only needed one opportunity to break through its realm. If a third-tier demon beast appeared on this planet, it would be dangerous. It seemed that the concerns he had were unavoidable. There were now two methods. The first was to quickly find those third-tier spirit herbs. As long as he refined a golden pill, he would have a chance to break through to the golden pill stage. After breaking through to the golden pill stage, even if he faced a third-tier demon beast, he could fight it evenly. The other method was to find that snow-striped tiger now and stop it from breaking through its realm. He and the snow-striped tiger were both at the late stage of Foundation establishment, so perhaps he could defeat this demon beast in the Foundation establishment stage. Even if he couldn't kill the demon beast, even if it meant mutual destruction, he could still prevent it from breaking through. With this thought, Mo Su transmitted to the demon bird again, asking where it was going. Now take me there to have a look. But it's very dangerous there. The demon bird transmitted back, revealing a hint of fear in its eyes, clearly frightened. Just take me there. I'll handle the rest. Otherwise, once that snow-striped tiger breaks through to the third-tier realm, you won't be able to escape. Chapter 92. Boom. Bang. The gun light and blade light collided together. After the powerful demonic energy and true energy clashed, the air in this space exploded with a loud bang, and the sand and dirt on the ground were immediately scattered by the shockwave. A terrifying force, accompanied by a piercing aura, came from above. Mo Su saw two huge tiger paws coming down on his head, and he was startled, thinking how clever this demon beast was. It even used a feint to try to defeat its opponent in one go. Mo Su immediately changed his spirit weapon long spear from a thrust to a sweep, while raising his hand to unleash dozens of fist lights to meet the tiger paw. Boom! With a loud bang, the fist light and the tiger paw collided. Mo Su felt a dull pain in his abdomen, estimating that his internal organs had been shaken and cracked. He spat out a blood arrow and flew back dozens of meters. Bang! With a muffled sound, the spirit weapon long spear swept across the back of the snow-striped tiger, producing a series of cracking sounds, clearly breaking a few of its ribs. The howling snow-striped tiger let out a piercing scream, swept away by the spear for dozens of meters, rolling over a dozen times on the ground before finally stopping, blood continuously spraying from its mouth. Chapter 93. After watching the footage, the commander and a group of officers at the Bear Country base were extremely wary of the legendary Taoist master from the Dragon Country. They printed out the photo of this Taoist master from Dragon Country and distributed it to various special teams, instructing them to avoid provoking this general from Dragon Country whenever they encountered him in the future or faced military law. The commander issued the order to his subordinates, feeling fortunate that Bear Country currently had a good relationship with Dragon Country. Looking at how the base of the Star-Spangled Banner Country had been destroyed by demon beasts, followed by the base of the Union Jack Country also being taken down, he speculated that it might have been this Dragon Country general who commanded the demon beasts to do so, as he could be seen directing the demon birds in the footage, right? Unbeknownst to the commander of Bear Country, he attributed the destruction of the Union Jack Country's base to this general as well. Even if he knew, it wouldn't matter. In this alien planet, there were no distinctions between nations. Whoever was strong and capable was the ruler. After using his divine sense to pierce and eliminate Bear Country's drone, Mo Su slapped his forehead, realizing that he forgot to use the divine sense attack during the fierce battle with the snow-striped tiger earlier. If he had launched a divine sense attack from the beginning, he wouldn't have been injured. Chapter 94. After listening to Mo Su's explanation, Lu Haifeng suddenly understood. While the defensive formation was safe, there was a downside. If they were simply living inside the base, such situations wouldn't arise, but this was a mining area, which required ore extraction, making it different. How about this? Every other day, shut down the defensive formation to allow for air circulation, so such situations won't occur. Here's this jade token for you. Just hold it and stand in this position. and the defensive formation will open a passage to allow air circulation between the mining area and the outside. Su took out a jade token for entering and exiting the defensive formation and handed it to Lu Haifeng, the person in charge. Okay, thank you, General Mo. If you hadn't come, I would have had to apply for worker changes. No need to be polite. We are all serving the country. You carry on. I'll go check on those 2 demon birds. After Su finished speaking, he walked towards the tree trunk while Lu Haifeng, being the head of the mining area, had more matters to attend to and didn't have time to chat with Su. Approaching the demon birds, he saw that they were glaring with fierce eyes, filled with hatred, as if they wanted to shred his body to pieces. Unfortunately, they were confined, with only their eyes able to move. The rest of their bodies were immobilized. Chapter 95. Half a month later, Su emerged from his room, followed closely by a small lightning leopard that hopped along, looking very lively. During this half-month, Su had returned to the Earth origin star several times, then spent time in his room cultivating, compressing the true essence within him. Today, seeing that the golden essence fruit inside the Hongmeng Pearl had matured, and his true essence was nearly compressed enough, he decided to go outside to break through to the golden core stage. The small lightning leopard had been eating various meats daily and had grown a bit larger, now about the size of a small kitten, slightly smaller than an adult cat. Play here. Don't run outside. After conveying his thoughts, the small lightning leopard turned and dashed into General Chen Jihua's room, sensing the presence of its kind. Su didn't take the demon birds outside. He was unsure if he could successfully break through, and bringing them along would only complicate matters. He stepped onto his flying sword and sped towards the territory of the Cultivation family. Upon arriving at the Cultivation family's territory, he retracted his flying sword and checked the defensive formation once more before taking out spirit stones to set up a spirit-gathering array. Then he sat cross-legged, reached out, and plucked a golden essence fruit from the Hongmeng Pearl, placing it in a nearby jade box for use at the crucial moment of breaking through to the golden core stage. Chapter 96. No wonder there were no humans seen on this planet. It turned out they were all gathered here. So many human skeletons piled up to form a mountain of skulls. What exactly was going on? The more Su looked, the more frightened he became. The number of human corpses was enough to accumulate a mountain of skulls, likely totaling in the hundreds of millions. He suspected that all the humans on this planet had gathered here. Suddenly, a terrifying pulling force emanated from deep within the mountain of skulls, startling Su. He quickly activated his cultivation technique to resist this terrifying force, but found it ineffective. The force continued to draw him step by step towards the mountain of skulls. Bang, bang, bang. With a few sounds like tearing cloth, his clothes and shoes exploded, turning into fragments scattered around. Su was greatly shocked and frantically operated his cultivation technique to resist this terrifying force, while simultaneously using his divine sense to communicate with the Hongmeng Pearl, hoping to hide inside it. Before he could connect with the Hongmeng Pearl, he heard a loud bang. The entire mountain of skulls exploded, bone fragments flying everywhere, turning into powder in midair. Once the mountain of skulls was destroyed, Su saw a purple oval-shaped sphere appear in the mountain's belly, about the size of a watermelon, with brown streaks on its surface, emitting circles of purple light. Chapter 97. Su looked at the red-haired small beast in his hand, and the more he looked, the more it resembled the legendary ancient divine beast Wang Tianhong. Filled with curiosity, he exclaimed, upon sensing Su's aura. The small red-haired beast revealed an excited and eager gaze, nodding vigorously in response to Su's words. Seeing that the small beast was no longer struggling and its eyes were filled with excitement and eagerness, as if it had seen a relative, Su couldn't help but be surprised, loosening his grip slightly. The small beast felt that it could move its neck and bit down on Su's arm, drinking the blood from his wound. Su felt a sharp pain in his arm and was about to crush the small beast, but suddenly felt a connection with it. Then a tender voice echoed in his sea of consciousness. From now on, you are my master. The small beast had automatically recognized him as its master, startling Su. Was there such a thing as forcibly recognizing a master? I hadn't planned on this. First, tell me where you came from and why you want to recognize me as your master. Su also transmitted his thoughts to the small beast. Chapter 98. Su spread his body technique and leaped onto a plane, grabbing a plant that was silvery white, bearing peanut-sized fruits that emitted a refreshing fragrance. Is this spirit rice? Su picked one of the fruits. It had a shell, and after rubbing off the outer shell, a snow-white fruit appeared, just as described in the jade slip about spirit rice. In the cultivation world, some cultivators also eat, as they start from ordinary people, and they still enjoy food. Occasionally eating can satisfy their cravings. For example, when cultivators host friends or distant guests, they might serve spirit rice, spirit wine, demon beast meat, and after meals, spirit fruits. All these are foods infused with spiritual energy. Spirit rice not only satisfies hunger, but also aids in cultivation. In the cultivation world, there are spirit plant masters who specialize in growing these foods, selling them to restaurants and inns, providing nourishment for cultivators while also exchanging for cultivation resources. Unpredictable saw such a large patch of spirit rice, which had long since matured, but no one had harvested it. Unlike other plants, even when spirit rice matures, the fruits do not fall off. They simply stop growing while still absorbing spiritual energy. When spiritual plant masters see spirit rice has matured, they will harvest it in time to replant, otherwise it would waste the spiritual energy. Chapter 99. General Chun Jihua, with a face full of envy, led his pet little lightning leopard home. After sending him home, Unpredictable returned to his own villa. "You bad guy, you haven't been back for so long. I was so worried," Lu Yixue complained as soon as she saw Unpredictable. "I had pretty good luck this time. Not only did I break through to the Golden Core stage, but I also reached the mid-Golden Core stage." "Huh, wife, you also broke through to the Foundation Establishment stage? That's great." Unpredictable tossed the Wang Tian hound his arms aside and hugged Lu Yixue, kissing her tender lips. Oh, the little Wang Tian hound, thrown to the ground by Unpredictable, let out an unhappy cry, not understanding how its master had come to this place without spiritual energy. What is this thing? It looks so strange." Lu Yixue, hearing the little Wang Tian hound's cry, pushed Unpredictable away and was immediately attracted by its red fur and peculiar appearance. "This is the Wang Tian hound." Unpredictable picked it up and introduced it to Lu Yixue. This is the legendary divine beast Wang Tian hound, but looks quite similar to the one on the Huabiao at Tiananmen. Lu Yixue clearly knew about this divine beast, and after hearing Unpredictable's introduction, she was quite amazed. She had seen the statue of the Wang Tian hound on the Huabiao at Tiananmen and didn't expect to see a living one today. Chapter 100. The little lightning leopard was not unfamiliar with soldiers. It saw soldiers every day at the base and would play behind them. However, to it, all soldiers looked the same because they wore military uniforms. But this police officer was different. The uniform he wore was not like that of the soldiers. And when a little lightning leopard felt the police officer poking it with a stick, it thought he was being nice and didn't want to let go of the electric baton. With a loud bang, the electric baton could not withstand the lightning within the little lightning leopard, and the battery exploded. The soldiers were fine, protected by their shields. But this police officer was unfortunate. His hand holding the electric baton was directly blown to a bloody mess, with several fingers blown off. He screamed in pain, quickly using his left hand to pinch the blood vessels on his wrist to prevent excessive bleeding. The little lightning leopard was also startled by the explosion of the electric baton, let out a cry, jumped up from the ground, and flew over the heads of the crowd, disappearing in an instant. The soldiers of the guard company saw the police officer was injured and didn't bother to catch the little lightning leopard. They hurriedly took the officer to the hospital. His right hand had been blown to bits, and there was no way to reattach it. Chapter 101. After more than an hour, Unpredictable finally controlled the medicinal liquid and regrew the police officer's right hand. However, the newly grown right hand had fair and delicate skin, and, compared to the left hand, it looked as if they belonged to two different people. The police officer could feel the changes within his body. Just as he was about to struggle, he found that apart from being able to think, he couldn't move any other part of his body, so he had to endure the tingling and itching changes inside, unable to see whether his right hand had grown back. After seeing that his right hand had grown back, Unpredictable scanned the officer's whole body with his spiritual sense, forcing the remaining medicinal liquid out of his body, and circulated his true essence through the meridians of the right hand a few times. After confirming there were no issues, he waved his hand and lifted the restrictions on the officer. "What kind of medicinal liquid is this? The medicinal power is amazing." The chief physician witnessed how the police officer's right hand regrew and was both shocked and excited. If such a medicinal liquid existed, it would be the greatest advancement in the medical field. Just know it, don't let it out. We are currently researching this medicinal liquid, and it will appear in the world in the near future. General Chinjihua instructed the chief physician, shook hands with the police officer's family, apologized a few times, and then left the ward with unpredictable. Chapter 102. Mo Xiaodong is now 1.6 meters tall, but he is still a 7-year-old child. Since his father left, he hadn't returned until he started school. Mo Xiaodong thought his father had gone out to carry out a mission again, and he hoped his father would come back soon. Not like before when he left for years, leaving him and his mother alone. Dad, I miss you so much. Mo Xiaodong hugged Unpredictable with tears in his eyes. This child is quite sentimental, as can be seen from how he cares for his mother, Lu Yixue. All right, I'm back. Let's go home. Which car are you taking? Unpredictable patted his son's back, feeling very touched. This is his biological son. No one can replace him. He then asked the other kids nearby. I'm riding Uncle Mo's car. I'm also riding Uncle Mo's car. Me too, Dad, you go back. The other 3 kids all wanted to ride in Unpredictable's car. And Jin Yuheng even urged his dad, Jin Jinshan, to go back by himself, diving into Unpredictable's car. All right, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come to pick them up. Jin Jinshan naturally felt at ease handing his son over to Unpredictable and smiled at him as he drove away. Unpredictable brought the 4 kids back home. After they got out of the car, they ran to the yard to eat fruit. They hadn't had this kind of fruit for a month and had been eagerly looking forward to it. There were fruits at school, but compared to these, they were far inferior. Chapter 103. After the new year, Unpredictable stayed at home for a few more days before going to the mine area to check. After confirming everything was normal, he returned home. During the time his son wasn't in school, Unpredictable cooked for the family. Now the family was eating spirit rice and monster meat. These items containing spiritual energy not only helped with cultivation, but also satisfied their appetites. The family of 3 all enjoyed eating. After eating spirit rice and monster meat, Mo Xiaodong broke through to the 8th level of qi refining without practicing, and his cultivation level quickly stabilized. After the new year, Mo Xiaodong turned 1 year older, and according to the northern living habits, he aged a year after the new year, making him 8 this year. Coincidentally, he also broke through to the 8th level of qi refining. Domestically, everything was developing normally, but abroad, things were becoming a bit chaotic. Some large conglomerates and families began hiring mercenaries to enter outer space planets, first establishing bases and then sending mercenaries to search for resources. Several powerful countries also began to take action, transporting various advanced weapons to outer space planets to kill monsters and seize territory. Every day, the internet reported that a certain country had discovered some kind of or sufficient for years of mining. Whether it was true or not, ordinary people didn't know. They just watched for entertainment, having something to discuss after meals. Chapter 104. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Since Mo Xiaodong started cultivating 3 years ago, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. During several holidays throughout the year, he would follow his parents to the outer space planets to cultivate, and he had now broken through to the golden core stage. Now 16 years old, Mo Xiaodong also entered the first year of high school, and the other 3 little friends also started school at the same time. The 4 children who grew up together did not separate. Unpredictable's cultivation remained at the late golden core stage, and he had been compressing the true essence within his body. It wasn't that he didn't want to break through, but there was no opportunity to reach the nascent soul stage. However, Lu Yixue had broken through to the late golden core stage. Tonight, Mo Su and Lu Yixue came to the outer star again for cultivation. Now this planet is almost dominated by mercenaries, and the number of demon beasts and demon birds is decreasing rapidly. Mercenaries from various countries are using the most advanced weapons, including chemical weapons, to hunt down many demon birds and demon beasts. Of course, the mercenaries have also suffered heavy losses, but this has led to a rapid decline in demon beasts and demon birds. The 2 mining areas of the Dragon Kingdom are protected by formations, which is why they have not been breached by the mercenaries. These mercenaries can use despicable means against demon birds and beasts, but they are at a loss when it comes to formations. Chapter 105. The Hongmeng Pearl fell rapidly in the void. Mo Su used his spiritual sense to check the outside situation through the Hongmeng Pearl, but he could not see any scenery, only darkness everywhere. Knowing that this was in the void, he could only feel the Hongmeng Pearl falling in the void. After consuming a pill, Wang Tianhuang's spirit was no longer sluggish. Its physical body was strong, and the saint's confinement power did not cause its bones to shatter. However, during this critical moment, it used its innate power, which severely damaged its sea of consciousness, causing several cracks to appear, and it had to endure excruciating pain in its sea of consciousness every day. To fully recover the sea of consciousness, it would require a pill to repair it or a spiritual fruit for restoration. Otherwise, it would be difficult to heal, and it could only endure the pain from the cracks. Emosu saw the cracks in Wang Tianhuang's sea of consciousness through his spiritual sense and was shocked. Wang Tianhuang was his beast pet and had saved his life, so he hurriedly took out all his items, hoping to find something to repair Wang Tianhuang's sea of consciousness. Emosu, what are you looking for? Lu Yixue asked after putting on her clothes and seeing Emosu take out everything from his ring, as if searching for something. Chapter 106. It was unclear how much time had passed, maybe 10 days or a month, when Emosu used his spiritual sense to check outside again. He found that the Hongmeng Pearl had landed on solid ground. Wife, let's go out. It's solid ground outside. After Emosu finished speaking, he put on his clothes first. After venting her emotions during this time, Lu Yixue's fear had dissipated significantly. She only thought of her son during battles, but considering her son's cultivation level, she was not too worried. It was no wonder Lu Yixue missed her son. After all, she had never been apart from him since he was born. Although Mo Xiaodong was older now, in Lu Yixue's eyes, he was still that child learning to speak and take his first steps. Emosu did not bring Wang Tianhuang out. Although its sea of consciousness had fully recovered, its appearance would attract others' envy, and being in an unfamiliar place, he did not know what dangers might arise. After bringing Lu Yixue out of the Hongmeng Pearl, Emosu first used his spiritual sense to observe the surroundings. He saw that it was a plain with trees and grass, and there was a city outlined straight ahead. After not discovering any danger, he felt the spiritual energy here. The spiritual energy here is decent, similar to our cultivation place. Let's go check out the city ahead. Chapter 107. Lu Yixue mechanically followed Emosu into a rest building, where Emosu requested a room. The waiter led them to an upstairs room and took out a jade token to open the door. "Two seniors, please let me know if you need anything." After the waiter spoke, he handed the jade token to him, bowed, and retreated. Wow, the spiritual energy here is so rich. Once inside, Lu Yixue felt the spiritual energy and came to her senses, seeing the white sheets and comfortable chairs. She instantly liked this guest room. These rooms might be for beast pets, alchemy, receiving guests, and bathing. After Emosu checked these rooms with his spiritual sense and saw the arrangements, he shared his thoughts with Lu Yixue. This place is great, very well arranged. How many spirit stones for a day? Lu Yixue was only thinking about how her son was doing on Diyuan Star and did not pay attention to Emosu paying spirit stones. 20 low-grade spirit stones a day, and the cheaper rooms are only 5 low-grade spirit stones. I chose the best room. Chapter 108. After Emosu figured out the reason, he did not expose the city lord's conspiracy. He was just a passerby and did not have a sense of belonging to this city. He thought that after the demon beasts left, he would deal with them and give them a taste of their own medicine. The city lord and the unicorn communicated through sound transmission, and Emosu could sense the spiritual energy fluctuations between the city lord and the demon beasts. Knowing they were discussing how many resources to demand and how to distribute them, Lord Unicorn said they want 100,000 spirit stones, 100 bottles of second-level pills, and 100 pieces of second-level armor. If we can't provide them in 2 days, they will leave, and in the future, if our human cultivators try to leave the city or go to their territory to look for resources, they will be killed. For the safety of our friends in the city, and for human cultivators to search for resources in the demon beast territory, I, the city lord's office, voluntarily offer 100,000 spirit stones, 10 bottles of second-level pills, and 10 pieces of spiritual armor, the city lord said, making a helpless expression, finally sighing, which made everyone feel that the city lord was enduring the unreasonable demands of the demon beasts for the sake of the cultivators in the city. Most of the cultivators on the city wall were shopkeepers doing business in the city. They came to the city wall to see how many resources would be offered this time. After hearing the conditions stated by the city lord, these shopkeepers gathered together to discuss. Chapter 109. Lu Yixue was overjoyed to see that her random killings had eliminated these demon beasts. As a doctor, she had seen many bloody and mangled corpses, so she had no feelings about the shredded flesh of these demon beasts and did not feel like vomiting. You did well, wife. In the future, There's no need to go all out against second-level demon beasts. Their level is one major realm lower than yours. Don't be fooled by their numbers. You can easily take them all down. Su waved his hand to collect all these resources into his ring, then shared his experience of battling demon beasts with Lu Yishui and cast a flame to turn the shredded flesh of the demon beasts into ashes. Isn't this your first time fighting demon beasts? Lu Yishui said in a sweet tone with a hint of a spoiled tone, which made Su feel a bit unaccustomed. Was this still the strong-willed wife he knew? Oh no, so much demon beast meat is a pity. Darling, let's go kill some more demon beasts. We can roast them to eat later. Lu Yishui did not notice Su's expression. She felt a bit regretful after smashing this group of demon beasts and proposed her suggestion to Su. Chapter 110. Su opened the defensive formation of the cave and had not walked out yet when he felt a spiritual energy fluctuation. He quickly used an invisibility technique and saw two figures landing near the unicorn's cave. After these two cultivators landed, they bowed to the unicorn's cave and shouted, "Lord Black Lion, we are sent by the City Lord." Oh, so the City Lord is colluding with the demon beasts. I was right. The Black Lion you are looking for has already been killed by me. After hearing the words of these two cultivators, Su revealed himself and walked over while speaking. These two cultivators were from the City Lord's office. After the unicorn and the demon beasts left, a few days later, when the city stabilized, the City Lord sent them over to retrieve their share of cultivation resources, which had been negotiated in advance with the unicorn. Who are you? Senior. This is none of our business. It's all a private agreement between the City Lord and the demon beasts. The two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the young man. Just as they were about to take action, they sensed a terrifying aura emanating from him, which was far more powerful than the City Lord's. No wonder he claimed to have slain the unicorn. They were so frightened that they immediately begged for mercy. Chapter 111. Su was pleased to see a spaceship approaching, proving that this continent could connect to other planets, and he and Lu Yishui might be able to return to the Yuan Star. However, he was currently unfamiliar with the weapons on the spaceship and didn't know if he could destroy it, so it was best to hide in the city first. With this thought, Su wrapped his arms around Lu Yishui and charged toward the city. The city gates were closing, and the guards had rushed inside, while the cultivators trying to leave turned back to run into the city. Those entering the city were also desperately pushing forward, creating chaos at the city gates. Su no longer suppressed his cultivation, revealing his full strength at the peak of the late Golden Core stage, and he smashed through the cultivators blocking his path, slipping through the gap just over a meter wide before the gates fully closed. With a loud bang, the city gates shut, and hundreds of array patterns flickered to life as the defense array of Yonghe City activated. The cultivators outside the city realized they could no longer enter and immediately scattered in all directions. A series of violent explosions erupted from the city walls, and the defensive array patterns on Yonghe City continued to flicker. Chapter 112. Su raised his hand to cast several restrictions, protecting himself from any disturbances, before beginning to refine the array flags. His mastery of array techniques had already reached the level of a 5th-grade array master, but he had been unable to refine 5th-grade array flags due to a lack of intermediate refining materials. The array flag he had just replaced was only a 3rd-grade flag, capable of withstanding a few attacks from the UFO before shattering again, requiring further replacements. Now that he had intermediate refining materials, he quickly refined 5th-grade array flags. Although he was slightly unsteady at first, he rapidly produced one 5th-grade array flag after another, tossing them aside. Bang, bang. Someone triggered his restrictions. Su retracted the Hongmeng fire and waved his hand to remove the restrictions, seeing Lian Shixian and a golden core cultivator standing outside the restrictions. Master Mo, you've refined the array flags. Lian Shixian had not finished speaking when he saw the pile of array flags on the ground. Take them for now. I still need to continue refining the array flags. Su understood from Lian Shixian's gaze that the array flags might soon run out, so he touched the restrictions to inquire about it. All right. Thank you, Master Mo and Master Gu. Please take these array flags and distribute them to the other array masters. Lian Shixian repeatedly thanked Mo, collecting the array flags and handing them to the golden core cultivator next to him, whom he referred to as Master Gu, and gave him some instructions. Chapter 113. After 3 days of continuous attacks from UFOs of the Xuanjiao planet, Yonghwa City remained standing without a single crack, which puzzled the commander of Xuanjia Planet. Under such fierce bombardment, the city's defense array should have been destroyed, as the UFOs were replaced in batches and the resources providing power for them dwindled. If they could not conquer Yonghwa City, they would return empty-handed after wasting so many resource stones. How could he report this back to the Alliance? Once Imo stabilized his cultivation, he saw Lu Yixue cultivating nearby and did not disturb her. Now was not the time for tenderness. He quickly activated the Hongmeng Pearl. After breaking through to the nascent soul stage, both his true essence and divine consciousness surged by dozens of times. As he resumed refining array flags, his speed increased dramatically. In just half a day's time, all the intermediate materials given to him by Lian Shixian had been refined into array flags. Imosu retracted the Hongmeng fire, concealed his cultivation at the peak of the late golden core stage, waved his hand to remove the restrictions, and handed over the storage bag to Lian Shixian. City Lord Lian, I have fulfilled my duty. The materials are used up, and I believe these array flags should be sufficient. Chapter 114. Imosu continued to observe the spirit stones inside the UFO using his divine consciousness. After seeing that there were about 200,000 spirit stones left in the spirit stone chamber, he stopped supplying spirit stones to the UFO. After the attacking UFOs returned, another batch of over 40 UFOs flew out from the lower chamber to attack Yonghwa City again. The returning UFOs did not receive any more spirit stones either. The aliens on board opened the hatch and entered a passage to the rest area, where over 50 aliens were already resting. Imosu noted the steps the aliens took to operate the UFO, memorizing how they controlled it, and used his divine consciousness to check the number of aliens in the rest area. After this batch of aliens returned, combined with the original aliens in the rest area and those who went out to attack Yonghwa City, there were about 150 aliens. With over 300 UFOs in total, this meant each alien could pilot 2 UFOs. The array masters in Yonghwa City took turns inspecting the array flags of the defense array. Whenever an array flag was shattered, they quickly replaced it with a new one to ensure the defense array continued to operate. Imosu withdrew his divine consciousness to check the interior of the UFOs attacking Yonghwa City. He saw that with each attack, the spirit stones in the slots would decrease by a segment. Those 50,000 spirit stones could sustain about 100 attacks, equating to 500 spirit stones for each attack, with dozens of rays of light emitted each time. Chapter 115. After the two made their decision, Imosu took out a UFO from inside the spaceship, flashing away from the Hongmeng Pearl, opening the hatch, and starting the UFO to fly toward Yonghwa City. Lian Shixian saw Imosu chasing after the spaceship and then saw it fly away. He initially wanted to follow and help Imosu destroy the spaceship, but he feared that if he left Yonghwa City, his subordinates might not handle the situation well. Lian Shixian led the cultivators in Yonghwa City to clean up the battlefield, collecting the debris of the UFOs while the aliens' bodies turned to ash, and then checked the defense array. This time, the impact of the UFOs on the defense array was even stronger than before, with dozens of array flags shattered, demonstrating the tremendous force of the collision at high speed. It was no wonder the UFOs had crashed down beneath the city walls. When Imosu returned piloting the UFO, Lian Shixian, who was directing the array masters to maintain the defense array, was taken aback, thinking more aliens were attacking Yonghwa City. He was preparing to lead his subordinates to attack the UFO when he saw it hovering in the air. Once Imosu emerged from the UFO, he finally relaxed. Chapter 116. 3 days later, Imosu brought Lu Yixue and Wang Tianho out of the Hongmeng Pearl to the cave. Lu Yixue went to the training room to cultivate, while Imosu instructed Wang Tianho to go to the beast pet room, and he went to the alchemy room. The three separated so that no one would disturb the other. After Yonghwa City defeated the invading alien beings, it quickly caused a sensation in the cultivation world. In several cities to the south of Yonghwa City, after the aliens shattered the defense arrays, the cities were left in ruins. The cultivators who had narrowly escaped those cities, upon hearing that Yonghwa City had defeated the aliens, flocked there for refuge, resulting in a significant increase in the number of cultivators within Yonghwa City. With more cultivators, various consumptions have also increased. Not only are the businesses in the city thriving, but even the income of the city lord's mansion has multiplied compared to previous days, making the local inhabitants very happy. The Yuchan continent originally had only a few large cities, dozens of medium-sized cities, hundreds of small cities, and thousands of tiny cities, with pixel mode cities like Su-Mo City belonging to the tiny category. Yonghe City is one of the few large cities with a population of hundreds of millions, although only a small portion of them are cultivators, while the rest are ordinary people serving the cultivators in the city. Chapter 117. After Ning Wanhao left, Lien Shixian, along with 2 other sect masters and 4 elders, all sighed inwardly. Xiao Zeshan, relying on his status as a 7th-level formation master, looked down on Sect Master Ning. This was partly due to Sect Master Ning's excessive humility towards him, which had fostered Xiao Zeshan's arrogance. Sighing, Yu Nanshan expressed concern for the sect of his old friend. A 7th-level formation master being so arrogant and disregarding the sect master's face would not be tolerated in my Qijin Pavilion. He would have been killed with a sword long ago. Although Yu Qianren had heard of Xiao Zeshan's arrogance, he had never seen it in person. Today, Xiao Zeshan not only embarrassed Ning Wanhao, but also disregarded his face. As a sword cultivator, how could he endure such humiliation? If it weren't for Ning Wanhao's reputation, would Xiao Zeshan have been able to walk out of the City Lord's mansion? He would have been killed long ago. Originally, Yonghe City's victory over the extraterrestrial beings was a delightful event, but Xiao Zeshan's interference dampened everyone's spirits. After exchanging a few words with Lien Shixian, everyone took their leave. Lien Shixian was initially very pleased to see the 3 sect masters come to Yonghe City to show their support, but he never expected such an incident to occur. Just after sending everyone out of the City Lord's mansion, he saw a hurried report from a Golden Core subordinate. Chapter 118, Master Mo. These are some cultivation resources sent to me by the 3 sect masters today. Please accept them, and I won't disturb you further. Upon returning to the City Lord's mansion, Lien Shixian personally escorted Mo Su to his cave dwelling's entrance, handed him a storage bag, and then turned to leave. Mo Su did not check the contents of the storage bag. After returning to his cave, he found Lu Yixue still cultivating. He hadn't noticed anything while he was out. He went to the alchemy room and continued to delve into formation techniques. After being rebuffed by Lien Shixian, Xiao Zeshan did not think his demands were excessive. Instead, he resented Lien Shixian for threatening him. As he left Yonghe City, he grew angrier and casually destroyed the defensive formation and the anti-flight array. Since he had arranged Yonghe City's formations, he naturally knew how to disable the defensive array. After leaving Yonghe City, Xiao Zeshan thought Lien Shixian would definitely come to seek him out. Within his sect, he was not afraid of Lien Shixian, and he intended to firmly control him, making him deliver that flying object to him and then repair the defensive formation of Yonghe City. Yu Nanshan and Yu Qianren agreed to Lien Shixian's request and went to the Wanjing sect. Upon meeting Sect Master Ning Wanhao, they recounted the events involving Xiao Zeshan. Chapter 119. Lien Shixian's spiritual sense was blocked outside the cave, so he immediately stepped out of the cultivation room and walked toward Mo Su's cave. He knew that Mo Su's cultivation had reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm, and he could break through at any time. He had chatted with Mo Su several times and knew that Mo Su did not have the Shattering Infant Pill, which was why he had been unable to break through. As for the Shattering Infant Pill needed to break into the nascent soul stage, he did not have it either, and even if he did, he would not give it to Mo Su, as Lien Shixian had his own concerns. He worried that once Mo Su broke into the nascent soul stage, he would compete with him for the position of City Lord, especially since Mo Su was a 5th-level formation master, easily gaining the support of many cultivators in the city. After all, cultivators are selfish and would prefer Mo Su to be the City Lord of Yonghe City for their own sense of security. As long as Mo Su could not break through to the nascent soul stage, Lien Shixian felt more secure and hoped that Mo Su would remain unable to break through so that they could continue to cooperate. As for the other Golden Core cultivators in the City Lord's mansion, they were all his trusted subordinates. Although they were all at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, they suffered from not having the Shattering Infant Pill and were also unable to break through. Now, these few trusted subordinates were trying to find a 4th-level alchemist to refine the Shattering Infant Pill. Lien Shixian was also dedicated to helping these trusted subordinates, using connections from the 3 major sects to find an alchemist who could refine the Shattering Infant Pill. Chapter 120. Upon returning to the City Lord's mansion, Lien Shixian quickly found the most convenient spot outside his cultivation room and decided to place the formation core there. Mo Su nodded, took out an upper-grade attacking spiritual weapon sword, inscribed the formation patterns connecting to the formation flags, and embedded it in that position. A buzzing sound erupted, and beams of light burst forth from the city walls surrounding Yonghe City as the defensive counterattack formation was activated. City Lord Lien, you can now let someone try to attack the defensive formation, but be sure to protect him to avoid being killed by the counterattack force. This Jade token requires you to drop blood to recognize it as your master. From now on, this defensive formation can only be controlled by you alone. After finishing, Mo Su took out another Jade token, inscribed dozens of formation patterns on it, and handed it to City Lord Lien. "Thank you, Master Mo," Lien Shixian said, expressing simple courtesy as he quickly accepted the Jade token, immediately cutting his finger to drop blood and recognize it as his master. This was the most important and valued item for him, so he naturally wanted to gain control over it as soon as possible. After the Jade token was recognized as his master, Lien Shixian immediately felt a connection with the defensive formation, with just a thought. The defensive formation could be activated or deactivated. Chapter 121. On a technological planet several dimensions away from Yuchan continent. More than a dozen gigantic spaceships were parked in a square, awaiting departure orders. Soon, the spaceships received the command to depart. 12 massive spaceships activated and quickly disappeared into the void, while the remaining 2 flew in another direction. One spaceship from the Xuanjiao planet went missing after attacking a cultivation planet, and the inquiry device on that planet had been trying to contact the spaceship. After several years of unsuccessful contact, 5 years later, a senior measuring technician suggested reaching out to the war disks on that spaceship. Just after sending out the signal, they sensed the location of one of the war disks, but could not connect with the other disks or the spaceship. The higher-ups of Xuanjiao planet immediately realized that the spaceship had been destroyed, and the war disk they managed to contact might have been taken as a trophy for exhibition, which infuriated them. Thus, the higher-ups of Xuanjiao planet ordered an attack on the planet that destroyed their spaceship to avenge their fallen warriors. Chapter 122. After giving Lien Shixian some advice, Mo Su saw him arranging for his subordinates to send the flying disc and seized the opportunity to free himself from Lien Shixian's duties and return to his cave dwelling. After activating the isolation formation of his cave, Mo Su quickly entered the Hongmeng Pearl and found that Lu Yixue had already broken through to the nascent soul stage and was stabilizing her cultivation, which relieved him. After Lu Yixue's breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, Mo Su began a plan to leave Yuchan continent, as the levels here were too low. He wanted to go to a cultivation planet with a higher level than Yuchan continent. As for how to leave the Yuchan continent, Mo Su had already thought it through. When the spaceship came to the Yuchan continent again, he planned to sneak onto the spaceship and leave this place aboard the alien spacecraft. To achieve this, he specially crafted 2 alien masks, hoping to deceive the aliens and reach their home planet. After arriving on the aliens' planet, he would look for opportunities to see if there were any channels to return to the original star. He thought that finding a way back to the original star would be easier on a technologically advanced planet than on the closed-off Yuchan continent, and he hoped that having more options would increase his chances. Half a month later, Lu Yixue stabilized her cultivation level and happily ran out, sparring with him for several days before she felt satisfied and went to the training room. Chapter 123. Fireballs exploded in midair, and the bodies of cultivators burst into blood mist, mixing flesh and fragments of battleships into puffs of white vapor, followed by the aroma of roasted meat spreading through the space. The 2 Yuanying stage elders from Qianwang Valley and Qijin Pavilion, one wielding a gigantic hammer and the other holding a spirit weapon longsword, smashed through more than a dozen battleships blocking their path, breaking through the formation of the battleships and charging towards the spaceship hovering in midair. Yuanying stage cultivators not only had formidable attack power, but also possessed teleportation skills. They managed to evade the attack beams emitted by the battleships using their teleportation techniques. A loud explosion echoed through the space as a massive fireball detonated in midair, and a battleship on the periphery was unable to escape in time and was destroyed by the 2 elders working together. The remaining 8 battleships on the Xuanjiao planet simultaneously unleashed tens of thousands of indiscriminate attack beams towards the 2 elders. Quick dodge. The 2 elders saw so many attack beams and knew their shields wouldn't hold, so they used their teleportation skills to instantly disappear into the air, reappearing hundreds of miles away. Chapter 124. The two elders of the two major sects realized the aliens' plan as they saw the spaceship advancing. It was certain that they would destroy the Wanjin sect. Understanding the urgency of the situation, they immediately flew over with their disciples, preparing to find an opportunity to land a fatal blow on the alien beings. At that moment, the two elders also received a transmission from their sect leader, instructing them to take action at the right moment. Otherwise, once the Wanjin sect was destroyed, the fate of their two sects would be dire. They understood the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. The leaders of Qianhuang Valley and Qijin Pavilion had already informed various second-tier sects and large cultivation families to send reinforcements to rescue the Wanjin sect after receiving reports from the two elders about the losses in battle. These sects and several major cultivation families sent hundreds to thousands of disciples, totaling nearly a few thousand, to assist the Wanjin sect, and they had now gathered with the elders of the two major sects. Commander Ji Wa, the Xuanjia planet, also considered that if they attacked the Wanjin sect with full force, they would definitely be counterattacked by the cultivators behind. He had already formulated a plan and ordered the battleships inside the spaceship to stand by. Once they detected an attack from the cultivators behind, all battleships would immediately launch an all-out attack to eliminate the threat. Chapter 125. 3 Yuanying stage cultivators went to intercept the battleships, causing dozens of pursuing battleships to be destroyed instantly. The remaining battleships dared not accelerate their pursuit and began to hover in mid-air, attacking the 3 Yuanying stage cultivators. 8 spaceships hovered above the Wanjin sect, and hundreds of aliens clad in silver uniforms descended from the spaceships, starting to plunder the resources of the Wanjin sect. When they encountered injured disciples who were still alive, they shot them dead with their weapons. Soon, there were no living beings left in the Wanjin sect. Only ruins remained. Qianhuang Valley was the closest to the Wanjin sect, and it would take more than 2 days to fly there, with the 3 Yuanying stage cultivators intercepting the pursuing battleships. The remaining cultivators, led by Sect Master Ning Wanhao, managed to escape. The hundreds of battleships on the Xuanjia planet saw that they could not break through the interception of the 3 Yuanying stage cultivators and did not dare to risk attacking again, waiting in place for the commander's spaceship to arrive. 2 days later, the spaceship left the ruins of the Wanjin sect and, after regrouping with the hovering battleships, Commander Ji would assess the losses of the battleships and order the pursuit of the fleeing cultivators once again. The Grand Elder of the Wanjin sect, along with the 2 elders from the other 2 sects, faced off against the battleships once they stopped pursuing, estimating that they would only retreat after Sect Master Ning Wanhao had led his people to safety. Chapter 126. Danchi Master and Ludan Master were both at the mid-stage of the Jindan realm, with one being a level 4 alchemist from Qianhuang Valley and the other a level 5 artifact refiner, both belonging to the intermediate level of the 4 major skills in cultivation. They had just emerged from a secret passage in the back mountain with their Qi refining stage disciples when they were spotted by the alien spaceship of the Xuanjia planet. Ji, what, seeing so many cultivators appear on the monitoring screen over the back mountain, immediately guessed that these cultivators were trying to escape. Battleship attack. Ji What wasted no time and immediately ordered the battleships to engage. After receiving the attack order, 400 battleships flew out from the 8 spaceships, attacking the group led by Danchi Master and Ludan Master. Quick, retreat into the mountains. Don't gather together, split up and run. Seeing the battleships attacking, Danchi Master and Ludan Master shouted, each leading their favored disciples to quickly use their escape techniques and fly deep into the mountains. As for the Qi refining stage disciples, they couldn't care less. Although they had promised the Valley Master to take care of these disciples, the current situation was critical, and preserving their own lives was the priority. Who could escape among the Qi refining stage disciples depended on their luck. Chapter 127. The loud explosion echoed far away. The fleeing Grand Elder of the Wanjin sect felt a chill in his heart, stopped his movement, and used his divine sense to sweep over. He saw a massive fireball erupting above the Qianhuang Valley sect, along with small fireballs from dozens of exploding battleships. A surge of pure heavenly and earthly essence energy emanated, and the Grand Elder immediately realized that Sect Master Ning Wanhao had self-destructed. A Jindan stage cultivator's self-detonation would not produce such pure heavenly and earthly essence energy, nor could it spread over such a distance. Sect Master, the Grand Elder shouted, just as he was about to use his teleportation technique to rush back. Grand Elder, don't act impulsively. First, Retreat to Qijian Pavilion. Yunnan Shan also sensed the pure essence energy and heard the grand elder of the Wanjin sect's mournful cries. Realizing that Ning Wanhao had self-destructed, a wave of sorrow surged in his heart. He hadn't expected such an outcome for an old friend of many years, and he quickly stopped the enraged grand elder. Yunnan Shan led a group of cultivators to retreat to Qijian Pavilion, where Yu Qianren welcomed everyone into the main hall of the sect. Once everyone was seated, he inquired about Ning Wanhao's whereabouts. Sect Master Ning has self-destructed. I suspect those alien beings will definitely come to attack Qijian Pavilion. So, I urge Pavilion Master Yu to prepare early. Chapter 128. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's transmission, Yu Qianren quickly sent a transmission to inquire about the reason. The Grand Elder shared his suspicions with Yu Qianren. Retreat. Move to the next ambush point. Yu Qianren was decisive. Upon hearing the Grand Elder explain the reason for the alien spaceship's attack on the Wanjin sect, he immediately realized that the aliens had discovered their ambush point. Yunnan Shan still didn't understand why they were retreating, but he couldn't afford to ask Yu Qianren now. He knew Yu Qianren would tell him the reason. They needed to pull back to the next ambush point first. Over 800 cultivators, with varying levels of cultivation, some flying with swords, some floating in the air, and others using body techniques to escape, quickly withdrew from the ambush point. Ji Guichang saw these cultivators retreating on the big screen and was puzzled about the reason. However, he soon guessed that this group of cultivators realized they had been discovered. Although his plan could not be executed, the spaceship did not stop its advance and continued flying toward the Qijian Pavilion. After Yu Qianren retreated to the next ambush point, he explained the reason for the retreat to Yunnan Shan. Yunnan Shan was shocked to learn that the enemy had already discovered them, meaning there were no secrets left in front of the aliens. It was possible the aliens had already planned how to ambush them. Chapter 129. Ji Guicheng saw that 3 of his 8 spaceships were destroyed in a matter of moments, although they had also killed many cultivators. The significant losses made him feel heartbroken and worried that the spaceships would be destroyed further. He immediately ordered a retreat. Chase! Yu Qianren shouted as he saw the spaceship retreating, immediately using his teleportation technique to pursue. Yunnan Shan and another elder from Qijian Pavilion, though injured, also pressed on. They wanted to avenge the fallen elders and disciples, and they couldn't let the spaceship escape. Yu Qianren had a gaping blood hole the size of a bowl in his abdomen from a ray of light. After swallowing a healing pill, he operated his techniques to heal while chasing after the spaceship. Even though he used teleportation, his speed was significantly slower than usual. The spaceship was also extremely fast, and while retreating, it continued to attack. Yu Qianren not only had to dodge the rays of light, but also had to heal himself. As a result, the distance between him and the spaceship grew larger, and he watched helplessly as the spaceship moved further away, eventually beyond the range of his divine sense. Lord Yu, don't chase anymore. Healing is more urgent. Yunnan Shan and the elder from Qijian Pavilion, who were also injured, rushed over. Seeing the spaceship escape, the two knew they couldn't catch up. Their true essence leaked out, and they fell to the ground, quickly taking healing pills. Chapter 130. Good. Lian Shixian couldn't help but shout with joy after seeing the power of the defensive counterattack formation, nearly jumping up. The other cultivators on the city wall were also taken aback by the scene before them, and then erupted into loud cheers. Over 400 of the 500 attacking war discs were lost in a single assault, leaving fewer than 50 remaining. This was still thanks to other war discs blocking the counterattacks. Otherwise, the remaining ones would have been destroyed as well. Ji Guicheng ordered the spaceship to advance while the war discs attacked Yonghe City, planning to have the spaceship enter and loot the city after the war discs captured it. But his dreams were soon shattered. Not good. Retreat. Ji Guicheng immediately ordered the spaceship to retreat upon seeing the scene before him. He had never seen such a formation before. Wasn't it supposed to be a purely defensive formation? How could this city's defensive formation also counterattack automatically? Lord City Master, why not take this opportunity to chase and eliminate these aliens, avenging the cultivators on Yuqian continent? Mo Su urged Lian Shixian to pursue the escaping spaceship. Otherwise, how would he leave here? Chapter 131. Mo Su, in the wooden villa inside the Hongmeng Pearl, had just finished fighting with Lu Yixue. Looking at his wife lying in his arms, her face still flushed and as beautiful as a flower. He stroked her dark hair and used his divine sense to check the situation outside through the Hongmeng Pearl. This glance shocked him, and he immediately sat up from the bed, patting Lu Ishue's back. Wife, wake up quickly. The spaceship has been destroyed, and there are cultivators outside. We should take the chance to leave here. Su saw a spaceship parked on the ground not far from the deep pit he was in, with hundreds of cultivators descending from it. The lowest cultivation level among these cultivators was in the late golden core stage, and there were only a few dozen golden core cultivators, while the majority were in the nascent soul stage, numbering over 300. Among the 5 cultivators in midair, only one remained, while the other 4 were destroying buildings on the Xuanjiao planet and hunting down the fleeing war discs. Although the war discs were fast, they could not escape the pursuit of these 5 cultivators. One by one, the war discs were destroyed, exploding into fireballs in midair, followed by flying debris. Tall buildings were demolished, and the people on the Xuanjiao planet screamed in horror, fleeing in all directions. Some were in war discs, others in flying vehicles, but amidst the chaos, various flying vehicles collided and crashed down. Chapter 132. Su controlled the Hongmeng Pearl to enter the ship's side and pressed against a reinforced array pattern as a red-robed cultivator guarded the spaceship. He did not dare to move and was prepared to find an opportunity to enter the ship's interior. Report to Manager Ping. We've found the items. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared on the spaceship, one of the 5 cultivators who had previously destroyed the spaceship in the air. Although the language he spoke had a different tone from that on Yuqian continent, Su could still understand these few words. Gather the team. Return. Manager Ping's words were few, but his tone clearly carried a hint of excitement. The cultivators who were destroying the Xuanjiao planet received Manager Ping's orders and immediately converged from various directions toward the spaceship. As figures landed on the spaceship, Su seized the opportunity to control the Hongmeng Pearl and wait for a chance. When he saw an injured golden core cultivator land on the spaceship's deck with a thud, the other cultivators on the spaceship were focused on this golden core cultivator. He quickly controlled the Hongmeng Pearl to slip through the ship's side and enter the interior of the spaceship. What happened? You're injured? Manager Ping's words carried a hint of reproach. In his view, that their disciples could be injured while destroying this technological planet was somewhat embarrassing for the cultivators. Chapter 133. Manager Ping Yan was furious upon hearing that this golden core disciple had discovered the Lixu fruit tree, only to have the aliens steal the spiritual fruits from it. He immediately activated the formation and opened a gap in the secret realm, leading 5 core formation cultivators to assist the steward in entering the secret realm. The Lixu fruit is a spiritual fruit that allows a returning void stage cultivator to break through to the refining void stage. Consuming just 1 Lixu fruit can achieve this without worrying about Dan poison. On the entire Yunshi continent, cultivators had only heard of the Lixu fruit, but many returning void stage cultivators had not found it, making it a nearly extinct spiritual fruit. Refining void stage cultivators are the backbone of the 6 major sects on Yunshi continent. Having 1 more refining void stage cultivator means more strength for the sect and a stronger overall power. Manager Ping Yan was currently only at the mid-returning void stage and was gathering various spiritual herbs to break through to the refining void stage, preparing to ask the Dan King to refine a void-breaking pill. Now hearing that a Lixu fruit tree was discovered in the secret realm, but that the spiritual fruits had been stolen by aliens, he was naturally extremely anxious. Pian is more anxious than anyone else right now. He thinks that as long as he can eliminate the aliens that entered the secret realm and retrieve the Lishu fruit, the sect will definitely reward him with a Lishu fruit. This way, he won't have to spend a high price to ask the Dan King to refine the breaking void pill. Chapter 134. Su was overjoyed in his heart. He didn't expect to break through to the late stage of the nascent soul realm so soon after arriving at Yunshi continent. Was it because the laws of heaven and earth here were complete, or was it that the spiritual energy was more abundant here, allowing him to break through in such a short time? He couldn't care less about the reasons for now. His priority was to stabilize his cultivation level and study this issue later. He then began to operate his cultivation method to solidify his realm. The next day, as the sky brightened, Su opened his eyes and found that not only was the spiritual energy abundant here, but stabilizing his cultivation level was also much faster than on Yuqian continent. He didn't know the specific reasons and didn't want to guess. Moreover, with his limited understanding of the cultivation world, he couldn't deduce the reason. Standing up, he lifted his hand to remove the restrictions. Looking outside, he saw many cultivators already setting up stalls in the square, and many others browsing these stalls. The entire square was bustling with activity. To the right of the square stood a massive mountain gate, with the three ethereal characters Sungyun sect hanging above it. There was an array outside the sect that blocked divine senses, preventing one from seeing the scenery inside. Outside the mountain gate were 8 golden core disciples in white robes, standing guard on both sides, while disciples in gray, green, white, and black robes were coming in and out of the mountain gate. Chapter 135. What you said is right. It turns out that without the true essence shield, it feels more elegant, but the flying speed is a bit slower. My name is Xiao Dongyang. What do you call yourself? Mo Su felt that this cultivator named Xiao Dongyang had a somewhat foolish demeanor. He forgot to cast the true essence shield. Yet he thought it was elegant, and he had a somewhat familiar personality. I'm Mo Su. I want to take a look at the secret realm. Are you familiar with it, Daoist Xiao? I haven't been to this secret realm either, but I heard that the Iza's secret realm was previously the territory of Kun's Hall, and now it's completely open for any cultivator to enter and exit freely. Mo didn't know what Kun's Hall was and didn't ask about it to avoid raising Xiao Dongyang's suspicions. He had just arrived at this unfamiliar continent and had to be cautious. He didn't know the background of this Xiao Dongyang and was unsure of what kind of person he was. As for this guy named Xiao Dongyang, he approached him for no reason to strike up a conversation. Was it a coincidence? Or did he have some ulterior motives? Emosu was still unsure. Anyway, he would just be careful in dealing with him in the future and nodded as if nothing happened. Xiao Dongyang, however, didn't have as many thoughts as Mo Su. He wasn't in a hurry to travel and chatted with Mo Su while flying. Most of the time, it was Xiao Dongyang talking and Mo Su was listening, occasionally responding with an or oh, is that so? To keep the conversation going. Chapter 136. After several days of traveling through the secret realm, the 5 of them had found not even a single piece of low-level refining material, let alone spiritual herbs. This showed how thoroughly Kun's Hall had scoured this secret realm, which made the 5 feel somewhat disheartened. If it weren't for the relatively rich spiritual energy in the secret realm, they might have left long ago. One morning, the 5 woke up from their meditation and continued to fly deeper into the secret realm. When they first entered the secret realm, they walked cautiously. But after several days of traversing without encountering a single beast, they all relaxed and began using their escape techniques to move forward. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. The 5, who were flying, were momentarily stunned and quickly used their divine senses to check. A massive creature over 10 zhang long and 2 or 3 zhang high, covered in blood and flesh, was fleeing toward them, leaving a trail of blood behind it, while a few cultivators were chasing after it. Emosa didn't recognize what kind of beast this was, but Xiao Dongyang and the others did. That's a purple-toed beast. Let's intercept it. They immediately summoned their shields to protect themselves, and then summoned their respective attack spiritual tools to charge toward the massive creature. Chapter 137. Mo Su raised his hand to grab the ring and spiritual weapon long knife of a transformation stage cultivator. After scanning with his divine sense, he saw that the closest person to him was Lan Qingfeng, who was fighting against a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. His chest was already stained with blood, and there were traces of blood at the corners of his mouth from spitting blood. In their small team, Kuang Shiyong had the highest cultivation level, but he was only at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. He was leading a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, escaping while exchanging blows a few times. Both of them had sustained some minor injuries. Xiao Dongyang was also fighting against a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. His situation was slightly better than the others, but he still had some blood stains on him, although he wasn't in any life-threatening danger. Ji Feichuan was similarly engaged in a battle while fleeing against a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. The situations of the 4 were quite similar, with only Kuang Shiyong's injuries being the lightest. After assessing the conditions of his companions, Mo Su immediately used his teleportation technique to arrive by Lan Qingfeng's side. The long spear in his hand suddenly erupted with a spear light that extended dozens of zhang, piercing through the back of the head of the late-stage nascent soul cultivator who was fighting Lan Qingfeng, killing his nascent soul. With a loud bang, the head of the late-stage nascent soul cultivator exploded. Mo Su withdrew his spear and teleported again, this time appearing beside Ji Feichuan, unleashing thousands of spear lights toward one of the late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Chapter 138. Several days later, the 5 passed through the desert in the secret realm and entered a rolling mountain range. Just as they were moving deeper into the secret realm, They suddenly sense fluctuations of spiritual energy from a distance. Kwang Shiyong, who was leading the way, stopped, and the other four quickly caught up and used their divine senses to scan ahead. They saw a group of cultivators attacking a mountain peak about 1,000 miles away. Amidst the explosions of true essence, streaks of light flickered, indicating that the mountain peak had a defensive array. After being attacked by the cultivators, the patterns of the defensive array emitted light. "Let's go take a look," Xiao Danyang said, leading the way to fly over. The remaining four didn't hesitate at all and immediately followed. They were originally searching for resources, and upon discovering this defensive array, they were certainly going to check it out. After a few breaths, the five arrived in front of the mountain peak, where there were 500 or 600 cultivators, most of whom were at the mid to late stage of the nascent soul realm. Are there any array masters among the newcomers? If not, just attack together. Once the array is broken, everyone can rely on their own fortunes. Among this group of cultivators, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator saw the five approach and started to inquire. Chapter 139. The next day, while Mo Su was looking for opportunities near the defensive array, 3 spiritual tool flying ships flew over from a distance. The cultivators attacking the defensive array were momentarily stunned and immediately withdrew their attacking spiritual tools to watch. About 300 cultivators disembarked from the flying ships, most of whom were at the Golden Core realm. Among the thousands of nascent soul cultivators, this didn't cause any chaos. But when 3 powerful cultivators descended from the 3 flying ships, the thousands of nascent soul cultivators were taken aback. "Get lost. This is the territory of my Kun's Hall. Anyone who steps forward will be killed without mercy." One of the 3 powerful cultivators, a middle-aged man in a red robe, stepped forward with a look of disdain, waving his hand at the group attacking the defensive array as if dispersing dust. "Senior, hasn't your Kun's Hall already given up this place?" A nascent soul stage cultivator asked with an indignant tone, "And how dare you question me? The Kun's Hall." Bang! As soon as this red-robed cultivator finished speaking, another red-robed cultivator smashed him into pieces, his physical body exploding into a cloud of blood mist, and even his nascent soul couldn't escape. Chapter 140. As soon as the Hongmeng Pearl appeared, a purple light sensed its presence and joyfully leaped. When it landed in this space, the natural laws of heaven and earth automatically formed a protective formation around it, and it was unclear how long it had been there. From the moment Mo Su entered the secret realm, he sensed the existence of the Hongmeng Pearl, immediately waking up from its slumber and allowing the natural formation to reveal itself, waiting for the Hongmeng Pearl to appear. Upon sensing the Hongmeng Pearl, the purple light began to shrink rapidly. The purple light, originally thousands of feet high, shrank down to only a few feet and transformed into a solid purple beam. Flashing into the Hongmeng Pearl, Mo Su sensed the Hongmeng Pearl absorbing the purple light and quickly rushed forward. The Hongmeng Pearl turned into gravel and flashed into his purple mansion. Lu Yixue was cultivating inside the Hongmeng Pearl. As the purple light entered, a vast and pure source of energy immediately appeared within the Hongmeng Pearl, continuously enriching the entire pearl. While cultivating, Lu Yixue absorbed a trace of this source energy and immediately felt that it was many times stronger than spiritual energy, quickly operating the Hongmeng technique to refine this energy. Chapter 141. The master of Kun's Hall, Tu Qianshan, was furious after hearing the report from the sect elders. Although Kun's Hall had more than one 7th-level formation king and even an 8th-level formation king, formation kings were extremely rare and were valued by every major sect. Tu Qianshan immediately sent a message for the sect protector, Yin, to take people to the Iza's secret realm to investigate the cause of the fall of the formation king. After receiving the message from Home Master Tu Qianshan, Yin took 2 managers from the sect's foreign affairs pavilion and headed to the Iza's secret realm. When a tribulation stage cultivator appeared in the Iza's secret realm with 2 virtual refinement stage cultivators, it caused a huge uproar. The scattered cultivators entering the secret realm were frightened and trembling, not knowing what major event had occurred to have a tribulation stage cultivator appear there. The scattered cultivators who had killed the disciples of Kun's Hall had already fled without a trace before Yin and his team arrived. They knew very well the severe consequences of killing sect disciples. Yin and his team quickly arrived outside the natural formation, and after checking the area, Yin ordered the 2 virtual refinement stage managers to capture some scattered cultivators within 10,000 miles. Chapter 142. Upon seeing the appearance of this beast, Mo so wanted to hide inside the Hongmeng Pearl, but the beast surprisingly did not attack them. Instead, it went to attack the virtual refinement stage manager. He did not understand why the beast acted this way, and after fleeing for a few breaths, he checked with his divine sense and found no one escaping with him. So he quickly entered the Hongmeng Pearl. As soon as Mo Su entered the Hongmeng Pearl, he sensed the pure source energy inside. After trying to absorb a trace, he immediately felt that this trace of pure energy was many times stronger than spiritual energy. He also recalled that after the purple light was absorbed by the Hongmeng Pearl, he could no longer see that purple light and wondered where it had gone. Seeing the stone tablet not far away, he immediately walked over, raised his hand, and pressed it against the tablet, which instantly transmitted a series of messages to him. Hongmeng Purple Chi? After digesting these messages, Mo Su exclaimed in surprise. No wonder the Hongmeng Pearl caused such a stir. From the messages transmitted by the stone tablet, he learned that there were 7 types of Hongmeng Purple Chi corresponding to the 7 great Hongmeng rules of heaven: earth, human, ghost, god, demon, and monster. After the Hongmeng world shattered, they scattered into the newly opened 7 universes, and this Hongmeng Purple Chi fell into this universe. Chapter 143. After arranging for Lu Yishue's cultivation, Mo Su saw the little guy, Wang Tian Hound, vigorously absorbing the Hongmeng source energy for cultivation. He couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, the bloodline of divine beasts was stronger than that of human cultivators. Even while recklessly absorbing the Hongmeng source energy, it didn't burst its physical body. Mo Su ignored Wang Tian Hound and allowed it to cultivate, sitting cross-legged to begin his own cultivation. His cultivation level had dropped to the early nascent soul stage, and he planned to cultivate to the late nascent soul stage before going out, thinking that the people from Kun's Hall had likely already left. As for whether Xiao Dongyang and the others could escape, it would depend on their luck. With that 7th-level beast, the Fire Lion, battling the virtual refinement stage manager, they should be able to escape. Traces of Hongmeng Purple Chi were refined by him to fill the void of true essence in his body. Now, he had both true essence and Hongmeng primordial power in his body, and these 2 types of energy were slowly converting until all the true essence in his body transformed into Hongmeng primordial power, at which point his cultivation began to rise. Time passed without notice, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years had gone by. Mo Su's cultivation once again broke through to the great perfection of the late nascent soul stage. During these 20 years, Mo Su first transformed all the true essence in his body into Hongmeng primordial power. Although the primordial power in his body still mixed with true essence absorbed from spiritual energy, it was not very pure Hongmeng primordial power. Chapter 144. Mo Su first looked at Lu Yishue, who was cultivating beside him. From her aura, she had already reached the late nascent soul stage. Then he noticed that Wang Tian Hound had stopped cultivating and was lying on the ground sleeping soundly, belly up, with its little paws stretched toward the sky, likely refining the source energy in its body. Mo Su did not disturb Lu Yishue's cultivation and ignored Wang Tian Hound, flashing away from this space to a location tens of thousands of miles away. After breaking through his realm here, the aura he emitted would not disturb her. Sitting cross-legged and operating the Hongmeng technique, the surrounding Hongmeng Purple Chi immediately enveloped him, forming vortexes of energy that drilled into his body. After being refined by him, they filled his dantian. Mo Su felt that the Hongmeng primordial power in his dantian was increasing rapidly, almost bursting it open. He urgently needed an outlet for release, and now was the time to break through. Mo Su condensed the Hongmeng primordial power in his dantian into a massive airflow and charged toward the barrier of the transformation stage's acupoints. Crack! This massive airflow collided with the barrier blocking the transformation stage, and a new acupoint barrier cracked with several fine lines. But the energy flow was still somewhat weak and failed to break through the new barrier. Chapter 145. Mo Su stood by a stall, listening to the conversations of the scattered cultivators. The stall owner, seeing him standing still, knew he was inquiring about information. Having done the same thing before, he didn't ask Mo Su what he wanted to buy and busied himself sorting the items on his stall. Thank you, fellow Taoist. I have some items here. I wonder if you would be interested? Mo Su, noticing the stall owner's reaction, realized he understood what he was doing. He clasped his fists in thanks and took out a storage bag to hand to the stall owner. The items in the storage bag were low-level pills and low-quality spiritual tools, which Imosu no longer needed and were taking up space in his ring. So it was just right to sell them to the stall owner. Do you want spirit stones, or to exchange for other items? Are there any items on my stall that you fancy? The stall owner, seeing the contents of the storage bag, understood that Imosu wanted to thank him. After returning the gesture with a bow, he pointed to the items on the stall, inviting Imosu to choose. Imosu had been too focused on listening to the conversations of the scattered cultivators and hadn't paid attention to the items displayed at the stall. Now, seeing the stall owner asking, he scanned it with his divine sense and found that they were all items for the Golden Core stage, which made him lose interest. Just as he was about to withdraw his divine sense, he noticed a few ancient-looking jade slips in the corner of the stall. Chapter 146, Level 5 Alchemist. Xiao Dongyang and Kuang Shiyong both exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. Imosu nodded and said, "If you need alchemy, just give me the spirit herbs, and I will help you refine the pills without charging any fees." Really? That's wonderful. We were still thinking about finding an alchemist to refine the Kuan Yun pill, but we haven't gathered enough spirit herbs for 3 batches yet, so we've been searching in the secret realm. If we had known you were a level 5 alchemist, we would have come out long ago, and Taoist Ji and Taoist Lan wouldn't have fallen. Alas, Xiao Dongyang sighed after speaking, lamenting the fall of Ji Feichuan and Lan Qingfeng, but now it was too late. Everyone has their own fate. Old Xiao, don't sigh anymore. Once we all break through to the transformation stage, we'll enter the secret realm, kill more demonic beasts, and avenge them. Kuang Shiyong patted Xiao Dongyang on the shoulder. After years of fighting together, they had developed a deep friendship. Otherwise, Kuang Shiyong wouldn't have patted his shoulder and addressed him as Old Xiao instead of Taoist friend. Imosu felt gratified seeing their friendship and thought of his own comrades, who also shared a deep bond. Chapter 147. Imosu raised his hand and waved, suspending the jade box in midair. "I can't accept your gift. It should be kept for yourself. Taoist, saving you is how you repay me, old lady." Ah. The young cultivator's face changed drastically when he saw Imosu not taking the jade box. He realized his scheme had been exposed and summoned a high-grade attacking spiritual weapon sword to attack Imosu, thinking that if he didn't kill him, his resentment would have nowhere to be released. The reasoning of this nascent soul stage youth was truly incomprehensible, perhaps because he had been arrogant for too long and believed that if others didn't accommodate him, it was their fault. Bang! A burst of blood mist exploded. Before the young cultivator could attack Imosu, he was destroyed by Kuang Shiyong and Xiao Dongyang behind him. Just as his primordial spirit was about to leave his body, Imosu struck it with a flame, turning it into nothingness. After being repelled, Luo Hongchong felt his internal energy surging and was greatly alarmed. Is this a cultivator at the nascent soul stage? No, it must be that he concealed his cultivation. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? Able to withstand an attack from a nascent soul cultivator at the void return stage? I've never seen such a thing. After calming the turbulent true essence within him, he saw the jade box floating in midair, grabbed it, and crushed it. The mid-grade refining material inside was exposed in the market, catching the attention of many scattered cultivators. Chapter 148. Imosu took 2 rings and casually erased the restrictions on one of them. Xiao Dongyang and Kuang Shiyong were both startled, and a thought arose in their minds simultaneously. What a powerful formation! Then they both thought again that Imosu had broken through the market's defensive formation with just a few formation flags. Although they didn't know the level of the defensive formation setup in Iza Market, they knew it couldn't be lower than a level 6 defensive formation. Otherwise, how could it withstand the attack of a level 7 Demon King, the Fire Lion? Both of them secretly thought that Taoist Mo's formation realm was even stronger than his alchemy. Could it be that he was also a level 7 formation master? What had he experienced over the years? How could he have cultivated both formation and alchemy to such a high level? Imosu didn't know what the two were thinking. He saw that there were 1 million high-grade spirit stones, thousands of high-grade refining materials, several jade slips, a dozen jade boxes, and a top-quality spiritual weapon resembling a fishing net in the ring. This could possibly be the weaving Skynet. Let's first dig a cave dwelling. Then you two can go cultivate while I refine pills. Imosu didn't look at the other ring's contents. He still had several high-grade Kuan Yun pills in hand, which were just right for Xiao Dongyang and the others. Chapter 149. Imosu picked up Xiao Dongyang's ring, which had no restrictions as Xiao Dongyang had already erased them when he gave it to him. Inside this ring were over 200 various level 5 and 6 spirit herbs, enough to refine several batches of Kuan Yin pills, Lan Yuan pills, and Qinlin pills. With so many spirit herbs, it was just right for him to practice. He took out a pill furnace. Upon seeing this low-grade pill furnace, Emosu thought it was time to refine a new one. After all, he had quite a few high-grade materials now, and perhaps he could use these high-grade materials to refine a top-grade pill furnace. Thinking of this, Emosu, who wasn't one to procrastinate, took out the young cultivator's ring, removed the high-grade refining materials from it, summoned the Hongmeng fire, added the high-grade materials, and began refining the pill furnace. 2 days later, Emosu emerged from his cave dwelling and knocked on the restrictions of Xiao Danyang and Kuang Shiyong's cave dwelling. Daoist Emo, are the pills refined? Xiao Danyang looked at him with hopeful eyes. Rest assured, here are your pills, a total of 9. Among them, there are 4 top-grade pills and 5 high-grade pills. I think this should be enough for you, Emosu said, handing him a jade bottle. Xiao Danyang didn't pay attention to what Emosu said. He only heard that the Kuan Yin pills had been refined, and quickly took the jade bottle, pouring out a Kuan Yin pill. Chapter 150. Emosu heard Kuang Shiyong calling him and saw over a dozen demonic beasts pouncing towards Xiao Danyang. Kuang Shiyong had already blocked a 5th-level demonic beast and was engaged in battle. He was startled and raised his hand to summon the half-moon halberd, swirling thousands of halberd lights and launching them at the group of demonic beasts. The terrifying Hongmeng primordial force erupted, and the thick halberd lights covered the bodies of several 6th-level demonic beasts. With a loud bang, the halberd lights collided with the demonic essence emitted by the demonic beasts. Boom! Blood mist exploded in the air as the 6th-level demonic beasts were shattered by the halberd lights, and several demon cores flew out, attempting to escape. Emosu grabbed them and tossed them into his ring. After slaughtering these 6th-level demonic beasts, Emosu's half-moon halberd once again swirled thousands of thick halberd lights toward the remaining 5th-level demonic beasts. The remaining 5th-level demonic beasts, seeing that the 6th-level ones had been killed, immediately let out howls and turned to flee, but they were also shattered by the halberd lights. Several of their demon cores were crushed, and the remaining demon cores were collected by Emosu and tossed into his ring. How powerful! Kuang Shiyong couldn't help but exclaim as he watched Emosu kill over a dozen 5th and 6th-level demonic beasts in just 2 moves. Chapter 151. The Great Wind Escape Technique, as the name suggests, relies on the direction of the wind to fly. Although there was no wind inside the Hongmeng Pearl, it did not hinder Emosu from familiarizing himself with the operational methods of this divine ability. While practicing the Great Wind Escape Technique, Emosu encountered some obscure and difficult points in the technique and thought of the Great Transformation Technique. So he began practicing the Great Transformation Technique instead. With the powerful Hongmeng technique assisting him, Emosu quickly reached the entry-level realm of the Great Transformation Technique, then attempted to simplify the obscure parts of the Great Wind Escape Technique. After trying to operate the simplified Great Wind Escape Technique a few times, he quickly comprehended the essence of practicing the Great Wind Escape Technique. After understanding the Great Wind Escape Technique, Emosu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This Hongmeng technique, along with the Hongmeng purple chi, was indeed incredibly powerful. It truly deserved to be the beginning of the 3,000 Great Paths. Not only capable of enhancing cultivation realm, but also able to integrate other divine abilities and skills within it. While practicing the Great Wind Escape Technique, Emosu sensed that the restrictions of the cave were triggered. He quickly took out the Hongmeng Pearl, raised his hand to open the restrictions, and walked out. He saw Xiao Danyang and Kuang Shiyong waiting for him outside. Emogu, where are we going now? Should we steal some Lixu fruits again? Kuang Shiyong expressed his thoughts, knowing that Emosu had the weaving heaven net, making it easy to steal 2 more Lixu fruits. Chapter 152. A few days later, the 3 had just escaped to the edge of the secret realm when a figure flew out from within, dressed in tattered clothes, with blood dripping from his body onto the ground as he rushed past. Hurry! The 3 saw this figure darting by them. Emosu's powerful spiritual sense recognized him at a glance. It was indeed the combined stage cultivator who had descended from the spirit vessel, clearly injured by a 9th-level demon king. Xiao Danyang and Kuang Shiyong did not question the reason and immediately followed Emosu, hastily fleeing towards the outside of the secret realm. As they escaped outside, roars erupted from within the secret realm, and terrifying auras emanated from it. Many loose cultivators inside were desperately fleeing outward, while beams of light flashed by, indicating that some cultivators, fearing they were escaping too slowly, activated their escape talismans to save their lives. Flee this way. We can't go to the market, Xiao Danyang said, experienced in fleeing. He knew that the 7th level defensive array in a market could not withstand the attacks of a 9th level Demon King. So he took the lead, darting to the right, followed by the other two. Among the loose cultivators escaping from the secret realm, some fled towards the market while others went elsewhere, proving that smart individuals were not limited to just Xiao Danyang and his companions. Chapter 153, Luo Tai Lai, the patriarch of the Luo family, received a message from Luo Hongchong and learned that demon beasts were attacking the market again, and this time it was a 9th level Demon King. With the strength of the Luo family, they could not deal with a 9th level Demon King, so he immediately activated a communication talisman to seek help from Li Tianxing, the master of Kun's Hall. After receiving Luo Tai Lai's message, Li Tianxing pondered for a moment. Who has provoked the 9th level Demon King again? Could it be the people from the 1,000 Refinements Pavilion? That seems likely. Li Tianxing was well informed about the movements of the 1,000 Refinements Pavilion. He had already known about the pavilion master Qian Chongyue sending people to find the murderer of his grandson and wanted to instigate a war between the 1,000 Refinements Pavilion and the demon beasts. Thinking of this, he sent a message to Luo Tai Lai, advising him to defend the market if possible, but if it became untenable, he should flee. However, it would be best if they could hold out until the 1,000 Refinements Pavilion and the demon beasts went to war, as that would ensure their plan succeeded. After receiving Li Tianxing's message, Luo Tai Lai saw that Kun's Hall wanted to stay out of it and didn't want to involve themselves in the matter of Yiza Market. Although he felt indignant, he had no choice but to rely on Kun's Hall, so he could only send a message to Luo Hongchong, urging him to act according to the situation. After receiving the Patriarch's message, Luo Hongchong noted that the 9th level Demon King had already attacked the defensive array more than 10 times. Without the help of a few array masters, this 7th level defensive array would have been shattered long ago. Chapter 154, The Boundless Mirror Sea. Even with Mo Su's powerful spiritual sense, could not see the end of it. The spirit vessel flew over the mirror sea, which was as smooth as a mirror, without a single ripple appearing, leaving Mo Su astonished and marveling at the vastness of the world. Seeing that the spirit stone slot was filled with mid-grade spirit stones, Mo Su took out a ring and handed it to Kwang Shiyong. Old Kwang, when these spirit stones run out, switch to high-grade spirit stones. It will be faster. I feel something is off about this mirror sea, so it's best to leave here as soon as possible. This was Kwang Shiyong's first time crossing the mirror sea. He had only heard about it before, but had never flown over it himself. Hearing Mo Su's words and looking at the smooth surface of the sea, he also felt something strange. Don't scare yourself. Others cross the mirror sea like this. If you don't know, don't say anything. You're just scaring old Kwang. I really can't stand you too. Xiao Danyang, upon hearing Mo Su's words and seeing Kwang Shiyong's changing expression, quickly corrected him and shot an unhappy glance at Mo Su. This guy really was looking for trouble. Mo Su smiled awkwardly, thinking he might be overthinking it. Since Xiao Danyang said it was fine, then it was fine. Perhaps it was just his lack of experience that was making him anxious. Chapter 155. Upon reaching the opposite shore of the Mirror Sea, Xiao Danyang and Kwang Shiyong both used their spiritual senses to see the outline of a distant city. Let's head into the city first. The spirit energy here is about the same as in the secret realm. Maybe it's because it's by the sea, or perhaps the spirit energy is less concentrated at the edge. I wonder how it is in the city. After circulating his technique for several cycles, Xiao Danyang stood up. He felt that the spirit energy here was not as dense as the legends claimed, and with a mindset of giving it a try, he decided to go to the city. Mo Su and Kwang Shiyong naturally wanted to check out the city as well. So the three used their escape techniques and headed towards the distant city. A few breaths later, the three arrived at the base of the city wall and saw that there were not many cultivators around. Very few were entering or leaving the city, and the guards at the city gate numbered only 5. Upon seeing the three approach, they revealed a hint of mockery in their eyes. To enter the city, you must pay 100 high-grade spirit stones. Among the guards at the 5 city gates, for golden core stage cultivators, with the leader being a core formation stage cultivator, who looked expressionlessly at the three. 100 high-grade spirit stones? Xiao Danyang repeated in confusion upon hearing the words of the core formation stage cultivator. Yes, It's 100 high-grade spirit stones. If you don't have spirit stones, leave. The core formation stage cultivator appeared impatient, nearly provoking Kwang Shuyong to fight him. Chapter 156. Xiao Dongyang, hearing what the people inside said, glanced at Mo. Mo, regardless of whether the location was good or not, just wanted to find a place, so he immediately took out a ring and handed it to Xiao Dongyang, gesturing to him to be quiet so that the people inside wouldn't overhear them. Thank you, senior. I'll rent for 50 years. Xiao Dongyang saw that Mo's ring contained 800,000 high-grade spirit stones and immediately made a decision. He had just given the people inside a storage bag containing 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, and Mo, giving him 800,000 spirit stones was also intended to cover the 100,000 he had given away. How many of you are there? Each shop only allows 3 people to reside. If there's one more person, you need to pay 20,000 spirit stones for an identity jade token. With the identity jade token, you can freely enter and exit Hui City. We just happen to have 3 people. Thank you for your help, senior. Xiao Dongyang received the contract jade slip and 3 jade tokens, cupping his fists in gratitude before turning to leave the city lord's mansion with Mo and the others. Old Xiao is experienced in these matters. If it were me, I would have just left, Kwang Shuyong said, giving Xiao Dongyang a thumbs up with admiration in his eyes after they exited the city lord's mansion. This is nothing. Everyone is greedy. Although he is at the void returning stage and receives a salary from the city lord's mansion, he still needs to find some side income. And he just happened to have that authority. Chapter 157. After noticing the popularity of the Northern Alchemy and Artifact Pavilion, Xiao Jijia personally visited the shop and saw that the various pills and spirit tools for sale, there were indeed primarily top-grade pills, with most spirit tools also being high-grade. The 2 core formation stage cultivators guarding the shop had one looking very honest, while the other appeared quite cunning. He did not see any alchemists or artifact refiners, probably all in the rooms on the 2nd floor. Xiao Jijia was in the Northern Danchi Pavilion, purchasing several types of top-grade pills suitable for cultivators below the nascent soul stage. He himself was a 5th-level alchemist, and the reason for buying these top-grade pills was to study how they were refined once he returned. On Yunchi continent, top-grade pills were not non-existent, but rather extremely rare, so they seldom appeared in the market. Most were collected by alchemists, prepared to be exchanged for cultivation resources or to win over major sects and large cultivation families, in order to accumulate connections for the future. When Xiao Dongyang saw this returning void stage cultivator buying 2 of each type of pill before leaving, he understood his intentions. He was going back to study the elusive pills and made a note of it, preparing to inform him once the time was right. Chapter 158. Mo was unaware that someone had set their sights on him. He initially thought that the pills he refined were all mid to low tier, and even if a top-grade pill were to appear, it shouldn't attract anyone's attention. He had just refined a batch of Xuanchu pills, but he only managed to produce 5 top-grade Xuanchu pills, while the remaining 7 were of superior quality. Grabbing one of the superior Xuanchu pills, he carefully used the Great Transformation technique to deduce the steps in the alchemical process that led to the absence of top-grade pills. After several days of meticulous examination of the 7 superior pills and deducing the alchemical steps again, he identified where he had made mistakes during the first batch. He cleaned the alchemical furnace again, summoned the primordial fire, and began refining the 2nd batch of Xuanchu pills. Following the alchemical steps, he tossed the spiritual herbs into the furnace, liquefied, purified, discarded the dross, and fused the essence. The speed of refining the 2nd batch of Xuanchu pills was even faster than the first, taking just over 2 hours. Mo waved his hand, and 12 pills adorned with pill patterns were pulled from the furnace, producing a crisp and pleasant sound as they landed in the jade plate. Chapter 159. When Xiao Jijia returned to his cultivation room, he increasingly felt that he had made a mistake and should have sent someone to invite the alchemist over instead of going himself. He realized that his error lay in his overly arrogant attitude. He should have lowered his stance to invite the alchemist. Once this alchemist entered his commercial building, he wouldn't think of leaving. The reason Xiao Jijia acted so foolishly today was that he had received a message from headquarters, ordering him to be transferred from the Hui City branch to another city as a steward, unable even to remain as a shopkeeper. This was due to previous misconduct, and he was fortunate that senior elders had interceded on his behalf. Otherwise, he would have been captured by the Commercial Alliance's enforcement team long ago. Instead of flying into a rage, He was thinking about how to obtain this alchemist's legacy before leaving Hui City. The elders of the Wantong Commercial Alliance only gave him 2 days to rectify his mistakes. After 2 days, someone from the main alliance would come to replace him. This was another reason why Xiao Jijia was restless in the northern Danchi Pavilion. Imosu exited the Danchi Pavilion again and walked towards the scattered cultivator stall area. In every city, there was a stall area for scattered cultivators in the central square. Chapter 160. After Imosu threw a punch, he wanted to end the battle quickly. So he directly used his divine sense to pierce through Xiao Jijia's primordial spirit, then set his physical body ablaze, turning it to ashes. From the moment Xiao Jijia approached until his body was reduced to ashes took only a few breaths. Great sir, please don't kill me. Take as many war discs as you want. Wang Hui, who had traded with Xiao Jijia many times, knew how powerful he was, having once shattered their war discs with a single punch. He didn't expect such a powerful shopkeeper to be killed by this young cultivator with a single punch. Fearing that the young cultivator would kill him to silence him, he stammered as he spoke, quickly opening the cargo hold of the spaceship, inviting Imosu to take whatever war discs he wanted. Captain Wang Hui, no need to worry, I won't kill you. I'm a reasonable person, and I have some questions to ask you. Imosu waved his hand, signaling him not to be nervous, and did not take any war discs from the cargo hold. Please ask. As long as I know, I will certainly tell you. Seeing a slight smile on Imosu's face, Wang Hui's worries lessened, and he quickly assured him. Chapter 161. Imosu looked at the jade slip, which contained the embryonic transformation technique, and was instantly overjoyed. He didn't care about the advancement of the primordial fire or the second jade slip. He immediately began practicing the technique recorded in the first jade slip. 2 days later, at the Wantong Commercial Alliance, Hui City branch, the new shopkeeper, In Shishan, arrived at the entrance of the branch under the guidance of Elder Xiao Yuqing. As an elder of the Wantong Commercial Alliance, Xiao Yuqing held a high position within the alliance. Normally, such minor matters wouldn't require his personal attention. But since his nephew Xiao Jijia was here, he came himself. After delivering In Shishan, Xiao Yuqing planned to take his nephew Xiao Jijia away from Hui City, intending to give him a good lecture on the way to prevent him from causing more trouble. When the two arrived at the branch entrance and did not see Xiao Jijia there to greet them, Xiao Yuqing became somewhat displeased, feeling that his nephew was quite lacking in manners. He prepared to give him a severe lesson once they met. The two deacons at the Hui City branch, both at the transformation stage, quickly came out to welcome the visitors from headquarters. Having not seen shopkeeper Xiao Jijia for 2 days and having no idea where he had gone. Chapter 162. Imosu returned to the alien stall and found that the alien he had questioned earlier was no longer there, presumably having returned to their own planet, replaced by other aliens. On the Moken planet, there wasn't just one spaceship. Each fleet consisted of 3 spaceships, and Captain Wang Hui's fleet had already left the Yunshi continent, with other fleets arriving. Imosu visited the alien stalls with a purpose. He wanted to collect jade slips from these aliens. He knew that not every alien possessed jade slips, and not every jade slip was a divine ability slip. He approached the stalls with the mindset of trying his luck. Excuse me, sir, which planet are you from? Imosu approached an alien stall and began his inquiries again. Greetings, great sir, I am from the Moken planet. Please feel free to choose whatever you need. The prices are negotiable. The alien spoke politely upon seeing Imosu approach. They were aware that doing business in the cultivation world meant always being prepared for the possibility of being killed, as cultivators had strange temperaments. Despite just smiling at you, they might have already considered killing you. Chapter 163. Captain Yin Kuo felt that Imosu had a point regarding the items he had commented on, but he still believed the price was too low. He felt that these items were not ordinary and did not want to trade them away easily. The items on the table were obtained from a planet that was about to shatter, and they were found within a cave. If the planet had not been on the brink of collapse and the cave's restrictions had not been destroyed, he wouldn't have been able to enter. 200,000 spirit stones. It cannot be less. Captain Yin Kuo quoted a price again. He decided to let Imosu see these things only after witnessing the unpredictable situation and the furious reactions of other cultivators who beat themselves up. Previously, he had brought several shopkeepers to the spaceship to look at those damaged spiritual artifacts, and every one of them was enraged upon seeing the broken items, beating themselves up before cursing and leaving. If it weren't for the fact that they would need to trade with him in the future, those shopkeepers would have likely killed him in their fury. After each beating, he had to recover for a while, but fortunately, Those shopkeepers only inflicted serious injuries on him and didn't resort to lethal force. Otherwise, he would have been dead long ago. In Chapter 164, Su was overjoyed to learn that the bitter bamboo had been purified by the Hongmeng purple qi, so he decided to cultivate beneath it, no longer worrying about the emergence of inner demons. He hadn't expected that the alien captain would give him such a pleasant surprise. Remembering that he had brought back a few items, he sat cross-legged next to the bitter bamboo and took out the 4 items from his ring to examine them. The dagger could be used by Lu Yixue. He planned to let her refine it after she woke up and test the alchemy furnace first to see what it was. As he activated the Hongmeng cultivation method, Su raised his hand to cast dozens of complex hand seals, forming a magical imprint and pushing it into the damaged alchemy furnace for refinement. Just as he started refining, a message came from the furnace, startling him. He bit his tongue and spat out a drop of essence blood, which quickly seeped into the damaged furnace, followed by a flash of black light. The damaged alchemy furnace floated in midair, and the dirt and rust on it fell off. The chaotic heavenly Tao furnace could refine all things in the world. Su stared in disbelief at the floating furnace, not expecting that this incomplete furnace was actually a chaotic treasure, far more powerful than innate treasures. In Chapter 165, Su had no intention of helping him. He thought it was better to deal with the unclaimed stone himself. Who knew if their spaceship would be damaged by meteors or encounter chaotic void currents or black holes on the way back to Hui City? Would they even make it back? Do you have anything else? If so, show me. If it's useful to me, I'll help you this time. Su had come to find Wang Hui with the intention of acquiring his jade slips or rare items, not to take back a piece of low-level refining material. Otherwise, he'd be laughed at by Xiao Danyang and the others. I remembered. I have the interstellar map of this universe. I don't know if you want it, my lord. You can use a warship to travel to nearby planets. An interstellar map? I don't need it. Besides, I don't want to venture into the void right now. Su wasn't very interested in the interstellar map. If he had been unfamiliar with the universe before, he might have found it intriguing, as it could help him find his way back to his home star. Now that he knew how far this place was from the Milky Way, and that he would have to search for the coordinates of his home star among billions of planets, it seemed nearly impossible. Learning how difficult it was to return, he had already abandoned any plans to go back to his home star. In Chapter 166, he said, "So what? It doesn't really affect us. By the way, I heard that Manager Xiao from the Wan Tong Merchant Alliance ran away with a large amount of supplies from the Hui City branch. They are now looking for him." The speaker was a gray-robed cultivator in the transformation stage, speaking with a tone of schadenfreude, likely having grievances against the Wan Tong Merchant Alliance and eager to see them in trouble. I've heard that too. Manager Zhao's uncle, Elder Xiao Yuqing, has fallen, which led to this news coming to light. Now the Wantong Merchant Alliance has sent people to investigate in Hui City. Another transformation stage cultivator in a green robe then shared news that made Su alert. The Wantong Merchant Alliance was searching for Manager Zhao's whereabouts and might discover that he had been killed by Su himself, which made Su cautious. So that's how it is. No wonder I hadn't heard about Manager Zhao's escape. I thought he had been promoted and transferred to headquarters. The 3 transformation stage cultivators then began discussing other topics, all of which were boring to Su. After finishing his spiritual tea, he turned to leave. And when going downstairs, he activated the transformation technique to change his appearance for safety. In Chapter 167, Su was unaware that Xiao Danyang had already sent away the law enforcement team from the City Lord's mansion and that no one had discovered what he had done. He also didn't know that Elder Feng Kitchen from the Wan Tong Merchant Alliance was searching for clues regarding the killing of Xiao Jijia. After several days of patrolling the city, the law enforcement team reported to City Lord Hua Yifeng that they had found no suspicious individuals. Hua Yifeng had only sent the enforcement team to patrol as a formality due to the gift from Feng Kitchen. He didn't care about Manager Zhao's life or death. Furthermore, since Manager Xiao had long since fallen, the murderer must have left after taking the items. Who would still be foolish enough to wait for them to catch him? After checking the monitoring formations, Feng Kitchen ruled out many cultivators who had left the city and finally locked onto a young cultivator. The young cultivator's suspicious point was that he had just left the city and Manager Xiao had followed him out. However, the young cultivator had gone to the square outside the city and returned after a little over half an hour, while Manager Xiao never returned. Later, Feng Kitchen checked the monitoring formations at several city gates over the years through the City Lord's mansion and discovered that the young cultivator had never left Hui City. In Chapter 168, more than a dozen integration stage cultivators flashed and followed Elder Xian He to attack, condensing a huge handprint in midair and slamming it down onto the spaceships. A violent explosion echoed as 19 spaceships were shattered into pieces, scattering debris everywhere. A massive pit appeared at the square where the spaceships had landed, and the entire square turned into ruins. If Elder Phone Kitchen had seen this scene, he would have been furious, as he wanted to interrogate the aliens aboard the spaceships about Xiao Jijia's situation, but now there would be no one left to find. If Mo Su had witnessed this, he would have also cursed the cultivators, as he would no longer be able to find the alien captain for future trades. And where would he find those rare items? However, if he had known that Elder Phone Kitchen was looking for Captain Wang Hui to inquire about Xiao Jijia, he would have felt relieved. Without eyewitnesses, how would Phone Kitchen find the murderer who killed Xiao Jijia? Various blade lights crashed against the defensive formation, and the array runes glowed, but the defensive formation remained intact, and even the runes on the array flags were unharmed. In Chapter 169, news of the EU continent cultivators attacking Hui City had already spread throughout the city, and upon hearing this news, Xiao Danyang immediately ran upstairs to find Mo Su. After entering the Hongmeng Pearl, Mo Su absorbed the Hongmeng purple chi and quickly cultivated to the peak of the transformation stage. He swiftly left the bitter bamboo, traveling tens of thousands of miles without any hesitation. He took out a Xinshu Dan and swallowed it, circulating his cultivation method to refine the medicinal power. He combined the primordial energy in his meridians with the power of the Xinshu Dan to form a massive mixed primordial force, which he directed to impact the barrier blocking his breakthrough to the returning void stage. Crack! A light sound echoed within him as the barrier preventing his breakthrough shattered like an eggshell. The primordial energy entered new acupuncture points in his body, and a tremendous aura radiated from him, spreading outwards. When Xiao Danyang knocked on the room's barrier, Mo Su was stabilizing his cultivation under the bitter bamboo. After opening the door, Xiao Danyang impatiently said, "There are cultivators attacking the southern city gate. I heard there are 5 tribulation-transcending cultivators and 3 spirit ships with spirit stone cannons. I estimate it will be difficult to defend Hui City. Let's take advantage of the chaos and escape from another city gate." After arranging the pills and spirit tools, Mo Su took out array flags and set up a 3rd-level defensive formation outside the shop, while inside, he arranged a 9th-level hidden killing formation. On the surface, it appeared to be a 5th-level defensive formation, which would not arouse suspicion. Xiao Danyang crafted a plaque himself, inscribing 5 large characters, Sunshine Pill and Tool Pavilion, and hung it outside the shop. "Old Mo, you can live alone on the 3rd floor, and Old Kwong will stay on the 2nd floor, so we won't disturb your alchemy. What do you think?" After hanging up the plaque, Xiao Danyang made a suggestion. "That's fine. I'm okay with anywhere. I'll go up and check the room first." And Mo Su replied, having no particular preference about which floor to stay on since he wouldn't be cultivating in a room. He headed up to the 3rd floor. The shop had 5 rooms on both the 2nd and 3rd floors, so the 3 of them would have more than enough space to stay. After Mo Su settled on the 3rd floor, he set a barrier and could also let Lu Ishue come out to see the scenery of Yunyan City. Having been in the cultivation world for such a long time, Lu Ishue had always been cultivating inside the Primordial Pearl and had never seen the scenery in the city. Just as Mo Su and the others finished organizing the shop, the cultivators fleeing from Hui City arrived near Yunyan City. In the main hall of the Xianyi Pavilion, the pavilion master Xiong Zahai was discussing the occupation of Hui City with 8 tribulation-transcending elders of the sect. They received news that Hui City had already been occupied by cultivators from the EU continent, and their guardian, city master Hua Yifeng, had shattered his soul plate. The Xianyi Pavilion needed to quickly take back Hui City and eliminate the cultivators from the EU continent to avenge their fallen disciples. It was said that the EU continent had come to seek refuge in Yunshi continent, and this time they brought 5 tribulation-transcending cultivators. "I think we can send 6 elders, along with 15 guardians and 30 stewards, to ensure that these outsiders pay a heavy price, and to deter the Hanyun sect as well, so they do not think the Xianyi Pavilion is easy to bully." The Grand Elder Hua Yishan, who was the elder brother of Hua Yifeng, was furious upon hearing about his brother's death. Seizing the opportunity, while Pavilion Master Xiong Zahai planned to eliminate the cultivators from the EU continent, he expressed his opinion. and even if other elders had objections, they would not oppose him. I agree with the Grand Elder's suggestion. Let him lead the team personally to eliminate the invading enemies and avenge our sect's disciples, while also deterring the Han Yun sect's covetousness. Just as Grand Elder Hua Yishan was about to give the order to attack again, the second elder leaped down from the spirit ship and came to Hua Yishan's side. Grand Elder, I think it's better to let the stewards control the spirit stone cannons, and let the guardians attack the defensive formation with us. This way, the combined attack power will be stronger, aiming to shatter the defensive formation in one go. Good. This method is not bad. More power means more assurance. All guardians, come over here and hand the spirit stone cannons to the stewards for them to control. Follow my command to fire. Grand Elder Hua Yishan found the second elder's plan feasible, not wanting to waste time here to avoid attracting the Han Yun sect's attention, and immediately issued the order again. However, Hua Yishan did not expect that the Han Yun sect, their enemy, did not strike this time, as the Qianlan Hall had long prepared to ambush them. He was only on guard against the Han Yun sect to the west, unaware that their escape route had already been cut off. Boom! With Grand Elder Hua Yishan's command, 5 spirit stone cannons fired 5 dazzling beams of light towards Hui City. The 6 tribulation transcending elders also summoned their top-tier attack spirit tools, unleashing hundreds of thousands of blade rays towards the defensive formation of Hui City. 3 days later, the defensive formation of Hui City was re-established, but this time it was under the control of Qianlan Hall. In just over half a month, Hui City changed hands twice, and in the end, Qianlan Hall benefited the most. Although several tribulation transcending cultivators' rings self-destructed, the remaining rings made Qianlan Hall instantaneously wealthy. Moreover, the rings of the tribulation transcending and merging stage cultivators, along with those of tens of thousands of elite disciples, contained the hopes of the sect. The resources for cultivation in these rings were even richer, which made the Hall Master Tu Qiansheng extremely pleased. The entire Qianlan Hall was filled with cheers and excitement. With so many cultivation resources, the sect distributed a portion to each disciple, while the remaining resources were stored in the sect's treasury, waiting to reward disciples who had made contributions to the sect. Now, the Xianyi Pavilion was in disarray. No disciple dared to speak loudly in the entire sect. After Pavilion Master Xiong Zhai heard that all the elders had perished, he spat out blood on the spot, his face turning pale. Currently, there were only 2 tribulation transcending elders left in the Xianyi Pavilion, plus Pavilion Master Xiong Zhai, making a total of only 3 tribulation transcending cultivators. Pavilion Master Xiong Zhai and the sect's tribulation transcending elder disguised themselves as 2 casual cultivators who had been friends for many years, suppressing their cultivation to the late nascent soul stage, walking and chatting casually. The monitoring formation of Qianlan Hall detected 2 casual cultivator-like figures entering the surveillance area. The steward responsible for overseeing the formation, a refining void stage cultivator, watched for a few moments and saw no flaws. So he lost interest in the 2 casual cultivators and went to check on other cultivators. A distance of 100 miles could be covered in less than a breath of time by a tribulation transcending cultivator. But the 2 of them mixed in with other cultivators to avoid detection. Upon entering the city, they paid 10 spirit stones, allowing them to stay in the city for 10 days. For long-term residents, they needed to go to the city lord's office to obtain identity tokens. The guarding disciples at the city gate explained the rules for entering the city to the cultivators. After Xiong Zhai and the elder paid the spirit stones, they walked into the city. Just as they exited the city gate, a beam of light swept over them, and an alarm sounded instantly. Attack! Upon hearing the alarm, Xiong Zhai immediately realized they had been exposed. He raised his hand and slapped out, creating a massive hand of true essence that enveloped the area. The news of Hui City changing hands spread quickly in Yunyan City. Upon learning this, Xiao Dongyang recalled what Mo Su had said before and admired his insight into matters. It turned out that Mo Su had already guessed the Han Yun sect's intentions. What kind of person was he? Not only could he refine pills, but also tools, and he was proficient in formations, as well as having such a thorough understanding of human nature. Mo Su is very clever. He can guess your meaning from just one sentence. You can't hide anything from him. Look at the things that have happened during the time we've been with him. He has predicted everything. Huang Shiyong has long been in awe of Mo Su. When they were in the Iza's secret realm, they listened to Mo Su and escaped without going to the market. When the EU continent attacked Hui City, they also heeded Mo's advice and escaped early. This time, he already saw through Han Yun's sect's intentions to ally with Xian E Pavilion. Yes, it's fortunate to have old Mo with us. Also, this time he is no longer refining top-grade pills, which surely has his own reasons. The two of them now feel that following Mo brings extraordinary luck. Not only have their cultivation levels increased, but they also have enough resources for training. What could be better than this? Chapter 176. After capturing Hui City, Tu Qiansheng and his group of Tribulation Period cultivators killed the two Tribulation Period elders left by Han Yun's sect in Hui City, prompting the virtual stage managers to encircle the disciples of Han Yun's sect in the city. Tu Qiansheng, leading the Tribulation Period cultivators and the combined stage protectors, boarded a spiritual vessel heading straight for Yunyan City. After Hui City was captured, Han Yun's sect's leader, Yin Su, received the news immediately and promptly sent 5 elders and 20 protectors from the sect to Yunyan City via the teleportation array to prepare for battle against Tu Qiansheng. As soon as the elders from Han Yun's sect arrived in Yunyan City, they were spotted by the city's cultivators, and a massive aura emanated from the city lord's mansion, indicating the presence of Tribulation Period cultivators. This meant that Han Yun's sect's Tribulation Period elders had arrived in the city, alleviating their fears of being hunted down. This news quickly spread throughout Yunyan City. Upon hearing it, Xiao Dongyang immediately sought out Mo to discuss their next steps. Old Mo, now that Han Yun's sect has sent Tribulation Period elders to Yunyan City, what should we do? We should prepare to leave Yunyan City and pack our things to leave immediately. Mo knew that with Han Yun's sect sending out elders, war was imminent in Yunyan City. Though he didn't know how Hui City fell, he estimated that this battle would likely lead to Han Yun's sect's downfall. Was it wise to stay and wait for death? Chapter 177. Let's go to the territory of Qianlan Hall. It's the safest place right now. If there's a chance, we can sneak into Qianlan Hall while they attack Han Yun's sect and cut off their retreat. Mo shared his thoughts upon hearing Xiao Dongyang's question. Damn, you have quite the nerve. But this opportunity is rare. I think it's feasible. Old Quan, what do you think? Xiao Dongyang was stunned by Mo's words. His mouth agape, revealing his white teeth. But he quickly realized this was a good opportunity and turned to ask Kwang Shiyong. I'm following you guys. I'll do whatever you decide without needing to ask my opinion. Kwang Shiyong made things easier for the two. Aside from helping out, he focused solely on his cultivation. Now, his cultivation level was nearly at the peak of the transformation stage, even higher than Xiao Dongyang's. Hey, you're getting lazier by the day. You hardly say anything and just make me worry. Xiao Dongyang glared at Kwang Shiyong in dissatisfaction. Although Xiao Dongyang was unhappy with Kwang Shiyong's attitude, he understood his straightforward nature. He just didn't like to talk. In the past, when the four of them dealt with demon beasts in the secret realm, it was mostly Kwang Shiyong leading the charge, during which he had even saved Xiao Dongyang and Ji Feichuan several times. Chapter 178. Dressed in Qianlan Hall's attire, Mo swaggered towards the central peak, where there was a majestic hall. Outside the hall was a small square, surrounded by several cave dwellings. Mo speculated that the hall on this peak might be where Qianlan Hall's leader, Tu Qiansheng, resided. If it was the leader's residence, then there were surely spiritual energy veins below, as well as some rare resources collected by the sect stored in the leader's treasury for rewarding meritorious disciples. He knew that the hall master, Tu Qiansheng, had gone to attack Yunyan City, so there must be someone in charge of managing the peak. Mo was confident he could kill a management cultivator at the virtual stage in a second. After a few moments, Mo arrived at the leader's peak and slowly released his divine sense to scan the entire hall. He saw that the walls of the hall were embedded with more than a dozen bright stones, emitting a soft glow, while several cultivators were drinking spiritual tea and chatting. Below the hall were 2 spiritual energy veins, sealed by formations. And behind the hall was a cave dwelling with a defensive formation and a triggered warning formation at the entrance. Mo decided to open the treasury first, loot it clean, and then extract the spiritual energy veins, aiming to escape Qianlan Hall before dawn. Chapter 179. After a few protectors and managers from Qianlan Hall chased out of the mountain gate, they split up to carry out their tasks. 2 protectors and 2 managers surrounded the cultivators in the square to interrogate them. The remaining 2 protectors chased one to the north and one to the west, while the other manager pursued in a different direction. The protector pursuing north, Min Hufa, scanned with his divine sense, and happened to see the shadow of a spiritual vessel. He didn't call the other protector, thinking the distance was too far for a sound transmission to be received, so he summoned his own spiritual vessel to chase after it. Although Xiao Dongyang and the others ran a bit earlier than Mo Su's spiritual vessel quickly caught up with theirs under the propulsion of the Hongmeng Yuanli. Hurry up! They're coming after us! Mo Su controlled the spiritual vessel, getting close to Xiao Dongyang's vessel, and opened the vessel's restrictions to call the two up. Looks like there are accomplices perfect for catching them all at once. The pursuing Min Hufa saw two cultivators jumping onto the spiritual vessel when he noticed the two vessels flying in parallel, further solidifying his determination to capture them. Min Hufa had his own plans. After catching up to these cultivators, he would kill them and take their rings, then report back to the third elder that he couldn't find anyone, allowing him to pocket those two spiritual energy veins. With this thought, Min Hufa continued his pursuit. Chapter 180. Mo Su observed the mirror sea for several days without finding out why it was calm. He didn't dare stop the spiritual vessel to experiment. If he got caught in the sea, he could escape inside the Hongmeng Pearl, but Xiao Danyang and Kuang Shiyong would be in danger. Although he considered Xiao Danyang and Kuang Shiyong to be potential friends, he wouldn't expose his Hongmeng Pearl, since he hadn't discovered the secret of the mirror sea. Mo Su stopped focusing on it. He filled the spiritual stone slots in the vessel, adjusted the direction, and began cultivating the few divine abilities he had acquired. His cultivation was nearing a breakthrough into the middle stage of the return to emptiness, and the spiritual energy in the mirror sea was still relatively rich. However, he was currently using Hongmeng Purple Qi for his cultivation, which didn't have such high demands for spiritual energy, though using spiritual energy to cultivate divine abilities was still feasible. After more than 2 months, when the vessel reached the center of the mirror sea, another spiritual vessel sped towards them. Upon seeing another spiritual vessel flying back, the cultivators on that vessel were surprised but did not dare to stop and ask questions. As the two spiritual vessels passed each other, Mo Su noticed the surprised expressions on the faces of several cultivators. He smiled at them and kindly reminded, "There's a big battle over there. We just escaped." Chapter 181. A few days later, a spiritual vessel appeared at the edge of the mirror sea. Dozens of cultivators gathered by the sea immediately surrounded the spiritual vessel as it approached. "Which direction did you come from, fellow cultivator?" A transformation stage cultivator asked first, and the other cultivators looked at Mo Su with hopeful expressions, waiting for him to answer. "There's a big battle going on over there, with several sects fighting fiercely. We were afraid of being affected, so we had to escape first." Xiao Dongyang noticed that neither Mo Su nor Kuang Shiyong spoke, and since he was usually talkative, he took the opportunity to respond to these cultivators. "Huh, there's a fight over there, so why would we go? Let us leave, let us leave." Upon hearing that a war was breaking out across the sea, these cultivators immediately extinguished their plans to head to the Eastern Hemisphere. "No way. How could there be a war?" Some cultivators didn't believe Xiao Dongyang's words, and one of them guessed quite accurately. "I heard that the Sangyun sect sent people to the east, so it turns out there's a war breaking out over there. We should leave here first. When the Sangyun sect returns, we'll know what is going on and decide then whether to go or not." Once this cultivator spoke, the others believed him, as they had all heard that the Sangyun sect had gone to the Eastern Hemisphere, and some cultivators had even seen the Sangyun sect's spirit ship in person. Chapter 182. Donglu City. This city had no defensive formations. After a few of them scanned with their divine senses, they saw that there were about 500,000 people in the city, with guards at the city gate holding long spears and wearing armor. "Mo, let us stop here. We don't want to scare these mortals by getting too close." Kuang Shiyong had already notified Mo Su from 1,000 miles away. The four of them landed on the ground, and Mo Su put away the flying ship. As they walked and chatted, they headed toward Donglu City. Their speed wasn't very fast, but all four were at the returning Void Realm, and with each step, they covered hundreds of zhang. In just a few breaths, they were several dozen miles outside the city. Along the road, there were unknown trees planted on both sides, and many mortals were coming and going, some walking, some riding in carts, some carrying burdens, adults holding children, young people helping the elderly, some entering the city, and others leaving. It looked quite lively. As soon as the four appeared on the road, they attracted the attention of the passers-by. Upon seeing their clothing and demeanor, These people immediately moved far away, as if afraid that their poverty would rub off on them, or fearing that they might block the way and get beaten by the four. Chapter 183. Kwang Shuyong ignored Xiao Danyang and took out a jade token from his ring, throwing it to the still-dazed Jin Yinzu. Do you recognize this? This is the ancestral jade pendant of the Ji family, passed down from my great-grandfather to the family head, who later took it away. Jin Yinzu was extremely excited upon seeing the jade pendant. With this jade pendant, he could rightfully become the head of the Ji family. Damn, you're so long-winded. Hurry up and call people to set up the spirit hall. You're not even listening to your grandfather. Xiao Danyang kicked Jin Yinzu, sending him directly into the main hall. The middle-aged, beautiful woman and the doorman saw a figure fly up, and the master instantly disappeared, scaring them into shouting, "Come quickly. There's an assassin." "Shut up," Xiao Danyang shouted angrily. If it weren't for the fact that they were all mortals, he would have slapped them. "Let us go." Imosu felt it was troublesome to talk to these people any longer. He and Ji Feichuan weren't very familiar, and if it weren't for Kwang Shuyong wanting to come, he wouldn't have come here. He pulled Lu Yixue and stepped out, arriving outside the main hall. Hearing the shouting, many people from the Ji residence rushed out from various rooms. Men and women, adults and children, totaling dozens of people, along with a few guards who ran out holding swords. Chapter 184. Imosu couldn't care less about cleaning the blood off his body and immediately checked the items in the box. He saw 96 flawless white stones emanating a misty aura. These stones were cut very neatly, about the size of mahjong tiles from the Earth Star, arranged in the box. Next to these stones was a jade slip. Imosu picked up the jade slip, closed the box, and placed several restrictions on it, as he didn't dare absorb the misty energy from the stones. The restrictions on the jade slip were the same as those on the box, and he still couldn't break the restrictions on the jade slip. However, this time he didn't dare to let the steel help him, as the jade slip, which could be placed with these violently energetic stones, was definitely not an ordinary jade slip. He was worried that the contents of the jade slip would be destroyed by the steel, so he took out a jade box, placed the jade slip inside, placed restrictions on it, and stored it in his ring, planning to check it after his formation skills improved. Were these stones? Why did they contain such violent energy? Imosu looked at the stones in the box and muttered to himself, then reached out to touch the steel. After waiting for a moment, Imosu found that the steel had no reaction, so he decided to put the box away first and clean his body properly. Chapter 185. After Xiao Danyang was grabbed by Imosu, he smiled awkwardly. "Aren't I just curious? Trying it out shouldn't be a problem." Imosu didn't say anything more. He picked up a stone and used his Hongmeng Yuanli on his finger. After grabbing the stone, Imosu realized how hard it was. It was many times harder than spirit stones. If he hadn't used Hongmeng Yuanli, he really wouldn't have been able to break it. He broke off a small piece the size of a grain of rice and handed it to him. "Since you want to try, go ahead." Xiao Danyang took the grain-sized piece of stone and, without hesitation, operated his technique. Suddenly, a violent aura erupted from the stone, rushing into his meridians. "Damn, not good." Xiao Danyang immediately sat cross-legged and frantically operated his technique to refine and absorb the energy in his meridians. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds erupted from Xiao Danyang's body, and blood mist burst out. Imosu quickly took out a bottle of Lanyuan pills, not caring how many pills were inside, and directly stuffed them into his mouth. After Xiao Danyang swallowed the pills, his aura began to rise sharply. Initial stage of returning void. Mid-level initial stage of returning void, and quickly broke through to the mid-stage of returning void. This surging aura didn't stop and continued to climb until it was about to reach the peak of the late stage of returning void, at which point the surging aura finally stopped. Chapter 186. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years have passed. Xiao Danyang and Kwang Shuyong both broke through to the refining void stage. Imosu also broke through to the mid-level of refining void, and with the help of the Levexu fruit and powerful stones, Lu Yixue also broke through to the refining void stage. The four of them were cultivating in their cave residence, while the Yunshi continent became lively. After the Hanyun sect was destroyed and the Yun sect's master was shattered, with his primordial spirit escaping, the two major sects in the Eastern Hemisphere essentially disappeared from the cultivation world. After taking revenge, Tu Qiansheng, along with the Sanyun sect and the Wantong Merchant Alliance, divided up the cultivation resources of the Hanyan sect. Hui City belonged to the Wantong Merchant Alliance, Yunyan City to the Qianlan Palace, and the Spirit Stone Mine of the Hanyun sect to the Zhangyan sect. With a large amount of resources, Tu Qianlan and the Grand Elder joyfully returned to the Qianlan Palace, only to be informed by the Third Elder that the spiritual energy vein beneath the sect master peak had already been drained by 3 returning void stage cultivators, and they couldn't catch up to them even after sending people to pursue them. Hearing this, Tu Qiancheng became furious. How dare someone sneak into the Qianlan Palace and drain the spiritual energy vein? What a huge humiliation for the Qianlan Palace. But then he heard from Protector Min that these 3 had already crossed the Mirror Sea and gone to the other side. Now that they had just taken over Yunyan City, Tu Qiancheng had no manpower to chase after these 3, so he had to seek assistance from the Zhangyan sect. Chapter 187. The mountain peak where Mo, Su, and the others were located also had cultivators who had fled there, but these cultivators were of low cultivation and did not detect the concealment formation set up by Mo, Su. In the past 20 years, Mo, Su has been cultivating using the Hongmeng Purple Qi and the Spirit Qi vein, absorbing the Spirit Qi and then purifying it into Yuan power with the Hongmeng Purple Qi. His cultivation has broken through to the late stage of the Void Refinement realm, already approaching the peak of the late stage. Xiao Dongyang and Kuang Shiyong have also been cultivating using the Spirit Qi vein. This is their first time using the Spirit Qi vein, and the pure Spirit Qi within it is several times purer than Spirit Stones. After being refined into true essence, their strength has been rapidly increasing. Now, both of their cultivation levels have reached the late stage of the Void Refinement realm. During a recent gathering, Mo, Su took out a box containing stones, placed it on the ground, and said, "These stones belong to old Kuang, so let us leave them with him for safekeeping." Kuang Shiyong opened the box and said, "Old Xiao and I will each take 20 stones. The rest can be used by Brother Mo and his wife. These stones are enough for us to cultivate to the tribulation transcendence period. 20 stones. That should definitely be enough. I estimate that one of these stones can help me break through to the integration stage, and I'll save the rest for breaking through to the tribulation transcendence period. This way, we won't need to use harmony essence pills and tribulation transcendence pills. However, the energy of these stones is too powerful. It's better to refine some healing pills, otherwise I wouldn't dare to use them again." Chapter 188. The 4 cultivators who were fighting saw Mo, Su, and the others suddenly appear. One of the cultivators shouted, "These 2 are cultivators from the Yue continent. They want to destroy our Yunshi continent. Please assist us, fellow Taoists." Upon hearing that they were cultivators from the Yue continent, before Xiao Dongyang and Mo, Su could say anything, Kuang Shiyong was the first to rush forward. Seeing Kuang Shiyong charge up, the other 2 had no choice but to follow. The 2 Void Refinement cultivators from the Yue continent were momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of Mo, Su, and the others. Upon seeing Kuang Shiyong rushing over, they realized that with their combat strength, they couldn't possibly defeat these 5 Void Refinement cultivators, so they thought of escaping first to gather reinforcements and fight again. Don't let them escape. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble. The 2 Yunshi continent cultivators, realizing the intentions of the Yue continent cultivators, shouted and accelerated their attacks, entangling the 2 and not giving them a chance to escape until Kuang Shiyong and the others arrived. "Stop! Let us go, or our sect elders won't spare you." The 2 Yue continent cultivators, seeing Mo, Su, and the others surrounding them, knew that a hard fight was futile. Perhaps they had been used to being arrogant before. One of the cultivators even threatened them. Chapter 189. There are fluctuations of Spirit Qi ahead. It seems some cultivators are fighting. Everyone, be prepared. As a few people speculated about the intentions of the Yue continent, Mo, Su suddenly stood up, shouted, and summoned his crescent halberd. Mo, Su's divine sense detected 5 Void Refinement cultivators and 2 integration stage cultivators in the distance, pursuing a group of returning Void stage cultivators. Among them, 1 integration stage cultivator was fighting desperately against 2 integration stage cultivators to cover the escape of the returning Void stage cultivators. The direction those returning Void stage cultivators were fleeing was the same as where Mo, Su, and his companions were headed. They also saw Mo, Su's spiritual vessel, and frantically rushed towards it. "Get away from these trash. Those motherfares want us to hold them off for a while, and then escape." Mo, Su realized the intentions of these returning Void stage cultivators and started cursing. They clearly knew there was danger, yet led the Void Refinement cultivators over, obviously trying to distract their attention. Kill these ants. Xiao Dongyang and the others also recognized the intentions of the returning void stage cultivators and summoned their respective attacking spiritual devices, preparing to approach and eliminate them first. Chapter 190. Old Mo, you've come out. How's it going? Do you have any good stuff? Xiao Dongyang looked at Mo Su with hopeful eyes as he emerged from the training room, eager for some surprises. I have enough primary spirit herbs for refining the Xylene pill. I just need to find some auxiliary spirit herbs to start alchemy. Also, here's some high-grade spiritual devices. Everyone can take what they need. Mo Su waved his hand, and dozens of various high-grade spiritual devices were casually placed in the cabin. Damn, so many? Did you rob a lot of cultivators? It really is faster to rob. Xiao Dongyang and Lin Zhan, seeing these high-grade spiritual devices, were shocked. Recalling this integration stage cultivator who had robbed so many things only to end up dead, they wondered if he regretted coming to the Yunshi continent. Dao friend Mo, I have some spirit herbs here that our small team obtained during our trials. I've been keeping them safe, intending to exchange them for cultivation resources. Now that there's nowhere to trade, I'll give them to you. Dao friend Mo. Lin Zhan handed a ring to Mo Su and then turned to pick out the spiritual devices he needed, not being polite or pretentious at all. Chapter 191. Approaching them was a spiritual vessel with 2 integration stage cultivators and 4 void refinement stage cultivators. They initially intended to force the vessel crossing the Mirror Sea to stop, but did not expect the opposing cultivators to attack first. At this moment, it was too late for the 2 integration stage cultivators to summon their attacking spiritual devices. In a hurry, they each threw a punch. Boom, boom, boom. The fist rays collided with the halberd rays, and after a clash of 2 massive true essences and a powerful Hongmeng Yuan power, the space immediately shattered, causing irregular spatial distortions, rippling outwards. With a loud bang, the opposing spiritual vessel burst into beams of light, followed by a crisp sound as their spiritual vessel instantly turned to debris. Mo Su's attacking halberd rays were directed at both integration stage cultivators, while the other half targeted the defensive array nodes on the spiritual vessel, directly shattering the vessel's defenses. What a despicable move. One of the integration stage cultivators shouted and hurriedly summoned a spiritual vessel, attempting to rescue the other cultivators who were in midair onto the vessel. Chapter 192. To enter the void from here, they must eliminate these 2 integration stage cultivators and then break through this defensive array. Mo Su was confident in killing one of the integration stage cultivators, but if both of them attacked together, he feared he would struggle to kill them and might even end up in a stalemate. If that happened, it would definitely attract other cultivators from the EU continent. If a Tribulation Transcendent stage cultivator were to join, their small team would be in danger. How do we deal with these 2 integration stage cultivators? I can only handle one of them, and the other will surely assist once the fighting begins. Can you guys hold off that integration stage cultivator for a few breaths? After retracting his divine sense, Mo Su turned to ask the others nearby. The situation was critical. They couldn't delay any longer. If a Tribulation Transcendence stage cultivator came, there would be no place to escape. Let us fight. Lin Zhan also saw the situation at the void entrance and quickly made a decision. And Xiao Dongyang and the others nodded in agreement. All right, then let us charge in. Without any hesitation, Mo Su immediately steered the spiritual vessel towards the void entrance, ready for battle now that everyone had made up their minds. Chapter 193. Among these 6 people, only Mo Su had been to the void before, back when he was still at the Qi refinement stage. Fortunately, he had a flying saucer, and luckily, he did not encounter any void turbulence or black holes. After all, those aliens often relied on their spaceships to fly through the void. A few days later, Mo Su took out a warship from the ring, called everyone aboard, infused spirit stones into the resource replenishment slot of the warship, and entered the coordinates of the Moken planet marked on the star map into the warship's operating system, activating the autopilot mode. With a large supply of spirit stones, the warship would automatically bombard any asteroids blocking its path during its flight in the void. Although this would waste spirit stones, it was worry-free and saved effort, so why not? It was much better than his first experience flying in the void, where he had to constantly calculate how many spirit stones the attack rays would consume. Oldemo, I feel like I'm about to break through to the fusion stage. Can we find an exit first? I'm afraid I might encounter unexpected dangers while transcending in the void. After recovering from his injuries, Xiao Donyang felt that his cultivation had reached the peak of the late stage of the void refinement realm, and the true essence within him could erupt at any time, impacting the barrier to the fusion stage. He wanted to leave the void to transcend. Chapter 194. The warship had flown for more than half a year, and Mo had infused spirit stones into the spirit stone slot multiple times. After activating the autopilot, the consumption of spirit stones was extraordinarily high. During this time, Mo opened the rings of the two fusion stage cultivators and obtained a large amount of 7th and 8th grade spirit herbs, several 100 million spirit stones, and a pile of various attribute refining materials. In one of the rings, he even found 30 top-grade spirit stones and tried to absorb them, feeling that they were purer than the spiritual energy in the spiritual veins. These two fusion stage rings allowed him to gather enough spirit herbs for 4 furnaces of Xylingdan. Whenever someone came out to take care of the warship, Mo would go to the cabin to refine Xylingdan. After the second space jump, the warship safely passed through without any accidents a year later. Looking at the coordinates on the star map, it would take about 4 more months to reach the Moken planet. Shortly after passing through the space jump, Kwang Shiyong came out of the cabin, emanating a powerful aura. Mo knew he was about to be unable to suppress the true essence erupting within him. Brother Mo, can we stop the warship for a moment? I feel like I'm about to break through my realm. Chapter 195. More than 3 months later, while Mo was working on the refining process of Xylingdan, he heard a mechanical voice from the control panel of the warship indicating that they were about to reach their destination and requested the coordinates for the next destination. After hearing the prompt, Mo quickly switched to manual control. His spiritual sense had already spotted the light at the exit of the void. Moments later, the warship flew out of the void exit, revealing a bright scene. Old Xiao, hurry up and transcend. Mo transmitted to Xiao Donyang, then piloted the warship to a vacant area and let Lu Yixue come out from the Hongmeng Pearl. After the hatch opened, Mo and Lu Yixue stepped outside to feel the spiritual energy here before releasing their spiritual senses to scan the surroundings. The spiritual energy on a Moken planet was better than that on the Diyuan planet. Although it was thin, there was still spiritual energy present. However, this planet was now in ruins, with collapsed giant pits, dilapidated buildings, and water flowing into low-lying areas, forming various large and small lakes. There were also fragments of building materials that Mo recognized none of, and it was clear they had been shattered by the attacks of cultivators' spiritual weapons. Chapter 196. More than 2 months later, Mo successfully refined 4 furnaces of Xylingdan, except for the first furnace, which produced a few high-grade pills. The remaining 3 furnaces produced only top-grade Xylingdan. Looking at the remaining spirit herbs, he realized there weren't enough to refine another furnace. So he packed the spirit herbs into a jade box, planning to wait until he gathered enough to continue refining pills. Mo opened the hatch and entered the control room, where he saw Lin Zhan and Xiao Donyang chatting while drinking tea. Kwang Shiyong and Long Yushan were not there, probably off cultivating in the cabin. Their personalities were similar, and they weren't talkative. They devoted any free time to cultivation and improving their own strength. Old Mo is out. Have the pills been refined? Show me. Upon seeing Mo, Xiao Donyang stopped chatting with Lin Zhan and extended his hand to ask for the pills. I've only refined 3 furnaces of pills, and there are a few high-grade ones. Let's divide them up. Of course, Mo had his own selfish motives. Good things should naturally be kept for himself, so he didn't mention that he had refined 4 furnaces of Xylingdan and threw 2 jade bottles to them. High-grade pills are already quite good, let alone top-grade pills. Thank you. Xiao Donyang took the jade bottle, saw 5 top-grade Xylingdan and 1 high-grade Xylingdan inside, and joyfully stored them in his ring, offering a perfunctory thank you. Chapter 197. Lu Yixue couldn't understand the language of the aliens, but she could tell from Mo's expression that he hadn't found out the coordinates of the galaxy, and disappointment showed on her face. Let's go. We're heading to Jiue continent. Mo opened the hatch of the warship, called everyone to board, and then entered the coordinates at the control panel, starting the warship and entering the void once again. Phew, finally gone. The 2 aliens sighed in relief after seeing Mo, and the others' warship leave. They had been quite frightened, fearing that the cultivators might take offense and kill them. The distance from Xinhui planet to Jiue continent would normally require about 1.5 years of flight in the void. However, with high-grade spirit stones as the power source, the speed would increase significantly, and they could reach Jiue continent in about a year. After setting the warship to autopilot, Su entrusted it to Xiao Dongyang and the others for monitoring and returned to the cabin with Louis Xue. Wife, there's no way to go back to the UN planet now. That alien, said Su, will convey the information he has obtained to you. Since we can't go back, let's focus on cultivating. Sooner or later, we will return. I don't want you to take risks just to go back. Our son is important, but not more important than you. With you by my side, I feel at ease. Chapter 198. Half a year later, the warship entered Jiue continent and stopped in a remote valley. Su took Lu Yixue out from the Hongmeng Pearl. After everyone disembarked from the warship, Su stored the warship back into the ring. The spiritual energy here was quite good, but it felt like something was missing. Following their instinct as cultivators, Xiao Dongyang and the others first focused on sensing the spiritual energy upon arriving in this unfamiliar place, as it was crucial for their survival. It was similar to how ordinary people would inquire about food and shelter when arriving in a new place. This was a fundamental instinct for survival. Hearing Xiao Dongyang's words, Su immediately circulated the Hongmeng Gong for a full cycle and quickly captured that the rules of heaven and earth here were somewhat vague. If they cultivated here, it would be difficult to break through to the transcendent stage. The rules of heaven and earth here are unclear. We need to go to another place. Otherwise, it will be hard to break through to the transcendent stage. Let's go outside and ask around first. After Su finished speaking, he released his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings. Although his cultivation was at the early stage of fusion, his spiritual sense was already comparable to that of a transcendent stage cultivator, and he quickly spotted a city thousands of miles away. Chapter 199. After hearing the words of this returning void stage cultivator, everyone realized that the rules of heaven and earth in the Kievan continent were more complete than those in the Jiue continent. Otherwise, the 6 major sects of the Kievan continent would not provide cultivation and tribulation venues for the cultivators. And the cultivators from the Jiue continent would not come to the Kievan continent to cultivate. The 6 major sects charging spirit stones for the cultivation and tribulation venues was also a way for them to profit from the advantages of their continent's rules of heaven and earth. Thank you for the information, fellow Taoist, Xiao Dongyang said, cupping his fists in gratitude to the returning void stage cultivator. There's no need for such formality. It is my honor to clarify your doubts. The returning void stage cultivator quickly replied, taken aback by the greeting from the core formation stage cultivator. Fortunately, they were in the teleportation array area where fighting was not allowed. Otherwise, Xiao Dongyang's actions might have frightened him to death. The teleportation array is about to activate. Please make your preparations. The managing steward of the teleportation array shouted loudly upon seeing 2 more refining void stage cultivators step up. Su observed these cultivators placing their teleportation jade tokens into the slots of the teleportation array. And he also took out his teleportation jade token to place it in the slot, casually wrapping his arm around Lu Yixue's shoulder. Chapter 200. Su and the others were not lacking in spirit stones, and soon rented 3 cave dwellings in the area designated by the City Lord's mansion, each costing 60,000 spirit stones per year, paid in a lump sum for 50 years. After renting the cave dwellings, the 6 of them took their respective identity jade tokens, with Su and Lu Yixue each getting 1 cave dwelling, while Xiao Dongyang and Lin Zhan shared 1. Both of them had similar personalities, being talkative and enjoying lively environments. Meanwhile, Huang Shiyong shared a cave dwelling with Long Yushan. Both were diligent cultivators who preferred to stay away from worldly matters and were not very talkative, focusing on hard work. Lin Zhan carved several jade slips for body refining techniques, distributed them to everyone, and then he and Xiao Dongyang ran off to the Thunderstorm Tower for body refining. Once Su and Lu Yixue entered the cave dwelling and set up restrictions, they checked the body refining techniques. Both of them practiced the Hongmeng technique, which enhanced their physical bodies with the improvement of their cultivation realm, and they didn't need to practice body refining techniques at all. Wife, I feel there is something we need here. I want to go out and take a look. Are you going to cultivate here, or come with me? Su felt a strong sense that there was something he needed in Lei City, which is why he decided to stay temporarily. Chapter 201. Su noticed that when the spirit weapon longsword was thrust out, there was an obstacle ahead that blocked the sword's progress. He was delighted and quickly used his divine sense to examine it closely, discovering that it was indeed a natural formation, though it had been eroded by some corrupting aura, leading to several flaws. Even with these flaws, They were not something an ordinary cultivator's divine sense could detect. If it weren't for the guidance of the Hongmeng Pearl, he wouldn't have been able to discover this natural formation at all. Having experience in breaking natural formations, Su immediately sat cross-legged, enduring the sharp pain from his sea of consciousness, and began to use his divine sense to inspect the natural formation, searching for its nodes. His formation path had now reached the level of a 9th-level formation master, significantly stronger than when he was in the Iza's secret realm. And with his prior experience in breaking natural formations, he quickly found the point to break this natural formation. He raised his hand, took out a formation flag, and struck it into the ground. Crack! A light sound echoed from beneath the silent gorge, traveling far in the hollow chasm. Boom! A loud explosion occurred just as he broke the natural formation, and a purple light thousands of zhang high erupted from within, tearing apart the natural formation and shooting out of the gorge towards the sky. Chapter 202. When Su emerged from the gorge, he noticed many cultivators above, searching around or inquiring about that purple light. He immediately understood that this was the purple light resulting from the explosion of Hongmeng purple qi, attracting these cultivators. There was no way he could kill all these thousands of cultivators, and he certainly didn't want to let Lu Yixue take risks alongside him. Moreover, he wasn't considering killing all the cultivators. He just wanted to return to the cave dwelling to cultivate as soon as possible. Now that he had acquired a second dose of Hongmeng purple qi, he estimated it wouldn't be long before he could break through to the tribulation stage. With this thought, he immediately entered the Hongmeng Pearl, transforming it into a grain of sand and with a gentle breeze beneath the gorge. He floated up and attached himself to Lu Yixue's boot, then transmitted his voice to her, telling her to leave the area. Lu Yixue fled into the Lei forest, and Su's divine sense kept observing the surroundings. When he saw that no one was nearby, he quickly emerged from the Hongmeng Pearl. Wife, don't run anymore. Are you okay? Lu Yixue rushed over to check his body as soon as she saw him, completely unaware that cultivators were chasing after them. Chapter 203. After understanding the reason behind the void formation patterns, Su raised his hand to shatter these patterns and took out a formation flag to set up a concealment formation before entering the cave dwelling and slipping into the Hongmeng Pearl. Once Lu Yixue entered the Hongmeng Pearl, she began cultivating beside the bitter bamboo. As soon as she started circulating her technique, the Hongmeng purple qi from the stone tablet immediately emanated, and she quickly realized it was more abundant and richer than the previous one, immersing herself in her cultivation. Seeing Lu Yixue engrossed in her practice, Su did not disturb her and sat cross-legged on the other side of the bitter bamboo, continuing to cultivate while learning to carve void formation patterns. Elder Li of the Qinghe sect received a message from sect leader Yi Qinghe and immediately exited the cultivation room, summoning a spirit weapon flying ship to rush towards Lei City. The Qinghe sect was originally a second-tier sect in the Kievan continent, founded by sect leader Yi Qinghe, who had maintained it for several hundred years. Yi Qinghe obtained a bottle containing 6 tribulation pills in an ancient relic cave and was the first to break through to the tribulation stage. After returning to the sect, Yi Qinghe gave 5 tribulation pills to 5 elders in the sect, allowing the Qinghe sect to suddenly have 6 tribulation stage cultivators, pushing them into the ranks of the 6 major sects and becoming the 7th major sect in the Kievan continent. Chapter 204. After more than half a year of studying and carving void formation patterns, Su, originally a 9th-level formation master, benefited from the formation path inheritance provided by the Hongmeng Pearl. His speed in learning to carve void formation patterns could be described as rapid. He could now carve level 4 void formation patterns, reaching the standard of a level 4 formation master. If given a few more years to cultivate the formation path, he believed he would soon be able to carve 9th-level void formation patterns. Qi Mushuan, the city lord of Lei City, actually knew of the movements of Su and the other 6 as soon as they emerged from the teleportation array and was aware that they had rented cave dwellings. The reason Qi Mushuan did not capture Lin Zhan alone was that he noticed there were 4 core formation stage cultivators among Su's group and 2 refining void stage cultivators. His city lord's mansion didn't even have 4 core formation stage cultivators. If he captured Lin Zhan, the others would definitely intervene, and that would spell trouble for Lei City. Even if the sect intervened in the end, his position as city lord would be at stake. As there were already people in the Hantian sect coveting his position, waiting for him to make a mistake in Mo Lei City to seize his position. Qi Xuan had only heard that Lu Yixue had gone to the abyss of despair first, but no one had seen her obtain any treasures. The guardian girl, who chased after her, along with several other integration stage cultivators, only had suspicions about her and wanted to get some answers. Chapter 205. Mo Su was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then quickly thought of the several cultivators who were hunting Lu Yixue. He soon guessed the reason for the bounty on her, but he didn't care. After all, he wasn't in the city now, and they couldn't find Lu Yixue. Once he reached the Tribulation Crossing stage, he would go to Myriad City and kill those who had put out the bounty on Lu Yixue. No worries. Where are you planning to go now? Are you going back to Myriad City? I suspect the city must have already figured out that we are together. The reason the City Lord's mansion hasn't captured you is probably to take us all at once. Mo Su noticed Lin Zhan's unstable aura. He needed to stabilize his cultivation. Now going to the cave in Myriad City was the most suitable choice. He felt that the City Lord's mansion must have some plans or fears. Otherwise, they would have captured Lin Zhan long ago. I'll go back to Myriad City, just in time to see if Long Yushan has come out of the Thunderstorm Tower. I'm also suspecting that the City Lord's mansion has some conspiracy, but since we haven't been together, they don't dare to act rashly. Upon hearing Mo Su's speculation, Lin Zhan quickly understood the City Lord's mansion's conspiracy, only hesitating to act because they were wary of their cultivation levels. Once Long Yushan broke through to the integration stage, the City Lord mansion would likely be even more hesitant to act. So, he decided to continue staying in Myriad City. Chapter 206. Mo Su saw the teleportation array, buzzing, and hesitated. Should he teleport or not? He raised his hand and took out a set of array flags. First setting up a 9th level defensive formation and then inscribing a 9th level void strangulation array to prevent anyone from coming here to disrupt the teleportation array, before quickly entering the Hongmeng Pearl. As soon as Mo Su entered the Hongmeng Pearl, he felt a terrifying aura emanating from Lu Yixue. This terrifying aura made him feel a sense of oppression. Lu Yixue had actually broken through to the Tribulation Crossing stage. Wife, how did you break through? Did you encounter any danger? Mo Su asked while using his divine sense to scan Lu Yixue's body, worried that she might have some hidden ailments. I feel no discomfort at all. I feel much stronger now, more than dozens of times stronger than before. If someone chases me again, I think I could just slap him to death. Seeing him come in, Lu Yixue happily showed off, her face full of pride, and her gaze toward him held a hint of playful challenge, clearly indicating that her cultivation was now even higher than his. How did you break through? Did you use some powerful energy stone? Mo Su asked again, noticing that Lu Yixue was too busy showing off and hadn't given him a clear answer yet. Chapter 207. Mo Su dismantled several components of the teleportation array and stored them in his ring, then took out an array flag to set up a large defensive array. Not feeling secure, he inscribed a void strangulation array before walking over to Lu Yixue. Wife, let's go back. Let's see how our son is doing. Mo Su wiped Lu Yixue's tears, wrapped his arms around her waist, and was about to flee when he suddenly felt the rules of heaven and earth here becoming unstable and shaking. He was shocked and immediately understood that the rules of heaven and earth here were too weak to suppress their cultivation levels, causing the instability. Wife, quickly suppress your cultivation. Otherwise, the rules of heaven and earth here will collapse. After Mo Su suppressed his cultivation to the transformation stage, he felt the rules of heaven and earth stabilize and quickly taught Lu Yixue to do the same. It wasn't until Lu Yixue also suppressed her cultivation to the transformation stage that Mo Su sighed in relief. The rules of heaven and earth on the Earth origin star were far inferior to those of other planets and continents. No wonder there was no spiritual energy and no cultivators appeared. This was a planet of mortals. 2 breaths later, Mo Su and Lu Yixue arrived outside the Yunhai Jiyuan Villa in the capital city. Before arriving in the capital, Mo Su and Lu Yixue had already changed into the clothing of the Earth origin star. Although the people on the street were somewhat surprised by their appearances, they did not gather around. Chapter 208. Lu Yixue noticed the doubtful expression on Mo Xingyu's face, knowing he didn't believe them and was questioning their authenticity. She said something that made him feel even more ridiculous. Cultivators? Are you too mentally ill? Who exactly are you? Are you here to scam my family's villa? I won't be fooled. Leave here quickly, or I'll call the police. Upon hearing Lu Yixue say something he found even more absurd, Mo Xingyu's previous goodwill toward them shattered. He thought they were trying to deceive him after plastic surgery to scam his family's villa, regretting that he had believed them too easily and silently vowing never to trust anyone again. You little brat, do you think we would deceive you? You're not as clever as your father, nor as cunning as your mother. You're just a silly boy. If we were really scammers and you called the police like this, would you just end up dead? You wouldn't first pretend to recognize us as family and then find an excuse to sneak away and call the police? All right, wife. Don't say too much to him. Just take him to see for himself, and he'll believe us. Mo saw Lu Yixue teaching Mo Xingyu about the malice of the world and couldn't bear to watch his silly grandson doubt their words, offering her a suggestion to let Mo Xingyu know they weren't lying. Chapter 209. After more than half a year's investigation, Mo Xiaodong finally found the mastermind, members of the family of Johnson, the chairman of Longting Shopping Mall. They had colluded with high-ranking officials who were at odds with Mo Su in Long Country, offering generous rewards to capture Mo Su's family and friends. Mo Xiaodong exterminated these people and went abroad to kill all of Johnson's relatives. This incident caused a huge uproar at the time, but they couldn't trace it back to him. When Mo Xiaodong returned from abroad after eliminating these people while searching for the mastermind, he learned that his aunt and cousin had died in prison. His uncle Mo Jiangwo had committed suicide, his cousin Mo Jiyu was missing, and his cousin-in-law Li Quanlai and cousin Liang had died in a car accident. Hearing that his family had encountered such misfortunes, although he hadn't met these members of the Mo family often, they were still blood relatives. He was filled with rage and began a killing spree, slaughtering everyone in the prison that night and killing all those involved in the case. Now, he held no goodwill toward the government and had lost trust in this world. Only by killing them and witnessing the bloody scene, hearing the screams of corrupt officials, could he quench the anger in his heart. Chapter 210. Mo Su returned to the living room and walked over to Mo Xingyu. I'll transmit the cultivation method to you now. After saying that, he extended his finger and touched Mo Xingyu's forehead, transmitting the Hongmeng cultivation method to him. Mo Xingyu also had a spiritual root, but his spiritual root was not as powerful as Mo Xiaodong's. Mo Su had previously not known what kind of spiritual root Mo Xiaodong had. Back then, he was only at the foundation establishment stage and was also learning about cultivation through exploration. Now, that Mo Su was at the tribulation crossing stage. He didn't need to test. Just by sensing Mo Xingyu's aura, he could tell that he had dual spiritual roots, likely inherited from his parents. After transmitting the cultivation method to Mo Xingyu, Mo Su took out a ring containing a large amount of various cultivation resources. As his own grandson, Mo Su naturally wouldn't be stingy. Mo Xingyu didn't expect that teaching the cultivation method would be so simple. He thought his grandfather would give him a secret manual and then guide him in his training. Don't go to school anymore. Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, we will leave the Earth origin star. This is a storage ring. I put enough cultivation resources inside for you to reach the combined stage. Mo Su handed him the ring. No school? That's great. I didn't want to go to school for a long time. If it weren't for my grandma insisting that I go, I would have gone out to find a job long ago. Mo Xingyu was so happy to hear he wouldn't have to go to school that he didn't even bother to take the storage ring. Chapter 211. After Mo Su left Captain Li Guohai's home, he used his divine sense to search for his mother Lu Wanrong. After so many years, he didn't know she was still alive. In a cemetery, he found his mother's tombstone. Seeing the inscription on the tombstone, he realized that his mother had passed away for over a decade, and the person who erected the tombstone was clearly his name. Mo Su didn't know who had erected the tombstone in his name, but he didn't mind. Even though his mother and father were divorced, she was still his mother. It wasn't wrong for the person who erected the tombstone to leave his name. He then saw the tombstone of Lu Yixue's parents, with Lu Yixue's name as the person who erected it, along with his son Mo Xiaodong's name engraved on it as well. Mo Su speculated that it was Mo Xiaodong who had erected the tombstones for his mother and parents-in-law. But this thought quickly passed from his mind as he saw someone with a blood relation to him, his cousin's son, Mo Jiyu. Mo Jiyu was dressed in a janitor's uniform, holding a broom and cleaning up the trash on the street, but his face was disfigured and looked somewhat hideous. Although he was wearing a mask, Mo Su could still see him with his divine sense. Chapter 212. Lu Yixue looked at the portrait drawn by Mo Jiyu and extended her divine sense. She quickly found a woman cleaning in a residential area in Yuzhou and confirmed that this was his wife. After so many years, Mo Jiu's appearance had changed so much that Lu Yishua noticed several men who somewhat resembled him but couldn't identify which one was her son. I see her. Mo Su. Take Jiu to find them. All right, Jiu, go change your clothes. Lu Yishua informed Mo Su of her findings and took out a set of clothes from the ring to hand to Mo Jiu. Take this money with you, just in case you need it. After Mo Jiu left, Lu Yishua took out a large travel bag from the ring and placed it beside the stone table. This was the US dollars and gold that Mo Su had given her before. She had also checked the bank. The US dollars were still usable, although the exchange rate was a bit low, while the price of gold had risen significantly. Mo Jiu's wife, Zhou Lan, had been his classmate in college. After graduation, she found a teaching job through Mo Jiangwo's connections, and 2 years after their marriage, Zhou Lan gave birth to a son named Mo Xinghui. Chapter 213. You're back. Why didn't Jiu and his wife come back with you? Lu Yishua asked when she saw Mo Su in the courtyard, but didn't see Mo Jiu and his wife following him. She didn't mention the police matter, presumably having used some method to gloss over it. I suspect they stay in Yuzhou. They are ordinary people. How could they handle something like this? They must be scared that something will happen after we leave. Mo Su realized what they were thinking when he saw the expressions on Mo Jiu and his wife's faces. Living anywhere is fine. This time, when we leave, we will handle all the potential troubles to avoid dragging them into it. Lu Yishua was also very angry about the shopping mall incident. But they had left too hastily at the time and didn't have the chance to return to the Earth Origin Star. Mo Su regretted that he had been a bit soft-hearted. He had let them go out of consideration for old Lu, not expecting that these people would take action after he went missing. He should have cleaned them all up when they were targeting him back then. Oh no, I need to go cook. What if my grandson is hungry? Lu Yishua looked at the time and suddenly remembered something. They had already started fasting, but her grandson still needed to eat. Chapter 214. Zhao Jianhui, somewhat puzzled, left wearing the jade pendant. If he didn't wear the pendant, his father wouldn't let him leave. As Zhao Jianhui drove past the intersection, a gust of wind blew, and a huge billboard on the rooftop was knocked down, directly crashing onto Zhao Jianhui's car. With a loud bang, the car was hit squarely. Zhao Jianhui hadn't even seen the falling billboard until he saw darkness outside, followed by a loud crash, and the car shook violently. Then he realized his car had been hit. He thought to himself, this is bad. At that moment, a flash of white light suddenly appeared from his pocket, and the fragments of the car and the billboard support frame stopped less than half a foot away from him, unable to penetrate his body. People on the street saw the billboard crash onto a car, and some immediately called the ambulance, while others called the fire department. Such a large billboard needed to be cut before the people inside the car could be rescued. Many believed the people inside must have been crushed to death. The car was almost wrecked, and the chances of survival for those inside seemed bleak. After the firefighters cut through the billboard and pried open the deformed car door, Zhao Jianhui finally emerged. The onlookers were astonished to see him come out unscathed. It was truly unbelievable. Chapter 215. Mo Su soon arrived in front of the teleportation array. He now had a certain understanding of teleportation arrays and could easily see the traces of previous use. Could it be that Xiao Dong and the others activated the teleportation array and left the Earth Origin Star? Seeing this ancient teleportation array reminded Mo Su of the one he had taken when he returned, and he realized that his understanding of the Earth Origin Star was far from sufficient. He felt that his son Mo Xiaodong and the others had left using the teleportation array, but he didn't know what planet was on the other side or if they would be in danger. But after so many years, even if there was danger, it would be too late. Looking at this teleportation array, Mo Su felt that this mortal planet must have had cultivators before. He just didn't know what caused the spiritual energy to become thin, prompting the cultivators to establish the teleportation array and leave this planet. To establish a teleportation array without one on the other planet, how strong must the cultivator's array skills have been? He couldn't even imagine. At the very least, he felt that he didn't have that level of array skills yet. The teleportation array could be one-way or two-way. Two-way teleportation allowed for back-and-forth travel. Mo Su saw that this teleportation array was clearly one-way. Once you teleported over, you couldn't come back. Chapter 216. After leaving some spiritual tea for Wu Jianhua, Mo Su went to Niu Yufeng's home. Upon seeing Mo Su return, Niu Yufeng was also very surprised and asked about Wu Jianhua. Emosa had to explain again, and only then did Niu Yufeng let it go, not bringing up any requests. He knew that Emosu would care for Niu Yaowu, just as he did for Mo Xiaodong. I estimate that you won't come back again. After this meeting, it may be a permanent farewell. I don't know how dangerous it is on the alien planet, let alone returning to the Earth origin star. It will probably be very difficult, and I can't help you. Just be careful. Yu Fengyo looks at problems from a long-term perspective. In their small team, he is the most meticulous thinker. When they were executing tasks together, he considered many factors, helping the team avoid a lot of dangers. Don't say such discouraging words. What if I find them and they come back soon? Just rest at home and don't think about anything. As long as I'm here, it's not a problem. Emosu initially wanted to speak the truth about the difficulty of finding the children, but when he saw that Nyo's mental state was not good, he decided not to tell the truth to avoid making him worry. Emosu then went to the homes of Chun Jinbao and Lu Haoyan. Seeing that they were doing well, he felt relieved and left them some spiritual tea and spiritual wine, along with a few pills that had lost most of their spiritual energy. Although they couldn't grant immortality, they could extend their lifespan a bit, allowing them to live a few more years. Chapter 217. Mo Su arranged for Mo Zhiyu's matters after leaving and had Mo Xingyu take the property deed with Mo Xinghui to handle the transfer procedures. After they left, Mo Zhiyu's family would live there, and if they didn't want to stay, they wouldn't have to worry about being deceived again. The Mo Zhiyu family left the villa with gratitude. They still had to go to Yuzhou, while Mo Xinghui would stay in the capital and work at the company of Mo Su's comrades' children. With Mo Su's connection, they wouldn't mistreat him, especially since Mo Xinghui now had money and didn't need a high salary. He just wanted to follow them to gain experience in dealing with the world. Boom! With a loud noise, a fighter jet from the Empire crashed shortly after takeoff when it hit an invisible barrier. This was the result of countless crashes leading to this disaster. Now the entire Empire was in chaos. Phone calls couldn't get through, satellites couldn't receive signals. The internet was down, the power system was destroyed, and nuclear contamination was rampant across the Empire. Hospitals were filled with contaminated crowds, and the doctors were also contaminated, unable to provide any treatment. Your Excellency, our empire is finished. The apocalypse has arrived. There are murderers and robbers everywhere on the streets. Food and water sources are contaminated, and we will soon die. Oh God, please save your children. After reporting to the president, the officials of the empire continuously drew crosses in prayer. Chapter 218. Although Mo Su was at the early stage of crossing tribulation, his spiritual awareness had already surpassed that of late-stage crossing tribulation cultivators. He quickly expanded his spiritual sense to the maximum and saw the undulating mountains and rushing rivers in the distance, along with several cities similar to those on other cultivation planets. In the air, cultivators were coming and going. Some were flying with swords, while others were riding spiritual artifacts. Most of them were below the transformation stage, and there were not many at the refining void stage, with no sight of those at the combined body stage. Mo Su suddenly entered the Hongmeng Pearl and saw Mo Xingyu communicating with the Wang Tianho, but Wang Tianho ignored him and didn't even look at him. Grandpa, is this Wang Tianho real? Why won't it talk to me? I want to hear its voice. Mo Xingyu stood up quickly to ask when he saw Mo Su enter. When he first entered the Hongmeng Pearl, he was stunned by the rich spiritual energy inside. Then he saw Wang Tianho sleeping beside the bitter bamboo, which indeed looked very similar to the stone-carved Wang Tianho on the Huabiao, except that this one was a real living creature. Wang Tianho sensed Mo Xingyu's aura and recognized him as the master's descendant. But his cultivation was too low, and Wang Tianho looked down on him, glancing at him with disdain before continuing to cultivate. Chapter 219. After the three of them entered the city, they swept their spiritual senses to check. Outside the city, there were formations that blocked spiritual senses, making it impossible to check the city's situation. Now, that Mo Su was at the crossing tribulation realm. He no longer needed to be as cautious as before and dared to sweep his spiritual sense freely. After scanning, the cultivators in the city were shocked. Everyone knew that a crossing tribulation cultivator was searching for something. Although they were scanned by his spiritual sense, they could only endure it. This was the suppression of powerful strength, allowing one to act as they wished in any place without anyone daring to resist. Mo Su did not linger on any female cultivator. When his spiritual sense saw a female cultivator, it would automatically bypass her. Although he was at the crossing tribulation stage, he wasn't that shameless. His spiritual sense quickly found a very imposing red gate on a street across from the city lord's mansion, near the central square. There were 4 guards at the gate, and a red gourd was hanging above the entrance, which was the emblem of the Danming Alchemist Alliance. As the 3 walked around, Mo Su and Lu Yixue had seen many cities in the cultivation world, while it was Mo Xingyu's first time in the cultivation world, finding everything curious. Being young, he had only grown up in the capital and had never been to other places in the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 220. Mo Su arrived at the alchemy assessment room and saw 2 white-haired cultivators, one in a red robe and the other in a blue robe, both at the combined body stage. When the 2 saw Mo Su enter, they were both shocked at the same time. A crossing tribulation cultivator had come to assess alchemists. They had monitored alchemists for many years, but had never seen a crossing tribulation cultivator come to assess alchemists, which puzzled them. According to the rules, crossing tribulation cultivators were already top figures in the cultivation world and no longer needed to refine pills. If they wanted pills, any sect would give them face, as it was just a matter of a word. "Senior, do you want to assess alchemists?" The 2 monitors quickly stood up to bow and inquire upon seeing Mo Su enter. "Yes, I want to assess for an 8th grade pill king. Do I need to start from lower-level alchemists?" Mo Su returned the greeting and directly stated the grade he wanted to assess, seeing the shock in their eyes. "I don't know if the senior has any pills you refined yourself. If so, please take them out, and we will evaluate them before making a decision." The blue-robe cultivator felt that Mo Su might be an 8th grade pill king due to his terrifying cultivation, making it hard for him to believe. Chapter 221. Mo Su didn't know Jin Fengshan's thoughts, but even if he did, it wouldn't matter. He had been wandering around for many years, while Lu Yixue had been cultivating in the Hongmeng Pearl, not seeing the sun for years, and also wanted to find a sect for support. However, the sects he encountered were too weak and often had their families exterminated. Although his cultivation level was now at the crossing tribulation stage, he still had a son and a grandson. Additionally, there were several relatives and friends. He should find a force to rely on for them, so he could cultivate with peace of mind, which was less dangerous than running around. After Jin Fengshan and Mo Su came out, seeing Mo Su greet Lu Yixue made him even happier. There was actually a female cultivator at the crossing tribulation stage, and even if this female cultivator didn't join the Danming, she would still be considered a part of it. "This is my partner Lu Yixue, and this is my grandson Mo Xingyu. This is my friend Jin Fengshan. He is the leader of the Danming branch. Now we are going to the Danming headquarters." Mo Su introduced Lu Yixue and Jin Fengshan, while he casually mentioned Mo Xingyu, since he was still at the qi refining stage and didn't have much reputation. So nobody paid him much attention. "Greetings, Senior Lu." "Greetings, Leader Jin." Chapter 222. "Leader, I want to ask our Danming to help me find a few people." After chatting with Gui Wetian for a while, Mo Su finally stated his purpose. "What kind of people does Pill King Mo want to find? Do you have their portraits?" Gui Wetian heard Mo Su mention looking for someone, which was an easy task for the Danming, as all major sects and trading alliances on the Puli continent had to give Danming some face. The person named Mo Xiaodong and the female cultivator Yushuan were both at the Golden Core stage, and their group consisted of 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, who had been on the Puli continent for over 10 years. Mo Su raised his hand and drew the images of the 2 in the void. This was a photo he had seen on Mo Xingyu's phone. Otherwise, after not seeing them for so many years, he wouldn't know how much his son and daughter-in-law had changed. "All right, have someone immediately release this message in the information hall. Whoever finds their whereabouts will be generously rewarded by the Danming." Gui Wetian saw that Mo Su was only looking for a few Golden Core cultivators, which was not a big deal for the Danming, and it could also earn him a personal favor from Mo Su, so he quickly instructed it to be done. "Thank you, Alliance Leader. I also wish to advance to a 9th rank alchemist soon. I heard from Alliance Leader Jinfin that contribution points can be exchanged for level 9 spiritual herbs and fruits. How can I earn these contribution points?" Chapter 223. The Core Formation Cultivator took Mo Su's Identity Jade token and placed it on a miniature display array. Immediately, Mo Su's identity information appeared on the display screen beside the array. "Elder Mo, I am Ji Shuguai, the manager in charge of alchemist tasks. Here are the tasks for refining He Yun Dan, Lan Yuan Dan, and Kuan Lin Dan. Which one do you wish to take?" After Ji Shuguai reviewed Mo Su's identity information, he realized that he was a newly joined 8th rank alchemist with 0 contribution points, which is why he introduced the tasks to him. Mo Su knew that 2 of these 3 types of pills were healing pills and recovery pills for cultivators from the void refinement stage to the tribulation stage, while He Yundan was a pill for breaking through realms. Can I take all 3 types of pills? Su thought about quickly earning a lot of contribution points to exchange for level 9 spiritual herbs and fruits. The more pills he refined, the more contribution points he would surely earn. Yes, but there are only 5 furnaces worth of tasks for He Yundan, while there are no limits on the number of tasks for Lan Yuandan and Kuan Lindan. Ji Shuguai hesitated for a moment upon hearing that Su wanted to refine so many pills, thinking that he was new, and then told him the process after a failed pill refinement. For every furnace of pills, you must submit half of the quantity. If you fail to meet the required number of pills, not only will you not receive contribution points, but you will also need to help refine pills for free until the number of pills is sufficient before you can earn contribution points. Chapter 224. Ji Shuguai saw Su appear his window again and quickly bowed in greeting. I have met Elder Mo. He didn't say the rest of his words, fearing to anger Su, as he didn't know if Su felt unable to complete the task and had come to request an extension or if he was there to hand over a task. I'm here to hand over a task. Su didn't say much and directly threw a ring to him. Handing over a task? Ji Shuguai couldn't believe that Su had completed the task in such a short time. He quickly took the ring and pulled out a jade bottle to examine it. Supreme He Yundan? Ji Shuguai exclaimed, thinking to himself that being able to refine Supreme He Yundan meant he had already reached the realm of a 9th-rank alchemist. Was Elder actually a 9th-rank alchemist? He needed to curry favor with him. If all 5 furnaces of He Yundan were successfully refined, there should be 60 pills. And according to the task regulations, 30 pills needed to be submitted, thus completing the task, while the remaining 30 pills would belong to the alchemist. After checking the 30 He Yundan in the jade bottle, which were all supreme-grade pills, he also took out Lan Yuandan to check, and they were all supreme-grade pills. When he finished looking at the supreme Kuan Lindan, he became so excited that his breath quickened. Chapter 225. After making his decision, Su first greeted Lu Yishua, not wanting her to worry. So he didn't mention going to the Evil Soul Valley, but said he was on a search for level 9 spiritual herbs. Then he met up with Elder Chung, and, after reporting at the Danmeng's External Affairs Hall, they walked out of the Danmeng headquarters. There was a rule in the Danmeng that anyone from the Danmeng going out had to report to prevent issues outside and facilitate searches if something happened. Su saw that outside the Danmeng was a huge square, and many cultivators were spontaneously forming a large market around the square. Cultivators from the polycontinent would almost all come here to sell or exchange the cultivation resources they needed. The Danmeng did not charge any fees for cultivators setting up stalls here. They only needed to abide by the Danmeng's rules, which prohibited random fighting, cheating, or deceit. Violators would be dealt with severely. Su looked at the tens of thousands of cultivators in the square, bustling with activity, and many disciples and alchemists, artifact refiners, and talisman makers from the Danmeng were also mingling among them, searching for the items they needed. Truly, the Danmeng was one of the most powerful forces on the polycontinent, and Su couldn't help but marvel at the scene before him. Chapter 226. 2 days later, another core formation cultivator threw a high-grade spiritual tool, flying chain drill, into the valley for testing. And both Su and Elder Chung saw that the flying chain drill was also corroded. Other cultivators saw the corroded flying chain drill and continued to sit and wait. Thus, every 2 days, a core formation cultivator would throw a flying chain drill into the valley for testing. After each of the 4 core formation cultivators had tested twice, the results were still the same. Su felt that he could not wait here any longer. It had been nearly 20 days without results. He didn't know how long he would have to wait to enter. He was unsure if the Danmeng had released any information about his son, and was concerned that if he continued to wait here and eventually found Xiaodong and the others, they might propose conditions that Lu Yishue couldn't meet. Thinking of this, Su decided to check other places, as there might be areas that these cultivators had not explored. Elder Chung, you wait here. I will go check other places. Su transmitted to him and did not wait for him to persuade him further before using his escape technique to rush to a nearby mountain peak. Elder Chung wanted to follow Su after he left, but was worried about delaying the time to enter the Evil Soul Valley, so he continued to wait, thinking that if Su couldn't find a way into the Evil Soul Valley, he would surely come back. Chapter 227. Su felt that several bones in his left hand had broken. A dull pain surged in his chest, and he was sent flying dozens of feet away. Seizing the opportunity, he used his great wind escape technique and instantly vanished from the spot. A loud roar echoed, creating a powerful shockwave that dispersed the mist in the evil Soul Valley, revealing a gray monster over 10 feet tall that began to chase after Mo-Su in the direction he fled. The monster had a head like a pig, 6 thick claws, and wings under its ribs. However, its wings, when spread, were only over 2 feet wide, allowing it to fly fast only over short distances and not for long. As soon as Mo-Su activated his great wind escape technique, he sensed the aura fluctuation behind him and was alarmed at how fast it was. One of the giant claws, carrying terrifying pressure, came crashing down again. In a hurry, Mo-Su retaliated with a punch. Boom! Another loud bang erupted as his demonic essence and primal energy collided. The space shattered again, creating ripples, and several fine cracks appeared in the void. After the two primal energies collided, a powerful shockwave spread outward. Mo-Su was sent flying again for several dozen feet. Feeling his internal energy and blood surging uncontrollably, he raised his hand to take out a healing pill and swallowed it. The effects of the supreme healing pill quickly took effect, and the broken bones in his left hand instantly healed. Chapter 228. Elder Chung heard that Mo-Su had found the purple vine fruit and was very pleased. Although he hadn't seen the fruit, he believed that Mo-Su wouldn't deceive him. Without caring to listen to Mo-Su's account of the monster, he quickly summoned a flying spirit vessel, and the two of them boarded it, racing towards the dandelions. I hadn't seen that monster either, but its roar could disperse the gray mist. Taking advantage of that, I entered the evil Soul Valley, found the purple vine fruit tree, and picked a few fruits. However, I was soon discovered by the monster and had to fight it. Later, 2 more monsters appeared, and I had no choice but to escape first. Mo-Su briefly recounted his experience of entering the evil Soul Valley, simplifying some parts and omitting unimportant details, especially the fight with the monster, which he described in detail. Elder Chung had seen the monster kill that integration stage cultivator and the 2 transcendent stage cultivators who tried to stop it, both of whom were injured by the monster. Although he was fleeing, his divine sense was constantly observing the monster behind him, so he naturally knew how powerful it was. The fact that Mo-Su was able to escape from the monster's territory meant he had likely injured one monster first, and then fled upon seeing the other 2, which made him admire Mo-Su's combat power even more. Chapter 229. After Mo-Su and Elder Chung exited the Foreign Affairs Hall, Elder Chung took out a ring and handed it to Mo-Su. Elder Mo, I have some 9th grade spirit herbs and spirit fruits here. Although it's not much, I hope it can help you. Mo-Su took the ring, and after scanning it with his divine sense, he was pleasantly surprised. Elder Chung had a good eye, knowing to invest in advance and build a good relationship with him now. After he advanced to the 9th grade Dan King, it wouldn't be difficult for Elder Chung to ask him for alchemy. Thank you, Elder Chung. With these spirit herbs and fruits, if I can find a few more 9th grade ones, I will be able to compile enough for 2 transcendence pills. When I succeed in alchemy, you will receive 2 transcendence pills. Mo-Su had been in the cultivation world for many years and had long since learned to be smooth-talking, no longer as straightforward as when he first returned from the army. Ha, great. I don't know how many more spirit herbs and fruits you need, but I can prepare them for you in advance. Later, when your contribution points increase, I can deduct them. Is that possible? Mo-Su was even happier to hear Elder Chung say this. If he could get the missing spirit herbs and fruits in advance, he would quickly advance to the 9th grade Dan King. Given their relationship, it wouldn't be difficult. Once Elder Mo refined the transcendence pills, he could quickly make up for the missing contribution points when it came time to refine 9th grade pills. Chapter 230. Thud. Thud. I don't know how long it had been, but the 4 of them fell from several meters high, along with a few cans of beer and roasted game. Mo Xiaodong and Yi Yuxuan, both cultivators, quickly stabilized their bodies using the wind control technique after falling and hurriedly caught Wu Yifei and Yo Yao, who also fell, so all 4 of them landed on the ground without injury. Where's this place? It feels like we've crossed through the void, Wu Yifei said, still holding a can of beer and quickly drinking a few sips after spilling some. Does anyone know where this is? But there's air here, and we can breathe, so we must still be on the Earth origin star, Niu Yaowu said, wanting to eat the wild chicken leg he had. But after seeing it had some dirt on it, he threw it away. Mo Xiaodong first sensed the spiritual energy in the area and immediately realized they were no longer on the Earth origin star. They had arrived on an alien planet. The spiritual energy here is so rich. Yi Yuxuan, who understood nothing about teleportation arrays, had only learned a few spells and sword flying techniques after Mo Xiaodong taught her, and she was completely ignorant of other matters in the cultivation world. This is not the Earth origin star. We have arrived on an alien planet. I haven't found the platform here, so if we want to go back, we need to find a platform like the one we sat on before. Mo Xiaodong checked with his divine sense, and found that they were in a vast plain with green grass and some unknown trees. Chapter 231. Elder Kong arrived at the city gate and saw a male and female cultivator. The male was at the golden core stage, and the female was at the foundation establishment stage. As for Wu Yifei and Yo Yaowu, they were no longer his concern. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Elder Kong bowed in a cultivator's salute. He was also at the golden core stage, but in the mid-golden core realm, and he knew he couldn't defeat this late golden core cultivator. Besides, he didn't want to fight. He enjoyed eating monster meat and drinking spiritual tea and wine in Changwu City, so why bother with fighting? If he lost, he could face death, which wasn't worth it. Mo Xiaodong saw the middle-aged man bowing to him and didn't understand what he was saying, but he imitated the man's gesture and bowed in return, then gestured a few times. Elder Kong quickly understood Mo Xiaodong's gestures and immediately took out a jade slip from his ring and handed it to him. Mo Xiaodong was overjoyed upon seeing the jade slip and quickly took it to examine, realizing it was a language jade slip. Thank you, fellow Taoist. We come from another continent and accidentally arrived here. May I ask where this place is? After learning the local language, Mo Xiaodong handed the jade slip to Yi Yuxuan and then cupped his fist in a salute to Elder Kong, inquiring further. Chapter 232. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, over 10 years had passed. Calculating the time, Mo Xiaodong and the others had been in the Puli continent for 14 years. Now, he was already at the late nascent soul stage, and Yi Yuxuan had also broken through to the nascent soul stage. Their adventure team had experienced countless life and death situations, battling monsters and other cultivators. There were victories and defeats, but fortunately, no one had fallen. Minor injuries were common, while serious injuries occurred occasionally. One day, the 6 of them found a dozen 6th-grade spirit herbs in a ruin, but they encountered 11 other cultivators. These cultivators were all disciples of the Tianyuan sect, led by a late nascent soul assisting Deacon out on training. The Tianyuan sect was one of the 9 major sects on the Puli continent, and their disciples acted recklessly in the field, often resorting to robbery when they saw valuable items, especially targeting adventure teams. Upon seeing that Mo Xiaodong's team had found the 6th-grade spirit herbs, the Tianyuan sect disciples, relying on their sect's powerful influence, directly demanded the spirit herbs. Naturally, Mo Xiaodong's team would not give them up, and a fight quickly broke out. The disciples of the Tianyuan sect usually relied on their sect's power, and when it came to actual combat, their fighting strength was far inferior to that of the adventure team. Chapter 233. Is Yuxuan okay? Mo Su walked over. He first checked his son's condition with his divine sense, and found that the injuries were healing before asking about Lu Yixue. He couldn't use his divine sense to check Yi Yuxuan's body. She's fine. If we hadn't come, those 2 kids would have been killed today. Mo Su, I want to take revenge for them and destroy the Tianyuan sect. This was the first time Lu Yixue had felt a killing intent. After seeing her son and daughter-in-law's injuries, her anger grew stronger. Without destroying the Tianyuan sect, her Tao heart wouldn't be at peace. Let's first ask about the situation. Where are the 2 kids, Xiao Fei and Xiao Wu? Are they not together? Congratulations, congratulations. Elder Mo has finally found his son. Elder Chung and Elder Li also descended from the air. They were both surprised to see Mo Su break the anti-air formation of Lanlu City with a wave of his hand. Could Elder Mo's formation skills be even stronger than his alchemy skills? Otherwise, how could he so easily break this anti-air formation? To know that the forbidden air formation is even harder to break than the defensive formation. Even if one reaches the realm of a 9th level formation king, it would still take some time to break the forbidden air formation of Lanlu City. However, Mo Su effortlessly broke the forbidden air formation with a wave of his hand. How powerful must his mastery of formation be? Chapter 234. Wu Yifei and Yo Yaowu were practicing in the courtyard, with an old man beside them watching and occasionally giving pointers. Suddenly, the 3 felt the sky darken and saw 8 or 9 people flying from above. Among them were both men and women, and when they recognized 2 of them as Mo Xiaodong and Yi Yuxuan, they immediately relaxed and stopped their practice. Their martial arts master happened to be there as well, and he was greatly shocked. These people were all powerful cultivators, and only such cultivators could fly through the air. He had heard about them and encountered them during his adventures in the martial world. Let me guess who you all are. You are Wu Zhenhua's son, and you're Olnyo's son, am I right? Imosu saw the expressions of Wu Yifei and Yo Yaowu, as if he were looking at former comrades. Your Uncle Imo. Oh my, how did you find your way here? Imosu spoke in the language of the Diyuan star, and upon seeing Imosu, the two recalled the photos they had with their father and immediately guessed it was him. That's right. We could talk more about it later. This is Imosu, he said, noticing an old man beside them who looked shocked at the sight of them. Chapter 235. On Imosu's Peak 37, many caves have been built. Not to mention that there were only a dozen people on the peak now. Even if a few thousand more came, there would still be places to stay. Most of the elder peaks had thousands of people. These elders had families, as well as a group of disciples and many grand disciples. The entire mountain was layered according to status, with the lowest being some miscellaneous disciples guarding the spiritual herb garden at the foot of the mountain. Imosu's peak had fewer people, and he did not let the newcomers stay at the mountainside, but instead arranged for them to stay in a few caves nearby so that everyone could communicate easily. After arranging for everyone, Imosu's family sat in a pavilion, and Imo Xiaodong recounted what had happened after their parents left. Yi Yushuan also came back to her senses and changed her address for Imosu and Lu Yixue to Dad and Mom. Lu Yixue was especially happy. She had taken a liking to Yi Yushuan when she was young, and now she had finally become her daughter-in-law and even bore her grandson, continuing the Imo family's bloodline. Dad, why didn't we encounter a lightning tribulation when we broke through our realms? It seems like the heavenly path here does not recognize us and is very rejecting towards us. Why is that? Imo Xiaodong noticed that other cultivators encountered lightning tribulations during their breakthroughs to the golden core stage, while both he and Yi Yushuan had cultivated to the nascent soul stage without any lightning tribulations appearing. This question had been troubling them for a long time. Chapter 236. Gui Wetian put away the tribulation elixirs. With these 3 tribulation elixirs, soon 3 more tribulation phase elders would appear in the Dan Alliance, strengthening its power further, which was exactly what he wanted to see. Imosu sighed upon hearing Gui Wetian's words. Naturally, he wouldn't go around saying he had obtained a purple jour fruit tree, which had dozens of purple jour fruits on it. I only managed to snatch 2 purple jour fruits and almost got killed by those few level 9 demon beasts. If we hadn't escaped quickly, we probably wouldn't have made it back. Imosu did not hide this from Gui Wetian, knowing that this matter would eventually spread. After all, it wasn't just him and Elder Chung who had witnessed those monsters. There were also 6 other people who had seen them, including 2 tribulation phase cultivators. Although one of them was killed by the monsters, the remaining few had likely escaped. Oh, be careful when you go out in the future. Although our human race's tribulation phase realm is the highest cultivation in the cultivation world, there are still some powerful demon beasts hidden that we don't know about. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. Thank you for the reminder, Alliance Leader. We will be cautious in the future. Imosu recalled those 3 monsters and felt somewhat relieved. With his strength, he could kill 1 monster, but if all 3 attacked together, he could only escape. Chapter 237. Fengyu City is located half a day's flight from the headquarters of Tianyuanzong. Tianyuanzong is one of the 9 major sects of Pilijiang, governing 6 large cities. And Fengyu City is one of them, being the most peripheral city within the jurisdiction of Tianyuanzong. When Imosu arrived again at Fengyu City, he couldn't help but marvel. The last time he was here, it was for the alchemist assessment at the Dan Alliance branch. This time, he was here to destroy Tianyuanzong. The rapid change in circumstances was truly unimaginable. He did not wait for Elder Chung and Elderly to join him in Fengyu City, but directly left the city, summoning a spiritual device flying ship to speed toward the headquarters of Tianyuanzong. After half a day's flight, Imosu noticed it was getting late and decided to infiltrate Tianyuanzong tonight. If all went well, Tianyuanzong would disappear from Pilijiang by tomorrow morning. When he was still 1,000 miles away from Tianyuanzong's headquarters, Imosu landed the flying ship, preparing to fly over. Just then, he saw a spiritual device flying ship rushing towards him from behind. After scanning it with his divine sense, he immediately changed his mind. This flying ship had 3 cultivators aboard, 1 in the integration stage and 2 in the refining void stage, all wearing clothing bearing the Tianyuanzong insignia. When the spiritual device flying ship was 100 zhang away from him, Imo Su's aura suddenly surged, and he extended a hand made of primordial force to grab the speeding flying ship, conveniently binding the three cultivators aboard. Chapter 238. With a few sounds of blades slicing through flesh, Chi Bian's body was cut into several pieces by the void blade light, and his primordial spirit was similarly shredded by the omnipresent void blade light, dissipating into pure heaven and earth essence in this space. Imo Su searched for opportunities outside the void strangulation formation. As soon as he saw that elder being careless, he immediately attacked their sea of consciousness with his divine sense, constantly killing elders. Tianyuanzong had 13 elders and 1 sect master, a total of 14 tribulation phase cultivators. In just a short incense sticks time, he had killed 8 elders and 1 sect master, leaving the remaining 4 elders missing arms and legs, with none left intact. Seeing the situation was dire, the remaining elders wanted to self-destruct their bodies, but Imo seized the opportunity to attack their sea of consciousness again, preventing them from self-destructing and killing them with the void blade light. After more than half an hour, all the elders on the sect master peak were completely wiped out, leaving only countless void blade lights still wreaking havoc in this space. Imo Su raised his hand to shatter the formation's patterns, collecting the elders' rings, as well as their shields and attacking spiritual devices. These were all top-grade spiritual devices, and even though they had been struck by the void blade light, they could still be used. Chapter 239. After arriving in Fengyu City, Imo Su found a resting building to stay in, waiting for Elder Chung and Elder Li to come over. This was something the three had agreed upon, and they couldn't break their promise. Although the high-ranking members of Tianyuanzong had been eliminated, the law enforcers and managers of Tianyuanzong had suffered almost no losses. However, it was estimated that Tianyuanzong should be removed from the list of the 9 major sections. The next day, when Imo Su came out of the resting building, he saw that chaos had begun to break out in Fengyu City. The law enforcement team in the city not only had increased personnel, but also added several law enforcement teams, all led by those in the refining void stage. The monks on the street were discussing fervently. Places like the Spirit Tea House, wine inns, and rest houses, where these monks easily gathered, were even more crowded. Occasionally, familiar monks could be seen huddled together, discussing the annihilation of the higher-ups of the Tianyuan sect. The teleportation array in Fengyu City was heavily guarded, with monks from the city lord's mansion watching over the teleportation hall. In the central square of the city, the monks kept an eye on their stalls while discussing the matters of the Tianyuan sect with nearby stall owners, creating a tense atmosphere in the city. Imo Su did not expect such a strong reaction in Fengyu City, and he guessed that other cities under the jurisdiction of the Tianyuan sect were likely similar. Everyone was watching to see which sect would take over the territory of the Tianyuan sect. Chapter 240. The Sheng family was considered a significant cultivation family on the Pulalai continent, relying on the protection of the Qingyang sect. Many disciples from the family had also joined the Qingyang sect, with some holding important positions. There were many such families in the cultivation world. Large families relied on major sects, while smaller families depended on smaller factions, working together, sharing resources, and developing collectively to avoid being swallowed by other families or sects. The patriarch of the Sheng family, Shang Chantian, was at the mid-stage of the combined body realm, and the family also had 5 elders at the combined body stage, over a dozen protectors at the refining void stage, and more than 20,000 family disciples, making their strength comparable to that of an average second-tier sect. The events surrounding the Tianyuan sect also reached the Sheng family, shocking patriarch Shang Chantian, who immediately summoned the elders of the family to discuss the matter. After thorough discussion, the elders decided to restrict the activities of the family disciples and tightly control the family's residents to avoid following in the footsteps of the Tianyuan sect. Before the meeting ended, a steward from the family reported to the patriarch that 3 elders from the Pill Alliance had arrived at the edge of their family's mountain range, with 1 elder setting up a defensive great array that encompassed 2 of their family's peaks. Chapter 241. Imo Su extended his divine sense and quickly discovered a black hole beneath the mountain peak, measuring only about a foot wide, but seemingly bottomless. This black hole was so deep that even his divine sense could not perceive its bottom, startling him. He knew how powerful his divine sense was. If he fully unleashed it, he could cover most of the Pulalai continent. The fact that he could not see the bottom of this black hole puzzled him. Could it lead to the other side of the planet? Wouldn't that mean it penetrated the entire planet? But the other side of the planet should also have light. Or was it like the UN star, where one side was day and the other was night? Elder Mo, the elders from the Pill Alliance have arrived. Let's go take a look. Elder Chung transmitted a message to him with his divine sense. Perhaps the elders from the Pill Alliance had arrived. And since the mountain peak obstructed his line of sight, he hadn't seen Mo Su initially. Mo Su decided to meet the elders from the Pill Alliance first, then find a reason to stay here for a few days. He would return at night to check whether there was light on the other side of the black hole, to see if it aligned with his speculation. Chapter 242. Mo Su could not find the nodes of this natural array with his divine sense. So he simply sat cross-legged and began to inspect it slowly. This natural array was perfect, and given his current understanding of array formations, it would likely take him months, or even longer, to identify the nodes of this natural array. Mo Su could not wait that long. He communicated with the jumping Hongmeng Pearl using his divine sense and took it out from his purple mansion. As soon as the Hongmeng Pearl emerged, it pressed tightly against the invisible barrier but could not break through the natural array. Still not working. Do I have to smash this natural array with the Hongmeng Pearl? Mo Su thought about using the Hongmeng Pearl to break the natural array, but suddenly remembered that his son and daughter-in-law were still inside it. So he gave up on that idea, worried that they might get hurt. Thinking of his son and daughter-in-law cultivating inside the Hongmeng Pearl, he also recalled Wang Tianhong, who was also inside the Hongmeng Pearl, and then remembered the roar he had emitted. If it could break through the saint's confinement, could it also break open this natural array? No matter how powerful this natural array was, it likely couldn't compare to a saint. With that thought, Mo Su remembered that Wang Tianhong's roar would definitely be heard outside, so he began to inscribe isolation array patterns in the void with his divine sense, preparing to set up an isolation great array to prevent Wang Tianhong's roar from reaching the outside. Chapter 243. After sorting through the 15 rings, Mo Su summarized that there were over 10 billion top-grade spirit stones, more than 20 million supreme-grade spirit stones, 43 top-grade spirit veins, plus the spirit veins he had extracted, totaling 75. Additionally, there were countless refining materials of various attributes, over 600 jade slips of cultivation methods, numerous pills, over 300 jade boxes, more than 500 top-grade attack and defense spirit artifacts, and over 10,000 various high-level talismans, as well as 23 supreme-grade spirit artifact flying ships. This haul made him instantaneously wealthy. With so many cultivation resources, Mo Su was stunned. He had never had so many resources since he began cultivating. It made sense. Considering he had robbed a high-ranking elder of a major sect, it was hard not to become rich. However, looking at all these resources, he couldn't quite accept it all at once, unable to believe that these things truly belonged to him. While Mo Su was in a state of shocked delight, he heard the restriction of his cave dwelling being knocked, raised his hand to unlock it, and stepped out to see Elder Ji, Elder Li, and Elder Yi waiting for him outside. 3 elders, please come in, knowing that they wanted to get to know him, as Elder Chung had introduced them via transmission yesterday, and they had yet to meet formally. He politely invited them into his cave dwelling. Chapter 244. After Elder Ji and the others left, Mo Su fell into deep thought again, reflecting on whether he had left any traces after entering the Tianyuan sect and when he left. Images flashed through his mind like a documentary, and it took him over a dozen breaths before he raised his head, staring at the spot where Elderly had just sat, his eyes revealing a hint of murderous intent. Elderly was suspicious of him, but had no evidence. He silently warned himself to be cautious in his actions in the future, not to expose any flaws that could be used against him. After reaching the tribulation crossing stage, not only were his 6 senses powerful, but his perception was also heightened. If there was even a trace of suspicion in his heart, someone could easily follow the clues to find evidence. If Elderly stopped looking for evidence, then it would be fine, but if he came to probe him again, he would mind making him disappear from this world. Since eliminating the supreme elder of the Tianyuan sect, Mo Su had gained great confidence in his strength. In his eyes, a late-stage tribulation crossing cultivator was merely a slightly stronger ant. After returning to his cave dwelling, Elderly pondered over Mo Su's words for a moment, feeling that there were no flaws in them. His suspicion of Mo Su stemmed from having heard that Mo Su's son was being hunted by the Tianyuan sect. Although Mo Su had eliminated those pursuing disciples, how could a tribulation crossing cultivator tolerate someone hunting their son without seeking revenge? Chapter 245. A few days later, Imosu walked out of his cave and saw that thousands of low-level cultivators had already arrived outside. On the left were disciples wearing the attire of the Danming, and on the right were disciples in the garb of the Qingyang sect. Both sides were busy mining spirit stones. Elder Imo has come out. Elders Ji Li and Yi saw him emerge from the cave. Only Elder Yi smiled and greeted him, while the other two nodded but said nothing. After several days of cultivation, he thought it was time to come out and mine spirit stones, but he didn't expect the mining to be so quick. Imosu smiled back at Elder Yi and nodded at Elders Ji and Li. Since you two are not speaking to me, I'm even less inclined to speak to you. Now that Elder Imo is out, let's head back to the Danming together. We have no use here. If Elder Yi wasn't waiting for Imo, he would have left long ago. His purpose for waiting was to have more contact with Imosu, so that once they became familiar, he could ask for help with alchemy later. Otherwise, if they only knew each other without any interaction, asking someone for help with alchemy might lead to rejection with some excuse, leaving him embarrassed. Chapter 246. After Imosu let the Wang Tian hound enter the Hongmeng Pearl, he saw Elder Yi still swinging his sword light, attacking the air. Elder Yi had closed off his six senses and was unaware that all the wind demon eagles had already been eliminated by him. Imosu couldn't just go over and tap his shoulder. He would definitely think the wind demon eagles were attacking him and might stab himself, forcing Imosu to defend. He could only use his divine sense to lightly poke Elder Yi's sea of consciousness. Upon being attacked, Elder Yi was startled, thinking that the wind demon eagles had closed in on him. He quickly opened his six senses and saw Imosu standing not far away, with thousands of wind demon eagle corpses on the ground. So soon? Elder Yi muttered a nonsensical remark, but Imosu understood his meaning. It was surprising that Elder Yi didn't expect to have killed all those wind demon eagles so quickly. Wait. Elder Yi quickly stopped Imosu when he saw him about to unleash flames. The bodies of these wind demon eagles were quite tasty, and their bones were also good materials for refining tools. They couldn't be burned. Elder Yi noticed Imosu looking at him in confusion and said something that pleased Imosu. He wasn't interested in those materials, but rather in those bodies. Chapter 247. Imosu returned to his mountain peak and saw a familiar scene. Lu Yixue was sitting in the pavilion drinking spirit tea, while his grandson Xingyu sat cross-legged beside her, cultivating. Wife, I have a good thing for you. You're going to love it. Imosu took out the little world and handed it to Lu Yixue. This is a little world? Lu Yixue was no longer a novice in the cultivation world. In her free time, she would go to the Doming's transmission hall on the first floor to look at introduction jade slips and travelogue jade slips from the Pula continent. I took down the Tiny Wanzong and avenged our son, and I got this little world, so I'm giving it to you. Thank you, dear. Lu Yixue quickly covered her mouth after speaking and glanced at her grandson Xingyu, who showed no reaction, before patting her trembling chest. Imosu glanced at Lu Yixue's ample bosom, feeling it had grown a bit larger. They hadn't been intimate for a while, which made his heart race as he gave Lu Yixue a meaningful look. Lu Yixue felt his passionate gaze, understood his thoughts in an instant, blushed, stood up, and walked towards the house, with Imosu following closely behind. That night, in Imosu's courtyard, 11 people sat together, drinking spirit wine, spirit tea, and spirit fruits, and eating roasted wind demon eagle meat. As Elder Yi had said, the taste was indeed quite good, and everyone enjoyed a harmonious gathering. Chapter 248. The deacon guarding the domain's teleportation array checked their teleportation jade tokens and invited the two seniors to step forward. After seeing Imosu and Lu Yixue step onto the teleportation array, the returning void stage deacon activated the teleportation array. With a buzzing sound, a white light flashed, and the two disappeared from the array. This teleportation covered a vast distance, taking over half a cup of tea's time before Imosu recovered from the sensation of weightlessness. While Lu Yixue felt she was about to faint, the teleportation hall of the Gu continent was not very far from the interstellar teleportation hall, about several hundred zhang away, separated only by a few domain teleportation halls. When Imosu and the others first arrived at Gu continent, they were eager to leave and did not know there was a domain teleportation array. Fortunately, they were unaware of it, or else Imosu would not have been able to return to the Duyuan star, let alone see his grandson Xingyu. On Gu continent, Imosu's Danwang jade token was useless. They did not recognize his Danwang token. Fortunately, Imosu had plenty of spirit stones, so he was not worried about this small amount. After taking the teleportation array again, upon arriving at Kuiwen continent, Mimosa did not rush to find Xiao Dongyang and the others, but went directly to the teleportation array leading to the UN star with Lu Yixue. Chapter 249, The Battle Disc, powered by spirit stones, flew at great speed, occasionally emitting laser beams that shattered the meteors blocking its path. The originally pitch-black void lit up with bursts of light from the explosions after the laser beams struck the meteors. Mimosa set the battle disc to autopilot mode and placed a ring without restrictions in the groove of the battle disc. As long as the spirit stones in the groove decreased, the ring's spirit stones would drop into the battle disc's groove. He didn't have to worry about how many spirit stones were consumed. Watching the battle disc attack while flying swiftly through the void, he felt this was the most extravagant journey through space. Lu Yixue, taking advantage of the flashes of light from the battle disc's attacks, looked at the scenery in the void. Irregularly sized meteors drifted past the battle disc along the trajectory. Some irregular meteors blocking the way were shattered by the battle disc and exploded into debris, quickly disappearing from sight. Traveling through the void like this was not her first time. She lamented how in the vast universe, the human body was so insignificant, even less than an ant. There was no concept of time in the void. They could only calculate the date based on the time recorded on the battle disc display, noting that the battle disc had been flying through the void for over 10 days. Chapter 250, the same scene unfolded at Niu Yufeng's home. After Niu Yaowu's narration, Niu Yufeng also expressed his feelings, noting that they were getting old. Their many years in the military had caused their bodies to age quickly. If it weren't for Su giving them some spirit tea and fruits imbued with spirit energy to nourish their bodies, they would have likely been bettered by now. Now that they were older, they could no longer cultivate martial arts. Being able to live healthily for a few more years was enough for them, and they could only hope their son would succeed in the future. The next day, Su's family of 5 visited Wu Jinhua's home, and Niu Yufeng's family also came. In the capital, only these 3 comrades lived here. The others had returned to their hometowns after retiring. Su, you still look so young, while old Niu and I have aged. Hurry and give us some elixirs to taste. After everyone sat down, Wu Jinhua and Su joked together. He did not mention Su finding his son or express gratitude. There was no need for such formalities between them. Su smiled and checked his ring, only finding a few rejuvenating spirit herbs, but no rejuvenation fruits. Otherwise, he could have her find a batch of rejuvenation pills to give them. Chapter 251. The 4 of them, Xiao Dongyang and the others, who were cultivating in the rented cave, were awakened by the sound of the defensive formation collapsing. They thought that Lei City was under attack by some force and prepared to flee quickly, immediately releasing their divine senses to check. The 4 soon saw the couple, Su, dressed in purple robes outside the city, and were overjoyed. They immediately left the cave and rushed towards the city gate. "Ha, old you 2 have finally returned." Xiao Dongyang laughed heartily and approached Su, followed by Lin Zhan, Long Yushan, and Kuang Shiyong, who also landed beside them. All very excited to see each other. "Brother Mo, the one wanted for Lu Xinzi is this guy. He is from the Hanyuan sect," Lin Zhan, who has a personality similar to Xiao Dongyang, said. Whenever they arrived at a place, they would inquire about the situation, so they knew Lei City was under the jurisdiction of that sect. He pointed to the city lord, Chimu Xuan, who was walking over. "Senior, why did you attack Lei City?" "I am the city lord sent by the Hanyuan sect." Chimu Xuan, having gotten up from the ground and taken a healing pill, communicated with the sect before stepping out of the city, relying on the name of the Hanyuan sect. He spoke to Su and the others with an air of authority, even questioning them. Chapter 252. Xiao Dongyang and Lin Zhan, seeing that Su had just arrived on the Jiue continent and had already killed a crossing tribulation stage cultivator, were shocked. Although they had witnessed Su kill crossing tribulation stage cultivators before, seeing him do it consecutively still left them astonished. When did crossing tribulation stage cultivators become so easily killed? Aren't they the highest level cultivators in the cultivation world? How can they not last a few breaths under Su's hands? Although the 4 had never killed a crossing tribulation stage cultivator, they understood how difficult it was to kill one. Even 2 or 3 crossing tribulation stage cultivators attacking one would usually just injure it and make it flee. How could it be so easy for Su to kill one? "Stop being dazed. Let's go." Just in time, the duty officer of the teleportation array has been crushed, so we don't need to buy teleportation jade tokens anymore. After Mo Su scanned with his divine sense, he saw that no one was at the boundary teleportation array, but there were some blood and flesh fragments on the ground. Mo Su guessed that the officer guarding the boundary teleportation array had been crushed by the violent shockwave generated after his confrontation with the crossing tribulation stage cultivator. As his cultivation was only at the returning void stage and could not withstand a shockwave from the crossing tribulation stage. Chapter 253, Gui Wetion, upon hearing that Mo Su's friends wanted to join the Dan Alliance, didn't hesitate at all and directly nodded in agreement. Moreover, Gui Wetion immediately took out a communication pearl in front of Mo Su and sent a message to Elder Lien Jiansheng, who was responsible for recruiting disciples in the Dan Alliance. The reason Gui Wetion was so quick to agree to let Xiao Danyang and the others join the Dan Alliance was that he thought if Mo Su's friend stayed in the Dan Alliance, Mo Su would surely not leave the Dan Alliance again. Even if he temporarily left, he would return quickly. After bidding farewell to the Alliance leader, Gui Wetion, Mo Su took the four to find Elder Lien Jiansheng to process their identity jade tokens, and from then on, they would belong to Mo Su's Peak 37. Elder Lien Jiansheng practiced the sword way and was responsible for the War Department in the Dan Alliance. Whenever the Dan Alliance engaged in external warfare, Elder Lien would lead the cultivators from this department to strike and protect the interests of the Dan Alliance. After returning to Mo Su's Peak, Xiao Danyang and the others were amazed by the fairyland-like place and felt that coming with Mo Su was indeed the right choice. If they cultivated here, they would probably soon break through to the crossing tribulation stage. The four, after tempering their bodies in the Thunderstorm Tower, not only cultivated the body tempering technique to the third layer of the mortal realm, but also broke through to the mid-stage of the combining body realm. Chapter 254, Mo Su, seeing Niu Yao's familiar actions, remembered that Niu Yufeng used to do this often as well. When they were on a mission, Niu Yufeng would draw diagrams with branches to analyze enemy positions and firepower arrangements. Niu Yao had clearly inherited this from his father, also frequently using branches to draw on the ground. Kick it away. What the hell are you doing with branches? I have paper and pen here. Use this to draw. Hee, Uncle Mo. Old Niu often uses branches to draw maps. He says his dad taught him. It's convenient and leaves no trace. Wu Yifei explained to Mo Su while laughing, feeling pleased to see Niu Yao being scolded. I know his father better than you do. No need for you to say. Mo Su reprimanded him a few times. Wu Yifei suddenly remembered that Mo Su and their fathers were comrades in arms. They fought together long before they were born, so they must be familiar with each other's movements. Niu Yao quickly drew the appearance of a young man with paper and pen, and with Wu Yifei's guidance, he modified and continued drawing until they finally depicted Mo Zihuan's appearance. Mo Su noticed that in some aspects, Mo Zihuan resembled his cousin Mo Jiangwo, which made him recall his cousin. Chapter 255, Mo Zihuan couldn't find a reason after thinking for a long time. He tried to cultivate for a while and found that his cultivation speed was still faster than before. He decided not to think about it and focused on cultivating, planning to ask his great-uncle when he found him later. The mountain range where Mo Zihuan was located was the Mingi Mountain Range, where Minichi refining stage cultivators would practice on the outskirts, looking for the cultivation resources they needed. The demonic beasts here were also low-level, manageable by late Qi refining stage cultivators. Foundation establishment stage cultivators would venture deeper into the mountains, where the demonic beasts were all second level. And most foundation establishment cultivators would team up to kill these second-level beasts. Golden core stage cultivators occupied the deepest part of the Mingi Mountain Range, where the demonic beasts were the strongest, mostly third-level beasts, and only golden core stage cultivators could deal with them. Occasionally, a fourth-level demonic beast might wander over from the connected mountain ranges, and once it entered the Mingi Mountain Range, chaos would ensue, with cultivators fleeing and demonic beasts also escaping. Mo Zihuan was unaware of this. He plunged in headlong and, fortunately, found himself within the activity range of golden core stage cultivators, encountering no demonic beasts along the way. Chapter 256. Mo Zihuan stood next to Long Yushan, unaware of what was happening. It seemed that Elder Long was waiting for someone. He only knew Elder Long casually and was not very familiar with him. And Elder Long was known for his seriousness, making the disciples of the War Department in the Dan Alliance somewhat fearful of him. Suddenly, he felt two powerful divine senses sweep over and Mo Zahuan was greatly startled. These two formidable divine senses could only belong to crossing tribulation stage cultivators checking on him. Elder Lu, pardon the interruption. Brother Mo, take a look at who this is, Long Yushan said. Greeting Elder Lu first before pointing at Mo Zihuan for Mo Sudasi. As Mo Zihuan saw the two crossing tribulation stage cultivators in purple robes approaching, he was about to bow in greeting, but before he could speak, he heard Long Yushan addressing the two. Looking at Mo Su's appearance, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity rising in his heart. You are the son of Mo Xinghui, right? I am Mo Su. As Mo Su looked at Mo Zihuan's cultivation level, he secretly thought, this seems a bit off. This kid has actually reached the nascent soul stage now. With his spiritual root, it shouldn't be possible for him to cultivate so quickly. Could it be that he has some kind of fortuitous encounter? Chapter 257. After everyone got to know Mo Zihuan, Mo Su took out several corpses of wind demon eagles, along with some spirit wine and spirit fruits. And they gather in the courtyard to celebrate Mo Zihuan's safe return. After a lively gathering in the courtyard, everyone returned to their own caves. Mo Su kept Mo Zihuan behind and asked him about his spiritual root. Mo Zihuan recounted how he fell into a pond due to the shockwave from two cultivators fighting and how he swallowed that lotus flower. You're lucky. That lotus flower should be a pure lotus, and there was also a colorless lotus seed inside it. You might not have noticed it when you swallowed it. The lotus seed of the pure lotus is a treasure that purifies a cultivator's spiritual root. It was that lotus seed that changed your physique. Otherwise, relying solely on that lotus flower, it would have been impossible for your cultivation to progress so quickly. This is also your opportunity. After finishing, Mo Su took a sip of spirit tea and saw that Mo Zihuan looked somewhat confused. So he continued, the cultivation method you are practicing now is no longer suitable for you. From now on, cultivate my method. Remember, this method must not be revealed to anyone. No one can be told, except for our own family, or it could lead to fatal consequences. Chapter 258. After the sect war broke out on the Pula continent, the 8 major sects and 2 major merchant alliances were also drawn into it. Rather than being dragged in, it was more accurate to say that these major sects had long planned to take advantage of this opportunity to instigate this war. After the cultivation world had been stable for hundreds of years, with an increasing number of sects and loose cultivators, the resources became scarcer, making an outbreak of war inevitable. Only with the fall of a batch of cultivators could the resource supply and demand be balanced. The Pill Alliance had also sent elders to mediate. But both sides were already bloodthirsty and could not stop. Moreover, with the calculations of the higher-ups, the war could not end without eliminating a batch of cultivators. The Pill Alliance's leader, Gui Wetian, knew the calculations of these people. The reason he sent elders to mediate was merely for appearances, to let the cultivators know that the existence of the Pill Alliance was for peace and did not want to see the suffering of sentient beings. After realizing that mediation was impossible, Gui Wetian ordered the disciples of the Pill Alliance not to go out, while also tightening defenses to avoid being drawn into the conflict. The war between the 8 major sects and the 2 major merchant alliances grew increasingly intense, ultimately involving the beasts in the monster territory. The war was no longer led by Qianyuan's sect and Duanshan Valley, but rather by the 2 major merchant alliances, each supported by 4 major sects, forming 2 major coalitions with roughly equal strength. Chapter 259. Xian Chongren and Wan Hongsheng both laughed loudly after the 5 sect masters took a great oath. Fellow Taoists, after we eliminate the Pill Alliance, our merchant alliances and the 5 major sects will develop together. Additionally, Wan and I will help you all become the most powerful sect on the Pula continent. Xian Chongren knew he couldn't suppress them now. He needed to let them see hope and the benefits, stabilizing their emotions first. As for eliminating the Pill Alliance, there would be no need for the 5 major sects to exist afterward. What Elder Xian said is correct. From now on, there will only be the 5 major sects and the 2 major merchant alliances on the Pula continent. Now let's set off. Wan Hongsheng also made promises to the 5 sect masters. Whether they could be fulfilled would depend on whether they survived after eliminating the Pill Alliance. The Pill Alliance had already closed its mountain gates during the war between the 2 major alliances, and the leader Gui Wetian ordered the elders not to take action regardless of who came seeking help, to avoid drawing fire upon themselves. On peak 37 of MOs, everyone was gathered together, eating spirit fruits, drinking spirit wine, and roasting wind demon eagle meat. Everyone chatted and ate, creating a warm atmosphere. During the years the Pill Alliance had closed its mountain gates, aside from gathering for meals occasionally, everyone worked hard to cultivate in their own caves. Chapter 260. Wan Hongshang summoned the sect masters and elders of the 5 major sections. During this round of spirit stone bombardment, we will all make our best efforts to jointly strike the defensive array, aiming to shatter the Pill Alliance's defenses this time. The sect masters had taken a great oath, and now Wan Hongsheng and Xian Chongren could only choose to follow his lead. In fact, they also wanted to seize the resources of the Pill Alliance to strengthen their own sects. Otherwise, after taking the great oath, they could also turn back, at most sacrificing their lives. Moreover, the elders in the sect had not taken the great oath, and once the sect master commanded, they could completely detach from the 2 major alliances, indicating that the 5 sect masters also had their own selfish motives. Attack! Seeing that the spirit stone cannon was ready, Xian Chongren immediately shouted, while also summoning his top-tier attacking spirit tool, the soul-binding rope, which unleashed tens of thousands of thick ropes of light, crashing toward the Pill Alliance's defensive array. Emosu arrived at the square inside the Pill Alliance, stowed away his crescent halberd, and clasped his fist in salute to the leader Guyuetian, greeting him. Elder Mo, once the defensive array is shattered, protect yourself, avoid getting entangled, and escape if you can. Chapter 261. When Mo heard about the sword technique displayed by leader Guyuetian, he couldn't help but admire the strength of the one who created this sword technique. A cultivator at the Tribulation Transcendent stage could unleash millions of sword lights, which was more than a dozen times the attacking power of cultivators at the same realm. This sword technique was indeed quite powerful. However, he soon recalled that using such a sword technique also had drawbacks, unless one's true essence was thick enough to sustain it. Otherwise, once the true essence was drained, it would be tantamount to losing the ability to fight again. If the opponents were not completely defeated, it would mean death for oneself. Suddenly, he remembered that he still had a great planetary technique that he hadn't cultivated yet. Now that he had broken through to the mid-tribulation transcendent stage, should he find a deserted planet or a technological planet to absorb the power of the star core and cultivate this technique? This thought only crossed his mind briefly before he dismissed it. This was a critical moment for the Pill Alliance, and it was uncertain whether they could defeat those 2 major alliances. First, he needed to resolve this crisis, and opportunities could be discussed later. Wan Hongsheng returned to the temporary hall established by the alliance with his friend Xian Chongrun, took out a Bailuo lotus herb, crushed it, and sent the herb liquid into Xian Chongrun's mouth. Chapter 262. The expressions of Gu Yuetian, Beikong Xian, and Li Muyun immediately darkened. They didn't expect Elder Li to be the worm within the Pill Alliance. Once his plan was realized, all the resources within the Pill Alliance will be taken by them. It's me. Before leader Guyuetian could speak, Elder Li stood up, pointing at Mo Su while holding a fleeing talisman in his left hand. Elder Li sat diagonally opposite Mo Su. When he saw a hint of mockery in Mo Su's eyes, he immediately guessed that it was Mo Su who had leaked his transmission content. He didn't have time to think about how Mo Su managed to do this. He only thought about escaping the hall to avoid being captured and facing punishment from the Pill Alliance. It was me. Someone like you is worthy of staying in the Pill Alliance? You still want to escape? Stay here. Seeing Elder Li's actions, Mo Su knew he was about to flee. So he immediately stood up and threw a punch, unleashing a terrifying pressure, causing the elders beside him to quickly channel their energy to resist this overwhelming pressure. Bang! A burst of blood mist exploded, and Elder Li's legs were shattered by the impact, sending his body flying. Before he could activate the escape talisman in his hand, he was grabbed by Li Muyun, who was not far away. Li Muyun lifted his hand and patted him a few times, sealing his meridians, and then tossed him aside. Chapter 263. After the elders in the main hall finished reviewing the jade slips, Guyuetian spoke up, saying, "Considering that you 2 merely coveted the resources of the Pill Alliance and did not betray it, you could be reincarnated." Boom! A burst of blood mist erupted as Elder Li was shattered by a slap from Guyuetian. He then waved his hand, gathering the remnants of Elder Li's flesh and blood, and tossed them out into the valley outside the hall. Elder Li's primordial spirit was also stripped of its memories by Guyuetian. Even if he were to be reincarnated and cultivate again, he would have no recollection of his previous life and would no longer pose a threat to the Pill Alliance. Next, Guyuetian erased the memories of Elder Ji as well, similarly shattering him and tossing him out. As for whom Elderly had sent a message to, I won't mention it. I hope everyone remembers this matter in the future. You can all disperse now. After Guyu Tian finished speaking, he stood up and walked toward the cultivation room behind the hall. Although what happened today filled him with anger, such incidents were common in every sect and alliance. The Pill Alliance had previously dealt with several infiltrators from other sects, but these infiltrators held low positions and did not significantly impact the Pill Alliance. Today's events, however, were a major blow to the elders of the Pill Alliance. You might wonder why Elder Li and the others, who had reached the Tribulation Transcendent stage, still needed so many resources. When it comes time to ascend to the immortal realm, they cannot take those resources with them. They will have to leave them behind. Chapter 264. Wan Hongsheng and Xiancheng Ren stood at the forefront, initially planning to shatter the Pill Alliance's defensive array and then attack to annihilate the Pill Alliance, thereby unifying the Puli continent. However, they did not expect the defensive array to fight back. When they saw the massive blade light counterattacking, they were taken aback and quickly retreated, simultaneously summoning their respective shields to block the incoming blade light. The thick blade light first shattered their shields, then destroyed their bodies. They did not even have time to scream. As their primordial spirits exited their bodies, they were immediately shattered by the following blade light, turning into nothingness, with two pure streams of primordial energy dissipating in the world. The 5 sect leaders and the 2 alliance leaders, Wan and Xian, also stood at the forefront and similarly had their shields shattered, followed by their bodies and primordial spirits, which were annihilated in the world. In the 2 alliances, nearly 60 Tribulation Transcendent stage cultivators were annihilated, with the remaining elders all injured, and more than half of the hundreds of integration stage protectors perished. The management at the empty refinement stage suffered total annihilation, with none able to escape. The reason for the significant losses in the 2 alliances this time was that they had not anticipated the Pill Alliance would have a counterattack array. Chapter 265. A few protectors learned that the Puli continent was in chaos, and they immediately recognized it as a good opportunity. They captured a few cultivators from the Puli continent, then took a flying saucer into the void and reached the Xianhui planet, before returning to the EU continent. Their journey through the void went smoothly this time. The leader of the Xianming sect, Yang, received reports from the protectors and immediately sent messages to the other 5 major sects to discuss attacking the Puli continent. The cultivators on the EU continent were also aware of the resource richness of the Puli continent, but they did not want to engage in a mutually destructive battle due to the strength of the Puli continent. Now that the opportunity had arisen, it was the perfect time for them to strike. Thus, the 6 major sects on the EU continent brought back a batch of spacecraft from several technological planets and promised to provide some benefits to these technological planets in exchange for their assistance in piloting the spacecraft across the void. The elders of the 6 major sects and the elders from the Defeng Business Alliance on the EU continent boarded the spacecraft and arrived at the GU continent. However, as soon as they arrived at the GU continent, they were surrounded by 9 major sects that had united from the Heian continent and the GU continent. It turned out that several sects and alliances from the Heian continent had also heard about the chaos in the Puli continent and wanted to stake their claim. So they united with 4 major sects and 1 alliance from the GU continent to prepare to attack the Puli continent. Chapter 266. Thousands of war discs attacked simultaneously, catching the Pill Alliance off guard. The integration stage protectors and empty refinement stage managers suffered countless casualties. Some quick-thinking cultivators hurriedly summoned their shields, but they could only hold out for a few breaths before their shields were shattered, and they were ultimately cut to pieces by laser beams. Guyu Tian, who was attacking the remaining cultivators of the Sanhui Alliance, was taken aback when he saw so many war discs attacking the Pill Alliance's defensive array. He repelled a Tribulation Transcendent stage cultivator he was fighting and turned to confront the attacking war discs. Heavenly Blade, Guyu Tian shouted, and the god-slaying blade in his hand unleashed millions of blade lights, sweeping across like a heavenly curtain. Boom! Thousands of war discs were instantly shattered, and 2 wobbling spacecraft were also destroyed in the process. Mo, Su, observing the situation outside from within the Hongmeng Pearl, saw that the nearby cultivators had been annihilated, and then witnessed Guyu Tian once again unleash his blade technique, reducing the war discs to fragments. He immediately emerged from the Hongmeng Pearl. Upon exiting, he saw a foreign Tribulation Transcendent stage cultivator aiming a gun light at the back of Guyu Tian's head. He knew that after Guyu Tian used his blade technique, his true essence would be drained, and he had no strength left to evade. Chapter 267. The two sides temporarily ceased hostilities and began to tend to the wounded. This battle had lasted less than 2 hours, and both sides suffered heavy losses. The Sanhui Alliance still had 3 spacecraft, which were undergoing self-repair, while the war discs were almost entirely destroyed. The aliens on the technological planets were now left with only a few captains and fewer than 100 war disc operators. The Sanhui Alliance's cultivators included 67 at the Tribulation Transcendent stage, with over 90 integration stage cultivators remaining and fewer than 50 at the empty refinement stage. This was largely due to them being inside the spacecraft, which were shattered by the counterattack array, leading to the annihilation of those cultivators as well. The Pill Alliance's integration stage cultivators had dropped from over 300 to about 130, while the original 500 or so empty refinement stage cultivators were now reduced to over 300. Most of the fallen protectors and managers were killed by the war discs, as Elder Ju and the others repaired the defensive array. The dozens of shattered array flags had already lost their defensive capability, and when the war discs launched their surprise attack, they were caught off guard, allowing the laser beams to penetrate their bodies. Overall, it was somewhat unjust for them to have died. Chapter 268. When Guyu Tian saw that no one was speaking, he was about to share his plan when he noticed Mo Su speaking up with his own plan. The elders in the hall felt that Mo Su's plan was too risky. If they disturbed those foreign cultivators while setting up the trapping array, all their efforts would be in vain, and Elder Mo could even fall. I think this plan is too risky. Elder Mo should reconsider. Guyu Tian's words echoed what the other elders were thinking, and they all nodded in agreement. It's fine. I want to give it a try tonight. If it doesn't work, we can think of other ways. Mosu insisted on setting up a void strangulation array, using his divine sense to inscribe the void array patterns, without worrying about being discovered by those foreign cultivators. Therefore, he was quite determined in his plan. Since Elder Mo wants to give it a shot, let's all prepare for battle. If Elder Mo disturbs those foreign cultivators, we will go out to cover his retreat. Guyu Tian saw Mo Su's persistence and did not try to persuade him further. He only gave some instructions and made subsequent arrangements. Not long after dark, Mo Su left the node of the defensive formation and came outside. After he emerged, he immediately entered the Hongmeng Pearl, allowing it to roll to a spot not far from the spaceship under the gentle breeze. Chapter 269. In this war, the Dan Alliance lost several branch leaders, and they have not yet been re-elected. Mo Su and Li Mu Yun, the 2 Vice Alliance leaders, had to temporarily handle the various affairs of the Dan Alliance and ordered the lower-tier disciples to clean up the battlefield and restore the square outside the mountain gate. Mo Su had Lu Yishui come out of the Hongmeng Pearl, and he also led his family on the mountain peak, along with a few friends of Mo Xiaodong, come out from the small world to help. After Mo Xiaodong and the others emerged, they realized how tragic the war had been. They were all shocked to learn that the Dan Alliance had lost over a dozen elders and more than 100 law protectors in the combining reality stage, with more than half of those in the refining void stage also perished. Many disciples from various elder peaks had also fallen, leaving almost all remaining disciples below the transformation stage. Although the number of people on Mo Su's peak was not large, there were 6 elders in the Tribulation Crossing stage, making it one of the most powerful elder peaks in the Dan Alliance. During the recent wars, the person in charge of the War Department did not come to the peak to requisition Mo Xiaodong and the others, selectively forgetting about the people on Mo Su's peak, as everyone knew that there weren't many people there. Chapter 270. After sorting out these cultivation resources, Mo Su sent the remaining 2 small worlds to Mo Xiaodong and Mo Zihuan, and also gave 3 rings to Guqing Sun and the other 2. Guqing Sun and the others were shocked by the abundance of cultivation resources in the rings. As members of an adventure team, they had never seen so many cultivation resources. The rings Mo Su gave them contained 3 spirit veins, 200 million spirit stones, dozens of various top-grade spiritual artifacts, and countless pills of all levels. Such an abundance of resources was enough for them to cultivate to the Tribulation Crossing stage without exhausting them. The 3 were extremely grateful to Mo Su and felt fortunate to have teamed up with Mo Xiaodong, considering it the wisest choice of their lives. They all silently vowed to work hard in their cultivation, hoping to one day help Mo Xiaodong, and they would not regret being friends with him even if it cost them their lives. Without Mo Xiaodong, they would not have their current status, nor would they have joined the Dan Alliance, as joining the Dan Alliance was not so easy, nor would they have received such abundant cultivation resources. After the Dan Alliance closed its mountain gate, the sects and merchant alliances on the Puli continent were eradicated. Those second- and third-rate sects began to seize territory, fighting fiercely again, with the victors occupying the former residences of the 9 major sects, closing their mountain gates, and working hard to cultivate and strengthen their sects. Chapter 271. During this century, Mo Su had just cultivated the 3 divine abilities to the entry-level stage, but had not yet had the opportunity to display them. However, he believed that if these 3 abilities were unleashed, they would certainly be earth-shattering. And it was likely that the rules of heaven and earth on the Puli continent would not be able to withstand it. His cultivation level also rose to the late stage of Tribulation Crossing, but he still did not sense the power of acceptance from the immortal realm. Lu Yishui had also cultivated to the late stage of Tribulation Crossing, while Mo Xiaodong and Yi Yuxian both broke through to the early stage of Combining Reality. Mo Xingyu reached the early stage of Refining Void, while Mo Zi Huan surpassed him and broke through to the early stage of Combining Reality, proving the extraordinary nature of his celestial root. Additionally, Wu Yifei and Niu Yao Wu both reached the Martial King realm, equivalent to the Refining Void stage for cultivators. Mo Xiaodong's friends, Guqing Sun and the others, also broke through to the Refining Void stage. And the people on Mo Su's peak had all reached the late stage of the cultivation system, overall stronger than those from other peaks in the Dan Alliance. During this century, Mo Su found Guyu Tian to inquire about the origins of these divine abilities, but Guyu Tian also did not know their origins. His ancestors originally came from a mortal planet to the Puli continent, but due to the long passage of time, it was no longer traceable. Moreover, the Dan Alliance suffered a devastating blow thousands of years ago, and his great-grandfather perished in the Great War. Chapter 272. Mo Su only came back to his senses after Guyu Tian's figure completely disappeared into the horizon. He thought to himself that he was now also at the late stage of Tribulation Crossing, and that one day he would also ascend to the immortal realm like Guyu Tian. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his heart, realizing that since he was practicing the Hongmeng technique, he was not bound by the rules of space in this realm. Would he still be able to sense the power of acceptance from the immortal realm? This thought quickly turned in his mind, and after pondering, he concluded that he would definitely not receive the power of acceptance from the immortal realm. If there was no acceptance power from the immortal realm, how could he ascend? Furthermore, his family members were also practicing the Hongmeng technique, and they too would not be able to sense the acceptance power from the immortal realm. Mo Su stood in thought on the square, not hearing even when the other elders spoke to him. The Alliance leader Bei Kongxian and Vice Alliance leader Li Muyun, seeing his demeanor, guessed that he was contemplating something and did not disturb him. They left the square with everyone else, while Lu Yishui had their son return home, staying behind to accompany him. It was not until the next morning that Mo Su thought of a solution for ascending to the immortal realm. He opened his eyes and saw Lu Yishui standing beside him. He smiled at her and said, "Let's go back first. I'll tell you when we get back." Chapter 273. As the Vice Alliance leader of the Dan Alliance, Mo Su could not escape work and was called by Alliance leader Bei Kongxian, along with Vice Alliance leader Li Muyun. The three, accompanied by over a dozen elders, arrived outside the Dan Alliance square. The Level 9 Formation Master, Yu Qian, first came to the Dan Alliance square, took out a formation flag, and inserted it into the ground. A massive platform slowly rose in the center of the square, separating the cultivators. Mo Su, Alliance leader Bei Kongxian, and Vice Alliance leader Li Muyun landed on the platform. Seeing that hundreds of thousands of cultivators had gathered outside the square, and could not help but marvel at the number of cultivators on the Puli continent, wondering how they had escaped during the Great War. "Fellow Taoists, I am Bei Kongxian, the Alliance leader of the Dan Alliance. These two are my 2 Vice Alliance leaders. This time, the Dan Alliance is recruiting disciples. Regardless of their origins, as long as they meet the conditions for recruitment, they will be treated equally. Please rest assured, fellow Taoists," Bei Kongxian announced loudly from the center of the square. The grand demeanor of Alliance leader Bei Kong, along with the Dan Alliance's boldness, made the cultivators around the square express their willingness to join the Dan Alliance. Before coming to the Dan Alliance, they had worried that the Alliance would pursue their identities as disciples from the former 9 major sects and merchant alliances. Now that the Alliance leader confirmed they would not pursue it, they all cheered loudly. Chapter 274. Louis Shui soon arrived at the internal square of the Dan Alliance. Taking advantage of the chaos among the elders, Mo Su slipped away. He waited for Louis Shui to come over in the internal square, knowing that his family was already in the small world. After scanning the area with his divine sense, and finding no one nearby paying attention to them, he pulled Louis Shui into the Hongmeng Pearl. The news of Elder Jiao's intention to ascend to the immortal realm spread, causing an uproar outside the entire Dan Alliance square. Cultivators had fought and struggled their whole lives. What was it all for? Was it not to cultivate to the peak as soon as possible and then ascend to the immortal realm? Now it is heard that the elder of the Dan Alliance is about to ascend to the immortal realm, and everyone has gathered to watch. Taking advantage of the chaotic crowd as the cultivators gathered, Mo Su controlled the Hongmeng Pearl to roll to Elder Jiao's side and tightly attached itself to his boot. Dear friends, please stand back and observe from a distance. Do not crowd. Those who violate this will be killed without mercy. The Alliance Master Beikong Xian saw the scene getting chaotic and was worried that these cultivators would interfere with Elder Jiao's ascension, so he immediately stood up and shouted. The other elders of the Dan Alliance were also scattered around to protect Elder Jiao. And the powerful aura emanating from a dozen tribulation period cultivators pressured the surrounding cultivators to retreat repeatedly. Chapter 275. Mo Su found a suitable spot halfway up the mountain, took out a spiritual hoe, and dug a cave. While using the spiritual hoe, he felt that the hardness of the rocks here was several times greater than that of the cultivation realm, making it somewhat laborious to dig. What could have been completed in just a few breaths in the cultivation realm took Mo Su about half an hour to finish digging a cave. And he then took out array flags to set up a defensive formation at the cave entrance, along with a concealment formation. While setting up the formation, he felt the obstruction of the heavenly rules here. Even the formation he set up didn't seem perfect, as if something was missing. This made him feel that he needed to quickly adapt to the heavenly rules of the immortal realm and integrate the Hongmeng technique with the heavenly rules, so that the Hongmeng Pearl could provide him with the cultivation system of the immortal realm. After bringing Louis Shui into the cave, the two of them sat down cross-legged at a distance from each other and began to operate the Hongmeng technique to absorb the immortal spiritual energy for cultivation. After operating the Hongmeng technique for a complete cycle, his mind received the cultivation system of the immortal realm provided by the Hongmeng Pearl, which also had 9 major realms: human immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, golden immortal, mysterious immortal, great Luo golden immortal, immortal king, immortal venerable, and immortal emperor. Each realm is also divided into early, mid, and late stages, and when one reaches the peak or great perfection of a late stage, they can break through to the next realm. Chapter 276. Mo Su did not know that the area of the Ascension Hall was so vast, nor did he know that the ascended cultivators needed to record their details in the Ascension Hall before being issued an Identity Jade token for inspection by the Patrol Division of the Immortal Realm. If he had known that there were such procedures in the Immortal Realm, he would have followed Elder Jiao out of the Ascension Hall and then found an opportunity to leave. Now, without his Ascension record in the Ascension Pool, he was equivalent to an illegal immigrant without an Identity Jade token. If he were to go to the Ascension Hall to apply for an Identity Jade token, the steward in charge of the hall would find out that he had no Ascension record and would definitely detain him first to search his soul and see how he ascended. If that happened, his Hongmeng Pearl would surely be exposed, and his family would be captured. The specific punishment he would face would depend on the regulations of the Immortal Realm. Mo Su was still pleased with his cleverness, unaware that the crisis he faced would soon arrive. Chapter 277. The reason the area of the Ascension Hall is so vast is that a cultivator who ascended to the Immortal Realm transformed their immortal essence in the Ascension Pool and then received an Identity Jade token at the entrance of the hall. Mo Su thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure out why there was a defensive formation here, so he shifted to another location. It wasn't until half a day later that he realized he was trapped inside a formation, but the area of this formation was simply too large. Of course, he also saw the lone hall, only to find that there were no guards at the entrance anymore. Even without guards, he didn't dare to approach for a look. Instead, he entered the Hongmeng Pearl, using a gentle breeze to carry the Hongmeng Pearl carefully to the side of the hall, secretly extending his divine sense little by little, only to see that there were actually 5 cultivators inside the hall. The powerful auras of these 5 cultivators made him feel that any one of them would not be his match. Fortunately, these 5 cultivators were deeply engaged in their cultivation, and they probably did not expect that a cultivator would sneak into the immortal realm, so Emosu's divine sense did not alarm them. After leaving the hall, Emosu used the gentle breeze to float the Hongmeng Pearl thousands of miles away before emerging from the Hongmeng Pearl, secretly sighing in relief. Fortunately, these 5 cultivators were cultivating. Otherwise, they would have discovered his presence long ago and would have come to capture and interrogate him. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, feeling cold sweat on his back. If these cultivators discovered him, even if he hid inside the Hongmeng Pearl, they would still find him. Chapter 278. Yuanqing and Bing Yi were both at the Earth Immortal Realm, and their divine sense exploration range was not enough to cover the entire Ascension Hall. After they patrolled the interior of the Ascension Hall, they did not find any abnormalities and returned to report to the duty officer, Lord Qiaoqi Lu. After hearing their report, Lord Qiaoqi Lu was uneasy and personally took 2 assistants to patrol again. At this time, the defensive formation had completely closed after Emosu left. With Lord Qi Lu's Golden Immortal Realm, he did not detect any abnormalities in the formation, mainly because none of the 5 of them were immortal formation masters, so it was understandable that they did not notice the formation's anomalies. Even if a 5th-level immortal formation master came, they could only tell that the formation had been triggered before. But as long as they did not understand the void formation patterns, they would not guess that someone had used the void formation patterns to break out of the formation and escape. Since Qi Lu and his 2 assistants did not find any abnormalities, they thought that something outside might have triggered the formation. Although this situation was rare, it had occurred before. The few of them returned to the Ascension Hall and did not cultivate, waiting for the duty officer to arrive. After Emosu left the formation, he also heard the sound of the formation closing. Looking back, he saw the formation had closed, but he was sure that the sound had alarmed those 5 cultivators, and someone would soon come to check. Chapter 279. Qi Yuan sighed, as if mourning the fall of his teammates, and then told Emosu about the pursuit of the Black Moon Bear, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Emosu was already inclined to believe Qi Yuan's words, but he caught a glimpse of Shi Qing winking at Qi Yuan out of the corner of his eye. Although it was fleeting, Emosu saw it. He immediately realized that these 2 had issues and became wary. If they showed any unusual behavior, he would strike first. Let's go in and utilize the resources. There are immortal spirit herbs and refining materials inside, but we need to guard against attacks from immortal beasts. After Shi Qing finished speaking, he was the first to walk deeper into the forest, followed by Qi Yuan and Emosu. As they walked, Emosu spoke with Qi Yuan. With his wariness in place, he became cautious in his speech and began to doubt what Qi Yuan said. Both Shi Qing and I descended from the cultivation realm. After applying for our identity jade tokens in the Ascension Hall, we left and did not join the sects outside the hall. After all, being an outer disciple is not my intention, and I believe you, Daoist, think the same way, right? Qi Yuan's seemingly casual words made Emosu's heart jump. He realized that the hall was indeed where identity jade tokens were issued. Chapter 280. Although Emosu did not know the use of the Tianqing fruit, seeing so many cultivators wanting it, he knew it must be a good item. He prepared to snatch it over first, and immediately used his divine sense to sketch a void defense formation to wrap around the Tianqing fruit. As the 2 cultivators were engaged in battle, he quickly stepped aside. However, since he had no offensive celestial weapon in hand, he could only take out a spiritual shield to protect himself. A few cultivators noticed him pulling out the spiritual shield and immediately realized that he had just arrived in the celestial realm not long ago and was doing poorly, lacking even a celestial shield, which made them lower their guard against him. Qi Yuan and Shi Qing also summoned their own offensive celestial weapons, and upon seeing Emosu summon a spiritual shield, they exchanged knowing smiles, confident that their plan was foolproof. While the 2 cultivators were still fighting, waves of spiritual energy rippled from a distance, and a group of creatures resembling crows flew in from the sky. The Blood Moon Ghost Crows are coming. Get ready to defend, shouted a cultivator who recognized these celestial demon birds. The 2 battling cultivators quickly stopped and summoned their own shields. The group of Blood Moon Ghost Crows in midair shot out arrows of water that resembled blood. As they fell, they transformed into sheets of crimson rain, covering the cultivators below. Chapter 281. Boom. Another loud noise echoed as the fourth-level Black Moon Bear crushed the remaining cultivators and turned to leap towards the center of the lake. The dozen or so cultivators at the lake center saw that the Tianqing fruit tree was protected by a formation and, without hesitation, turned to flee towards the lake's edge. When the fourth-level Black Moon Bear saw the cultivators escaping, it suddenly turned in midair and swiped down at the fleeing cultivators. So noticed that these cultivators were so focused on escaping that no one paid attention to him. Seeing the Black Moon Bear chasing after the fleeing cultivators, he quickly raised his hand to shatter the defensive formation, rolled up the Tianqing fruit tree, and entered the Hongmeng Pearl. Once inside the Hongmeng Pearl, Su found a spot to plant the Tianqing fruit tree, intending for this space to be dedicated to growing celestial fruit trees. He then busied himself moving the spiritual herbs and fruit trees from the cultivation realm to a secluded corner. It was not until half a day later that Su finally finished and released his consciousness to check the outside situation, discovering that the Hongmeng Pearl had already fallen into the water. Extending his consciousness further, he saw that the Black Moon Bear was no longer there, and the land at the center of the lake had been smashed to pieces. He raised his hand to create a Yuan power shield, quickly leaving the Hongmeng Pearl and flying towards the lake's edge. Chapter 282. Su calmly put away his identity jade token before stepping into the market. He deliberately looked back before walking into the market. This market was similar to those in the cultivation realm, but the buildings inside were more orderly, clearly planned by the market's administrators during its construction. The ground was paved with blue stone slabs, embedded with luminous stones that would illuminate the area at night, making it convenient for cultivators to stroll through the market. There were regulations in the market that prohibited cultivators from randomly scanning with their consciousness unless they were checking items, and the range of consciousness inspection could not exceed the item's physical body. With the lights, cultivators could walk freely since this was the celestial realm, which was of a higher standard than the cultivation realm. Su approached a shop with a grand facade, hanging a sign for the Maoyuan Refining Pavilion. This refining pavilion had 3 floors. The first floor sold various low-level celestial weapons. The second floor bought various items from cultivators, and the third floor was off-limits, likely a training room for the shopkeeper or pavilion master. The cultivators on the first floor were relatively easygoing, mostly selecting various celestial weapons that suited their needs. Su browsed the first floor, listening to the conversations between cultivators and attendants, gaining some understanding of the prices of celestial weapons. Chapter 283. 3 years later, Su refined all the refining materials in his hands into various celestial weapons and also produced a batch of formation flags. His weapon refinement level greatly improved, but his current cultivation level was still too low to refine high-quality celestial weapons. He estimated that once his cultivation level increased, he would be able to refine high-quality celestial weapons, and as for refining top-quality celestial weapons, he hadn't even thought about it. After using up the refining materials, he prepared to refine pills. He didn't place much importance on pills for breaking through realms. Having powerful energy stones was much better than any pill. His main focus was on refining recovery and healing pills, as these 2 types of pills were the most commonly used in any plane, which was what he desired the most at the moment. Refining pills was much more complex than refining weapons. Refining weapons only required 8 types of mineral materials corresponding to the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and ice, with perhaps some monster bones added in. As long as one was familiar with the properties of these materials, they could refine the desired celestial weapons. However, refining pills required many types of celestial herbs and fruits, each with different medicinal properties. During pill refinement, it was necessary to balance the medicinal properties of these herbs and fruits together. A slight mistake could lead to failure, and there was a high chance of an explosion. Chapter 284. After gaining experience from refining pills in the celestial realm for the first time, Su identified the shortcomings from 2 high-quality pills and then refined the remaining batches of Yuanlin pills, all of which were top-quality pills without exception. He then refined 4 batches of top-quality Chilean pills. After collecting all these pills, Su stood up, took a shower in his wooden villa, changed his clothes, and left the Hongmeng Pearl to return to the outside cave dwelling. Calculating the time, he realized that 7 years had passed inside the Hongmeng Pearl. He sighed, realizing that the weapon and pill paths in the celestial realm were indeed more powerful than in the cultivation realm, taking so long to produce celestial weapons and pills. However, Every beginning is difficult. As his cultivation level improved, the time required for both pill and weapon refinement would significantly shorten. Moreover, he would no longer need to identify the properties of various refining materials or purchase recipes for various pills, as he had already memorized these in his mind. After checking the isolation formation he had set up, finding no signs of disturbance, he guessed that those in the resting station were aware of his seclusion and, with no major events occurring, no one had come to disturb him. With 3 years left on the rental period of the cave dwelling, he decided to cultivate while also developing his formation path. During the 7 years in the Hongmeng Pearl, his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the Earth immortal realm, and without any special training, he was quite satisfied to have broken through a minor realm. Chapter 285 MO, Su had to pretend to be nonchalant, as if he had been here before, to avoid revealing any flaws. I think everyone has been to this rocky forest several times, but have you noticed? Here, besides the ink-gray indium sand, there are also the indium-devouring bugs, and in the nests of these bugs, there is pure indium soil. If we can find a piece of pure indium soil, we can exchange it for a large amount of cultivation resources. Therefore, I came up with a distribution method. Whoever finds the pure indium soil first can keep half for themselves, and the other half will be shared among the rest. What do you all think? That sounds good. I agree with this distribution plan. Shi Qing was the first to respond. I also agree with this distribution plan. I agree too. Gu Jinping and Xing Zhaocheng also found Qi Yuan's distribution plan fair and nodded in agreement. When Mo Su heard Qi Yuan mention pure indium soil, he guessed the plan of Qi Yuan and Shi Qing. These two were waiting for them to find the pure indium soil before secretly launching an attack. The indium-devouring bugs were not large, about half an inch in size. These little creatures lived by devouring ink-gray indium sand, and after consuming it, they would purify it within their bodies, producing waste that was pure indium soil, which improved the quality of the soil. Chapter 286. Mo Su left a trace of spiritual consciousness here for future exploration and rushed towards Qi Yuan's location. After a few breaths, Mo Su saw that only Qi Yuan was standing alone under a tall stone forest, without any sign of Shi Qing or Gu Jinping and Xing Zhaocheng. Where is the nest of the Xiyin worm? Mo Su pretended to be in a hurry and didn't bother asking about the other three, making Qi Yuan feel that he was only focused on the Xiyin worm's nest and indifferent to everything else. Right below here, they all went down. After seeing Mo Su approach, Qi Yuan stepped aside to reveal a dark hole. Let's go down quickly. Mo Su took a few quick steps forward, looking as if he was about to jump into the black hole. A hint of ruthless intent flickered in Qi Yuan's eyes as he prepared to attack Mo Su. However, he didn't expect Mo Su to strike first, landing a punch on him. Qi Yuan's body flew backward and crashed into the towering stone forest, instantly being absorbed by it. His flesh visibly shrank, leaving only a layer of skin. He could only let out one word, "You," before he was unable to speak any further. All his chi and blood were drained by the stone forest, and fear filled his eyes as he realized he had been discovered by Mo Su. Chapter 287. After putting away the piece of pure Ingji soil, Mo Su lost patience in searching for it and quickly left the chaotic stone forest. Just as he stepped outside, he saw two late-stage Earth immortal practitioners flying towards him from a distance. Where are Gu Jinping and Xing Zhaocheng? Why is only you here? One of the practitioners spoke domineeringly upon seeing Mo Su. I'm not his father. How would I know their whereabouts? Oh, I see. It's all a good scheme. Unfortunately, you came too late. Since you're here, just stay. Upon hearing the practitioner's question, Mo Su immediately realized that Gu Jinping and Xing Zhaocheng also had plans, likely waiting for an opportunity. He didn't even summon his half-moon halberd, raising his hand to unleash a punch instead. The two practitioners were furious upon hearing Mo Su's words, and before they could act, they saw Mo Su strike first. They didn't take Mo Su seriously at all. An Earth Immortal in mid-stage daring to attack two late-stage Earth Immortals was simply asking for death. But then they both felt a violent pressure descending upon them, stronger than that of a celestial immortal. They were both taken aback and quickly raised their hands to retaliate. Boom! A loud explosion sounded as the two strands of immortal energy collided with Mo Su's force. The two practitioners felt as if a small mountain had slammed into their chests, their meridians ruptured, and their arms shattered, both flying backward and spitting out several arrows of blood in mid-air, utterly horrified. At that moment, they both thought, so strong. Chapter 288. After breaking through to become a 4th-level immortal array master, Su gradually gained some confidence. Now, he could not only contend with celestial immortal practitioners, but could also use formations to crush golden immortals. The rules of heaven and earth in the immortal realm were heavy, and the speed of spiritual tool flying ships was extraordinarily slow in this realm. Originally, it would take over 3 months to reach Ueshi City using an immortal tool flying ship, but with a spiritual tool flying ship, it would take about 5 months. Su had only been flying for 2 months, and he was still not halfway there. The practitioners traveling with him on the spiritual tool flying ship gradually became familiar with each other, all heading towards the same destination and resting together at night. Over time, they naturally got to know each other. At first, they would just nod or smile politely when they met. Later, during their rest at gathering points, someone initiated conversation, and they began to sit together, sipping spiritual tea and chatting about their strange experiences in the immortal realm. They heard that the patriarch of the Lei family had been exterminated, and the immortal official's office had been investigating for months without finding the culprit. It was incredibly brutal. Even children were not spared, with over 3,000 people killed in one night. Now, the branches of the Lei family were vying for the position of patriarch. Chapter 289. Su overheard a few practitioners nearby discussing their dissatisfaction with the 2 major sects in hushed tones, but there was nothing they could do. When weak, one must endure and submit to the strong, otherwise they would be in trouble. Moreover, this was the territory of the 2 major sects, and anyone who dared to break in would likely have been killed long ago. A few immortal array masters from the 2 major sects walked over with dejected expressions, each reporting to the 2 deputy sect masters responsible for the secret realm about the reasons for the failure to set up the isolation array. Vice Sect Master Qiu Xingdi of the Wanxiong Sect and Deputy Pavilion Master Su Beixian of the Xianwei Pavilion had long noticed that the immortal array masters from their respective sects had failed to set up the barrier array, and both were displeased with them. They typically received salaries from the sect, but did not focus on enhancing their array skills. Instead, getting close to several elders and boasting about their powerful array skills. Now, they couldn't even set up an isolation fog array. Were they raising a bunch of useless people? Though they were dissatisfied with the immortal array masters, they didn't show it and decided to punish them upon returning to the sect. All right, you can leave. After hearing the reports from the immortal array masters, Vice Sect Master Qiu waved his hand expressionlessly and then took out a communication orb from his wrist to send a message inquiring about his friend's whereabouts. Chapter 290. While the 2 deputy sect masters, pavilion masters, and that great Luo golden immortal array king were healing, their sea of consciousness was suddenly ambushed, and they let out 3 piercing screams, spitting out 3 purple-black blood arrows. Their cries did not attract the attention of the practitioners around. Tens of thousands of them were rushing towards the entrance of the secret realm, their loud shouts drowning out the screams, and no one noticed the ambush on the 3. After Su shot out 3 consciousness spikes, he saw the purple-black blood spewing from their mouths, and their spirits also began to wane. He then shot out 3 more consciousness spikes, directly destroying their sea of consciousness, grabbed their rings, and burned the 3 of them to ashes before quickly fleeing. From the moment Su attacked the 3 to the end, it only took a few breaths. The practitioners rushing into the secret realm had just entered halfway, and the remaining practitioners had already taken down the managers and disciples of the 2 major sects. Chapter 291. Su observed the situation outside through his spiritual consciousness within the Hongmeng Pearl and saw a huge beast, a flood dragon, reminding him of the dragons mentioned in legends on the Earth Yuan star. He couldn't help but wonder if there really were dragons in the immortal realm. Upon seeing this giant flood dragon wreaking havoc among the practitioners in the secret realm, he decided to stay inside for the time being. It was too dangerous outside. This giant flood dragon likely possessed the strength of an immortal king, and unless several immortal kings teamed up, it would be impossible to kill it. Su found a place to plant the more than a dozen immortal spirit fruit trees he had collected, focusing on caring for the spirit fruit tree and the 7-colored peach tree. The other immortal spirit fruit trees were auxiliary spirit fruits for refining 7th-level immortal pills. The spirit fruit tree bore 36 light purple fruits, emitting a refreshing aura. Upon smelling this aura, Su felt his sea of consciousness stabilize a bit more. Indeed, it truly lives up to its reputation as a treasure for repairing the sea of consciousness, even now that the sea of consciousness is undamaged. Just absorbing this aura makes the walls of the sea feel a bit thicker. Su, filled with joy, transplanted this divine fruit tree next to the bitter bamboo. In the future, during cultivation, it would not only thicken the walls of his sea of consciousness, but also help avoid the emergence of inner demons. Chapter 292. After being chased by the beast, the Jiao, the cultivators entering the secret realm fled mostly towards the entrance, but a small number of them, in a state of panic, scattered in all directions within the secret realm. Although the Jiao was powerful, it could not devour the tens of thousands of cultivators that had entered the secret realm. It only managed to consume a portion of them, while most were scared away. When the Jiao returned to pursue Su, these cultivators saw it and quickly took the opportunity to search for resources in the secret realm, though they no longer dared to venture deep inside. After searching for just over a day, the cultivators felt a violent aura coming from afar, occasionally mixed with roaring sounds. They were all taken aback, realizing that the beast Jiao had returned, and quickly fled towards the entrance of the secret realm. However, they soon discovered a surprising scene. A cultivator at the Earth Immortal level was fleeing, with the Jiao closely pursuing him, ignoring all other cultivators and too lazy to even devour them, fixated only on this one cultivator. Goodness, how did this fellow get targeted by the Jiao? I hope he can escape. Otherwise, he will eventually be devoured. I estimate it's quite difficult. Didn't you see that the Jiao also knows how to accelerate? It must have realized that there are more of our human cultivators here, and it knows that delaying could lead to changes. Chapter 293. Beast. Where are you running to? Xiong Ren and Luo Qianjun saw the Jiao fleeing and shouted as they chased after it. Both thought that if they could slay the Jiao, they would obtain its scales, blood, demon core, flesh, and tendons. These were all valuable items, so neither would let it go. Su saw someone blocking the Jiao and didn't wait to see the outcome. He immediately used the Great Wind Escape technique to flee rapidly. The secret realm had lost its significance for him, and he ran from the entrance to the final exit. Although he saw many mid-level immortal spiritual herbs and fruit trees, as well as some mid-level refining materials during his escape, he didn't have time to collect them. Besides, he had already obtained many good items in this secret realm. One should be content and not be greedy. After fleeing for most of the day, Su used his divine sense to scan the surroundings and found that there was no one checking on him from hundreds of miles away. He summoned his spiritual artifact flying ship and transformed into the appearance of Luo Qian, heading swiftly towards Yueshi City. Days later, Su landed the flying ship in front of a massive city, where 4 large characters, Yueshi Xian City, were suspended above the city gate using an array. The city walls bore dark red stains from being attacked by immortal beasts. Chapter 294. Su placed down the ring, not in a hurry to break the restrictions on it. He first wanted to examine the ring of the deputy sect master, Su Beixian. After checking Su Beixuan's ring, he planned to utilize the restrictions on this ring to deduce array techniques and also enhance his own array mastery. The items in Su Beixuan's ring were quite similar to those in Qiu Shengdi's ring. After all, both were second in command in their respective sections. Besides the sect master, they had the most power, and the various items in their rings were only second to those of the sect master. There were 1 million high-grade immortal crystals, various high-level refining materials, dozens of jade slips of different techniques, more than a dozen jade boxes, and dozens of high-grade, defensive immortal artifacts including armor and shields. Additionally, there were over a dozen jade bottles of pills. He even had 4 high-grade offensive immortal artifacts, a mid-grade immortal artifact flying ship, a high-grade immortal artifact cave dwelling, and an identity jade token. Su Beixuan's ring contained even more items than Qiu Shengdi's. Su found that Qiu Shengdi's ring surprisingly lacked an immortal artifact flying ship and a refined cave dwelling, though he didn't dwell on it. After sorting through the various items in the 2 rings, Su picked up the jade slips to see if he could find any useful ones. Chapter 295. Su was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected such a delightful surprise. He quickly operated the Hongmeng technique to stabilize his newly broken through cultivation. Days later, having stabilized his cultivation, Su picked up the ring of the immortal array king again, preparing to use his divine sense to wear down the restrictions. After his array mastery upgraded to a 6th level immortal array master, his understanding of arrays had increased several times compared to before. He quickly discovered that the restrictions on this ring were merely at the peak of the 6th level, far from the realm of a 7th-level immortal array king. The claim of being a 7th-level immortal array king was clearly exaggerated. This should not be blamed on the 7th-level immortal array king. His array inheritance could not compare to the array inheritance given by the Hongmeng Pearl, which was from the Hongmeng world. Other immortal array masters' array inheritances had been gradually developed over generations, but there were always some omissions and imperfections in certain array inheritances, although this did not affect their use. However, under Mo.'s array inheritance, the flaws and imperfections in other immortal array masters' array inheritances were revealed. This was also one of the reasons Mo.'s believed that this immortal array king at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level had not yet reached the 7th-level immortal array king level. Chapter 296. Neighboring Wenju Tian is the Mo.E Tian domain, which also has 12 major royal sects, with countless smaller sects and various size cultivation families under each major sect. The master of the Mo.E Tian domain is Xian Yao, titled the Carefree King. This Carefree King has hundreds of partners under him, all beautiful, acquired through various means of coercion, bribery, abduction, and other methods. Among them is a partner whom he forcibly took. This partner has a childhood friend, a senior brother, with whom she shares a deep bond. However, they belong to a small sect that was later swallowed by another sect, and they managed to escape. They encountered the Carefree King, who happened to take a liking to this female cultivator and forcibly abducted her. How could the senior brother bear this? Yet, fearing the Carefree King's power, he bribed the steward of the Domain Lord's office and entered the Domain Lord's office during a selection for guards. After continuous effort, he became the head of the guards in the Domain Lord's office. The Carefree King has many partners, and when he grew tired of this one, he sought a new partner. Meanwhile, this senior brother, after joining the Domain Lord's office, has been looking for opportunities to rescue his junior sister and take her away to safety. Chapter 297. Mo.'s was still in cultivation and had no idea that the entire human territory in the lower Tian domain was about to be occupied by immortal beasts. After more than 30 years of hard cultivation, his cultivation had broken through to the peak of the late heavenly immortal realm. Now, he was in a corner of the Hongmeng Pearl, holding a small stone the size of a peanut, preparing to break through to the golden immortal realm. This small stone was the powerful energy stone. He currently lacked the elixir to break through to the heavenly immortal realm, and with this powerful energy stone, he was too lazy to search for immortal spiritual herbs to refine elixirs outside. It was just right to use this powerful energy stone to break through his realm. The Hongmeng cultivation method began to operate, and the powerful energy within the stone was quickly absorbed and refined into his body, carrying the Hongmeng primordial force as it surged towards the barrier obstructing his advancement to the golden immortal realm. Crack! A light sound came from within him, and as he expected, a single surge was enough to break through the barrier blocking his promotion. A powerful aura radiated from him, spreading outwards. This stone was stronger than any immortal pill, aside from not being able to absorb it frequently, not being able to heal wounds or recover primordial force. It was much more convenient to use for breaking through realms than taking immortal pills, and it left no side effects like pill toxicity. Chapter 298. Unpredictable in the walking group. Listening to a few cultivators discussing softly beside him, he had looked at the map Jade Slip and knew about Wenyuan City, which was the central area of Wenzudian. He had originally thought about visiting Wenyuan City after his cave dwelling in Yueshi City expired, but now it seemed he could go directly. My cave dwelling still has over 20 years left until expiration. If I leave now, I won't get a refund on the immortal crystals, which feels like a loss. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come to Yueshi City. Me too. But I have a shorter lease. I have 6 years left until expiration, so my loss isn't too much, haha. We are sacrificing some immortal crystals for the sake of the human race, not being exterminated by the monster race. What does it matter? We must prioritize the big picture and stop talking about this. Mo.'s didn't expect that there were such righteous cultivators in the immortal realm. It seemed that not all cultivators were selfish, and he couldn't help but feel a bit favorable towards this cultivator. If we are to prioritize the big picture, then you should take out the immortal crystals and compensate us. That is what prioritizing the big picture means. Don't just talk without action. Why should I compensate you? I didn't use your cave dwelling. Then what you're saying is nonsense. Prioritizing the big picture means having cultivation resources, and we have lost all our resources. How can we prioritize the big picture without the means to improve our cultivation? Chapter 299. Damn it. These selfish bastards, and they call themselves the immortal array emperor. Yet they are so narrow-minded, afraid that others will study their array patterns, that they even set up a confusing array. Su cursed inwardly a few times and then stopped checking these array patterns, operating his divine sense technique to recover from the immense loss of divine sense. Days later, the immortal artifact flying ship landed outside a massive city, and judging by the architecture here, it should also be a trading alliance flying ship station. Hurry off the ship and then line up to enter the city. Supervisor Su commanded the scattered cultivators on the ship. Su followed the crowd off the ship and saw several imposing large characters floating above the city gate. Yuan Immortal City. At the city gate, there is actually an array for identity jade plate verification. Cultivators entering the city needed to verify their identity jade plates. My ring was shattered, and my identity jade plate was lost. I didn't have time to replace it before being brought here. A golden immortal cultivator, missing his left hand, explained to the guards as he entered the city. Take him down. The guard, hearing the cultivator's explanation and seeing the scar where his left hand was missing, which was clearly from being shattered by someone, was about to let him enter when a voice came. A team of cultivators in black robes walked over from the city, and one of the black-robed cultivators took out a binding immortal rope and tied the cultivator up. Chapter 300, Kill. The Lord of Yueshi City, In Qianhua, shouted loudly. Flying out from the immortal artifact flying ship, wielding the soul capture gun, an attack immortal artifact, which unleashed hundreds of thousands of gun rays towards the monster race. The Lord of Yuechi City, Wei Gonglu, also summoned his attack immortal artifact, the celestial slaying sword, unleashing hundreds of thousands of sword rays to strike out. Other cultivators on the immortal artifact flying ship also hurriedly summoned their respective defensive immortal artifact shields, and then activated their attack immortal artifacts, leaping down from the ship, joining the battlefield with tens of thousands of various blade rays. Su followed the crowd and jumped down from the immortal artifact flying ship. They had to follow, as the management of the immortal artifact flying ship and the law enforcement team of the immortal official department kicked anyone who hesitated off the ship. Rather than being kicked off the ship, it was better to jump down early and find a place to hide. When the Howling Sky Wolf attacked the Tianqing sect, it saw the immortal artifact flying ship arrive and noticed that only 2 immortal kings descended from a ship, while the rest were low-level cultivators. So it didn't take them seriously. It directly sent 2 level 7 immortal demon beasts, the Wind Thunder Leopard and the Black Moon Bear, along with tens of thousands of immortal demon beasts and immortal demon birds, to block the incoming reinforcements, while it accelerated its attack speed, aiming to capture the Tianqing sect in one fell swoop. Chapter 301. Just as Su reached the halfway point of the mountain, a giant immortal artifact flying ship swayed and fell from the sky, crashing against a rock not far from him. Boom! A loud sound erupted, and the array patterns on the giant immortal artifact flying ship flickered continuously. Rocks flew everywhere, and several large trees on the mountainside were also knocked down, their branches snapping with a series of cracking sounds. At the moment the immortal artifact flying ship collided with the rock, Su had already left his original position, and Yu Fengqi also sensed the sharp fluctuations in space and instantly escaped. But he was still hit by a few pieces of debris, fortunately sustaining only minor injuries. It turned out that after Su and the other cultivators jumped off the immortal artifact flying ship, the managers of the flying ship intended to dock it at the Tianqing sect station. However, before they could navigate the ship over, the immortal demon beasts had already pursued them, and those scattered cultivators couldn't even resist for a moment before being scattered by the immortal demon beasts, forcing them to flee with the immortal artifact flying ship. However, the immortal demon birds in the sky, seeing the immortal artifact flying ship fleeing, split off part of their forces to attack the flying ship, which was also the reason Su and the others were not pursued by the immortal demon birds. Without these immortal artifact flying ships blocking the attacks of the immortal demon birds, it was likely that the massive number of immortal demon birds would have caught up with Su and the others long ago. Chapter 302, Quick Ascend. Yu Fengqi saw a giant hand coming down and quickly shouted, simultaneously summoning a shield to protect himself. Boom! With a muffled sound, the rapidly ascending immortal artifact flying ship was still struck by the force of the giant hand sweeping against its tail, causing the ship to shake violently and spin rapidly in midair, like a top being whipped. Su tightly gripped the ship's railing as the immortal artifact flying ship spun rapidly, startling him. He knew the giant ape would continue to attack the flying ship. Although there was a defensive array, it wouldn't withstand the giant ape's violent strikes for long. Eventually, this immortal artifact flying ship would be smashed to pieces by its giant hands. You, my friend, abandon the ship and escape. This immortal artifact flying ship is too big a target. Just as Su finished speaking, he saw the white-haired giant ape leap into the air, extending its two enormous hands, carrying a fierce and violent aura, the space reverberating with sound explosions as it aimed to strike down on the immortal artifact flying ship again. All right, split up and meet in Ueshi City later. Yu Fengqi also recognized the urgency of the situation. Whether they could escape depended on their luck, but he still mentioned a familiar meeting point for both of them. Chapter 303. After Su recovered from his injuries within the Hongmeng Pearl, he continued to cultivate while deducing the array path. As he had been interrupted by the immortal demon beasts while deducing the immortal array patterns on the immortal artifact flying ship earlier. Now, although they no longer had the immortal artifact flying ship, the array patterns from various arrays on the flying ship were already deeply memorized in his mind. When he deduced the array patterns again, those celestial array patterns immediately floated into his mind. These patterns connected one after another and quickly formed the prototype of a 7th-level array. Su felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had finally combined the 7th-level celestial array patterns into an array. He immediately used his divine sense to carve these 7th-level array patterns in the void of the Hongmeng Pearl to set up a 1st-level celestial array. 9 array flags are required, each needing to carve 9 array patterns. For a 2nd-level celestial array, 18 array flags are needed, with each flag requiring 18 array patterns. Following this pattern, a 3rd-level celestial array requires 36 array flags, and each flag must have 36 array patterns carved on it. As the level of the array increases, the number of required flags increases exponentially. Setting up a 7th-level celestial array requires even more flags, and the array patterns carved on each flag become more complex and difficult to understand. Chapter 304. The 2 major trading alliances in the immortal realm have giant celestial ships that arrive in various lower heavenly domains every 100 years, transporting various resources from the upper heavenly domains to the branches in the lower heavenly domains, and taking away the cultivators who need to go to the middle or upper heavenly domains, earning celestial crystals in the process. The management of these giant celestial ships within the 2 trading alliances consists of cultivators at the immortal sovereign level, along with 5 immortal kings assisting them. Traveling from the upper heavenly domain to the lower heavenly domain involves traversing through the void, where various crises can occur, such as void turbulence, void bee swarms, and violent meteor showers, which require the intervention of immortal sovereigns and immortal kings. Therefore, the domain lords of the 2 heavenly domains eagerly await the arrival of the giant celestial ships from the 2 trading alliances. Only after the immortal sovereigns from the trading alliances have killed the 8th-level celestial demon lords can they drive the celestial beasts out of human territory. However, this is merely the hope of the 2 domain lords. No one can predict when the celestial ships of the trading alliances will reach the lower heavenly domain. But at least there is some expectation. 5 years later, after countless failures and numerous deductions of the array path, Su finally broke through to the realm of 7th-level celestial array king, and his cultivation also broke through to the middle stage of the golden immortal realm. Although he wasted a considerable amount of high-level refining materials and still could not forge a top-quality celestial weapon. Chapter 305. When Su slapped this demon pig, it did not get angry, but instead grunted in a seemingly flattering manner. Although it did not come closer, it walked alongside him. Su could not shake off this demon pig, so he had to let it follow him. He decided to wait until they reached the void entrance before trying to get rid of it, believing that the demon pig would not dare to enter the void. A wolf and a pig thus walked side by side. When they encountered other celestial beasts, these beasts felt something was off, sensing that the scene was somewhat discordant. Yet they could not pinpoint the reason and did not stop the pair to inquire. Su could not speak beast language, so he remained silent. While the demon pig feared that if other celestial beasts discovered its intentions, they would all follow the lone wolf, thus losing its chance to benefit. Therefore, it was even less inclined to greet the celestial beasts actively. With this demon pig following him, They encountered no celestial beasts willing to talk to them along the way, which saved him considerable trouble, allowing him to blend through the celestial beast group. However, his speed slowed down significantly, and Imosu was not accustomed to running on all fours. The demon pig stayed close to him, matching his speed. When he sped up, it sped up, and when he slowed down, it slowed down as well. Imosu wished he could just butcher the demon pig for meat. Chapter 306. While Imosu was using the Great Wind Escape technique, he felt two powerful divine senses sweep over him. He thought the 8th level celestial demon lord was also drawn over by the Tian Wang, which frightened him into urging the Hongming primordial power within him to escape swiftly. After a few breaths, when he no longer felt the divine senses probing, he breathed a sigh of relief. But the Great Wind Escape technique did not pause because of the divine senses. It continued to dash forward. Originally, he and the demon pig had been running for several days and were nearing the void entrance. After using the Great Wind Escape technique, he soon saw the void entrance between the two heavenly domains. This void entrance stretched several tens of thousands of zhang long, resembling a massive beast lying here, opening its enormous mouth, ready to devour everything in the lower heavenly domain. Imosu hesitated not at all. He did not briefly stop his Great Wind Escape technique and directly flashed into the void through the entrance. Once inside the void, he restored his body to its original appearance as Luo Qian and raised his hand to summon a celestial ship, speeding deep into the void. Imosu had a lot of understanding about the void. He had entered the void to wander during the Qi refining period, but back then, it was in the void of the Milky Way, and now it was the void of the immortal realm, which certainly was not in the Milky Way. Chapter 307. Imosu finished speaking and took out an array flag, placing it around the meteorite mountain as he prepared to set up a 4th-level defensive array. Although it could not withstand the impact of a large number of meteor streams, he believed it could still block the kind of massive rock impact they encountered earlier. The other 4 people saw Imosu setting up the array and felt a bit of admiration for him. With this defensive array, they could stay longer on the meteorite mountain, ideally for hundreds of years, allowing them to cultivate in peace and improve their cultivation levels. They all thought at the same time that there was a reason for Luo's low cultivation. It turned out he was an array master, able to set up a 4th-level defensive array at the golden immortal level. This showed that Luo had devoted his time to studying array paths, neglecting his own cultivation. The meteorite mountain had a radius of about several hundred miles, and for Imosu, a 7th-level celestial array king, to set up a 4th-level defensive array was incredibly simple. Imosu completed the setup of the entire defensive array around the meteorite mountain in just 2 hours. When the last array flag was placed, the surrounding array patterns flashed, and the defensive array was activated. Tao Zhezhou and the others instantly felt a sense of security, no longer feeling like drifting weeds on the meteorite mountain, vulnerable to the impact of other meteorites. Chapter 308. Imosu did not know who was reminding him, but anyone who could remind him at a critical moment was worth befriending. He raised his hand, grabbed the celestial sword, and tossed it into his ring. Seeing the fireball about to collide, he felt the temperature in the void rise sharply. His physical body was on the verge of being scorched, and his celestial clothing felt like it was melting. He hesitated for a moment, considering whether to summon the celestial ship to escape, but soon he could not afford to hesitate any longer and quickly used the Great Wind Escape technique to dash out of the meteorite mountain. With a loud bang, the meteorite mountain collided with the fireball, immediately exploding in the void. The splattering flames illuminated the void for an instant before quickly disappearing, returning to the original pitch-black void. There was originally no sound in the void, but the collision was so massive that it generated noise. Although Imosu escaped from the meteorite mountain, he was still struck by the violent shockwave. He felt a tearing pain in his back, spat out a mouthful of blood, and was thrown out like a cannonball, flying several thousand miles away in an instant, faster than his Great Wind Escape technique. Chapter 309. After Tao Zhezhou scanned with his divine sense and found no trace of Imosu, he expressed his guess. I estimate that Luo Dao, you might have escaped in the opposite direction from us. Otherwise, we would have discovered him here long ago, right? It's possible, after all. When we escaped, we didn't look in any particular direction, just fled outside the meteor mountain. And Yuan Jiang nodded and recounted the situation during their escape. Let's wait a while until the meteor flow from the explosion passes, then we can go check it out. Maybe Taoist Luo is hiding on the other side, waiting for the meteor flow to disappear. Qi Feng's suggestion was unanimously agreed upon by the other three. So the four of them found a relatively safe spot in the void to exchange insights on their cultivation while waiting for the meteor flow caused by the impact to dissipate. Mo Su was healing inside the Hongmeng Pearl. His injuries this time were quite severe. If it weren't for his cultivation of the Hongmeng technique, his physical strength, which had improved along with his cultivation level, would have likely resulted in him being shattered by that violent shockwave, leaving only his primordial spirit to escape. After several days, Mo Su's injuries fully healed, and he communicated with the Hongmeng Fire in his purple mansion, inquiring about its advancement this time. Chapter 3:10 The Golden Immortal Cultivator was greatly surprised after listening to In Yuanjiang's account. He believed that In Yuanjiang would not speak carelessly about such matters. The fact that such a vast territory in the lower heavenly domain was occupied by the demon race was a disgrace to the human race in the immortal realm. Where might the domain lord be? How can we find him? In Yuanjiang, as a disciple of the sect, had long thought of reporting this news to the middle heavenly domain. Now that he heard that they could find domain Lord Ruan Letian, he eagerly inquired. In contrast, Tao Zizhou and Mo Su were not very concerned about the demon race's invasion. Mo Su felt no sense of belonging to the immortal realm. He was essentially an undocumented individual, and if discovered by the immortal officials, he would be captured and sent to the immortal prison. Hence, he was indifferent to the invasion. Tao Zizhou and the others were loose cultivators, and the cultivation resources in the lower heavenly domain were occupied by major sects and domain lords. They not only had to seek cultivation resources, but also faced oppression from sect disciples and the domain lord subordinates. In severe cases, they could even be killed by these forces. The demon race's occupation of the lower heavenly domain was of no concern to them. Rather, they would be pleased if the demon race wiped out those forces, as they could simply wander to another place. Taoistan, just go find the domain lord to report. Our cultivation is low, and we have no resources to help, so we'll take our leave. Chapter 3:11 After the immortal artifact flying ship traveled for 5 days. The group saw a desolate area filled with large and small ravines, with very few trees and weeds. Many cultivators entered this place, but not many came out. Tao Zizhou put away the immortal artifact flying ship, and the group landed on the ground, simultaneously using their divine senses to scan the area, which was a habit of cultivators. Whenever they arrived at an unfamiliar place, they would first use their divine senses to investigate. After Mo Su scanned with his divine sense, he surprisingly found that within his range, there was no sign of the gray tower they mentioned. Instead, he saw a large number of cultivators rushing deeper into the ruins, suggesting that the area of this ruin was vast. Let's split up. As for what we can find in the ruins, it depends on our luck. Let us meet at the central location of the ruins, where the gray tower is. What do you think, fellow Taoists? Qi Feng's proposal aligned with the thoughts of the other three. After all, this ruin contained various items left by powerful beings and demonic cultivators from the immortal realm. If they found treasures or other rare items, no one want to share with others. All right, Qi Daoist's suggestion is good. Let us rely on our own luck. Mo Su began to appreciate Qi Feng's character. This suggestion was indeed what the others were thinking, but Mo Su and the others felt embarrassed to bring up first, as they had previously agreed to team up. Chapter 3:12 Mo Su took a few steps to the side and suddenly noticed a peculiar phenomenon. A cultivator at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level was actually smoking, and he was using a cigarette holder to smoke, with smoke swirling around him. The nearby cultivators looked at him enviously. The Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivator noticed Mo Su's surprised gaze at his cigarette holder and smiled at him, as if showing off his smoking. Mo Su glanced at the special cigarettes in his ring, which were quite a few, so he walked over, took out a box of special cigarettes, pulled out one, lit it, and offered another to him. Fellow Taoist, please smoke. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Is this the cigarette that master you used to smoke? The Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivator excitedly took the cigarette, lit it, took a deep puff, and blew out a few smoke rings, which he controlled with his immortal essence, lingering in the air for a long time. May I ask, fellow Taoist, where does the master you mentioned come from? Perhaps the master you and I are from the same place. Mo Su took a puff of smoke, letting it circulate in his lungs before exhaling through his nose. Ah, so that's how you draw in smoke. No wonder my master said I was doing it wrong. It turns out I should smoke like this. Chapter 3:13 Mo Su looked around the second level and found some low-grade immortal spirit herbs and low-grade refining materials. The levels of these items were too low. Many cultivators would not bother picking them up and instead headed straight to the 3rd level. He also did not collect these low-grade items. Upon finding the steps to the 3rd level, he lifted his leg and stepped onto the 1st step, feeling a resistance coming from the 2nd step, as if trying to prevent him from ascending. This little resistance was nothing to him. He didn't even need to activate the Hongmeng primordial energy within him. Relying solely on his physical strength, he ascended to the 2nd step. He then lifted his leg to step onto the 3rd step, feeling that the resistance was slightly greater than before, but it still had no effect on him, and he stepped up directly. After that, with each step he took, he felt the resistance increasing correspondingly, but he still did not activate the Hongmeng primordial energy, relying on his strong physique to reach the 3rd level. At the 3rd level, there were few cultivators. Mo so noticed that their cultivation levels were all at the Earth immortal realm, and he didn't see any cultivators of the celestial immortal realm. These cultivators were searching for the immortal spirit herbs and refining materials on this level. Mo Su just glanced at these cultivators before finding the steps to the 4th level. The resistance he encountered was similar to the previous steps. This time, when he stepped onto the 1st step, he felt the resistance from above was more than double that of before, but he was still able to endure. Chapter 314 with a loud bang. A figure flew down from the steps and instantly vanished. This fellow Taoist failed. I saw him falter on the 7th step. He was still trying to persist, but it was no use. You should just go back and come again. As soon as the cultivator finished speaking, someone else said, I'm coming. Another mid-stage Xian immortal cultivator summoned his attacking immortal artifact, unleashing a thick blade of light that struck the steps. Then he stepped out onto the 1st step and quickly made another leap to the 2nd step, soon reaching the 8th level before disappearing from sight. The subsequent cultivators also followed this method to ascend to the 8th level, but one cultivator was still blasted out of the tower. After seeing that no one was on the steps to the 8th level, Mo Su activated the Hongmeng primordial energy within him and stepped onto the 1st step. Feeling that the resistance was much greater than before, but it still had no significant effect on him, requiring only a bit more activation of the Hongmeng primordial energy. Mo Su had just stepped onto the 8th step when a late-stage Xian cultivator flew over behind him. This cultivator, wearing a blue robe, had a hint of black energy on his face and exuded a demonic aura, clearly indicating that he had been invaded by demonic energy. Chapter 315. Just as Mo Su left the 13th layer, the blue robe cultivator had just recovered and, in a daze, saw Mo Su's back. He immediately stood up and flew towards the steps, only to find that Mo Su had already disappeared. Without hesitation, the blue-robed cultivator summoned his attacking celestial weapon. At the moment Mo Su emerged from the Hongmeng Pearl, a red indicating his entry into the gray tower reappeared on the stone tablet outside the tower. The cultivators outside the tower didn't notice this red dot, primarily because there were many cultivators on the 13th layer, which diverted their attention. Everyone's focus was on the red dot on the 27th layer. Could this fellow on the 27th layer ascend to the 20th layer? He should be able to. I was only paying attention to him since he reached the 2nd layer. After resting for half an hour on the 24th layer, he gathered his energy and stepped onto the 27th layer. I think he can probably reach the 30th layer. Beyond that, I estimate it would be quite difficult. I think reaching the 29th layer would be about right, considering the resistance increases exponentially with each layer. Who is this fellow? What is his cultivation level? Does anyone know him? The speaker was a middle-aged cultivator in a black robe, who was at the Celestial King level. Chapter 316. Mo Su had just reached the 20th layer when he saw a thunder bear, a celestial beast, not far away. From the aura emitted by this thunder bear, it seemed to be only at level 5, yet it had killed a great Luo Jinxian cultivator and was currently devouring his flesh. When the thunder bear noticed Mo Su approaching, it raised its paw and struck, releasing a violent arc of lightning mixed with a foul demonic odor, tearing through space towards him. Mo Su was startled and quickly dodged to the side. Boom! A loud crash resonated as the violent arc of lightning struck the spot where he had just stood. Damn! This bear's paw can actually release arcs of lightning? Mo Su managed to dodge in time and was not hit by the violent arc. He was greatly shocked, raised his hand, and summoned his crescent halberd, unleashing tens of thousands of halberd lights towards it. The thick halberd lights, enhanced by the Hongmeng primordial force, carried a sharp momentum and struck the raised bear paw. With a loud bang, the space immediately shattered, creating layers of ripples, followed by a roar, and several bursts of blood mist erupted, with fur and chunks of flesh flying off the bear's paw and its left arm. Emosu observed that the blood flowing from the thunder bear's wound was actually dark brown and somewhat viscous. After a few breaths, the wound began to coagulate. Chapter 317. On the 20th layer of the Grey Tower, the celestial spirit energy was even more concentrated, and correspondingly, there was a bit more demonic energy. After absorbing these celestial and demonic energies, Emosu felt a slight delay in the operation of the primordial force within his meridians. But his cultivation level improved faster than before. His current cultivation was already approaching the peak of the mid-golden immortal stage. After practicing for less than an hour, he felt he was about to break through to the late golden immortal stage. This made him quite happy, and regardless of the slight delay in his meridians, he accelerated the operation of his technique to refine these celestial and demonic energies, mixing the primordial force, celestial essence, and demonic essence within him to impact the barrier of the late golden immortal stage. Crack! A light sound came from within him, and with a single impact, he broke through the barrier of the late golden immortal stage, releasing an immense aura from his body. Emosu sensed the surging primordial force within him and did not stabilize his cultivation there. He swiftly entered the Hongmeng Pearl, sitting beside the bitter bamboo to practice the Hongmeng technique. Not long after he left his original position, two great Luo Jingxian cultivators flew over from a distance. Noticing the fur and blood remnants on the ground, as well as a half-eaten body of a cultivator. Chapter 318. As Emosu's Hongmeng technique operated, the powerful energy within the small stone in his hand erupted immediately, entering his meridians and being refined by his Hongmeng technique before being stored in his dantian. It was precisely because of the strength of his Hongmeng technique that he could refine the energy within this stone. Previously, he had tried using other techniques to see if he could refine the energy in this stone, but ultimately found that no matter how he operated his techniques, he couldn't refine this powerful energy. Although this small piece of stone was not large, it contained immense energy. As the energy in his dantian increased and strengthened, Emosu gathered this powerful energy and impacted the barrier of the Shenxian realm. Bang! A muffled sound resonated from the barrier within him, followed by a sudden wave of intense pain that almost made him cry out. Crack! Another light sound came from within him, resembling the sound of an eggshell breaking. And then a massive aura emanated from him, transforming into powerful shock waves that spread outwards. So close. Damn it, that hurt. I can't break through like this next time. Emosu secretly felt fortunate, enduring the unbearable pain, and finally broke through his realm, wiping the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 319. There were not many high-level celestial spirit herbs and high-level refining materials on the 20th layer, and most of these high-level celestial spirit herbs were not the main ingredients for refining 7th-grade pills. They were mostly auxiliary herbs, and he didn't even see a single celestial fruit tree. Emosu controlled the Hongmeng Pearl to collect these items, during which several great Luo Jingxian cultivators came up. These cultivators were also uninterested in collecting these items, merely standing in place, continuously probing with their divine senses, and eventually left after finding nothing. This made Emosu feel even more that someone was watching him, and he was glad he hadn't emerged from the Hongmeng Pearl. Otherwise, he would definitely have been discovered. After collecting the celestial spirit herbs and high-level refining materials from this layer, he also gathered some intermediate celestial spirit herbs and refining materials that caught his eye before controlling the Hongmeng Pearl to roll down to the 19th layer. Seeing several cultivators on the 19th layer operating their techniques to recover their celestial essence, Emosu, thinking he was already there, stealthily collected some intermediate celestial spirit herbs and refining materials that looked good. After collecting the herbs and materials on the 19th layer, he controlled the Hongmeng Pearl to roll down to the 18th layer, continuing to gather celestial spirit herbs and refining materials from this layer. Chapter 320. After Emosu left, Qifeng seemed to remember something, but his thoughts were interrupted by a question from the Celestial King. And then he saw the black-faced cultivator being taken away by the celestial officials, before turning his gaze back to the Grey Tower. Suddenly recalling something, he slapped his forehead and muttered to himself, I remember now. I actually forgot to ask Taoist Luo how he broke through his realm. Did he break through in the tower without being tainted by demonic energy? Or did he take some kind of pill? What did you say? Someone broke through their realm in the tower? Qi Feng's voice was very soft, but he forgot that Celestial King Ziyu was standing nearby, and his words were immediately heard by Celestial King Ziyu, who quickly inquired. Returning to the senior, I was just guessing. Qi Feng was overwhelmed by the oppressive aura of the Ziyu Immortal King, to the point where he couldn't even complete his sentences. After a few moments of hesitation, he finally managed to speak, only to spit out a blood arrow with a puff, and then flew backward. The Ziyu Immortal King's momentum retracted, and he said, "Don't be afraid. Tell me in detail about your friend's background. Where did he escape to?" After being blasted away by the Ziyu Immortal King's pressure, Qi Feng immediately realized something was wrong. Nearby, several disciples of the Yinshan sect had just been knocked out of the tower, blocking the Ziyu Immortal King's line of sight. He quickly took out a teleportation talisman and activated it. A flash of white light passed, and Qi Feng vanished outside the tower. Chapter 321. Imosu was unaware that so much had happened after he left. The Jixing Immortal King, wanting to smoke, shattered the Ziyu Immortal King's physical body. Had he known this would happen, he might have given the Jixing Immortal King a cigarette to thank him for eliminating a hidden danger for him. The Grey Tower ruins were vast and boundless, and the ancient battlefield was filled with a chilling aura. The mixed presence of immortal energy and demonic energy made many cultivators hesitant to cultivate here. Even cultivators with pure yuan pills did not want to practice in this place. After all, not everyone was a demon cultivator, and even demon cultivators were reluctant to cultivate here due to the confusion of immortal energy. Absorbing the immortal and demonic energy here could easily damage their meridians. Thus, fights among cultivators were rare in this ancient battlefield, as they were all afraid of depleting their immortal essence and dared not engage in battle lightly. Imosu, however, was not afraid of the immortal and demonic energy here. He possessed the Hongmeng technique, which allowed him to refine demonic energy to enhance his cultivation. After receiving the information about the Hongmeng Pearl, he became even less fearful and fully utilized the Great Wind Escape technique, thinking that the further he was from the Grey Tower, the safer he would be. Chapter 322. After the Ziyu Immortal King's physical body was shattered, his primordial spirit fled to the main hall of the Luyang Immortal City branch of the Ruanyue Tiantian domain. Ziyu, what happened? Who injured your physical body? The head of the Morning Star Merchant Alliance branch, Immortal Luo Yun, was taken aback upon seeing the Ziyu Immortal King's primordial spirit and quickly inquired. I was at the Grey Tower ruins, trying to locate the cultivator who caused the tower to shake and accidentally killed several disciples of the Yinshan sect. I was then besieged and killed by the Jixing Immortal King and the Hongfeng Immortal King, and I barely escaped back. The Ziyu Immortal King dared not speak carelessly about such matters, as many cultivators outside the Grey Tower had witnessed him using his oppressive aura to blast apart the bodies of several Yinshan sect disciples. A casual inquiry with those watching near the Grey Tower would reveal whether he was lying. However, he primarily discussed the matter of the Grey Tower's shaking, believing that Immortal Luo Yun would definitely be interested in this, and that his accidental killing of the Yinshan sect disciples was also for the benefit of the Morning Star Merchant Alliance, since he had sacrificed his body for the Alliance. He believed the Morning Star Merchant Alliance would not want to disappoint the immortal kings within the Alliance and might offer treasures to restore his body. Otherwise, who would be willing to serve the Alliance in the future? Chapter 323. This Sky Slayer blade fell from the void, and the pitch-black primordial spirit originally belonged to the demon Emperor Heiyuan. During a great battle on the ancient battlefield, his physical body was shattered by an immortal emperor. After his primordial spirit escaped, it hid within a soul-nurturing stone in a dirt hill, recovering its weakened form. It was unknown how much time had passed when a long knife, accompanied by a wailing sound, landed on the dirt hill. The primordial spirit of the demon Emperor Heian was overjoyed. Taking advantage of the moment when the restrictions on the long knife were shattered, he imprinted his own soul mark onto it. Then, the demon Emperor Heian, not hesitating to expend his primordial spirit's soul power, took the opportunity to refine several restrictions. Although this made his primordial spirit weaker again, the long knife could not escape. After refining the restrictions, the demon Emperor Heiyuan learned that this knife was called the Sky Slayer Blade. So he restrained the Sky Slayer Blade on the dirt hill to attract cultivators to come and seize it. Then, He let the Sky Slayer blade emanate a violent blade aura to shatter the cultivators' bodies, while he hid within the dirt hill, devouring their primordial spirits and essence blood to strengthen his own primordial spirit. Now that the Sky Slayer blade had severed its connection with him, he immediately understood that it had been taken into a treasure by someone. This treasure was so powerful that even his demon emperor's soul could not sense it. It must be a congenital treasure. He was anxious and, disregarding the potential weakening of his primordial spirit, unleashed the demon clan's soul-capturing roar. Chapter 324. Su first refined a mid-grade immortal artifact shield, familiarizing himself with the enhanced flame intensity after the advancement of Hongmeng Fire. Before starting to refine the attack immortal artifact, the Half-Moon Halberd, he had obtained plenty of high-grade refining materials from the immortal formation master Guobeima's ring, enough to refine a superior-grade immortal artifact. After advancing, the power of the Hongmeng Fire became dozens of times stronger than before, making it very easy to melt the high-grade refining materials. In just over an hour, a Half-Moon Halberd gleaming with cold light appeared in his hand. After placing restrictions on it, Su waved the Half-Moon Halberd a few times and felt that its might had increased at least several dozen times compared to the previous mid-grade attack immortal artifact. He then refined several superior-grade defensive immortal artifacts, including armor and shields, and 2 superior-grade attack immortal artifacts, the Half-Moon Halberd, arming himself before beginning to refine other immortal artifacts. While refining pills and artifacts and cultivating within the Hongmeng Pearl, he broke through to the mid-stage of the Xian immortal realm. After using up all his refining materials and immortal spear herbs, he left with a large number of jade bottles and various superior-grade immortal artifacts. Before leaving the Hongmeng Pearl, he also deliberately changed his appearance, so he wouldn't have to worry about the primordial spirit recognizing him. Chapter 325. When Su stepped onto the 20th level of the Grey Tower, he finally saw several Delaluo golden immortal cultivators being blasted out of the tower, including the friend Run, who wanted to attempt the trial again. Ren's efforts were commendable. He had ascended 2 more levels than before. I wonder if I can step onto the 20th level. I'll give it my all. The friend Tong, who had spoken with Ren earlier, was waiting to ascend the steps to the 20th level when he saw his friend being blasted out and was mumbling to himself for encouragement. Su chuckled softly. Following behind this Tong friend, he saw him summon an attack immortal artifact, the Breaking Array Spear, which unleashed tens of thousands of spear lights to shatter the resistance on the steps, allowing him to step up. As Tong reached the 7th step, Su felt that his immortal essence was running out, estimating that he wouldn't be able to reach the 20th level. Sure enough, he was not mistaken. When Tong reached the 8th step, the spear lights he unleashed failed to break through the resistance on the steps and were instead blocked. The next moment, a powerful force swept him up and threw him out. Su didn't even summon his attack immortal artifact, pretended to raise his hand, and struck out with a punch. With the enhancement of the Hongmeng Yuan power, he easily stepped onto the 20th level. Chapter 326. Just as 2 giant claws were about to strike the 2, a black-shelled insect suddenly appeared on the head of the blazing lion, opening its mouth and spraying several streams of ink-colored liquid at the lion's head. Bang! Bang! 2 clouds of brown blood mist exploded, and 2 primordial spirits separated from their bodies. Before these 2 primordial spirits could escape, a flame enveloped them, turning them into nothingness. A mournful scream erupted from the mouth of the blazing lion. Half of the lion's head was melted by the ink-colored liquid, revealing the remaining half of its brown skull. And the black-shelled insect fell from the lion's head. As Su transformed the 2 individuals' primordial spirits into nothingness, he felt the surrounding space shaking violently. The roaring sound emitted by the fiery lion created waves of violent shockwaves that crashed towards him like a tide. He immediately swung the crescent halberd in his hand, summoning tens of thousands of halberd lights to counter the incoming shockwaves. With a loud boom, the space exploded, creating ripples, and the halberd lights infused with primal energy shattered the shockwaves before crashing into the fiery lion. Bang! 2 muffled sounds followed, resulting in 2 clouds of brown blood mist exploding, 1 large and 1 small. Chapter 327. Although Su was currently at the Shenxian realm, his divine sense was several times stronger than others of the same level. However, he still couldn't completely envelop this area with his divine sense. This poisonous toad was also a 6th level fairy demon beast, and he was unsure of its attack power. However, its venom was terrifying. Fortunately, the primal cultivation technique he practiced included body tempering, which prevented him from being corroded by the venom. But his clothing and armor were corroded away. After discarding the corroded robe and armor, revealing his perfectly strong physique, he carefully checked his body and found that the venom hadn't corroded his flesh, which relieved him. He put on a piece of armor and then donned a blue robe. Once he felt that there was no trace of venom on him, he sat cross-legged to operate his technique and heal his shattered left leg. The injuries on his leg and the fractured ribs in his chest quickly healed back to normal under the powerful medicinal effects of the top-grade Jilindan. After circulating his technique for several cycles, Su felt that his physical body was no longer harmed. He picked up the crescent halberd and stood up, preparing to eliminate the poisonous toad. This creature was too despicable, knowing that a newly ascended cultivator would definitely have exhausted a lot of celestial essence. As soon as he ascended, the first thing it did was find a place to recover, which was why it hid here to launch a sneak attack. Chapter 328. The poisonous toad leaped away at a speed that was extremely fast, jumping several thousand zhang away. However, it still couldn't evade Su's halberd lights, and tens of thousands of halberd lights directly struck its body. Bang! With a muffled sound, the poisonous toad's body surprisingly wasn't shattered, but was instead sent flying like a ball. Huh, such strong defenses? Su exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the poisonous toad get launched away, but he had no intention of letting it escape. He used his escape technique and chased after it. Jiang Qi's gunlight, however, struck nothing but air, since he and Su were standing in different positions. After the poisonous toad was sent flying by his gunlight hit the toad's original position, and he also saw it being sent flying like a ball. But due to the massive consumption of celestial essence in his body, he could no longer condense celestial essence to attack, and had to sit cross-legged to recover, leaving the poisonous toad to this Xianxian cultivator. Su caught up and once again summoned tens of thousands of halberd lights to strike the poisonous toad. Bang! Another muffled sound echoed, and the poisonous toad was once again sent flying like a ball. How many more hits can you withstand? Su shouted again after seeing the poisonous toad fly away once more, his stubborn temper ignited. The halberd lights erupted again in his hand and crashed into the poisonous toad. Chapter 329. After the body of this Deluo Jinxian was shattered, his primordial spirit fled in panic to the side. He hadn't expected this Xianxian cultivator to be so powerful. He must have concealed his cultivation. He realized he was too impatient and should have interacted more with this Xianxian cultivator. He should have waited until Su lowered his guard before finding an opportunity to eliminate him. But it was too late for regrets now. The Deluo Jinxian cultivator who had spoken earlier saw that his companion was shattered after just one exchange and immediately understood that this Xianxian cultivator had concealed his cultivation level. With his own cultivation, he definitely couldn't compete with this Xianxian cultivator. Frightened, he turned and fled towards the stairs, hoping to use the resistance on the stairs to be swept out of the tower. Su didn't expect this guy to run away and immediately gave chase. Since he had already killed one of his companions, he couldn't leave this potential threat behind. Bang! With a muffled sound, the fleeing cultivator was sent flying, and a figure stepped up from the stairs, exactly the same cultivator from the 25th level. After Jiang Qi recovered his celestial essence, he stepped onto the 26th level. Feeling that he still had enough celestial essence to reach the 27th level, he ascended the stairs to the 27th level, and his gun light shattered the resistance on the stairs, also sending the fleeing cultivator flying. Chapter 330. Inside the La Cloud Valley sect. The sect leader Chimu Shinzuan was furious upon hearing the report from the disciple guarding the Soul Tablet Pavilion, learning that Su Peng and Lan Kuan's soul tablets had shattered. He immediately inquired of the elder in charge of external affairs. Elder Minzhuang, where did Su Peng and Lan Kuan go? They went to the Gray Tower ruins for trials. I suspect they were killed on the Gray Tower. Our sect's core disciple Long Cheng is also in the Gray Tower for trials. Why not let Long Cheng find this murderer in the Gray Tower and kill him to avenge Su Peng and Lan Kuan? Elder Minzhuang was responsible for external affairs, and all disciples who left the sect would leave a record with him. Good. Send a message to Long Cheng, instructing him to find the murderer and kill him. Chimu Shinzuan knew that Long Cheng ranked 5th on the celestial ranking list, and his strength was enough to kill this murderer. Thank you, Daoist Jiang, for the information. I must go up now. Farewell. Mo Su thanked Jiang Qi with a cupped fist after hearing his explanation. By the way, Taoist Luo, Su Peng and Lan Kuan have a senior brother named Long Cheng, who is also in the Grey Tower for trials. I heard he ranks 5th on the celestial ranking list. I suspect La Cloud Valley must have sent him a message, so Taoist Luo should be careful. Chapter 331. Boom. After a loud explosion, the knife light of the young cultivator was shattered by the fist light, and the space instantly exploded. The powerful primal energy generated shockwaves that surged back towards the young cultivator. Bang! Another cloud of blood mist erupted as the young cultivator was shattered. And even his primordial spirit was crushed by the residual force of the fist light, dissipating into pure heaven and earth energy within the Grey Tower. You killed Tu Qian, and my falling water knife sect will not let you go. The middle-aged cultivator had just pulled out a pill to swallow when he saw Mo Su actually using his fist to kill his companion. He was taken aback, stammering as he pointed at Mo Su. Shut up. Mo Su saw that this middle-aged cultivator was heavily injured and yet didn't take the chance to escape, instead threatening him with words. He raised his hand and launched another fist light at him. Bang! A cloud of blood mist exploded, and this middle-aged cultivator was also killed, with not even his primordial spirit able to escape, dissipating into pure heaven and earth energy within the space of the Grey Tower. You killed Yang Wanshu as well. Jiang Qi had just stepped onto the 28th level when he saw Mo Su kill Yang Wanshu, who ranked 34th on the celestial ranking list, and he was even more shocked. Was this guy here to clear the celestial ranking list? He felt he couldn't follow Mo Su any longer, otherwise he might also be killed by him. Chapter 332. After stepping onto the 29th level, Mo Su distinctly felt that in this level, both celestial spiritual energy and demonic energy were several times denser. Then he saw 7 cultivators on the 29th level. Among these 7 cultivators, he noticed that only one was at the mid-stage of the Luo Jinxian, while the others were at the late stage of the Luo Jinxian, and they were all not cultivating, instead scavenging the celestial fruit trees and high-level refining materials of this level. This is the Elan fruit tree, but unfortunately, all the fairy fruits on the tree have been picked. Mo Su saw a fairy fruit tree with only green leaves, although there were no fairy fruits. He quickly recognized it as a level 7 fairy fruit tree, based on the information provided by the Hongmeng Pearl. The Elan fruit is one of the main fairy fruits for refining the Lan Wang Dan, a 7th grade elixir. Along with the other 6 main fairy fruits and 42 level 7 auxiliary fairy herbs, it can be used to refine the Lan Wang Dan. The Lan Wang Dan is an elixir for the great Luo golden immortal to break through to the immortal king. The Elan fruit is extremely rare, not only in the major heavenly domains of the central sky domain, but also in the upper sky domain, and it is unknown who picked them all. Mo Su currently does not rely much on elixirs. He has powerful energy stones and can successfully break through realms by compressing the Hongmeng Yuan power in his body to the extreme, and then using the powerful energy stones. Chapter 333. The monk with the surname Chu is named Chu Yu. After witnessing a clash between Long Cheng and Mo Su, which left him severely injured, he realized the situation was dire after escaping with the resistance from the steppes. This Xian immortal monk could kill enemies across realms, and without a defensive treasure like Long Cheng's, he certainly was not his opponent. He had already thought of a way to escape and rushed up to the 30th step. With a loud bang, a cloud of blood mist exploded, followed by a scream. Although Chu Yu was swept away by the resistance on the steps, he had his legs shattered by the spear light. These guys are really cunning. Mo Su cursed silently after seeing the Chu monk escape while he gained nothing, then raised his hand to unleash tens of thousands of spear lights to shatter the resistance on the steps and stepped up. This monk is very strong. Which heavenly domain is he from? Does anyone know his origin? The other 6 monks on the 29th level saw everything during Mo Su's fight, and when Mo Su stepped onto the 30th level, someone finally spoke up to inquire. I haven't seen him before, don't know which heavenly domain he is from. A Xian immortal can kill Long Cheng. I think the ranking on the immortal list is just for show. I was feeling proud to have a ranking on the immortal list, but now seeing the Xian immortal monk, I realize how ridiculous my previous actions were. Chapter 334. What? Chu Yu and Long Cheng were both severely injured by a Xian immortal monk? This Xian immortal is so powerful. Which sect is he from? Could he be from the upper sky domain? The monks were all shocked after hearing Chu Yu's account, speculating about the origin of this Xian immortal monk. Feng Yan, the immortal sovereign, was also surprised. He was at the early stage of immortal sovereign and had long learned to hide his emotions. So although he was surprised, it did not show on his face. He had seen quite a few extraordinary monks, but most were invincible at the same level. Being able to slay those at a higher level in the early stage was already quite extraordinary. This was the first time he had heard of a Xian immortal being able to kill a great Luo golden immortal. This monk cannot be described as extraordinary. He has already surpassed the understanding of the cultivation system in the immortal realm. Work hard on your cultivation in the future. Fortunately, your grievances with this Xian immortal monk are not significant. Try to befriend him as much as possible and do not become his enemy. After transmitting a message to Chu Yu, Feng Yin spoke aloud. This is your matter with him. I want to interfere to avoid being accused of bullying the weak. You should head back now. Chapter 335. Wu Zhan was momentarily stunned when he saw Xiang Chong being swept away, but then he felt joy in his heart. As long as he stepped onto the 31st level, all the resources above would belong to him. He urged the celestial essence within him, and the thunder god cone in his hand unleashed tens of thousands of lightning arcs, smashing the resistance on the first step and raised his leg to step up. However, when he struck the resistance on the third step, the lightning arcs were blocked by a violent force, and he was greatly surprised. Why is this resistance so powerful? Before he could strike again, a great force swept him away and threw him out. As he was thrown out, he lamented that although his lightning attacks were strong, he still couldn't step onto the third step at the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. It seems he would have to wait until he breaks through to the late stage before trying again. When Mo Su shattered the restriction and came out, he happened to see Wu Zhan being swept away. He didn't TC Xiang Chong and thought Xiang Chong had already stepped onto the 31st level. Remembering that there might be fairy fruit trees on the 31st level, he quickly flew to the steps and unleashed tens of thousands of spear lights. With a loud bang, Mo Su stepped up, unaware that there would be resistance on the third step. When he stepped on the second step, he felt a violent resistance coming from the third step, and he was shocked. Could there be resistance again? He quickly unleashed tens of thousands of spear lights again. Chapter 336. Outside the Grey Tower, the onlooking monks were all watching the 3 red dots on the 30th level, hoping to see if they could step onto the 31st level. However, one red dot quickly disappeared, and as there was no sign of it appearing on the 31st level, everyone knew it had failed, but they didn't know which monk it was. Bang! A figure landed outside the Grey Tower, creating a deep pit in the ground. Soon, a monk jumped out of the pit, showing no signs of injury. It was Xiang Chong who had been thrown out. It turns out Xiang Chong stepped onto the 30th level. It seems my guess was correct, but I don't know who the other two are. Bang! While the discussing monks were talking, they saw another figure being thrown out and quickly used their divine senses to check who this monk was. It was Wu Zhan, ranked second on the immortal list. He had also been thrown out. Soon, some monks recognized the thrown out figure and shouted loudly. Seeing Wu Zhan also thrown out, Xiang Chong felt a sense of balance in his heart. He sat cross-legged to recover his celestial essence and secretly thought, your cultivation is even a small level lower than mine. If you could step onto the 31st level, that would be too unreasonable. Fortunately, Chapter 337. Mo Su arrived at the steps leading to the 32nd level. He did not act rashly. First, he thought about the flaming lion that would definitely ambush him and whether there would be other celestial demon beasts on the 32nd level. If there were celestial demon beasts and he exhausted too much of his essence after stepping onto the steps, how could he deal with them? He thought of several methods, all of which seemed a bit difficult. Finally, he decided to use the Shurtian knife to slay the celestial demon beasts on the 32nd level. If he used other divine abilities and treasures, he would definitely exhaust his essence, and it might even burn his lifespan to unleash those divine abilities. This was not a critical moment, nor was it a time for life preservation. He could only use these divine abilities. Stepping onto the 32nd level was purely his own choice, but if he didn't T-step onto the tower's top, he would not be satisfied. Only by using the Shurtian knife could he minimize his risks. After all, postnatal spirit treasures are several levels inferior to innate treasures, and they consume less Hongmeng Yuan power. With a loud bang, the resistance on the steps was shattered by the spear lights. Mo Su took a deep breath and stepped onto the steps without hesitation. Then continuously struck the steps several times, finally arriving at the 32nd level. Chapter 338. Bei Ling, the immortal sovereign of the Water Knife sect, was also surprised after receiving a message from his disciple Wu Zhan. A Xian immortal monk could actually slay a great Luo golden immortal and ascend to the 32nd level of the Grey Tower, which made him suspicious of this Xian immortal monk. The mysterious immortal was able to kill opponents beyond their limits and reach the 32nd level. If he wasn't powerful due to his cultivation method, then he must have some innate treasure on him. He immediately sent a message to Wu Zhan, instructing him not to engage with this mysterious immortal, but to try to befriend him first, offering some benefits to see if he could be persuaded to join the Falling Watersword sect. The Northern Ridge Immortals' plan was that as long as this mysterious immortal joined the sect, there would be ways to make him offer his cultivation method or treasures to the sect. However, the key was how to impress this mysterious immortal, which depended on how Wu Zhan could befriend him. Mo Su was unaware that several major sects in the Central Sky Domain had already begun to covet and scheme against him. But with his ability to change form and the method he had previously used to leave the Grey Tower, he was not concerned about how these sects plotted against him. He thought about reaching the top of the tower to see if there were any treasures, and then using the Hongmeng Pearl to descend layer by layer, mingling with the cultivators who had been swept away to escape from there. Chapter 339. The more Mo Su thought about it, the more excited he became. He no longer cared about scavenging the resources on this level and directly went to the 34th step. Following the previous plan, he prepared for a moment. Holding a few recovery pills in his mouth and a small piece of powerful energy stone in his hand, before raising his hand to summon the crescent halberd, unleashing tens of thousands of halberd lights to strike the steps. After striking the steps 3 times, Mo Su stepped onto the 34th level, disregarding any potential ambush from celestial demons or beasts, and activated the Great Wind escape technique to disappear, leaving the easily ambushed position of the steps. After escaping for a few moments, Mo Su realized that he was not ambushed by any celestial demons or beasts, and he was momentarily stunned. This was not what he had imagined. He quickly unleashed his spiritual sense to scan the area. His spiritual sense soon spotted a stone platform with a round ball on it, and he felt overjoyed but did not rush over. Instead, he began to examine the surroundings carefully. Damn, these celestial demons are getting smarter. It must be the purple-tailed marten from the next level that informed them. They prepared to ambush here because attacking at the steps would fail. Mo Su cursed inwardly as he saw a nearly transparent celestial demon hiding under the stone platform, concealing its aura and waiting for the moment he touched the round ball to launch a surprise attack. Chapter 340. Seeing the short sword absorb his blood, Mo Su decided to cast several seals and sat cross-legged to begin refining the sword. As he started to operate his cultivation method to refine the short sword, he was pleased to discover that it also had 81 seals, indicating it was a postnatal spiritual treasure. As he refined the seals one by one, Mo Su learned about the sword's origin. The Qingping sword, originally formed from the leaves of the chaotic blue lotus after its destruction, was later obtained by the Tongtian cult master, who infused the merits of the Jie sect into the Qingping sword. Mo Su had read about it in ancient texts from the Earth Yuan star and knew from legends in the Fengshen that although the Qingping sword was not an innate treasure, its power was not much inferior to the Excalibur array. In terms of overall strength, the Qingping sword might even surpass the Excalibur array. The Qingping sword, wielded by the Tongtian cult master in the Primordial era, was one of the 3 ultimate treasures of the Taishang Laojun, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, and Tongtian cult master, alongside the Tai dust and the 3 treasures Yulu. The Qingping sword is 3 feet 6 inches long, entirely black, with green lotus flowers entwined around it. The sword possesses immense power, capable of severing all obstacles in the world. During the Fengshen War, the Tongtian cult master wielded the Qingping sword to battle the 4 saints, demonstrating its formidable might. Chapter 341. Looking at the 9 steps before him, Mo Su realized that this was the final layer of the Grey Tower. He hoped to see something good at the top and felt increasingly excited. However, Wang Tianho was already standing in front of him, waiting for Mo Su to speak so it could use its horn to penetrate the resistance of the steps. Mo Su suppressed his excitement and gave Wang Tianho a kick. After receiving the signal, the horn on its head emitted a red light that pierced through the 3 layers of resistance on the steps, and it raised its paw to rush up. Mo Su followed closely behind, and together they reached the top of the tower. The cultivators outside the Grey Tower erupted into uproar when they saw the red reach the top of the 36th level. These cultivators were extremely excited, even more so than if they had reached the 36th level themselves. He made it! He made it! Finally, we see someone reach the highest level today. I wonder who this fellow is. Which sky domain does he come from? They would have to wait until this fellow came down to find out. And they would ask him what treasures were at the top of the Grey Tower. Oof. You think he will care about everyone? Just look at those sect disciples around. They must be preparing to rob. We should leave here quickly. There will definitely be a battle, and we don't want to get caught in it. Chapter 342. After Mo.'s sea of consciousness cooled down, he did not sense the terrifying aura of the round ball. He cautiously reached out his palm to approach the ball again. Filled with curiosity, he wondered how the ball could induce hallucinations and what was inside that could confuse one's mind. He widened his eyes and carefully observed its surface, trying to find any unusual signs. However, the ball stood silently without emitting any terrifying aura. Its surface was smooth as a mirror without cracks or flaws, as if it were a perfect artifact. Even before his palm touched the ball, it felt somewhat cold, and a sense of doubt began to rise within him. What was inside this round ball? Why did it give him a feeling of fear? Emoso began to ponder, reflecting on his past experiences. Those things that had once terrified him were often accompanied by strong auras and oppressive feelings. Looking at the ball so quietly, Emoso steeled himself. No matter what was inside, he had to take it out first. After all, he had reached the top of the tower and could not let uncertainty hold him back. This was not his character. He should strive to overcome difficulties, as that was his pursuit of the Tao. Chapter 343. As soon as the brown gourd entered the purple palace, it spotted the Hongmeng Pearl and immediately began to jump in excitement. It could sense that the Hongmeng Pearl was the ancestral land of the innate vines. After the Hongmeng world was shattered, the chaotic world was born, and it grew in the chaotic world, having a unique connection with the Hongmeng world. It seemed to feel the breath and pulse of the Hongmeng world. If it could grow in the Hongmeng world and absorb the purple energy of Hongmeng, it would quickly become powerful enough to absorb the soul of its twin brother completely. It did not know how many epochs had passed without being able to absorb its twin brother's soul, simply due to insufficient energy. After the nutrients from the maternal innate vine roots were completely absorbed, they had turned to nothingness, leaving no energy for it to absorb, which led to its inability to devour its twin brother's soul. Now that its master had the Hongmeng Pearl, it subconsciously decided to follow this master forever, believing it would become stronger. Emosu sensed the eager desire of the brown gourd and knew it wanted to enter the Hongmeng Pearl. Any being that could sense the aura of the Hongmeng Pearl, whether plant or divine beast, would be attracted by its essence. Chapter 344. After the Grey Tower was completely under martial law, the 6 celestial officials led by their celestial kings began to interrogate the cultivators here one by one. They were particularly rigorous in questioning those at the profound immortal level, first checking their identity jade plaques. They then asked detailed questions about where they came from, which sect they belonged to, or if they were solitary cultivators. Any cultivator with suspicious answers was immediately detained. They didn't even spare those at the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm, just in case a profound immortal cultivator broke through their realm inside the tower. Xiangcheng and Wu Zhan were also subjected to questioning. Although they were disciples of major sects and ranked on the celestial list, they were still interrogated. Have you seen that profound immortal cultivator on the 30th floor? Draw his appearance. Senior, when we saw him, he was recovering his celestial essence. And there was a restriction blocking our view, so we couldn't see his appearance, Xiangcheng explained quickly when he heard the celestial king's request for a drawing. Yes, senior. Neither I nor my fellow Taoist Xiang saw his appearance, but one person must have seen this profound immortal cultivator. Chapter 345. Inside the ruins of the Grey Tower. The celestial kings of the celestial officials had received an unclear image from Dragon City. After layers of interrogation, they found no trace of the profound immortal cultivator. They did not believe that this profound immortal was wearing a mask, because no mask could escape the scrutiny of the celestial kings. Since they could not find the profound immortal outside the Grey Tower, the celestial kings concluded that he had already escaped. They speculated that he managed to flee during their initial questioning when they had not yet obtained the image of the profound immortal. May I ask, senior, why are you looking for this profound immortal? Is it to capture him for questioning, or do you want to seize what he obtained in the Grey Tower? Xiangcheng, feeling no goodwill towards the celestial officials, questioned them directly after they failed to locate the profound immortal and were preparing to issue a bounty in the Middle Heaven domain. Of course not. We're looking for him because he killed a cultivator on the celestial list, so we need to capture him and bring him back, explained the leading celestial King Xianyi. Haha, do you really believe that? Ask the fellow Taoists around you. Would they believe your words? Moreover, many cultivators on the celestial list have been killed, but you never went after the murderers. Why is it that you come to capture this Taoist just because he reached the top of the tower? Chapter 346. Imosu engraved his various cultivation insights onto jade slips and transmitted them to his family. He then sat cross-legged beside the bitter bamboo, preparing to cultivate the two great divine abilities he obtained in the Gray Tower to at least the entry level. The first to cultivate was the Great Reincarnation Technique. Although he did not have the assistance of the Reincarnation Bridge, it did not hinder his practice of the Great Reincarnation Technique. After an unknown amount of time in the Hongmeng Pearl, which could have been a year, 5 years, 10 years, or even 100 years, Imosu's hands began to constantly produce intricate hand seals. Waves of reincarnation Tao rhythms surged from his hands, intertwining to form a massive reincarnation light wheel. This light wheel slowly rotated, releasing terrifying reincarnation Tao rhythms that began to distort the surrounding space. As the reincarnation Tao rhythm he produced spread, time and space seemed to lose their meaning. Past, present, and future intertwined at that moment. Everything became blurred, as if he could see his past lives flashing before his eyes, the cycle of life and death unfolding before him. The Tao rhythm of the Great Reincarnation Technique continued to expand, as if everything was being drawn into this endless reincarnation Tao rhythm, experiencing the alternating cycles of life and death. Chapter 347. The Eye of Hongmeng can penetrate all illusions. This was the first time he used this divine ability outside. Under the scrutiny of his Eye of Hongmeng, this ancient architectural complex appeared dilapidated, though it had not yet collapsed. Inside the complex, there were human skeletons everywhere. These bones were quite intact, but their clothing had long since tattered away. Among these skeletons, some were sitting at home, cultivating, some were standing in rooms, and others were chatting with people on the streets. Various shapes of skeletons were present. However, without exception, there was not a single living person here. It was as if these people had suddenly died. Although their facial expressions could not be seen, judging by what he observed, these people must have died without suffering. Imosu was taken aback by this sight. Who did this? He then guessed that the cold aura emanating from these dead bodies was likely the result of so many deaths, leading to the emergence of Yin energy. This Yin energy accumulated over time, generating the cold aura, and it was only due to his powerful techniques that he sensed this cold aura just before stepping inside. Otherwise, other cultivators might have just entered without realizing it. Chapter 348. After operating his techniques to restore his sea of consciousness, Imosu once again activated the Great Wind Escape technique, flying in one direction within this space and using the Eye of Hongmeng to survey his surroundings. After feeling a sharp pain from his sea of consciousness, he operated his techniques to restore it once more, continuously checking and restoring in this manner. After surveying the entire space, he discovered that it was vast, but there was an invisible barrier surrounding him, blocking his path to leave, and he could not find the entrance he used to enter. Ultimately, he had no choice but to return to the group of over a dozen cultivators. Fellow Taoists, don't bother looking. We've already checked countless times. There is no exit here. The only way to leave is to shatter this invisible barrier, said an elderly man in a purple robe, his complexion rosy and his spirit vigorous, indicating that he had restored his celestial essence. But his cultivation level had not returned to the celestial emperor realm, remaining at the celestial king level. May I ask, senior, how long have you been here? Imosu inquired with a cupped fist. Fellow Taoist need not be overly polite. Here, everyone is equal. I can't even remember how long I've been here. I only know that when I arrived, there were only 2 fellow Taoists here. One was Celestial Emperor Tai Ning, and the other was Celestial Emperor Tai Min. They arrived hundreds of thousands of years before me. I am known as Celestial Emperor Hikuei. Chapter 349. Celestial Emperor Hikuei spoke loudly, and the more than 10 Celestial Emperors who had already recovered were diligently cultivating, hoping to restore more of their realms so they could live a little longer here, as no one wanted to die in this place. When they saw Celestial Emperor Hikuei conversing with a profound immortal cultivator about the situation here, they paid no mind. Having been stranded here and finding it impossible to leave, they had long since lost all hope and were not even interested in speaking. Just as Celestial Emperor He Kuei and the profound immortal were explaining, it spared them the trouble of speaking up. However, upon hearing about the elixir mentioned by Celestial Emperor He Kuei, they all immediately stood up, stepping forward to approach him. Celestial Emperor He Kuei, what is the top-grade elixir? Quickly take it out for everyone to see. Take it out. Take it out. Celestial Elder He Kuei, don't hoard it all for yourself. Hurry, hurry. Let us see if it's really the top-grade Lin Luo Dan. The immortal emperors were all in a flurry upon hearing that there was a supreme Lin Luo Dan. If it were elsewhere, they wouldn't care about any supreme elixirs at all. Now, in this desperate situation, even a single recovery elixir would be treasured, and they would be willing to exchange their treasures for it. Chapter 350. When these immortal emperors saw Mo Su accept the ring, they all smiled at him. These old fellows had lived for countless years and weren't worried that Mo Su would deceive them regarding the immortal spirit fruit and immortal spirit grass. Just now, they had personally seen the elixirs Mo Su had given them from the jade bottle. Those were 7th-grade elixirs, and they were all supreme Lin Luo Dan and Lotus Ji Dan. To be able to refine supreme elixirs, he must be an 8th-grade immortal Dan master. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for believing in me. I will now go refine the elixirs, and each of you will be able to receive a bit more elixirs, Mo Su said, raising his hand to cast several prohibitions. He sat cross-legged, taking out various immortal spirit fruits and immortal spirit grasses from the ring, categorizing the raw materials to form batches of elixirs. What kind of prohibition is this? Could it be that Dao Friend Luo is also an immortal array master? The Jingyue Immortal Emperor saw the prohibitions Mo Su cast and felt that, just based on these prohibitions, they were several times stronger than his own array path, and he immediately exclaimed, "What? Dao Friend Luo is an 8th-level immortal array master? Jingyue Dao Friend, we didn't see wrong, did you?" The other immortal emperors nearby immediately inquired upon hearing Jingyue Immortal Emperor's words. That's right. I feel his prohibitions are several times stronger than mine. His array path attainment must be superior to mine. Dao Friend Luo is only at the Xian Immortal Realm. How'd he cultivate? Chapter 351. Mo Su was momentarily stunned upon hearing the words of the Yushuan Immortal Emperor. Why would he ask about his array path? Shouldn't he be asking about his alchemy? This thought just flashed through his mind, and he spoke, I can set up an 8th-level immortal array. I wonder why Dao Friend Yushuan would ask this? So you are an 8th-level immortal array master? Can you set up a barrier array to isolate that mysterious force? Yushuan Immortal Emperor hurriedly confirmed after hearing Mo Su say he could set up an 8th-level immortal array, then expressed everyone's thoughts. I'm not sure yet, but I need to try to find out. Mo Su quickly thought that it was his cast prohibitions that made these immortal emperors aware of his array path level, presumably inferred by the 8th-level immortal array master, Jingyue Immortal Emperor. To be honest, it was Jingyue Dao Friend who said this. He observed your prohibitions and felt they were stronger than his array path level. He said the barrier array you set up could probably isolate that mysterious force. We were just waiting for you to come out, so please take action, Dao Friend Luo. After Yushuan Immortal Emperor finished speaking, he bowed to Mo Su. They were genuinely worried that when the year's deadline arrived, they would once again be swept away by that mysterious force to attack the intangible barrier. They had been continuously attacked for so many years that their cultivation levels had dropped, and if this continued, they would eventually be trapped in that group of buildings waiting to die. Chapter 352. The immortal emperors all stood up and quickly saw the barrier array. They all felt that the immortal spirit chi inside the array had been isolated from the outside, and they hurriedly inquired Yushuan Immortal Emperor, who was standing beside them. This is the barrier array set up by Dao Friend Luo. I also feel it is several times stronger than the barrier array set up by Jingyue Dao Friend. I believe it can withstand that mysterious force. Yushuan Immortal Emperor was feeling the isolating aura inside the array when someone asked him a question. He then noticed the other immortal emperors had all stood up and quickly, excitedly informed everyone. Now, there were still more than 2 months until the year's deadline. Everyone was restoring their immortal essence to its peak. In case this array could not withstand that mysterious force, they could only hope for the next Dao Friend. The Tai Ning Immortal Emperor had been here the longest, and he was also the oldest. The other immortal emperors listened to him. He had already sensed that his lifespan was limited, but he hadn't calculated how many years he could hold on. After so many years, Tai Ning Immortal Emperor had long since lost his confidence in leaving. Having experienced several barrier arrays set up by Jingwei Immortal Emperor, each time had failed, which made him even more disappointed in the arrays. He felt that no matter how strong an array was, it could not withstand that mysterious force. Chapter 353. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous sounds of bombardment came from outside, and the array patterns flickered. The immortal emperors inside the barrier array looked at these array patterns being struck by the formless power. They all wanted help, but they found it impossible to do anything. They couldn't locate where to strike. Tai Ning, Immortal Emperor, wore a grave expression, constantly checking the flickering array patterns with his divine sense, worried that the patterns would be shattered. This barrier array had already endured for more than a dozen breaths, and all the Immortal Emperors wore tense expressions, wishing that these arrays could be stronger, ideally able to withstand that mysterious force. Crack! Another void barrier array was shattered. The void barrier arrays originally set up by Mo Su had all been destroyed, and even the barrier array set up with array flags had been swept away by that mysterious force. Fortunately, the master had made preparations in advance. Otherwise, they would likely have been swept away again. Jingwei Immortal Emperor looked at the 3 void barrier arrays that had been shattered and noted that the previous barrier's area had been too large to withstand the rampage of that mysterious force. Now that the barrier array had shrunk to 100 zhang range, the attacks it received had diminished significantly. Although these void array patterns were still flickering, everyone could feel that the offensive of that mysterious force was much weaker than before. Chapter 354. After seeing Jingwei Immortal Emperor leave, Mo Su also found a place, set up a few prohibitions, and sat down to cultivate. The elemental energy within his body was already beginning to compress. After cultivating for a while longer, when his elemental energy reached its peak, he would be able to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. After that mysterious force disappeared, it had not appeared again. The Immortal Emperors were immersed in their cultivation, all wanting to restore their Immortal Emperor realm as soon as possible. With 1,000,000 immortal crystals given by Mo Su, although they didn't know if they could restore to the Immortal Emperor realm, they were somewhat confident about returning to the Immortal Sovereign realm. Time flew by, and the years quickly passed. Within this small space, everyone was busy cultivating to restore their realms. However, outside in the Central Sky Domain, there was a huge uproar. After the news that the Lower Sky Domain had been occupied by the demon race came out, the cultivators in the Central Sky Domain were shocked. All 11 sky domains in the Lower Sky Domain had actually been occupied by the demon race. This was a tragedy for the human race and a disgrace. It had always been the case that human cultivators hunted demons for resources. How could demons occupy the territory of the human race? The cultivators began to exchange messages with each other, spontaneously gathering to prepare to attack the demon race in the Lower Sky Domain. Chapter 355. Once again outside the group of buildings, Mo Su used his divine sense to check inside and found it was the same as before, with no changes. He still felt somewhat uneasy and used the Hongmeng Eye to sweep through the buildings for inspection. This group of buildings occupied an area of about 100 miles, and there was still no immortal energy swirling around. The bones of those cultivators remained intact, sitting or standing in various poses, giving an eerie feeling. He raised his leg and was about to step into the entrance when he felt a chill entering his sea of consciousness, as if it wanted to suck him in. Mo Su's heart tightened, and he stopped his outstretched right leg. This aura was different from what he had experienced before. It now carried a pulling force, as if something inside was eagerly waiting for him to enter. Since the people here have all fallen, keeping this architectural complex is of no use. Why not destroy these abandoned buildings? Perhaps it would eliminate this suction force as well. With this thought, Mo Su activated his cultivation technique and unleashed a large annihilation spell. He felt his inner energy being instantly drained, but fortunately, he had just broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, and his inner energy was several times more abundant than before. When he cast the large annihilation spell, it only drained his inner energy and did not deplete his essence blood. Chapter 356. The Rinzhuang Celestial King landed in front of Mo Su. Upon seeing the celestial official attire, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes, which annoyed him. No cultivator in the Middle Heaven domain had dared to look at him like that. Who are you? What are you doing here? Show me your identity, jade tokens. Although the Rinzhuang Celestial King was filled with anger, he did not dare to act recklessly. If it were just this one great Luo golden immortal, he could find a reason to take him down, but there were dozens of cultivators in the restrictions nearby. He could only use the identity jade tokens as an excuse, planning to remember the name and appearance of this great Luo golden immortal to find an opportunity to deal with his disrespect later. Get lost. Don't disturb the fellow cultivators' training. Mo Su waved his hand at the Ren Zhuang, Celestial King, and his group, as if driving away animals. You audacious ant! How dare you disrespect the celestial officials and insult the Jiyu Palace? Your crime is aggravated. Seize them all. The Ren Zhuang Celestial King thought that the nearby cultivators were all fellow cultivators like him, all at the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. With his status as a Celestial King and 5 subordinates, along with the title of Celestial Official, he believed he could intimidate these cultivators into submission and deal with them once they were in the Celestial Prison. Chapter 357. Mo soon noticed the expressions of the Celestial Emperors aboard the flying ship changed drastically, realizing they were all afraid of something. And he guessed it was a treasure. When he unleashed the large annihilation spell to shatter that architectural complex, he heard a woman's voice. And this voice knew about the large annihilation spell, which was why it threatened him and emitted a voice of despair. Now, he did not dare to provoke this treasure and decided to wait until he was stronger to eliminate its owner and claim the treasure for himself. This guy actually used such despicable means to not only teleport him from the top of the tower into this treasure, but also teleported the cultivators who ascended to the top of the tower into this treasure, using their flesh and essence blood to repair it. This also counted as making an enemy of him, and he would seek revenge sooner or later. With the powerful Hongmeng Pearl, once his cultivation improved, he would not fear even the powerful beings of the divine realm. One day, he would trample these mighty beings underfoot. With this thought, Mo Su's ambitions surged again, and his inner energy began to surge rapidly, circulating swiftly through his meridians and finally converging into his dantian. His cultivation began to rise sharply, reaching the peak of the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, then entering the mid-stage, and finally the peak of the mid-stage. Chapter 358. The flying speed of the top-grade celestial artifact ship was more than 10 times faster than that of the upper-grade celestial artifact ship. While everyone was talking, it left the Huang Tian domain and entered the void. There is a stretch of void space between the various celestial domains in the Middle Heaven domain, and it takes about half a day for the celestial artifact ship to reach another celestial domain. The Taining Celestial Emperor took the Kava Yixing Sun Tung Yurjian, checked it, and passed it to another Celestial Emperor, who then passed it down in turn. Within half an hour, these Celestial Emperors had all learned this small divine ability. The neighboring Huang Tian is the extreme Wind Tian. For safety, the He Kuei Celestial Emperor passed through the Shao Mang Tian domain, the extreme Wind Tian domain, and then crossed the Huang Yi Tian domain and the Kong Shang Tian domain before finally stopping the Celestial Artifact ship in the Duan Jing Tian domain. Chapter 359. The Duan Jing Tian domain, located in the middle of the 11 major celestial domains in the Middle Heaven domain, has a relatively rich celestial spiritual energy and many cultivators. Duan Jing Tian has 12 respected sects, one more than other celestial domains, and several major cultivation families and 2 major merchant alliances are also based here. In the central area of the Duan Jing Tian domain, there is a large sea with a radius of 1,000,000 miles called the Hui Xin Sea. In the center of the Hui Xin Sea, there is a small island called Hui Xin Island. Chapter 360. The 4 people were surprised to hear that a sect would be established here. This small place is many times smaller than their sect's base in the cultivation world. How could they possibly establish a sect? It seems that this sect won't be too large, but at least it would be a sect, providing them with a place to settle down. We are willing to join the sect, but we don't have identity jade tokens and are afraid of being captured by the celestial officials, which would bring trouble to the sect. Jin Hanjiang and the other 3 exchanged glances, sharing the same thought, and then revealed their backgrounds. What is there to fear from mere celestial officials? As long as you are willing to join my sect, your safety will be guaranteed. Now, tell me your backgrounds. Mo Su, hearing that these 4 also lacked identity jade tokens, wondered if they had treasures that allowed them to evade the records of the Ascension Palace. However, he did not covet others' possessions. If they did have treasures, it was their fortune. My name is Jin Hanjiang from a Mingi continent. I accidentally entered. I am Tang Mo from the Qi continent. After the Ascension Palace was occupied by the demon race. I am Lung Qingyang, from the Di Kuan continent. Also in the Ascension Palace. Chapter 361. 3 years flew by in a flash. Su had compressed his inner energy to the limit. Just as he was preparing to enter the Hongmeng Pearl to break through his realm, he heard a booming sound from the external defensive array. Rumble. The more than 10 celestial emperors who had regained their celestial emperor realms were startled awake. They stood up and looked at the remaining less than 10 feet of the middle-grade celestial spiritual vein implanted underground, realizing there was no need to continue their cultivation. Who is so bold as to occupy Hui Xian Island? Open the array gate immediately and go to the domain lord's office to receive punishment, or I will make your souls scatter. Su and the celestial emperors laughed in anger upon hearing this. Who the hell was so audacious? The domain lord of Duan, Jing Tian? The Jingwei immortal emperor waved his hand to open the defensive great formation, and more than 10 immortal emperors walked out. They saw 2 immortal kings outside, along with several Deluo golden immortal cultivators dressed in the attire of immortal officials. Bold rodents, how dare you attack the defensive formation of my sex base? Now you 2 must each present 10 high-quality immortal spiritual veins as an apology, or your domain master will suffer a fate worse than death. Before Su could speak, the Qingyu immortal emperor beside him proposed the conditions. He felt that in order to establish a sect here, they needed immortal spiritual veins to sustain its operation, and he didn't know where to get them. It was perfect that someone had brought them. Chapter 362. The Domain Master Xiangang and the Sect Master of the Red Blade Sect, along with the Deputy Sect Master Su Qian, gathered at the Domain Master S Mansion in Duanjing Tian and then headed to Huaixin Island together. The 3 of them did not disturb anyone. One reason was their own prestige, and the other was that they anticipated that once the new sect was established on Huaixin Island, the large sects would surely come to take advantage of it, demanding tributes from the newly established sect. As long as they dared to cause trouble at the sect on Huaixin Island, they would definitely be punished by the immortal emperors here, and these large sects would suffer heavy losses. They wanted to see a result where, while they suffered losses, these sects would gain nothing. Dead friends don't affect the Taoist priest was the outcome they desired. When the 3 arrived at the coast of Huaixin, they were all taken aback. They had not expected Huaixin Island to have expanded to such a vast area. It was several times larger than any of the 12 major sects bases in Duanjing Tian. What kind of sect was this? Even the imperial sects of the upper heavens could not compare. At the same time, the 3 suddenly recalled that this was indeed an imperial sect, a sect with immortal emperors, and of course, it was an imperial sect. But how did this immortal emperor establish a sect in the middle heavens? Why not go to the upper heavens, where the imperial sects were numerous? Chapter 363. The Jingwei immortal emperor also handed over 2 rings he had captured to Su. These 2 rings contained only 20 high-quality immortal spiritual veins, and one of the rings also had a pile of high-level materials, presumably added by Sect Master Zakai later. Additionally, there was the ring of the Deputy Sect Master Su Qian, which contained tens of millions of immortal crystals, 3 immortal spiritual veins, over a dozen jade slips, more than 20 jade boxes, a large number of jade bottles, thousands of high-level refining materials, dozens of various high-quality immortal artifacts, and 2 top-grade attack immortal artifacts. Just from the rings of these 3, so many good items were obtained, and sighed, realizing that robbing was indeed the quickest way to gain. Jingwei, come with me to refine the 9th level formation flags, and we will set up a 9th level defensive counterattack formation together. Although Jingwei had become Su's disciple, Su did not directly call him by his name, as the gap between them was considerable, both in cultivation level and age. Good master, huh? Master, have you advanced to the 9th level immortal formation emperor? Jingwei was not embarrassed, calling him master without hesitation. In his eyes, the face of an immortal emperor did not matter. The only hard truth was learning real skills. Hearing Su say he was going to refine the 9th level formation flags, he was very surprised and confirmed it again. Chapter 364. After hearing the several matters mentioned by the Taimin immortal emperor, everyone fell into deep thought, as according to the rules of their previous sect, there were still many things to be done for the newly established sect. Fellow Taoists, what Taimin said is correct, but he has forgotten a major issue. Who will be the sect master of this new sect? I propose that Mo Daoist take the position of the first sect master. As soon as Tai Ning Immortal Emperor's words came out, all the Immortal Emperors immediately agreed, as they did not want to become sect masters and be bogged down by the tedious affairs of the sect, which would hinder their cultivation. Although Mo's cultivation level was only the Luo Golden Immortal, his outstanding abilities and being their savior made him suitable for the position of sect master. And everyone respected him. No. My cultivation is too low, and I have no experience in being the sect master of a new sect. I suggest we let Tai Ning Daoist take the position, as he is rich in experience and has the highest cultivation level. He is the one suitable for the position. Emosu had no intention of becoming sect master. He was more focused on diligently cultivating under the protection of these immortal emperors to improve his own cultivation level. And he quickly rejected Tai Ning Immortal Emperor's proposal, instead suggesting that he take the position of sect master. We have met Sect Master Mo. Chapter 365. After the sect was established, Emosu implanted 2 immortal spiritual veins in each elder peak, sufficient for the immortal elder cultivators to use for their cultivation. Additionally, he implanted an immortal spiritual vein on the disciple peak, and Jinhan Jiang and the others became familiar with Mo Xiaodong, so they all cultivated on the disciple peak. Wu Yifei and Yo Yaowu also obtained several martial arts methods from the immortal world from Tai Ning Immortal Emperor, according to their talents. The immortal emperors selected a martial arts method called Tai Xian Ziyang Gong for them, which could be cultivated to the level of martial god. After arranging everyone, Mo Su took Lu Yixue to the main hall of the sect master peak, entering the Hongmeng Pearl to cultivate. After years of compressing the innate energy within his body, he felt he was about to break through to the immortal king realm. After the establishment of the Windazong, the 36 peaks within the sect were enveloped in immortal spiritual energy. The immortal spiritual veins emitted immortal spiritual energy that spread like dense fog in every corner, making the entire sect resemble a fairyland. Standing anywhere in the sect, one could feel the rich immortal spiritual energy rushing towards them, instantly refreshing their hearts. The flowers, grass, and trees in the mountains appeared particularly vibrant and lush under the nourishment of the immortal spiritual energy. Chapter 366. Xian Sheng, Immortal King, saw his disciple shout, and he did not stop him, thinking it would be good for this disciple to test the waters. No matter how strong this sect was, could it be stronger than their Thundersword sect? That was a sect with 3 immortal sovereigns and ranked high in the entire Duanjing Tian domain. Within the Windaoxian sect, it was silent, and after the disciple finished shouting, seeing no one pay attention to him, he became furious and unleashed the thunder sword in his hand, launching thousands of sword lights towards the mountain gate. Stop! Xian Sheng, Immortal King, did not expect this disciple to have such a fiery temper, daring to attack the mountain gate of another sect. This would surely create enmity. He quickly spoke to stop him. Bold ant! A voice came from within the sect, and Xian Sheng, Immortal King, felt a terrifying pressure from the voice. This terrifying pressure directly caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. With several explosions of blood mist, 5 disciples could not withstand the terrifying pressure, and their physical bodies turned to dust, with their primordial spirits crushed within their bodies. Send a message to your sect. Immediately bring 20 immortal spiritual veins, 500 million immortal crystals, and 108th level immortal spiritual fruits as an apology, or your sect will be destroyed. The Qingyu Immortal Emperor slowly descended in front of Xian Sheng, Immortal King. Chapter 367. Elder Qingyu. This person is Mo Su, who is also idle, flying to the mountain gate, pointing at Xian Sheng, Immortal King, and asking, "Oh, Sect Master has broken through to the Immortal King realm. Congratulations." Qingyu Immortal Emperor was a bit surprised upon seeing Mo Su's cultivation level. Only a few years had passed since coming out of that treasure space, and Sect Master Mo had already broken through to the Immortal King realm. His talent was somewhat extraordinary. He quickly clasped his fists in a salute to congratulate him. Hee. Thank you, Elder Qingyu. Mo returned the greeting in gratitude. This little guy brought a few people and made a ruckus outside the sect, disturbing the disciples' cultivation. He is waiting here for someone from their sect to come and apologize. There's no need for the sect master to pay attention to these small matters. The Qingyu Immortal Emperor pointed at the Xinqing Immortal King and explained the situation. Mo Su understood his intentions. The Qingyu Immortal Emperor saw that the sect had just been established and was lacking in cultivation resources, and here came someone to deliver resources. When the Xinqing Immortal King saw Mo Su approaching, the Qingyu Immortal Emperor actually referred to him as the Sect Master, which left him puzzled. How could an Immortal King be the Sect Master? The Immortal Emperor was instead an elder. What kind of sect was this, a royal sect or an imperial sect? Chapter 368. The other two immortal kings of the Tianyuan sect, along with more than a dozen Deluo golden immortals and hundreds of Xian immortal disciples, were all taken aback when they saw their sect master from Chongqing being crushed to pieces by this young immortal king with just one punch. We are from the Tianyuan sect, a branch of the Heavenly Domain's Qingwei Heavenly Domain Imperial Sect, Tianyuan Hall. You have killed our sect master, and this matter will not be easily resolved. Even if you give up this sect's residence now, the Imperial Sect will not let you go. Another immortal king from the Tianyuan sect stepped forward, relying on the backing of the Imperial Sect, believing that Mo Su had mistakenly killed the sect master. As long as he mentioned that they were a branch of the Imperial Sect, this immortal king would surely be frightened, and he pointed at Mo Su and reprimanded him. Imperial Sect? That's really laughable. A mere Imperial Sect from the Heavenly Domain has made you so arrogant, and you still want my sect's residence? Since you've come, don't even think about leaving. Mo Su realized that their goal was to occupy the Winda Sect on the Heart Return Island. And it turned out they were relying on the backing of the Imperial Sect to dare to come here. Their courage was commendable, but these people were clearly brainless. And he raised his hand to unleash a punch. You dare. Everyone attacked together. This immortal king saw that the other party didn't care about what he said regarding the Imperial Sect and charged towards them. Knowing he was no match for this young cultivator, he shouted loudly and summoned his attack immortal artifact, the slashing immortal wheel, conjuring tens of thousands of wheel shadows to meet the punch's brilliance. Chapter 369. After a period of commotion, the Winda Immortal Sect fell completely silent, and no other sects came to disturb them. The immortal emperors were all diligently cultivating, eager to ascend to the divine realm. Mo Su also had no intention of accepting disciples. He had only reached the immortal king realm and did not want to deal with such troublesome matters. Currently, there were only Jin Hanjian and 3 other outsiders in the sect. Although they had not been accepted as disciples by the immortal emperors, they had received guidance from these immortal emperors. Under the rich, immortal spiritual energy of the sect, their cultivation progressed rapidly, and all 4 had reached the golden immortal realm. Mo Su's family members also broke through their realms, and now Mo Xiaodong and the others were almost in the mid to late stages of the Deluo golden immortal realm. The 12 major sects under Duan Jingtian all learned that the Winda Immortal Sect had an immortal emperor, and this news spread not only throughout Duan Jingtian, but even to the 11 sects in the Middle Heavenly Domain. At this time, the cultivators who had gone to the lower Heavenly Domain to attack the demon race returned. Under the leadership of 2 immortal emperors from the Upper Heavenly Domain, they brought back several immortal lords and immortal kings, along with elite disciples from their respective sects, returning to the Middle Heavenly Domain. Initially, the immortal lords from the Middle Heavenly Domain had fought a tough battle with the demon race, but later, with the arrival of 2 immortal emperors from the Upper Heavenly Domain, who killed several 8th-level demon beasts, the situation turned overwhelmingly in their favor. It was only after the demon race was nearly exterminated that they returned to the Middle Heavenly Domain. Chapter 370. When the Guangxing Immortal Emperor heard about such a large compensation, he was nearly scared to death. Hundreds of top-quality immortal veins, 1,000 9th-level immortal fruits? There weren't even that many in the entire Upper Heavenly Domain. You might as well kill me. With so many items, not to mention my sect. Even all the resources of the entire Upper Heavenly Domain's Imperial Sect combined wouldn't meet your demands. Oh, are resources really that scarce now? The Qingyu Immortal Emperor began to suspect that what he said might be true. Which sect are you from? Tell us about the current situation in the Upper Heavenly Domain. The Time-In Immortal Emperor stepped forward, stopping the Qingyu Immortal Emperor from speaking. Although these immortal emperors did not want to return to the Upper Heavenly Domain, they also wanted to know about the major imperial sects there. I am from the Tianyuan sect. Our sect has 13 immortal emperors and is the 2nd largest imperial sect in the Upper Heavenly Domain. The first is the Qianyuan Hall, which has 60 immortal emperors. Currently, resources in the Upper Heavenly Domain are scarce, and many immortal emperors have gone to the Semi-Divine Domain, where it is said there's a passage to the divine realm. After listening to Guangxing Immortal Emperor's account, the other immortal emperors were first taken aback, then filled with joy. It turned out that the immortal emperors in the upper heavenly domain had found a way to the divine realm without needing to ascend. Chapter 371. Seeing Guangxing Immortal Emperor's determined gaze, the Zikong Immortal Emperor did not dare to linger in the middle heavenly domain any longer. Originally, he thought that aside from Guangxing Immortal Emperor, he was the highest in cultivation in the middle heavenly domain and enjoyed the respect of many, even from the major domain masters in the middle heavenly domain, who treated them with great deference. Now hearing that there were actually 13 late-stage immortal emperors on the Heart Return Island in the Duan Jingtian heavenly domain, Guangxing Immortal Emperor had to take out his ring. Although his sect, the Qinyuan Hall, was powerful and had many immortal elder emperors, he did not want to face so many immortal emperors. While the Qinyuan Hall had a strong foundation with 60 immortal emperors, most of these immortal elders were at the early stage. If they faced late-stage immortal emperors, they could be killed in an instant. As the cultivation levels of the cultivators rose, the gap would become more apparent, even if both were of the same level. If there was a small gap in cultivation, one could be killed by the other. Not to mention that now there was a gap of 2 small realms between the immortal emperors. The immortal elders of the Qinyuan Hall. If they faced these late-stage immortal emperors, it wouldn't matter if they had 60 immortal emperors. Even if they doubled that number, it would still not be enough to be slaughtered. Besides, he had no grievances with these immortal emperors, so why provoke them? Chapter 372. Not only Tao Zizhou and the other 3 were looking for Mo Su, but also Xiang Chong and Wu Zhan were searching for him, though they did not know Mo Su's real name, nor had they ever seen his true appearance. In the wanted poster issued by the immortal officials, the image was one that even those familiar with Mo Su, like Tao Zizhou and his companions, had never seen. Otherwise, they would have recognized him as Luo Qian. In addition to Tao Zizhou and Xiang Chong searching for Mo Su, there was also a cultivator looking for him. This cultivator was Hua Tianhe, ranked first on the immortal ranking. Hua Tianhe was naturally powerful enough to be ranked first on the immortal ranking. But he was shocked that a Xian immortal cultivator had actually reached the top of the Gray Tower, which he found unbelievable. After hearing that a Xian immortal had reached the top of the tower, he returned to the Gray Tower, ready to ascend it again, and even put on a mask to avoid being recognized. After all, he was not sure if he could reach the top. If he couldn't, no one would know him when he was thrown out. But if he did reach the top, he could take off the mask and reveal his true self, letting everyone know that Hua Tianhe was indeed ranked first on the immortal ranking. Chapter 373. After Lei Shan and Qi Feng were pulled into the sect hall, Qi Feng saw that there were only 2 cultivators in the hall, a young man and an old man with white hair, both wearing purple robes. Master, give this beast egg to Mistress. Once it grows up, we can ride on its back and soar through the skies. The Jingwei Immortal Emperor saw that it was an egg of an immortal beast and was not interested in such things, so he handed it to his master, Mo Su. That's not bad. We won't need to use a flying ship in the future. I'm sure she will like it. Mo Su took the beast egg, and after saying a few words, he felt a movement within the egg. After injecting a trace of primordial energy, he sensed that the heartbeat inside the beast egg quickened, as if it craved more primordial energy. What are your names? The Immortal Emperor Jing, you did not look at Mo Su, but turned to ask the 2. Senior, my name is Qi Feng, and this is Lei Shan. Thank you for saving our lives. Qi Feng had seen how powerful the Immortal Sovereign was, and he felt that the purple-robed elder in front of him was many times stronger than the Immortal Sovereign. He secretly thought, could this purple-robed elder be an immortal emperor? He had never seen an immortal emperor before. Otherwise, he would have known that Jing Yu was one. Turning his head, he saw that Lei Shan was recovering his breath after taking the elixir, which relieved him a bit. Hearing the white-haired elder's inquiry, he quickly answered truthfully. He originally wanted to mention Tao Zizhou, but decided not to speak further. Chapter 374. After Tao Zizhou saw Qi Feng escape with the heavily injured Lei Shan, he reluctantly activated a void-breaking talisman. A tremendous force erupted from the talisman, sweeping him away and instantly disappearing from that space. After a few breaths, the power of the void-breaking talisman dissipated, and with a muffled thud, Tao Zizhou landed on a piece of ground, creating a deep pit on the sandy surface. Tao Zizhou did not bother to check where this place was. He raised his hand to take out a pill and swallowed it, sitting cross-legged in the pit to refine the pill. Days later, Tao Zizhou emerged from the pit, his injuries healed as before. He He cursed inwardly. It took me so long to get a void-breaking talisman, and it's wasted like this. After releasing his spiritual sense, he saw a city several thousand miles away, with the flag of Zhong Piaoyan flying above the city gate. When he, Lei Shan, and Chi Feng were searching for Mo So, they had passed by Zhong Piaoyan and knew that there was still a Huang Yitian in between before reaching Duan Jingtian. He did not expect the power of the void-breaking talisman to be so strong, tearing open space and bringing him to this celestial domain. Traveling from Zhong Piaoyan to Duan Jingtian usually took more than 3 months of flying. Tao Zizhou wondered whether Chi Feng and Lei Shan had managed to escape and felt compelled to check on them in Duan Jingtian, as well as to find out if Luo Qian had fallen or escaped to another celestial domain. Chapter 375. The cultivator hesitated for a moment after hearing Mo Su's request, then took out a jade box from his ring and opened it. A small pink flame appeared before Mo Su. What do you want to exchange? Mo Su saw the flame, which belonged to the lower-tier flames of the immortal realm, needing fire attribute materials to upgrade, but having it was better than nothing. What his family lacked now was precisely flames. I don't want the things on your stall. I want to see your immortal spirit fruit. The cultivator glanced at the items on Mo Su's stall with a hint of disdain, then looked back at his jade box. I have an 8th-level immortal spirit fruit, the Shao Zong Yi Gua, which is one of the main ingredients for refining the Lan Yi Dan. Mo Su was afraid the cultivator did not know the use of the Shao Zong Yi Gua, so he explained it to attract the attention of the mysterious immortal cultivator. Oh, let us open it and see if it's real. Upon hearing it was an 8th-level immortal spirit fruit, the cultivator showed a wave of aura fluctuation, revealing that he was actually at the immortal king level. It turned out this guy was hiding his cultivation level just like me. No wonder he was interested in the 8th-level immortal spirit fruit. He must be preparing to break through to the immortal sovereign with the Lan Yi Dan in advance. Chapter 376. Mo Su raised his hand to grab the deep blue flame, placed several restrictions on it, and stored it in a fire attribute box. He then picked up the Immortal King's ring and also collected the rings of the great Luo Golden Immortal Cultivators. Just as he was about to leave, a wave of energy rippled through the space, and he saw a mysterious immortal cultivator fleeing in panic. It was the same one from the Go Lufang market. What a strange concealment technique. I almost let him slip away. You can't escape. Mo Su unleashed the great wind escape technique, vanishing in the blink of an eye. In just a few breaths, he arrived behind the mysterious immortal cultivator and reached out to grab his neck. Stop! A loud shout suddenly echoed through the air, followed by a terrifying pressure crashing toward Mo Su. Mo Su raised his hand and struck out a punch to meet the terrifying aura, while his other hand seized the mysterious immortal cultivator's neck. With a slight surge of energy, boom! A burst of blood mist exploded as he crushed the cultivator's physical body, destroying his primordial spirit in the process, and casually collected his ring. Boom! Mo Su's fist collided with the terrifying aura, causing the space to explode, sending ripples spreading outwards. Chapter 377. A few days later, Mo Su returned to his sect and immediately contacted the immortal Emperor Jingyu. Master, is there something wrong? The immortal Emperor Jing, you quickly arrived at the main hall of the sect. The previous Guangsheng immortal emperor brought an immortal emperor at the late stage to our Hui Xian Island. I think he might not have left Duan Jingtian, but instead hid in the shadows, waiting for Dao friend Tai Ning and the others to leave before bringing help to destroy our Wen Dao immortal sect and avenge his humiliation. Mo Su recounted his encounter with Guangsheng immortal emperor not far from Ge Lufang market to the immortal emperor Jingyu. And he brought a late-stage immortal emperor with him. So what? With just the two of them, they can't break our sect's defensive array. I suspect they aren't here for revenge. They may have some important matter to discuss. We'll wait and see when they arrive. After listening to Mo Su's account of meeting Guangsheng immortal emperor, Jingyu felt that it wasn't a matter of revenge, and he guessed that the late-stage immortal emperor had come to inquire about something very important. Or else he wouldn't have traveled from the upper celestial domain to the middle celestial domain. Oh, why do you think so? Mo Su was somewhat puzzled. He had prepared himself that once the two immortal emperors attacked the defensive counterattack array, he would take Jingyu out to deal with them after they were injured by the counterattack array. Chapter 378. The immortal emperor Jingyu pondered for a moment after hearing Mo Su's words. He and Tai Ning, immortal emperor, and the others have been trapped together for hundreds of thousands of years. although they were not often conscious. It did not affect their relationships. He knew Mo, so had noticed his concerns, which was why he suggested going to the upper celestial domain to find Tai Ning, Immortal Emperor, and the others. All right, I will go to the upper celestial domain. After finding Dao friend Tai Ning and the others, we will find a territory there and wait for you, Master. The Immortal Emperor Jingyu understood that it would take decades to travel back and forth to the upper celestial domain. By the time he returned, Mo might have already broken through to the immortal sovereign realm. They would still need to go to the upper celestial domain, and even though he was a late-stage immortal emperor, it would be somewhat strenuous to travel back and forth. So he thought it best to wait for Mo in the upper celestial domain. Master, take care. Until you break through to the immortal sovereign realm, try not to leave the sect. Regardless of whether I can find Tai Ning Dao friend, I will wait for you in the upper celestial domain. After bowing respectfully to Mo, the immortal Emperor Jing Yu raised his hand to summon a top-grade immortal artifact flying ship, and with a flash of light, he disappeared outside the mountain gate. Immortal emperors traveling to the upper celestial domain could rely on their strong cultivation, and they did not need to take the giant ship of the Merchant Alliance. They could traverse the void with top-grade immortal artifact flying ships, which were several years faster than the Merchant Alliance's giant ships. Chapter 379. Chu Yinfeng left the One Dao immortal sect with a hint of disappointment. Mo had matters to attend to and could not go with him to the upper celestial domain, so he could only go to the Feng Wang Tower alone. However, he still felt a bit of secret delight in his heart, because Mo had given him a special supply of smoke. After returning to land, Chu Yinfeng took out the communication pearl to contact the sect, briefly mentioned the Windoxian sect, and then activated the communication pearl, only to find that the message could not be sent. He immediately understood that with his cultivation level, it was impossible to send a message to Duan Jingtian and Ruan Letian, who were separated by several celestial domains. When he came here, his master told him to send back the news about the Windoxian sect, and not to return to the sect. His master must have known he couldn't send the message back. Why did he still say that? After thinking about his master's words, Chu Yinfeng quickly realized that the matter of the Windoxian sect was not important, and it was enough for him to know. The real task was to go to the King Tower in the upper celestial domain. He put away the communication pearl and was about to summon the flying ship when he saw a flying ship rushing toward him from a distance. The ship slowed down and then stopped, and a great Luo golden immortal in a blue robe came down from the ship. "Excuse me, senior. Do you know where the Windoxian sect is?" Chapter 380. After sending Chu Yunfeng away, Mo took out the rings of those great Luo golden immortals and removed the restrictions, obtaining a large amount of cultivation resources. However, these things were of no use to him, and he looked down on them, preparing to give them to Chiefeng and the others. In the ring of the Immortal King, there were a few 8th-level immortal spirit fruits, as well as the pink flame in the jade box, along with the dark blue flame used by the Immortal King, which could be considered some gains. After organizing these items, he picked up the ring of the Xian Immortal and, after removing the restrictions, saw there were 1,000,000 immortal crystals, some high-level refining materials, a few jade slips, several jade bottles of elixirs, and 3 jade boxes. After checking these jade slips, he found they were for cultivation techniques and refining, but he did not find the jade slip for the concealment technique, which made him a bit disappointed. He originally thought this Xian Immortal could hide in the void and had some concealment technique, but he did not find it in his ring. He recalled what the Immortal Sovereign had said, that this Xian Immortal was his grandson, and the concealment technique was probably taught by this Immortal Sovereign. Unfortunately, he had escaped from the Qingyi sect. Otherwise, his ring would definitely have contained the concealment technique. However, Mo soon became happy when he opened the 3 jade boxes and found one of them contain a piece of void flame essence, which was a material for upgrading to primary level flames. Chapter 381. On the peaks where the immortal emperors used to be, Mo arranged for Tao Zizhou, Yu Fengqi, Ping Xingqi, and other newly joined disciples to cultivate here with peace of mind, and then return to his main hall as the sect master. Now, there were no more than 20 people in the entire Windoxian sect, and most of their cultivation levels were in the middle to late stages of Great Luo Golden Immortal, with not a single Immortal King among them. Among his family, only Lu Yixue was at the Immortal King level, but she was not a combat type. The others were all at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, and the sect's strength was too weak. Originally, Mo Su wanted to eliminate the Qingyi sect, but he was worried that no one would be guarding the sect, and if they were attacked by other sects, the defensive formation could be shattered. After all, although the defensive counterattack formation was powerful, it required an immortal king-level formation master to maintain it. The stronger the formation, the higher the level of the formation master needed to maintain it. This 9th-level defensive counterattack formation could only be repaired by him, an immortal king, if it were to be attacked. If the opponent had an immortal formation king and found the nodes of the formation, they could shatter a few important flags, causing the defensive counterattack formation to lose its counterattack energy and only be able to passively endure attacks, eventually leading to its destruction. Chapter 382. The Qi Bin Immortal Formation Master saw the formation patterns of the defensive formation flickering continuously, which was exactly the result he wanted. As long as a few more hits were made, the patterns on these formation flags would be shattered and the defensive formation would be destroyed by the immortal crystal cannons. However, before he could order further attacks, he saw 3 thick beams of light erupt from within the defensive formation, scaring him into shouting loudly. Not good. Quickly dodge. Boom, boom, boom. 3 thick beams of light, carrying terrifying heat, shattered the immortal crystal cannons on the ship. And the cultivators activating the immortal crystal cannons were instantly turned to nothingness, their primordial spirits vaporized by the high temperature, let alone the immortal ship, which was reduced to a pile of ashes. The cultivators near the ship were also affected by the thick beams of light. The immortal kings reacted quickly, and basically all escaped, but the disciples of the Tian Yuan sect who were just watching were shattered by the violent shockwave, their bodies destroyed. And after their primordial spirits left their bodies, they fled in panic. This was indeed a defensive counterattack formation. The stronger the attack, the greater the counterattack strength. What powerful formation mastery! If I could take this senior as my master, then my formation skills. The Qi Bin Immortal Formation Master, seeing the power of this defensive counterattack formation, immediately had this thought in his mind. He was an elder of the Domain Lord's Mansion, not one cultivated by the Domain Lord's Mansion, and could leave at any time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had this thought. Chapter 383. As Jin Hanjing and Tang Mo were cultivating in their cave, they suddenly heard a loud noise from outside the sect and quickly released their divine sense to check. They saw the sect master standing at the mountain gate, holding a formation flag. The defensive formation set up by Mo Su could only be seen by him unless he released the formation's authority for others to see the situation outside the sect. Although Jin Hanjing and the others did not see the situation outside, they knew someone was attacking the sect. They immediately flew out of the cave toward the mountain gate, and on the way, they heard several more loud noises. At the same time, Tao Zizhou, Yu Fengqi, and the others were also flying toward the mountain gate. Wu Yifei and Niu Yaowu also came out of their caves. They had never experienced an attack on the sect and did not know where the loud noises were coming from, but seeing others flying toward the mountain gate, they followed along. Mo Xiaodong, with his wife Yi Yuxuan, son Mo Xingyu, and nephew Mo Zihuan, also flew toward the mountain gate. Mo Su saw that people from the sect were arriving one after another, with Jin Hanjing and Tao Zizhou being the first 8 to arrive, followed by his son Mo Xiaodong and the others, while Wu Yifei and Niu Yaowu were the last to arrive. Chapter 384. Mo Su was not on guard against him using tricks. He thought to himself that killing this immortal sovereign would not take much effort, and besides, this immortal sovereign had not shown him any killing intent. He directly took the jade box, opened it, and saw that it contained a material with extreme cold energy. The extreme flame cold essence, which was a top-tier material for upgrading high-level flames, causing the Hongmeng fire in his purple mansion to jump joyfully. This apology gift is acceptable. Now that you have apologized, I won't hold it against you for attacking the sect earlier. You may leave. Mo Su calmed the jumping Hongmeng fire in his purple mansion, put away the jade box, and gestured for the Qi Bin Immortal Formation Master to leave. Friend, I still have something to discuss. The Qi Bin Immortal Formation Master naturally would not leave and quickly said a few more words. What is it? Mo Su was about to send him away, wanting the Hongmeng fire to devour this extreme flame cold essence to see what level its flames could reach, and did not wish to talk to him further. I want to take this Immortal Formation Emperor as my master to learn formation techniques. I can make a great oath to never betray the sect. The Qi Bin Immortal Formation Master expressed his thoughts, fearing that Mo Su would not recommend him, and hurriedly spoke about making a great oath. Chapter 385 in a cave on a mountain peak in Hitangshan. An old man with white hair and a pale face walked out. He was the Yuda Xianzuan of the Qingyi sect, who had his body shattered by Mo Su and escaped here after activating a void escape talisman. Lacking a treasure to restore his physical body, Yuda Xianzuan took healing pills and used his own immortal essence and blood to nourish his body, allowing him to regrow the shattered half of his body. Though his physical form had recovered, his cultivation level had fallen to the late stage of Immortal King. Alas, I originally intended to take my grandson with me. His actions would eventually be discovered, but I never expected my grandson to be killed, and I almost perished as well. Which sect does this Immortal King belong to? How could he be so powerful? The more Yuda Xianzuan thought, the more regret he felt. His grandson had gone out to train, which was fine, but he had chosen to collaborate with a third-rate sect to rob loose cultivators. Had he known this would be the outcome, he should have never let him go out to train. After returning to the sect, Yuda Xianzuan first went to the main hall of the Qingyi sect to see the sect leader, who was also his senior brother, Yuan Xianzuan. Senior brother, I'm back. After entering the main hall and seeing only the sect leader, he called out to him. Usually, when there were many people, he would address him as sect leader. Chapter 386, while Mo Su was inscribing the void formation patterns. A great Luo golden immortal cultivator flew out from the Qingyi sect towards the square outside the mountain gate and quickly stopped in front of a large formation display screen, taking out a formation flag and inserting it into the ground. The massive display screen suddenly shut down, but a few breaths later it reopened, and many cultivators began to look over. What task has the Qingyi sect issued now? Let us see if it's useful to us. I estimate it's another task for immortal spirit fruits or scarce materials. Such tasks are very difficult. Otherwise, the Qingyi sect wouldn't issue them. You're right. When has any good thing come our way? What are the sect disciples doing? It's either dangerous or, it's actually a wanted poster? As these cultivators were discussing, a face of a cultivator appeared on the huge display screen. Those who recognized him or had seen him before could provide the Qingyi sect with accurate information and receive a reward of a high-grade immortal artifact spaceship. This cultivator looks somewhat familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere. A Xian immortal cultivator muttered to himself. Chapter 387 in the span of half a stick of incense. Mo Su completed the inscriptions for the 4 void formations. The void strangulation formation, the void isolation great array, the void forbidden space great array, and the void trapping and killing great array. After activating these void patterns, he used the top-grade attacking immortal artifact, the half-moon halberd, to unleash hundreds of thousands of halberd rays, striking at the nodes of the defensive great array. Boom! After a loud bang crack, a crisp sound followed, and then the 8th-level defensive array was met with a crashing sound. It collapsed. Since breaking through to the Immortal King realm, Mo Su's attack power had increased more than tenfold. Previously, he could only unleash tens of thousands of halberd rays, but now, by mobilizing his inner energy, he could unleash hundreds of thousands, and the power of the halberd rays was also over 10 times stronger than before. With just one strike, he shattered the 8th-level defensive array, and Mo Su vanished, instantly appearing outside the main hall. Friend, why are you attacking my sect? Yuenda, the sect leader, called out loudly upon seeing an Immortal King mid-stage cultivator attacking the main peak. Mo Su almost laughed at this immortal lord. He was already attacking your main peak, and still asking why. What a load of nonsense. Chapter 388, seeing the 3 trying to escape. Mo Su naturally wouldn't let them go. He immediately condensed a strand of divine sense from his sea of consciousness and fiercely pierced it into the sea of consciousness of one of the immortal lords. A scream rang out as this immortal lord dropped his shield and clutched his head while screaming in agony. This immortal lord's scream lasted less than 2 breaths before he was instantly shredded by the omnipresent void blade rays. His primordial spirit couldn't escape and was also annihilated by the void blade rays. The other 2 immortal lords did not expect the 3rd elder to suddenly drop his shield and scream, creating a gap in the formation they had formed. Countless void blade rays rushed in and struck the 2 of them. They couldn't even utter a scream before their bodies were shredded by the void blade rays. And their primordial spirits, which had just separated from their bodies, were also annihilated, dissipating into pure primordial energy. After witnessing the 3 immortal lords being killed by the void strangulation formation, even their rings were shattered by the void blade rays. Though he felt some regret, Thinking about the immortal spirit veins on the main peak, he didn't mind the few rings. He raised his hand to shatter the void formation patterns and flash to the main peak, sweeping his divine sense over it before immediately taking out a formation flag to set up a translocation formation and then activating it with his divine sense. Chapter 389, the guarding disciples saw a familiar face among them and didn't care much, joking with him a bit. You always lose things. You must be thinking about that little fairy in the Ding Tower again. Be careful not to get drained, haha. The other guarding disciples also laughed heartily, their faces revealing a lewd expression. It seems these guys often go to the Ding Tower to take care of business. Emosu also chuckled and said, next time I go, I'll treat you. Let us see how long you can last. Don't come out leaning against the wall like last time, haha. There are Ding Towers in both the cultivation world and the immortal realm, where beautiful female cultivators can be found. These female cultivators are like furnaces, specifically for the amusement of cultivators, similar to ancient courtesans. However, unlike courtesans, these female cultivators can be used by powerful male cultivators for yin-yang exchanges to enhance their cultivation. The status of these female cultivators is low, but some will cultivate together with male cultivators, complementing each other to improve their power. Cultivators are also human. Although they have reached the immortal realm, they still experience emotions and desires. Some cultivators, not wanting to find a partner, will vent their desires in the Ding Tower or frequently cultivate with different female cultivators, enjoying themselves while also enhancing their cultivation. Chapter 390 Zhan Chong Xianzuan saw the opponent's immortal king realm and knew things were not looking good. However, he pondered, who gave an immortal king the courage to take on two immortal lords? Was there someone hiding nearby, allowing this immortal king to step forward and secretly ambush them? This was the reason for the discord within the sect. Both factions were on guard against each other, suspicious, and unable to fully exert their strength against external enemies. In a moment when the halberd rays were about to collide with the staff shadow, both Zhan Lei and Zhan Chong Xianzuan screamed simultaneously, their thunder god staffs dropping down. The staff shadow that had been launched outwards collapsed without any further immortal essence to support it. Boom! With several loud explosions, the space instantly shattered, and the halberd rays easily destroyed the staff shadow before crashing into the two of them. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds echoed as two clouds of blood mist exploded. Their bodies were shattered, and their primordial spirits separated in a state of terror. They never expected this immortal king to be so despicable, attacking while simultaneously striking at their sea of consciousness, shattering it, and severely injuring their primordial spirits. Dare to attack my Wandao Shinzong? This is your fate. Go to hell. Two flames flashed by, turning their primordial spirits into nothingness, and two strands of pure primordial energy dissipated into the world. Chapter 391. After seeing the four characters transmission hall, Emosu thought to himself that he had indeed come here. He collected the techniques of the Thunder Sword sect to take back and show to the disciples of his own sect, to see if there were any with Thunder Spirit roots who could cultivate Thunder-type techniques. The transmission hall had 4 guarding disciples and 1 late-stage immortal king protecting it, as this was the place of inheritance of the sect, and it would definitely be guarded by an immortal king. When Mo-Su arrived, he saw the disciples practicing, and the immortal king was the first to notice him. However, he didn't understand why this Luo golden immortal disciple had come here at night. Couldn't he come during the day? If there's something to do, come back during the day. Don't bother me at night. The immortal king, disturbed from his cultivation, reprimanded him angrily. I'm not here to borrow a jade slip. I'm here to take the jade slips from here. Oh, do you have the sect leader's token? Show it to me. The immortal king thought he was here on the sect leader's orders, and his tone softened quite a bit. I don't have the sect leader's token. The sect leader is dead, and I've killed all the elders. Get out of my way, Emosa said, raising his hand to grab the immortal king's neck. The immortal king, hearing his words, was taken aback, thinking he was spouting nonsense, but unexpectedly found himself caught by the neck and couldn't evade Mo-Su's hand. Chapter 392. Mo-Su arrived at the square outside the gate of the Red Blade sect. No matter which plane, wherever there is a sect, there's almost always a square outside the sect gate. The reason for building the square is, of course, practical. When the sect holds grand events, guests from all directions gather here, and when the sect recruits disciples, it also takes place here. During idle times, nearby loose cultivators set up stalls in the square. making it convenient for sect disciples to exchange the cultivation resources they need. The squares outside these sects vary in size, each showcasing the sect's influence in the area. Friend Chu, I heard that the Qing E sect and Thundersword sect were destroyed. Is that true? In the stall area of the square, a loose cultivator was talking to a disciple of the Red Blade sect, catching Mo Su's attention as he wanted to hear the Red Blade sect's response. Of course it's true. Such a big event, and you just found out? Our sect leader has gone to the Domain Lord's mansion to discuss this matter. I just came out of seclusion and heard people discussing it. I thought it was just a rumor. I happened to run into you to confirm. Chapter 393. In the Domain Lord's mansion of the Duan Jing Tian domain, although there were many Domain Lords and elders from various sects, these people were just here to gather information and were not concerned about the destruction of the two major sects. Only the sects within the Duan Jing Tian domain were truly worried. Domain Lord Xiangang understood their intentions, but since they were here, they couldn't leave empty-handed. They should at least help out by patrolling the Duan Jing Tian domain. If they could uncover some clues, that would be best. If not, there was nothing anyone could do. He had so many domain lords as witnesses that the immortal emperors of the upper domain could not claim they were inactive. I would like to ask you all to help with a small task. To first check the residences of the two major sects and find traces left by the murderer, so we can quickly capture him. We cannot let the murderer go unpunished. And our cultivators in Duan Jing Tian would not have to live in fear every day. We all live in the Central Sky domain and should help each other. Xiangang expressed his gratitude. The 10 domain lords of the Central Sky domain and the elders from various sects saw Xiangang's pleading demeanor and felt that coming to Duan Jing Tian to watch a joke was a wrong decision. Had they known they would have to help, who would come here for nothing? Chapter 394. Mo Su saw that the domain lords and elders of the various celestial domains had left Xiangang's domain lord mansion. Although he didn't know why they suddenly left, it did not affect his actions, and just as those people left, he immediately activated the Void Blade Array. A buzzing sound echoed, and the guards outside the domain lord's mansion, not understanding what was happening, hurriedly looked around to find the source of the sound. Suddenly, blinding lights erupted around them, and countless Void Blade rays appeared in the void, instantly shredding them into pieces. After the Void Blade rays killed these guarding disciples, they quickly enveloped the entire domain lord's mansion, shredding everything in their path, including buildings and the cultivators inside, into fragments. The Grand Domain Lord's mansion rapidly turned into ruins, and the Void Blade rays began to shrink their killing circle. Any object or cultivator that passed through the Void Blade rays was reduced to debris. Screams echoed within the Domain Lord's mansion, but the cultivators outside heard nothing and only saw the one standing Domain Lord's mansion being continuously shredded into various fragments. Chapter 395. Whether in the cultivation realm or the celestial realm, array masters, alchemists, artifact masters, and talisman masters are figures that cultivators do not wish to offend. And they try to befriend these practitioners of the four great skills, even at the cost of making enemies with others. What the immortal Lord He Hong said made many domain lords and elders nod in agreement. They naturally knew how powerful a level 9 immortal array emperor was. And since this immortal array emperor bore no grudge against them, he only activated the confinement killing array after they left the domain lord's mansion. This indicated that this immortal array emperor was not a mindless killer. Otherwise, they would have all perished in the domain lord's mansion today. Despite being immortal lords, once surrounded by a level 9 confinement killing array, their fate would be death. Even immortal emperors would find it difficult to escape from a level 9 confinement killing array, let alone them. However, these domain lords and elders did not know that what Mo Su had set up was the void shredding array. If they had known this was the void shredding array, they would have been even more shocked and grateful to have escaped the domain lord's mansion in advance. Mo Su saw Xiangang, the domain lord, and the sect master of Zhe Kai struggling in the void shredding array, trying to resist the omnipresent void blade rays. He was also worried that the domain lords and elders who had left would return to rescue them. Chapter 396. The next day, Domain Lord He Hong and the domain lords of the Central Sky domain, along with the elders from various sects, arrived again at Tianjing Immortal City. The chaos in the city had passed, but the area outside the domain lord's mansion had been surrounded by arrays, with disciple from the Immortal Officer S sect guarding the perimeter. Although Mo Su had annihilated the cultivators within the domain lord's mansion, there would always be some who were overlooked, and the disciples guarding the ruins of the Domain Lord's mansion were those who had left the mansion and were missed. In the Duan Jing Tian domain, the highest cultivation among the Immortal Officer S sect was a great Luo golden immortal. The rest of the Immortal Officer S sect had perished in the Domain Lord's mansion. Only he had gone out for something and was not in the mansion, thus escaping disaster. Seeing the arrival of Immortal Lord He Hong and others, this great Luo golden immortal of the Immortal Officer S sect finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, immortal lords had come to oversee things. Now the cultivators in the city were restless, all wanting to enter the ruins of the Domain Lord's mansion to take advantage. The Immortal Officer S sect S Ji Yugongchao Lan Xian greeted the elders. Greetings, esteemed seniors. Please give your orders. Lan Xian quickly bowed and greeted the arrival of the River Hong Domain Master and others. He was unaware that the River Hong Immortal Venerable and the others had left the Domain Master's residence only after sensing a crisis. Their purpose in coming over now was merely to check things out, so they would have an explanation ready when the Immortal Emperor inquired later. Chapter 397. The two Immortal Venerable Elders from the Qi Dao sect were furious upon seeing Immo Su extract the Immortal Spirit Vein from the sect Master Peak. They had ultimately arrived too late. After receiving news from their disciples, they learned that an immortal king had invaded their sect and quickly came out from their respective mountain peaks. After scanning the entire sect with their divine consciousness and spotting Mo Su on the sect master peak, they rushed over. What awaited them were hundreds of thousands of spear lights. The two did not have time to summon their own attacking immortal artifacts and instead threw a punch, thinking they could withstand the attack of an immortal king with just their fists. With a loud bang, their fist lights collided with the spear lights, causing the space to explode. The violent spear lights shattered their fist lights and surged toward their physical bodies again. This is bad. Neither of them had expected their fist lights to be shattered. This immortal king was only at the mid-level, yet his immortal yuan was even stronger than theirs. Both were taken aback and quickly retreated. However, the spear lights were much faster than their reactions. Bang bang. Two clouds of blood mist erupted, and the two elders of the Qi Dao sect were instantly reduced to bloody remnants. Their primordial spirits separated from their bodies but did not escape. Instead, they used their divine consciousness to send messages to Mo Su. Chapter 398. Traveling from the Central Heaven Domain to the Upper Heaven Domain. The giant immortal artifact ship needed to fly through the void for over a decade. During this time, various crises could occur, such as attacks from void beasts, chaotic void currents, and void whirlpools. Fortunately, the giant ship was equipped with hundreds of immortal crystal cannons. When encountering void beasts or meteor showers during flight, they would use the immortal crystal cannons to attack. Additionally, over a dozen immortal array emperors had combined their efforts to inscribe various 9th-level great formations on the giant ship, which could not only defend against attacks from void beasts, but also withstand impact from void meteor showers. Even though the giant ship's defenses were impressive and its weaponry formidable, every time they returned to the Upper Heaven Domain, both major trading alliances would invite the Immortal Artifact Emperor and the Immortal Array Emperor to repair the giant ship. The news of the destruction of the three major sects and the Domain Master's residence in the Enjing Tian domain gradually faded from discussion in the Central Heaven Domain after a few years. The various domain masters and sect leaders in the Central Heaven Domain, to avoid suspicion and out of concern that the Immortal Emperor might come to the Central Heaven Domain and eliminate the Windoxian sect, subsequently refrained from visiting the Windoxian sect. They planned to wait until the Immortal Emperor from the Upper Heaven Domain arrived to see how to handle the situation before making their decision. After the incidents, Xiang Chong and Wu Zhan, along with other cultivators on the Immortal ranking, stopped visiting the Enjing Tian domain, and even Hui Tianhe kept his distance from it. Chapter 399. After returning to the headquarters of the Yueshi Trading Alliance, the Xianing Immortal Emperor directly went to the main hall and informed the alliance leader, the Wu Wei Immortal Emperor, about the destruction of the Enjing Tian Domain Master, along with the speculations regarding the matter. What do you think about this? Upon hearing this news, the Wu Wei Immortal Emperor knew that the Xianing Immortal Emperor must have some thoughts on the matter, otherwise, he would have come to inform him specifically. I think we should inform the Windoxian sect about this news and take this opportunity to build a good relationship with them. Xianing Immortal Emperor expressed his thoughts. This is a good idea. Now in the entire Upper Heaven Domain, besides the Qian Yuan Palace, the Windoxian sect is the most powerful. Even the Qianyuan Palace would not want to offend the Windoxian sect, and our alliance has a neutral relationship with the Qianyuan Palace, even with some barriers. We should go to the Windoxian sect now. After discussing, the two quickly arrived at the Windoxian sect's residence in the Upper Qing Tian domain. Looking at the simple mountain gate before them, with just 4 large characters floating above and no disciple guards present, they were even more surprised that the Windoxian sect's defensive array was not activated, allowing any cultivator to see the scenery inside the sect. Chapter 400. After the Wu Wei Immortal Emperor and the Xian Ying Immortal Emperor left, the Tai Ning Immortal Emperor sat down again and shared his thoughts with the other Immortal Emperors. We should avoid establishing too many opponents right now. If we ascend to the Divine Realm later and leave the Sect Master in the Upper Heaven domain to deal with so many powerful enemies, it would definitely be difficult for him. It's better to avoid starting a war if possible. What do you all think? What the Deputy Sect Master said is very true. We have been thinking too simply. However, I think we should make a trip to the Central Heaven domain. If this Si Mingxing Jun insists on being stubborn, we can eliminate him in the Central Heaven domain. This way, even if the news reaches the Upper Heaven domain, we will have ample time to prepare. The Tai Min Immortal Emperor then expressed his thoughts, and the elders present nodded in agreement, all eager to go to the Central Heaven domain. I'll go to the Central Heaven domain. After all, the Sect Master is my master, and, as a disciple, I should go. The Jingyu Immortal Emperor was the first to propose. I admire the Sect Master's character. I will also go to the Central Heaven domain, said the Qingyu Immortal Emperor. I have had pleasant conversations with the Sect Master. I will also go. The Ping Shua Immortal Emperor quickly added, I'm going to ask the Sect Master for a few boxes of cigarettes. I've run out of my own, said the Qingzhe Immortal Emperor, finding an excuse. Chapter 401. Imosu was unaware of these events happening in the Upper Heaven domain. Even if he knew, he would not fear any forces there, as he was now ready to break through to the immortal venerable realm. After years of hard cultivation, his elemental power had been compressed to the limit, and the elemental power in his meridians began to stir, showing signs of breaking through the barriers to the immortal venerable realm. He flashed to a corner of the Hongmeng Pearl. Although it was called a corner, it was merely an area without any immortal spirit fruit trees or immortal spirit herbs, located somewhat far from the center of the stone tablet, and was not yet at the actual corner of the Hongmeng Pearl. To break through the barriers to the immortal venerable realm in one go, he took out a powerful stone and split it in half, then took out a Lani pill and swallowed it. He immediately activated the Hongmeng cultivation method to refine the medicinal power. A massive force of medicinal energy erupted from his dantian, and combined with the powerful energy from the stone, these 3 forces, medicinal power, elemental power, converged into a strong momentum and surged toward the barriers to the immortal venerable realm. Crack! A crisp sound echoed from within his body, like the sound of a complete eggshell breaking. The energy that had mixed together broke through the shackles and entered 100 times more powerful realm. Chapter 402. When Xiangchong reached the immortal king realm in his sect, the domain master's residence and the 3 major sects of the Enjing Tian were destroyed. Over 10 years had passed, and the Central Heaven domain was quite stable. The management of the sects was no longer so strict, and he felt compelled to revisit the Enjing Tian's Huaixin Island. Wu Zhan and Jiangqi also had similar thoughts after breaking through to the immortal king realm. Thus, the 3 met at the entrance to the void leading to the Enjing Tian, all being figures on the immortal ranking and naturally recognizing each other. After sharing their experiences, the 3 decided to go to Huaixin Island in the Enjing Tian domain together. Upon arriving at the Enjing Tian domain, they encountered Hua Tianhe, the top-ranked figure on the immortal ranking. After meeting, they heard Hua Tianhe express his intent to visit Huaixin Island and pay respects to the Windoxian sect, so the 4 decided to travel together. Upon reaching Huaixin Island, before the 4 could inquire about the Windoxian sect, the people from the Windoxian sect came out while they were discussing how to find a reason to pay a visit on the coastline. We came to visit the Dao Inquiry Immortal sect out of admiration. May I ask if the senior is Hua Tianhe, who has the highest cultivation among the 4 and is already at the mid-stage of the immortal king realm? Although the rankings on the immortal level list have changed, he was once the number 1 figure, so he stepped forward to speak directly and express their intentions for coming to the Hard Island. Chapter 403. When Huitiana and the other three heard Mo Su mention that there were so many late-stage immortal emperors in the Tao Inquiry Immortal sect, they were all taken aback, shocked beyond belief. In the various imperial sects of the upper heaven domain, there are only 3 to 5 immortal emperors, and it is very rare for an imperial sect to have late-stage immortal emperors. Most are mid-stage and early-stage immortal emperors. This is also the reason why the heavenly court has been able to maintain its dominance in the immortal realm for hundreds of thousands of years, as no imperial sect can contend with the heavenly court. In the cultivation system of the immortal realm, the higher the cultivation level, the greater the disparity. Although everyone is at the immortal emperor realm, a late-stage immortal emperor can easily defeat an early-stage immortal emperor. It is like a first-layer chi refinement cultivator facing a ninth-layer chi refinement cultivator, who would be instantly killed. As the cultivation level reaches the mid-stage, the gap begins to narrow. For instance, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator can at most injure a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator but cannot kill them. In the late stages of the cultivation system, the disparity widens again. Although a late-stage tribulation crossing cultivator cannot instantly kill a mid-stage tribulation crossing cultivator, they can eventually defeat them after a prolonged fight. Chapter 404, The Giant Flying Ship of the Morning Star Merchant Alliance. After more than a decade of travel and experiencing several crises in the void, fortunately, did not encounter any void beasts this time. Additionally, the experienced helmsman on the ship navigated through one crisis after another and docked again at the station of the Floating Sky sect in the Central Heaven domain. The 2 giant flying ships of the 2 major merchant alliances have 2 stations in the Central Heaven domain, one in the Floating Sky Heaven domain and another in the Royal Egg Heaven domain, not far from the Duan Jing Heaven domain. However, traveling from the Floating Sky to the Royal Egg Heaven requires passing through the Duan Jing Heaven. If many cultivators disembark in the Duan Jing Heaven domain, the ship can make a brief stop there. This was also because the 2 major merchant alliances considered that the cultivators in the Central Heaven domain are relatively wealthy, with a higher number of high-level cultivators, which is why they established 2 stations, while only 1 station was set up in the Lower Heaven domain. The Star Lord of the Heavenly Court, the immortal Emperor Tian Ning, did not wait for the ship to pass through the Duan Jing Heaven and took 10 subordinates from the 28 constellations, driving a top-quality immortal artifact flying ship towards the Duan Jing Heaven domain. After seeing the immortal Emperor Tian Ning leave with his subordinates, the 6 of them also disembarked from the merchant ship and drove their top-quality immortal artifact flying ship away. Tian Ning is at the mid-stage of the immortal Emperor realm, while Jing Yu and the others are all at the late stage of the immortal Emperor realm. They use transformation techniques to change their appearances, so even if they stood on the deck together, Tian Ning could not recognize their true identities. Chapter 405. After Mo Su exchanged a few pleasantries with the immortal emperors and elders, he saw that Huitianhe and Jiangqi had also arrived at the square, and he introduced the 2 to the elders. These 2 are my friends, Huitianhe and Jiangqi, both disciples of the sect in the Central Heaven domain. They specifically stayed because they knew people from the Upper Heaven domain were coming to our sect. Greetings to the esteemed seniors. The 2 were overjoyed when they saw Mo Su introducing them and hurriedly bowed. These are the highest-level immortal emperors in the immortal realm, beings they need to look up to. Very good. Since they are friends of the sect master, they will be friends of the Tao Inquiry Immortal sect. You are welcome to visit our sect in the Upper Heaven domain. The immortal Emperor Qing Yu and the others naturally understood the identities of the 2 as sect disciples. If people from the Upper Heaven domain learned that they were here, it would mean serious consequences for them. The fact that they could come to the Tao Inquiry Immortal sect is already a rare friendship, which is why they extended an invitation to the 2, so that after being expelled by the sect master, they would have a place to stay. Thank you, senior. The 2 were overjoyed to hear this. After they broke through to the Immortal King realm, they both planned to go to the Wang Tower in the Upper Heaven domain to seek titles, and they could follow these immortal Emperor Elders, making the journey much safer. Chapter 406. The Star Lord of the Heavenly Court, Immortal Emperor Tian Ning, arrived at the Tianjing Immortal City with 10 subordinates. The major domain lords of the Central Heaven domain had already received the news and were waiting for his arrival. Welcome, Star Lord. The 10 major domain lords of the Central Heaven domain quickly bowed when they saw Immortal Emperor Tian Ning arrive. There's no need for that. Let's first go see the domain lord's residence. Immortal Emperor Tian Ning waved his hand. He had no grievances against these domain lords of the central heaven domain. After all, each domain lord was managing their own territory. The death of the domain lord of Xiangang in the Duanjing heaven had nothing to do with them. The group quickly arrived at the ruins next to the domain lord's residence in the city. It had already been protected by formation. The remaining great Luo golden immortal cultivators of that domain lord's residence, along with several subordinates, were guarding the ruins of the domain lord's residence. When immortal Emperor Tianning and his group arrived, the cultivators in the city heard that the heavenly court had come and gathered from all directions to surround the domain lord's residence, watching from a distance. Greetings, Star Lord. Greetings to all esteemed seniors. The great Luo golden immortal cultivator quickly bowed when he saw so many people coming. You did well, you may leave. Immortal Emperor Tianning did not reprimand this cultivator and even praised him, as his cultivation was too low and he was lucky to escape a calamity. Chapter 407. After Mo Su, Immortal Emperor Tianning and the elders took their seats in the Sect Master's Grand Hall. Tang Mo and a few others had already served immortal spirit tea and immortal spirit fruits. Dao friend Tianning, I am Qing Yu. And since there is no one else here, let me explain the situation to you. When we established our sect on the Hard Island, the domain lord of Xiangang in the Duanjing heaven came with the sect master of the Red Blade sect. After sitting down, Immortal Emperor Qing Yu explained the enmity with the domain lord of Xiangang in detail to Immortal Emperor Tianning. As for the follow-up to this matter, I will inform the Palace Master. After our elders left the central heaven domain, the domain lord of Xiangang learned of this and allied with the Red Blade sect and the Thundersword sect to attack our Dao Inquiry Immortal sect, but ultimately returned in defeat. May I ask, Palace Master, if your heavenly court encounters such a situation, can you endure it? That is why I destroyed them. Mo Su then recounted the follow-up events. These matters were known not only to the major sects of the Duanjing heaven, but also to other domain lords and sects in the central heaven domain. Everyone unanimously believed that the domain lord of Xiangang and the two major sects being destroyed by the Dao Inquiry Immortal sect was a matter of retribution. So that's the inside story. The death of the domain lord of Xiangang is also self-inflicted. Let's not mention this matter again. Chapter 408. A few days later, the Dao Inquiry Immortal sect concluded its recruitment of disciples, having accepted over 60,000 disciples, with their cultivation levels ranging from Earth Immortal to Great Luo Golden Immortal. Each disciple established their own Oath of the Great Dao. Mo Su appeared in the square of the sect with several elders as the sect master to address the newly joined disciples. Welcome, fellow Taoists, to join the Dao Inquiry Immortal sect. I am Mo Su, the first sect master. The 6 immortal emperors beside me are the elders of the sect. Our Dao Inquiry Immortal sect is a respected sect in the Duanjing heaven, and we also have a branch in the upper heaven domain in the Shangqing heaven, which is an imperial sect. I hope all fellow cultivators will strive to practice diligently and soon break through to the celestial sovereign realm, so that they can go to the heavenly domain's Wendaoxian sect, where they can break through to the celestial emperor realm and then ascend to the divine realm. The principle of the Wendaoxian sect is eternal life and immortality. Applause rang out in the square, persistent and unending, as it seemed that the principle of eternal life and immortality was a wish that every cultivator hoped to see. Subsequently, Mo Su appointed Yu Fengqi as the second sect leader and Tao Zhezhou as the deputy sect leader, while Jin Hanjing and Qi Feng were made elders, thus establishing the framework of the Wendaoxian sect. Chapter 409. The speed of the Supreme Celestial Ship was very fast. Originally, it would take over 10 years to fly to the heavenly domain on a Merchant Alliance's ship, but they only took a little over 8 years before the ship entered the void of the heavenly domain. Just as they entered the void of the heavenly domain, the communication pearl of Emperor Jingwei began to flicker. Upon seeing that it was a message from Emperor Taining, he immediately opened the communication pearl to check the content. After the Heavenly Court meeting concluded, they were going to go to war with the Wendaoxian sect. The Heavenly Court was currently gathering major imperial sects, and if you arrive in the heavenly domain, be cautious. I will send you messages daily and hope to receive a reply. The Heavenly Court is going to war with our sect. I wonder if the fighting has started yet? I'll first send a message to the deputy sect leader. After Emperor Jingwei shared the content of the communication pearl with everyone, he quickly took up the communication pearl to message Emperor Taining. It seems that Emperor Taining has been captured by the Heavenly Court, Otherwise, he wouldn't be going to war with the Windoxian sect. Since you want to fight, then I shall fight. Upon hearing this, Emosu immediately made a decision. He was once a soldier and inherently carried the combative blood of a warrior. He had never feared any war. Previously, on the Earth Yuan Star, he had participated in countless battles. It was just that he was not cultivating at the time, which led to his injuries. Even after being injured and retiring, he had eliminated 2 tomb raiders who attacked him at home. Chapter 410. The Windoxian sect and the Heavenly Court both had their own agendas. One wanted to deceive, and the other wanted to buy time. Emperor Taimin had even started to make small talk, asking random questions. First, he inquired about how the previous imperial sects in the heavenly domain had disappeared, fearing that these 2 emperors would see through his delay. And then he began to ask about Emperor Taining. I wonder what crime Emperor Taining has committed? How is he connected to our Windoxian sect? Please, both fellow cultivators, explain. Also, previously in the heavenly domain, there was an imperial sect called tenacious sect. How did it disappear? During the heavenly court meeting, Taining had a dispute with Lord Tianquan over a trivial matter, suddenly striking and injuring Lord Tianquan, and finally triggered the void talisman to escape. Boom, boom, boom. Emperor Taimin was currently explaining to Emperor Taimin when suddenly a series of loud explosions echoed. The formation of the heavenly court army was immediately thrown into chaos, with countless clouds of blood mist erupting in the air. Not good. Enemy attack. Emperor Taiching saw several celestial emperors and over a dozen celestial sovereigns descending from a supreme celestial ship, indiscriminately slaughtering the heavenly court army, shattering dozens of celestial crystal cannons. The celestial emperors from allied sects also kept their distance, with no one stepping up to intercept these cultivators. Chapter 411. Mo Su instructed Mo Xiaodong and Hua Tianhe, along with others, to clean up the battlefield outside the mountain gate, clearing away the bodies of the heavenly court army and distributing the various cultivation resources seized among themselves. He and the elders looked down on these trivial matters and walked and talked with the celestial emperors and elders back to the main hall of the sect. After the sect leader arrived in the heavenly domain, I also feel liberated. Please, sect leader, take your seat in the main position. Upon entering the main hall of the sect, Emperor Taining pointed to the sect leader's seat, inviting him to sit down. Emosu did not hesitate. He knew that Emperor Taining was merely responding to the reputation of the deputy sect leader and had no intention of managing the sect, just waiting for him to take over the position of sect leader. Millions of years have passed, and these celestial emperors have long been calm and unperturbed. Neither fame nor fortune could sway their hearts towards the Tao. Ascending to the divine realm as soon as possible was their ultimate goal. I suspect that Emperor Taining was plotted against by someone. If there are others stirring trouble, the great emperors of the heavenly court must know that they can't hide it any longer, which is why they would take action against our Windoxian sect. Elder Ping Shuo sat down and shared his views on this sudden attack by the heavenly court army. They're all people fighting for fame and profit. For years, the heavenly court has relied on its formidable strength and support from the divine realm, treating the heavenly domain as their forbidden ground. Any imperial sect that does not submit to them will be suppressed. Chapter 412. After Emperor Taimin and Emperor Taiching fled heavily injured, fearing that the Windoxian sect would pursue them, they directly escaped to the forbidden upper heavenly domain. The 2 of them exchanged bitter smiles and immediately sat cross-legged to circulate their techniques for healing, while waiting for the returning heavenly court army. 2 days later, the returning heavenly court army arrived in dribs and drabs at the gathering point in the forbidden upper heaven. After waiting for 3 more days, their injuries had mostly healed, and they began to gather the scattered heavenly court army to assess the losses from this encounter. This time, the upper echelons of the heavenly court army did not suffer much loss, with only a few commanders falling, while the remaining commanders were all injured. However, the teams they led had lost over 10,000 men. The Southern Dipper 5 stars, Northern Dipper 7 stars, and the 28 mansions had only a few dozen people injured to varying degrees, with no one falling. Let's go. We need to report back to the heavenly court. After Emperor Taimin reviewed the losses of the heavenly court army, he recorded them on a jade slip and led the heavenly court army back to the heavenly palace of Tengxing Heaven. The heavenly palace had 9 great emperors, divided into 2 main parts, the Taigong and the Shuangguang. The Taigong consisted of the 4 emperors, Emperor Taimin, Emperor Taiching, Emperor Taiyu, and Emperor Taining. The Shuangguang was composed of 4 emperors, Emperor Xuanya, Emperor Xian Kong, Emperor Xian Miao, and Emperor Xian Du. Chapter 413. Su grabbed a powerful energy stone, holding it in his hand, and took out a pill for restoring his primordial energy, placing it in his mouth. 3 breaths had passed. Su noticed that there were still a few cultivators remaining in the square, and he no longer cared for them. If they did not believe in themselves and were willing to accompany their demise, then let them stay. He inserted the half-moon halberd from his shoulder into the ground and raised his hand to unleash a great destructive technique towards the heavenly palace. The sound of the great destructive technique exploding was not very loud, but the terrifying aura of destruction erupted instantly. First, the cultivators in the square were turned into dust, and then the aura of destruction reduced the defensive array of the heavenly palace to powder. The aura of destruction from the great destructive technique spread out, and anywhere touched by it instantly became void. The heavenly palace's heavenly gate, the peaks within the palace where the heavenly court army was stationed, successively turned to nothingness. These heavenly court soldiers and their commanders could not even struggle for a moment before instantly vanishing, their primordial spirits unable to escape and being obliterated by the aura of destruction. Within the main hall of the heavenly palace, the master of Yuan-Tian was discussing with the great emperors about sending several emperors to lead a team to once again surround and annihilate the Windoxian sect. Chapter 414. Sect leader Kunfeng and the leaders of various imperial sects, accompanied by the elders of their respective sects, stepped into the original site of the heavenly palace, only to find that everything inside had turned to dust. As dozens of people entered, the breeze they stirred up blew the powder into the air, causing it to float around. The heavenly palace, which had once been magnificent and resplendent, filled with celestial energy, now showed no signs of a single stone or plant. The Kunfeng sect master grew increasingly alarmed as he sensed that the situation here resembled the results of divine powers he had seen in the sect's recorded jade slips. It was not as powerful as described in those records, leaving him puzzled. I can't figure out why the heavenly palace has become like this. Since the heavenly palace is no longer here and hasn't sent us any messages, where has it moved to? Let's go back, he decided, leading the group back to the sect Hall of Inheritance to check the records left by the sect's predecessors. The celestial emperors present couldn't discern anything significant either, and upon hearing the Kunfeng sect master's words, they felt relieved. Since the heavenly palace hadn't contacted them, they had an excuse not to go. After all, no one wanted to assist the heavenly palace in battle. They were merely forced into it. Chapter 415. Reappearing in the heavenly palace's square, Su saw that the inside of the heavenly palace was now a desolate plain, a stark contrast to its former grandeur and ethereal aura. The great destruction divine power had long since dissipated under the rules of the celestial realm. He understood that it was because he had just reached the entry level of the great destruction technique that it hadn't destroyed the Tongxing heavenly domain. If the great destruction technique were perfected, even the rules of the celestial realm wouldn't withstand its devastation, leading to the instant destruction of the celestial realm. Truly, it was a divine power. He wondered what the effect would be if he were to unleash the great cutting technique now. The thought startled him. How could he have such an idea? Wasn't that akin to wanting to shred the Tongxing heavenly domain into pieces? He immediately circulated his cultivation method to suppress this thought. At that moment, the bitter bamboo inside the Hongmeng Pearl shook slightly, and his consciousness was suddenly refreshed. He smiled faintly, realizing that this was a manifestation of his obsession with the heavenly palace, primarily because it was too powerful and had the backing of the divine realm, posing a threat to the Windoxian sect, which led to this thought. Chapter 416. Su took out several jade boxes containing various 9th-level celestial spirit fruits. Although millions of years had passed, the restrictions placed by the celestial emperors and their periodic checks had kept them intact. He also retrieved a pile of 9th-level celestial spirit herbs and divided the materials for refining the Emperor Luo pill into 4 portions. Originally, these celestial spirit fruits and herbs could have made 5 portions of the Emperor Luo pill, but he had wasted 1 portion in the central heavenly domain. He summoned the Chaos Heavenly Tao Furnace and ignited the Hongmeng Fire to begin refining the Emperor Luo pill. Having previously refined the Emperor Luo pill, this was his second attempt at creating a 9th-grade pill, and he still proceeded with great caution through the alchemical process. These 9th-level celestial spirit fruits were rare treasures in the celestial realm, and he was fortunate to have encountered the likes of Emperor Taining and their group. Saving them and receiving their collection of various ninth-level celestial spirit fruits. Otherwise, without ninth-level celestial spirit fruits and herbs, even an alchemy emperor wouldn't be able to refine the Emperor Luo pill. Currently, resources were scarce in the upper heavenly domain, and ninth-level celestial spirit fruits were nearly impossible to find. Sometimes, it would take hundreds of years for even one to appear, leading to fierce competition among major imperial sects and forces, all willing to pay a hefty price to acquire them. Chapter 417. In the Qianyuan Hall. The Kuanfeng sect master understood just how powerful the Windoxian sect was. Upon hearing Elder Taimin's voice, he assumed they had come to hold him accountable since the Qianyuan Hall had previously sent elders to assist the Heavenly Palace in besieging the Windoxian sect. After observing through the monitoring formation that only 2 celestial emperors had arrived, he felt more at ease and quickly led several elders of the sect to the mountain gate. Greetings, fellow Taoists. May I ask what brings you to our Qianyuan Hall? The Kuanfeng sect master and the elders performed a respectful greeting before inquiring. Greetings, sect master and fellow Taoists. We have come to inquire about some matters related to the Qianyuan Hall, replied Elder Taimin and Elder Qingyu, returning the greeting. Please come in. The Kuanfeng sect master, seeing that they weren't there to hold him accountable but unsure of their purpose, knew it was improper to discuss matters of the mountain gate. He had no choice but to invite them into the sect. Once everyone was seated in the main hall, attendants promptly served celestial spirit tea and fruits. Previously, our sect was coerced by the Heavenly Palace, and we had no choice but to comply with their arrangements to visit your esteemed sect. I ask for your understanding regarding our sect's difficulties, and I thank you, Kuanfeng, he said. No worries. We, the Windoxian sect, understand the challenges faced by your sect. Fortunately, no one has suffered significant losses, and since this matter is in the past, let us not dwell on it. From now on, we shall be friends. Chapter 418. In the upper heavenly domain of the celestial realm, every heavenly domain has a teleportation array connecting to nearby domains. But there is no array that spans the entire upper heavenly domain. This was planned after the establishment of the Heavenly Palace. Elder Qingze and his companions took several rounds of teleportation arrays and, after half a day, finally arrived at the Jiai heavenly domain. All 3 were late-stage celestial emperors, and when they expanded their divine senses, they could almost cover half of the heavenly domain with ease. Soon, they spotted a familiar figure, Emperor Guangxing, who was sitting with 2 other celestial emperors amidst a misty aura, engaged in conversation and gestures, sensing their divine senses probing them. The 3 immediately stood up and also scanned with their senses, spotting 3 white-haired elders in purple robes flying towards them. Taoist Wung. The celestial emperors of the Windoxian sect have arrived. I wonder if any of these 3 are your long-lost granduncle? Emperor Guangxing recognized these celestial elders from previous encounters in the central heavenly domain, but he didn't know which one was Elder Qingze, and even Emperor Wuheng did not recognize him, having only learned of him from the jade slips documenting the sect's history. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Emperor Guangxing and another celestial emperor, Emperor Yin Kuei, quickly clasped their fists in greeting upon seeing Elder Qingze approach. Chapter 419. The celestial emperors were astonished upon hearing Elder Pingshu mention the rules talismans. If these 2 cultivators from the divine realm entered the celestial realm, who could stand against them, although their cultivation was suppressed by the heavenly rules? The power they exhibited had already surpassed the peak of late-stage celestial emperors. It was akin to a human celestial entering the cultivation realm, making tribulation stage cultivators feel like children squabbling, unable to withstand their attacks. Still thinking of escaping? Come here. The 2 divine realm cultivators, one with a round face and the other with a square face, saw the celestial emperors attempting to flee. The round-faced cultivator extended a massive handprint, enveloping everyone and grabbing them down. As the 2 divine realm cultivators entered the celestial realm, Elder Pingshua and Elder Qingze summoned their respective postnatal spiritual treasures, which they had obtained within the Grey Tower. Though not very powerful, these treasures were significantly stronger than top-tier attack celestial artifacts. Seeing the divine realm cultivator's handprint descending, the 2 immediately urged their postnatal spiritual treasures to strike against it. With a loud bang, the handprint was blasted open, and Elder Xianbin seized Emperor Wuheng and the other 2, flying out through the opening, while Elder Pingshua and Elder Qingze quickly activated their escape techniques. Chapter 420. Emosu thought of this method and raised his hand to summon the divine hunter bow from the purple mansion, pulling out a sun-shooting arrow and knocking it on the bowstring, locking onto the divine realm cultivators trapped in the void strangulation array. A terrifyingly violent aura suddenly erupted from the divine hunter bow and the sun-shooting arrow, causing the elders standing beside him to be greatly alarmed and immediately flee in all directions. The two divine realm cultivators, having shattered the incoming void strangulation blades, suddenly felt a terrifying killing intent locking onto them. They were instantly shocked, too frightened to move a single inch. Emosu felt that most of his internal energy was instantly drained. As he slowly drew back the bowstring, his internal energy was nearly exhausted. He was startled and immediately understood that with his current cultivation level, he could not fully draw the bowstring. Using such a congenital treasure without strong internal energy support was best avoided. He felt that his internal energy was depleted, and if he forced the bowstring to be drawn, he would have to start burning his own essence blood and lifespan. Emosu did not want to leave serious aftereffects in his body like he did after using his divine ability earlier, so he released the sun-shooting arrow with only a half-drawn bowstring. Chapter 421. Although these elders did not know the names of the bow and arrow, they understood from their experience that this was a congenital treasure, far superior to the acquired spiritual treasures they had obtained in the Grey Tower. When Elder Tai Min approached, he saw that Emosu had nearly recovered and was delighted. He informed him about the intentions of the Qianyuan Palace and other imperial sects to summon their sect masters to the main hall to discuss matters concerning the semi-divine realm. After Emosu finished speaking, he returned to the sect master's main hall with the elders. This time, after the divine realm cultivators came to the immortal realm, Elder Qing Zhe had fallen. Although his primordial spirit had escaped, it was unknown where it had fled to. If Elder Qing Zhe's primordial spirit was damaged, he would likely have to be reincarnated and cultivate again. As soon as they returned to the main hall, they received a report from Lung Qingyang, who was guarding the soul tablet pavilion. Sect Master, Elder Qing Zhe's soul tablet has shattered. It seemed that Elder Qing Zhe's primordial spirit had been severely damaged, and he could only choose to reincarnate and cultivate again, hoping to see him return to the immortal realm in the future. Elder Xianbin had a good relationship with Elder Qing Zhe, often joking with him, and upon hearing the news of his soul tablet shattering, he sighed. The other elders also sighed deeply. They had spent over 1,000,000 years with Elder Qing Zhe in that space, and had formed a profound friendship. Upon hearing that he would be reincarnating to cultivate again, they silently wished him well. Chapter 422. Emosu looked at the void crack that was filled with mist and stretched for hundreds of miles. From within the crack, faintly emanated a powerful aura, which he felt was similar to the energy within stones, but much weaker. The original formation here had been destroyed, causing the immortal realm's aura to leak out. And there's also a faint aura that seemed to be divine energy from the semi-divine realm entering the immortal realm. The 9th level immortal formation master of the Miao Miao Valley arrived here, checked the void crack, and then informed everyone about the situation. Upon hearing his words, Emosu also looked into the void crack and indeed saw a 9th level great formation, specifically a 9th level sensing formation that would automatically activate upon sensing the aura of an immortal emperor. He couldn't help but admire the immortal formation master who set up this great formation. He could imagine such a sensing formation, and it had been successfully arranged. However, when he set up the formation, he did not anticipate that cultivators from the divine realm would enter the immortal realm. Since this great formation could sense the aura of an immortal emperor, it would be even more capable of sensing the aura of divine realm cultivators. Moreover, the two divine realm cultivators did not wait for the sensing formation to activate when they entered the immortal realm. They directly shattered the sensing formation with brute force. Chapter 423. Emosu saw the expressions on everyone's faces and immediately understood what they were thinking. Since everyone was unwilling to set up an explosive great formation again, why should he go to the trouble of doing something unappreciated? Even if the divine realm cultivators came to the immortal realm again, he had ways to deal with them. At most, he would expend some internal energy and shoot a few more arrows. As for whether the other sects would be wiped out by the divine realm cultivators, that was none of his concern. Let's forget about it. However, I suggest that the major imperial sects send a few elders to guard this place. If the divine realm cultivators come again, we'll be prepared. What do you all think? Emosa knew that these elders from the imperial sects did not want to leave this place, so he decided to accommodate their wishes and propose it first, ensuring they would be grateful for his suggestion. What sect master Emo said is the best. I, from Meow Meow Valley, agree and will send 5 elders to guard here. Additionally, I have another suggestion. Let's set up a triggering warning formation in front of this void crack, so that if the Divine Realm cultivators enter again, we can know in advance. That sounds good. Daoist Chong Du's suggestion is excellent. Let's do it that way. The sect masters of the various imperial sects unanimously agreed, and immediately a 9th-level immortal formation master took action. Among the 11 imperial sects, there were 5 immortal formation masters who could easily set up these simple formations without needing Mo's involvement. Chapter 424. Does the Heavenly Court Palace have connections with the Divine Realm? Although Mo had killed 2 Divine Realm cultivators, he still felt a bit of a headache if Divine Realm cultivators could frequently enter the immortal realm. He did not want to face threats at any moment. The reason the Heavenly Court Palace was so powerful was that, with the help of the Divine Realm, the 9 emperors had all broken through to the late stages of the immortal emperor realm, giving them enough strength to sweep across the entire immortal realm. Otherwise, how could the Heavenly Court Palace dare to be so domineering in the upper heaven domain? They would have been wiped out by the major imperial sects united against them long ago. When Immortal Emperor Xian Ying saw Mo's shocked expression, he realized that he was not very familiar with the Heavenly Court Palace. It was rumored that the Windoxian sect had destroyed the Heavenly Court Palace, but he did not know the truth, so he had to explain it to him. What about Immortal Emperor Tianning? Mo thought that when he destroyed the Heavenly Court Palace, as the master of the Tianfu Palace among the Southern Dipper 6 stars, he would surely be in the Heavenly Court Palace, but unexpectedly he had escaped heavily injured. Immortal Emperor Tianning was framed during the recent meeting of the Heavenly Court Palace. Upon hearing Mo's question, Xianing Immortal Emperor explained the situation regarding Immortal Emperor Tianning again. It turned out that the Heavenly Court army attacked the Windoxian sect for this reason. Their struggle for power and profit had dragged their sect into it, seemingly to give the Windoxian sect a warning and intimidate the other imperial sects. Chapter 425. Immortal Emperor Jingyu, upon hearing Elder Xian Bin's words, agreed. With these 2 immortal emperors in the sect, he no longer worried. He took off his ring, removed the restrictions, and handed it to Mo Su. The other elders also took off their rings and handed them to Mo Su. They believed Mo Su's words without any reason. Given his character, he would not resort to such methods to deceive them. This jade slip contains my insights on formations. You can take it out, read it, and then destroy it. Mo Su took out a blank jade slip and inscribed the secret method on it, handing it to Immortal Emperor Jingyu in front of the elders. Thank you, Master. Immortal Emperor Jingyu accepted the jade slip, feeling somewhat puzzled. Hadn't he already received the insights on formations? Why was there still more? Did Master have even more powerful formations that he had not taught him? The elders, upon hearing that they could ascend, did not want to delay any longer. After bidding farewell to Mo Su, Elder Xian Bin summoned a top-grade immortal artifact flying ship and headed towards the Jia Etian domain. Emperor Jingyu sat on the ship and scanned the jade slip in his hand with his divine sense. Great Destruction Technique startled him, followed by a surge of joy. Although he had never heard of the Great Destruction Technique, just from a name, he knew it had to be a top-tier technique in the cultivation world. Chapter 426. The Masters of the Purple Sword Sect and the Tianhua Pavilion first greeted Mo Su before speaking to the other Celestial Emperors. The leader of the Wu Wei Alliance noticed that all the sect masters first greeted Mo Su and thought to himself that Mo Su must be relying on the elders of the sect, which is why the sect masters greeted him. However, the leader of the Yuan Hao Alliance noticed that these sect masters did not treat their greetings to Mo Su casually. Their tone held a degree of respect. This piqued his curiosity about Mo, leading him to speculate that Mo Su must have extraordinary qualities to have gained the respect of so many celestial emperors. Thus, he resolved to befriend this sect master Mo. Since all fellow Taoists are here, let us head over first. The other fellow Taoists will come to find us once they arrive. Seeing that most of the attendees had arrived, the Wu Wei leader noted that while some elders from other sects were still missing, it was prudent to head to the passage early to make arrangements. What fellow Taoist Wei said is right. The earlier we prepare, the more advantageous it will be for us. Sect Master Kuan Feng also agreed that they should go over sooner. as they were unaware of the location of the passage opened by the divine realm and want to check it out early to be prepared, given the importance of the matter concerning the safety of the immortal realm. Chapter 427. More than 30 celestial emperors had arrived at the passage, including 4 ninth-level celestial formation emperors. There was no need for Su to set up a burst formation, which made things easier for him. However, to be on the safe side, he made additional preparations. After those celestial formation emperors set up the burst formation, he used his divine sense to inscribe several void burst formations around the outer perimeter, and outside of those, he inscribed 2 void strangulation formations. Su found some flaws in the burst formation set up by these 9th-level celestial formation emperors, suspecting that once the practitioners from the divine realm descended, they would discover the formations here. Thus, he inscribed the void formations. Elders Xianbin and Ping Shuo got off the flying ship and went to stabilize their cultivation, while the other celestial emperors positioned themselves according to the formations, ready to launch a surprise attack on the practitioners from the divine realm. After finishing inscribing the void formations, Su pondered and inscribed the void confinement grand formation and the void isolation grand formation to prevent the divine realm practitioners from sensing their presence when they descended from the passage, which would nullify the element of surprise. Waiting was long, or perhaps short. Primarily, none of them knew when the practitioners from the divine realm would arrive. Chapter 428. After Elder Ping Shuo finished instructing Elder Xianbin and was about to head down into the ravine, he saw the space around them twisting continuously, and terrifying rules of heaven and earth instantaneously pressed down upon them. Not good. The celestial dome is coming down. We have lost our protection. This time we're doomed. A voice filled with despair echoed from below the ravine. Boom, boom, boom. Several loud noises erupted from the bottom of the ravine, followed by terrifying shockwaves surging upwards into the sky. After the shockwaves passed, Elder Ping Shuo leaped into the ravine and quickly saw a pile of flesh and bones at the bottom, along with an object resembling a lampshade lying nearby. He reached out to grab the lampshade, but found that it wouldn't fit into his ring. He casually stuffed it into his robe and noticed 2 intact rings, which he presumed belonged to the practitioners from the divine realm. He couldn't let them go, so he picked up the rings and returned to the surface. The celestial emperors stood at a distance, witnessing that the burst formation had not shattered the rules around the 3 divine realm practitioners. They realized the surprise attack had failed and that the practitioners from the divine realm would surely retaliate. Some turned to flee into the distance, seeing others escape. The other celestial emperors also hurriedly fled, even after Su activated the void burst formation, although they heard the loud noise. They did not believe it could shatter the rules around the practitioners from the divine realm, and instead fled even faster, with some celestial emperors pulling out escape talismans. Chapter 429. A month passed, and Su's formation skills greatly improved, reaching the realm of a first-level divine formation master. But he still hadn't broken the restrictions on the rings. He speculated that the divine realm practitioner's cultivation was not low, and the restrictions he placed were not something a first-level divine formation master could break. He needed to continue studying the formation path of the divine realm. Several months later, while Su was deeply focused on breaking the formations on the rings, he suddenly heard a light sound by his ear. Crack. The restrictions on the ring were worn away. He felt a surge of joy and quickly used his divine sense to check the contents of the ring. The space within the ring was vast, spanning several hundred miles, but the number of unfamiliar items inside was minimal. Instead, there were some cultivation resources from the cultivation world and the immortal realm. Looking at these resources, he speculated that this divine realm practitioner might have continuously ascended from the cultivation world to the divine realm. Inside the ring were over a dozen jade slips, including slips for techniques, slips introducing the divine realm, maps, language slips, slips introducing various divine herbs and fruits, and slips listing various refining materials. After seeing these jade slips, Su guessed that they were collected by this practitioner after arriving in the divine realm, but he did not find any identity tokens inside the ring. Chapter 430. The masters of the major sects in the upper heavenly domain and the 2 major merchant alliances communicated with each other and gathered again at Yulingtian. The Windoxian sect also received an invitation. Elders Xianbin and Ping Shuo, knowing that Su was busy breaking the restrictions of the divine realm practitioner, did not disturb him and instead went to Yulingtian together. Upon arriving at Yulingtian, Emperor Xianing did not see Sect Master Mo Su and asked, "May I ask, elders, why hasn't Sect Master Mo come over?" The Sect Master was injured at the passage and is currently recuperating in the sect. So we came here on his behalf. If anything happens here, we will relay it back to the Sect Master. Elder Xian Bin's words did not raise any suspicion among the Celestial Emperors. After all, the tremendous sound caused by the Divine Realm Practitioner's shout had violently shocked even these Celestial Emperors, causing them to vomit blood and flee far away. Moreover, Sect Master Mo was only at the Immortal Sovereign level and was certainly injured more severely than they were. The Celestial Emperors returned to the location of the passage and saw that the ravine had collapsed, with no mist lingering at the bottom anymore. Feeling uneasy, they went down to the bottom of the passage and found the shattered bodies and fragmented bones of the 3 Divine Realm Practitioners. Chapter 431. Elder Xianbin saw that the Divine Realm Practitioner had escaped into the void crack and realized he had no rule symbols on him. Noticing that the Sect Master and the Practitioner were having a good conversation and even smoking together, he understood there was no danger here. They then concentrated on operating their techniques, sensing the aura leaking from the semi-divine domain, preparing to welcome the Ascension Thunder Tribulation. Through chatting with Guxing, Mo Su learned that indeed some disciples from small sects in the Divine Realm were capturing Celestial Emperors from the Immortal Realm in the semi-divine domain to mine divine stones. Moreover, entering the semi-divine domain was quite simple. One only needed to pass through this void crack, and they would see 5 whirlpools. As long as they did not enter the leftmost whirlpool, jumping into any of the other whirlpools would mean entering the semi-divine domain. When trying to exit the demigod realm, if you enter from the vortex on the left, you will be swept to the void rift here. Guxing came in through the left vortex, and when he saw these 5 vortices, he had already tried many times and was swept to other places. Only the left vortex brought him to the void rift here. Boom! The two were chatting when dark clouds covered the sky, followed by a bolt of thunder. Chapter 432. Since the passage to the Divine Realm was destroyed, no more cultivators from the Divine Realm have entered the demigod realm. After all, those Divine Realm cultivators do not have any important matters to attend to and would not go to the Immortal Realm. It's like cultivators from the Immortal Realm. If they don't have anything important to do, who would go to the Cultivation Realm? Not only do they need protective talismans, but they also have to worry about being crushed by the rules of heaven and earth. Moreover, the Divine Realm cultivators who can come to the demigod realm are not all from large sects. Many are disciples of small sects, and they do not have many talismans to use. The Immortal Realm is now entering a stable period. The masters and elders of the major imperial sects, seeing the elders of the Windoxian sect ascend to the Divine Realm, have also started to enter seclusion and cultivate diligently, hoping that one day they can also ascend to the Divine Realm. The 2 major merchant alliances continue to operate, with giant flying ships frequently traveling between the lower and upper heavenly realms, transporting various cultivation resources and welcoming and sending off cultivators from the 33 heavenly realms. The disciples within the Windoxian sect have also entered seclusion to cultivate. Mo Su is about to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm and plans to visit the demigod realm after his breakthrough. He also drew his family into the Hongmeng Pearl, allowing them to cultivate inside and quickly improve their cultivation levels. Chapter 433. Hearing Lu Yixue's sentiments. Mo Su couldn't help but wrap his arms around her waist. After being taken away by the Hongmeng Pearl, I have been searching for a way back to the Earth origin star. I was afraid that if I returned late, you would have married someone else or we would never meet again. I didn't expect you to be so capable, giving me a son and allowing the Mo family's bloodline to continue. Thank you, my wife. So cheesy. Lu Yixue's face turned red as she recalled the first time she went to his house, intending to study his injuries. How could he have recovered so quickly? Yet, she ended up in bed with him, pinching his waist. Ouch. Where are the 2 of you going? Sect Master Mo and Fairy Lu. It's rare to see a couple like you 2 going together so affectionately. A flying ship appeared from behind, and a woman's voice came from it. Mo Su saw that it was a female cultivator in a purple dress, with a curvaceous figure, snow-white skin, and stunning features, exuding the aura of a mid-level immortal emperor. This was indeed Fairy Qinyu, the junior sister of the Chengdu sect master from the Piamiao Valley, who was also at the early stage of the immortal emperor realm and had previously accompanied the Chengdu sect master to the Windoxian sect, but hadn't spoken much. Chapter 434. Time flies, and 50 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The immortal realm has been relatively stable during this time, with no major events occurring. Mo Su and Lu Yixue have already broken through to the mid-level immortal emperor realm within the Hongmeng Pearl. Mo Su remembered when he left the sect. He told Qi Bin that he would come here to take a look. Now that he had broken through a small realm, he still hadn't returned to the sect. Looking at the communication pearl on his wrist, he hadn't received any messages, but Mo Su still felt uneasy and decided to go outside to take a look. Disappearing from the Hongmeng Pearl. Upon arriving outside, he saw many alchemy caves nearby, each marked with the symbols of various imperial sects. Mo Su guessed that these caves were used by the elders of these imperial sects for cultivation, practicing outside in the open air, exposed to the elements. Although these immortal emperors were not afraid of the weather's impact, it was certainly more comfortable to cultivate in their own caves. He then looked over at the formation gate, realizing that the disciples guarding it had also been replaced by disciples from other imperial sections. Looking at the market outside the defensive array, it had expanded several times compared to before. The various buildings and caves in the market were lined up, and the number of cultivators coming here had increased significantly, making the market extraordinarily lively, almost forming a small city. Chapter 435. Immortal Emperor Tianning nodded. Indeed, I personally checked with Daoist Xianing, and these corpses are indeed from cultivators of the divine realm. Moreover, their primordial spirits could not escape from their bodies, and those fragments are also divine artifacts. The elders present felt a chill upon hearing this news. Fortunately, the corpses swept into the immortal realm were from divine realm cultivators. If any living divine realm cultivators were swept into the immortal realm, it would mean trouble for the immortal realm. Over the years, it was unclear what had happened. Since the heavenly court palace was destroyed, significant events had occurred in the immortal realm from time to time. First, divine realm cultivators appeared at the void rift. Then a passage to the divine realm emerged, and now there were vortexes in the void sweeping divine realm cultivators into the immortal realm. The immortal emperor elders pondered where the reversal of the celestial mechanisms in the immortal realm had occurred. Could it be that there was a mistake in the rules of heaven and earth in the immortal realm, leading to divine realm cultivators frequently appearing in the immortal realm? Or perhaps it was a precursor to a disaster in the immortal realm. Mo Su did not think about these celestial mechanisms. He heard that a vortex in the void had appeared, and divine realm cultivators were being swept into the immortal realm. He recalled what Guxing had said about the vortices when entering the demigod realm. There were several vortices, and if one jumped into the wrong one, they would be swept to another place. Could it be that these corpses of divine realm cultivators also entered the wrong vortex from the demigod realm and were swept into the immortal realm? Chapter 436. After exchanging blows with immortal Emperor Tianning, Mo Su realized his own strength. Now, he could handle opponents at the late immortal emperor stage. He initially thought of taking the opportunity to kill immortal Emperor Tianning, but did not expect this guy to be so cunning. Seeing that he was no match for Mo Su, he immediately took the chance to escape as he was sent flying backward. Immortal Emperor Tianning's figure flashed into the vortex in the void and disappeared. Mo Su did not pursue him, as he did not know what lay beneath the vortex and was also afraid of being ambushed by immortal Emperor Tianning after entering the vortex. He pretended to be blown away thousands of zhang away. Fortunately, the immortal emperor elders were focused on immortal Emperor Tianning entering the vortex and did not pay attention to him. After a few breaths, the immortal emperor elders regained their senses and saw Mo Su sitting cross-legged on the ground, operating his techniques to heal his injuries. They all looked towards immortal Emperor Xianing, and several immortal emperors stood around, subtly forming a situation to surround immortal Emperor Xianing to prevent him from suddenly exploding. Immortal Emperor Xianing was also dumbfounded. He did not expect a friend he had known for many years to want to eliminate them. He quickly explained to the immortal emperor elders, "Fellow Taoists, I was also deceived by him. Who knew that this old Tianning had such a vicious mind? Please believe me, fellow Taoists.